Hiss. A cool breeze swept in, jolting Su Zhengyang awake. He was sitting in the bank lobby waiting to conduct business, and had actually dozed off. New world loading complete. Global prices have decreased by 1,000,000 times. Only your total assets remain unchanged. Current assets 2,153,795.93 yuan, deposited into the system. 2.15 million? Oh, the money from selling the property he invested in has arrived. So he can make a comeback. Wait, the system? Su Zhengyang jolted awake again. This time, he was wide awake, completely alert. He shook his head and stood up abruptly. That wasn't a hallucination, it was a clear, logical statement echoing in his mind. However, seeing the strange looks from those around him, he had no choice but to sit down, tightening his grip on the 2 cloth bags in his hands. Inside the 2 cloth bags were the loose change his brother had sent him, and on his phone was a text message his brother had sent yesterday. "You little rascal, why did you hide your failed business from me? You even had Lu Erga tell me. Mom and Dad passed away early, and I'm not very capable. You paid for my wedding house and the wedding itself. Now that you're in trouble, you didn't tell me? Do you want everyone in the village to talk behind my back? This is the 8,000 yuan my sister-in-law and I saved, and I've also withdrawn the 40,000 yuan I owed you. I'll transfer it to you in a couple of days. Do your best, now it's my turn to support you." When Su Zhengyang received this text message yesterday, his nose stung with tears. He had to plead with his brother not to withdraw the money, and he would explain everything to him when he returned in a while. Although his business failed half a year ago, leaving him penniless and reduced to sharing an apartment with a girl, and he had been quite depressed for a while, it was with that girl's help that he finally managed to pull himself together. Fortunately, he had invested in a downtown apartment when he had some money, and sold it a few days ago, making a profit of 2.15 million yuan, more than 3 times his purchase price. He came to the bank today to deposit all the loose change his brother had given him. His brother and sister-in-law run a small business in the county town, earning hard-earned money, mostly in small denominations of 1, 5, and 10 yuan. After depositing it, he'd send it back to them. And Paula, that silly girl, secretly paid all the water and electricity bills again last month. Now that we have money, we should treat her well. Thinking of her, Su Zhengyang couldn't help but smile slightly. He'd pick her up for dinner after get off work. She worked as a fitness instructor at the gym nearby. Number 1069, please proceed to window number 3. The electronic announcement in the lobby sounded, and Su Zhengyang quickly stood up and went to window number 3. The 3 girls behind the counter were chatting with the girl sitting at the window, seemingly discussing where to go shopping later. They were laughing heartily. When Su Zhengyang approached, the girl sitting down gave him a professional smile. "What kind of service do you need?" "Oh, I have some change, I'd like to deposit it," Su Zhengyang said, placing both the large and small cloth bags directly on the counter. The clerks immediately looked displeased. This was the thing they hated most, counting for so long made their hands ache. However, they reluctantly opened the small window and took the 2 bags. She had just pulled open the large cloth bag. The other 3 girls also peeked over with a hint of schadenfreude. But the next second, whoosh, the 4 of them recoiled instantly, like a shower of petals, as if they had been pushed away simultaneously. Su Zhengyang was initially a little embarrassed. After all, having people count change was quite annoying. But seeing their reaction, he frowned. Seriously. The security guards nearby saw this and quickly gathered around. What's going on? They thought there was something dangerous in the bag. Handsome, handsome, handsome. The saleswoman's eyes widened in fear, her lips trembling as she spoke. Su Zhengyang was completely dumbfounded. He was indeed handsome, but this direct compliment was incredibly embarrassing. He was at a loss for words. "I can't decide on such a large amount. Let me call our manager for you." Su Zhengyang frowned. Why was he being sarcastic? "It's just asking you to deposit some change, why the sarcasm? This service is terrible." But the female teller had already stumbled to the back, and soon a manager came crawling out. "Good heavens, can't these bank employees even walk properly?" The manager gasped when he saw the bag of change. His fat hands froze in mid-air, he swallowed hard, and barely managed to suppress his excitement as he asked, handsome guy, are you going to deposit all this money here?" Su Zhengyang glanced at the security guard beside him and nodded. "That's right, 8,000 yuan, deposit it into my card." Hiss. The moment the words 8,000 yuan were uttered, everyone gasped. Su Zhengyang cursed inwardly, "Damn it. You're the ones who caused global warming. Our branch can't handle this. I'll contact you right away to go to head office. Don't worry, we'll arrange a car to escort you." The manager, afraid Su Zhengyang would run away, explained while holding out his hand, his fingers trembling as he took out his phone and started dialing. "Head office?" The manager quickly ran to the side. "Hello, manager, something's happened. What's wrong? Why are you so flustered?" A young man came here, wanting to deposit a bag of money. He said he had 8,000 yuan, and it was all in 5 yuan and even 10 yuan notes, a whole cloth bag full. What? 8,000? Is he depositing money or trying to buy our bank? The voice on the other end suddenly rose 8 octaves, the sound of a long chair scraping against the floor echoing through the air. He said he'd deposit. Get him to headquarters immediately. No, I'll go pick him up myself. You can leave him there. The person on the other end was clearly flustered, and hung up the phone in a panic. The manager wiped the cold sweat from his brow and immediately ran out again, chatting obsequiously with Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang was somewhat bewildered, but he vaguely understood something. It seemed he was some extremely important person. He half-heartedly responded to the manager's flattery, and a mere 10 minutes later, suddenly, deafening police sirens blared outside. The wailing and howling quickly became ear-piercing. A commotion erupted, and a squad of heavily armed special police officers in black rushed in, forming 2 neat lines. A middle-aged man in an expensive suit led the group in. Upon seeing Su Zhengyang, they were initially taken aback. His casual attire, including slippers, made him look incredibly unrefined, as if he lived in the apartment complex across the street, which, in fact, was true. However, upon seeing the 2 cloth bags beside him, everyone gasped. Even the well-trained special police officers nearby glanced over, and their eyes went blank when they saw the bags full of money. Su Zhengyang was completely dumbfounded. I was just depositing some change, it's not that serious, he asked tremblingly. Are you going to drag me out and shoot me? The middle-aged man in the suit clearly didn't understand Su Zhengyang's words, thinking it was a joke. He forced a smile, then bowed slightly and whispered to Su Zhengyang, Of course not. Please, sir, get in the car and let's talk. This isn't the place to talk. The area was indeed completely surrounded, but for many onlookers who wanted to see Su Zhengyang, a group of special police officers in black stood in their way. Although Su Zhengyang didn't know what was going on, he could sense the situation. He figured he had no choice but to go with them. Su Zhengyang cleared his throat, grabbed his 2 cloth bags, stood up, and followed the bank manager out. A group of special police officers, 3 or 4 deep, practically escorted them out of the bank and directly into a special police transport vehicle. Su Zhengyang felt like he was floating on clouds. However, once he was outside, he felt something was amiss. A large sign on a roadside convenience store boldly proclaimed, Menu pure milk special price today, 40 cents. 40 cents? What kind of unit of measurement is that? A short distance away, a young man was loudly talking on the phone. I've been dating you for 3 years, and I've spent at least 3 cents on you, and you just leave me like this, without even paying me back? Are you even human? Su Zhengyang was stunned. Spending 3 cents in 3 years, and you're asking if someone is even human? Another person was excitedly talking on the phone. Mom, my bonus came in this month, a full 5 cents. I'll transfer 4 cents to you, check it. Oh, Mom, don't praise me too much, I'll be successful when I earn 10 cents a month. I'll buy you a big house. Su Zhengyang wanted to take off his slipper and beat him. You're really filial, aren't you? Do you treat your mother like it's Sunday? If earning 10 cents can buy a big house, then my whole pocket. Hiss. Thinking of this, Su Zhengyang shuddered, because he remembered the electronic voice in his head when he woke up. Prices have depreciated 1,000,000-fold. Only your total assets remain unchanged at 2.15 million. A new world. These few keywords sparked an idea in him that wasn't really an idea. Hello, I'm Chen Hahai, the head of the Guangming Bank in Santai City. The attentive middle-aged man in a suit sat opposite Su Zhengyang, rubbing his hands together and smiling. President Chen, your suit is really nice. Was it custom-made? How much did it cost? Su Zhengyang recognized him. Back when he was starting his business, he was at least a small business owner. Guangming Bank was among the top 12 listed companies in Yunhai province last year. He'd kept an eye on it. This suit probably only cost 2 cents. It's all for appearances. Although Chen Hahai didn't know why he asked, he didn't dare lie and answered with a smile. Su Zhengyang had guessed it, but hearing him say it himself confirmed his suspicions. He still felt both amused and excited. He was trembling with excitement. The world's prices had really depreciated 1,000,000-fold, only his 2.15 million in assets remained unchanged. He took out his phone, opened Baidu search, and without even searching, he found what he was looking for. The top trending topic: Chinese billionaire Ma X, with a total asset of 380,000, ranks 7th among the world's richest people. 380,000, 7th? Su Zhengyang didn't know why, but he just wanted to laugh. He took out a 5 yuan and a 10 yuan note from a cloth bag. Su Zhengyang was stunned. How come he hadn't noticed before? These 5 yuan and 10 yuan notes were completely different from before. Not only were they thicker and more substantial, but they even had gold thread inside. Su Zhengyang quickly grabbed a 5 yuan note and tried to tear it with his fingers, but he couldn't. He then bit a small hole with his teeth and finally tore it open. Looking at the gold thread inside, he suddenly realized it really was gold. This whole scene left Chen Hahai, who was standing to the side, dumbfounded. His outstretched hand didn't know what to do. He wanted to stop it, but then remembered it wasn't his money, and could only twitch his eyes in frustration. What kind of family's spendthrift son is this? I've seen spendthrifts, but I've never seen anything like this. Those are limited edition 5 yuan and 10 yuan banknotes, only allowed to be held if you have a certain level of wealth. He's just crumpled up in a pile, and this is bad enough. He's even stuffing them into a greasy cloth bag. And to make matters worse, why are they being held together by several torn rubber bands? And to make matters worse, why are they covered in greasy grime? They're all deformed from being bound. Chen Hahai was almost in tears. Good heavens. Soon, the car came to a smooth stop. They had arrived at the Guangming Bank headquarters. He was ushered into the bank's VIP lounge by a group of special agents. A wave of perfume hit him, and standing before him was a beautiful woman in a business suit. Her long, snow-white legs, the kind of legs every man dreams of, were stretched taut by her business skirt. She was holding a semi-transparent folder, clearly trying to conceal her face. With her exquisite makeup and captivating smile, this beauty was an absolute heartbreaker. Mr. Su, this is our VIP assistant. Your business will be processed directly through our back office with the highest priority by her. Chen Hahai said firmly. Hello, Mr. Su, my name is Lin Yorong. Please feel free to ask for anything. Lin Yorong smiled sweetly and bowed slightly, displaying her cleavage to its fullest extent. Truly, she was all-encompassing. However, Su Zhengyang still handed her 2 cloth bags directly. I just want to deposit some money into my account. Lin Yorong didn't show any disgust at the greasy smell on the bags. Instead, her breath hitched, and she tremblingly took the bags. She had handled orders of hundreds, even thousands of yuan before. 8,000 yuan in cash was a first for her. Taking the money, she didn't dare delay and immediately grabbed her tools to start counting it on the spot. The money was counted 3 times before being deposited into the account. Su Zhengyang had been waiting for Chen Hahai, that old fox, to try and sell it to him the whole time. He thought, why is Chen Hahai going to all this trouble if not to get me to put the money in a fixed-term deposit account? Why is he chatting and laughing the whole time without mentioning this? He knew that once the money was in the account, he could transfer it away at will. He had a feeling that this old fox was plotting something against him. Just then, his phone rang. Alipay now has an expense reporting function, allowing users to see the balance of their bank cards at any time for easy verification. Many people have chosen to activate this function. After all, modern people tend to spend money extravagantly and need a little helper to remind them. Alipay reminds you that your Guangming Bank savings card received 8,268 yuan at 14:32 on August 17, 2020. You currently have 4 bank cards linked, with a total balance of 664,188.85 yuan. Hearing this notification, Su Zhengyang frowned immediately, quickly taking out his phone and muttering, "How come it's so little?" He clearly remembered that the system had previously mentioned 2.15 million yuan, which was the money from selling his house. Where did this 660,000 yuan come from? He took out his phone and opened Alipay. A new card had appeared on the linking interface. The 650,000 yuan all came from this card, called the System Bank Low-Key card. At this moment, the transparent interface of the system also appeared in his mind. To prevent the host from squandering money, the remaining 1.5 million yuan has been deposited into the system's bank account, with monthly returns of 10% deposited into the low-key card. Su Zhengyang did the math, that's 12,500 yuan a month. However, Su Zhengyang overlooked the fact that there were 2 other people in the room. While Su Zhengyang was reporting the expenses on his phone, Chen Hahai was completely petrified. When he heard Su Zhengyang say, "How come it's so little?" he felt like his head was about to explode. 660,000 yuan. That's not 66 yuan. Guangming Bank ranked among the top 12 in Yunnan province last year, but its total market capitalization was only 90,000 yuan. That's the total market capitalization of a company. That's 660,000 yuan of personal assets. And how much assets does the richest person in China have? Although in China, truly wealthy and powerful families don't, and are not allowed to, appear on public lists, their wealth is beyond even the reach of the richest person. But Chen Hahai never expected to encounter someone like this. He said, "So little. Is this even human language? Just who is this incredibly powerful person?" Chen Hahai had forgotten who he was. He only had one thought: to fawn over him. No matter what, he'd call him daddy. He was determined to cling to this powerful figure. Meanwhile, the girl Yurong's mind was completely blank, utterly empty, devoid of thought. "Alright, I won't keep you from working any longer, I'll be leaving." Su Zhengyang, having finished calculating the profits, didn't plan to stay any longer and got up to leave. Chen Hahai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He still possessed some composure. At this moment, he solemnly took out a business card, bowed, and handed it to him. "Mr. Su, please do me the honor of hosting a banquet for you." "A banquet?" Su Zhengyang raised an eyebrow, glancing at the words "Chairman of Guangming Group" on the business card. A slight thought crossed his mind. Although Chen Hahai was a cunning old fox, he didn't mind dealing with them now, so he politely accepted the card. "When I have time." Seeing Su Zhengyang accept the business card, it was tantamount to agreement. It was only a matter of time. Chen Hahai, his heart trembling with excitement, couldn't help but say, "Mr. Su, if there's anything you need me for in the future, please don't hesitate to give the order. I will do my utmost to fulfill it." Chen Hahai emphasized the words anything, must, and will do, showing how humble he was. Su Zhengyang smiled inwardly. This was the nature of businessmen. Ordinary people always thought they were high and mighty, but you could never imagine how humble they could be behind the scenes. Good. With that single word, Su Zhengyang casually walked out of the VIP room. Watching Su Zhenjiang's departing figure, Chen Hahai's legs finally trembled uncontrollably. He slowly sat back down on the sofa and glanced at Lin Yorong, who was still standing there dumbfounded. "Remember, you cannot divulge a single word of what happened today to anyone. If you dare to reveal that number, you should know what the consequences will be." Chen Hahai's imposing presence erupted, startling Lin Yorong. I wouldn't dare." Chen Hahai then took a deep breath, picked up a phone, and dialed the number. 5 p.m. Yunhai Fitness Club. Su Zhengyang sat in the rest area, idly flipping through a magazine. His mind, however, was preoccupied with what had just happened at the bank. Suddenly, Su Zhengyang slapped his thigh, cursing under his breath, "Old fox." He had unwittingly been tricked by Chen Hahai. The reason Chen Hahai personally picked him up, took him to some VIP bar with supposed backing, and didn't try to sell him other deposit methods was all to hear the balance notification on his Alipay account when the money arrived. This was all part of Chen Hahai's plan. He wasn't after his 8,000 yuan, he was after his entire fortune. Su Zhengyang understood the reason. Chen Hahai wasn't alone. He had three close brothers, known as the four heroes of Yunhai, leading figures in their respective industries in Yunhai province: real estate, automobiles, and entertainment. However, two of them had recently run into serious trouble, their cash flow severely disrupted. Chen Hahai, their backup fund, was probably in a difficult situation. Having figured all this out, Su Zhengyang smiled slightly. Chen Hahai's blind man's assessment was harmless, especially now that he knew the situation. Chen Hahai would have no choice but to curry favor with him and try every means to cling to him. Even if he had the audacity of a bear, he wouldn't dare to scheme against him again. "Let's go." Just then, a beautiful figure approached him and said. Standing before him was a stunningly beautiful girl with a curvaceous figure, wearing tight sportswear, her hips incredibly defined, carrying a gym bag. Her long, voluptuous legs, accentuated by the tight pants, were simply mesmerizing. Her beautiful black hair was gathered behind her and tied into a ponytail. The way she raised her arms further showcased her perfect figure. This was his roommate, Cheng Baila. Smack! Cheng Baila, having finished tying her hair, bit her soft lips and slapped Su Zhengyang on the head. "Still looking? I'll gouge your eyes out." Cheng Baila had recently graduated and was currently working as a fitness instructor here. Thanks to her, the penniless Su Zhengyang often came to work out for free, without even getting a gym membership, having been doing so for over a month. Su Zhengyang smiled slightly and walked alongside her towards the elevator. Inside the elevator, Cheng Baila pouted unhappily, lightly kicking the door panel. "What's wrong?" Su Zhengyang asked, puzzled. "Sigh, it's that same old sales stuff again. Yesterday's deal was supposed to be mine, but they messed around again, giving the membership to Zhang Lily. I lost a whole 800 cents in commission. A bunch of bitches." Cheng Baila clenched her fists, wrinkled her nose, and flashed a fierce, yet adorable, light in her beautiful eyes. Su Zhengyang was speechless. Cheng Baila was far superior to Zhang Lily not only in figure and appearance, but even in professional knowledge. However, their gym was rife with shady dealings. The male manager of the gym and Zhang Lily were clearly having an affair. Furthermore, Cheng Baila hated older men who tried to take advantage of her, which resulted in consistently poor performance, and she often confided in Su Zhengyang about it. Su Zhenjiang's heart stirred. These past few days, although they were roommates, Cheng Baila's cheerfulness, optimism, and positive attitude had deeply influenced him. Seeing him constantly listless, she would get him to exercise. Seeing him short of money, she would cook extra for him each time. Seeing him drinking all the time, she would replace the alcohol with water, even leaving a note saying, "Water doesn't harm the liver, and it saves money." Cheng Baila had played a crucial role in his decision to sell his house, make a comeback, and overcome his mental turmoil. "When I have money, I'll definitely buy your courses and make you the top performer," Su Zhengyang said with a chuckle. Cheng Baila rolled her eyes at him. "I'd be grateful you even had time to get your hair cut. You have this messy hair." Su Zhengyang smiled helplessly. His hair was indeed a bit long, with a few strands occasionally sticking up, making him look rather disheveled. Walking with such a beautiful woman, he often received strange looks. Shang Baila was a good cook, so Su Zhengyang planned to take her to the supermarket to buy some nice things for her to cook for him. However, before that, Chang Baila needed to rent a very expensive dress for an important occasion in a couple of days. This shop wasn't in a shopping mall, but rather a two-story independent storefront in the city center, a prime location, yet it was practically deserted. The reason was that the clothes there were too high-end and too expensive, because its brand was called Donna Carmine. Besides selling clothes, they also had a rental business, and of course, the rent wasn't cheap either. The opulent decorations, the glittering shop windows, the elegant and sophisticated clothing, the jaw-dropping prices. In the window, a black dress with interlaced openwork, elegant yet simple and chic, was priced a mere 1.3 cents. Of course, this was just the store's standard quality. High-end and custom-made items weren't displayed here. Sung Bora stood in front of the store for a long time, looked up at the signboard, and finally gritted her teeth and went inside. Fortunately, the sales assistant was quite professional, radiating a friendly smile and bowing to welcome the two. "This beautiful lady, your figure is amazing. All the clothes in our store suit you perfectly. What style would you like?" The sales assistant genuinely looked Chang Baira up and down. As a woman, she had to admit she dreamed of having Chang Baira's perfect figure. Baila blushed slightly, a little embarrassed. "I'm sorry, ma'am, I just want to rent some clothes." "Okay, all our clothes are on the rental list. You can choose whatever you like." The sales assistant didn't look down on her because of this. She smiled sweetly and gestured for the two to turn a corner. Chang Baira nodded, shyly reaching out to touch the clothes. After looking for a while, a woman's voice suddenly came. "Baila? Isn't this Baira? What are you doing here?" As she spoke, a woman and a man emerged from behind the display case. The speaker was a woman wearing tight leather pants, far less attractive than Chang Baira, with thick, muscular legs, heavy makeup, and a chin so sharp it could kill you. Beside her was a greasy, overweight man with a beer belly, but a Maserati car key gleamed on his waist. The moment the fat man saw Chang Baira, his eyes blazed with a predatory gaze, practically green with envy. "She's so damn beautiful, and most importantly, her figure is absolutely irresistible. If I could really have my way with her, I'd gladly give up 3 years of my life." Chang Baila's face darkened slightly, a hint of displeasure in her expression. She said curtly, "Song Jia? Hey, Baila, you don't look too good. Your complexion is much worse than it was in college." Songjia spoke with a forced smile, turning to the beer-bellied fat man. "Honey, let me introduce you. This is our school beauty back in school, an absolute goddess, pure and innocent, naturally noble. She rejected at least 18 or 20 rich boys. We were all so proud of Baila. She has such backbone, it's rare." "Oh, by the way, Baila, I heard you come here to rent clothes?" she asked, feigning surprise. Chang Baila took a deep breath and didn't answer. "It's for Yaya's birthday party in a couple of days, right? Actually, if we don't have money, we don't have to pretend. It's not necessary, Paula. You should stick to your individuality. What's wrong with wearing ordinary clothes? We're naturally beautiful. Besides, wearing rented clothes, the tags will show. How embarrassing, right, Paula?" Songjia said with a teasing smile. Songjia's sarcastic tone made Chang Paula bite her red lips, her beautiful eyes misting over. After hesitating for a while, she lightly stamped her foot, preparing to pull Su Zhengyang away. Since they had seen her, even though she wanted to go, she couldn't go, otherwise they would really embarrass her. But Su Zhengyang, who was stronger, pressed her down on the spot. Su Zhengyang looked Songjia over for a while, then asked suspiciously, "Do those leather pants bulge when you fart?" "Puffed." A saleswoman at the checkout sprayed her tea all over the computer, biting her lip and frantically wiping it clean. Sung Bora almost burst out laughing too. Songjia, however, turned cold, glaring maliciously at Su Zhengyang. Just now, she had been sarcastic and mocking, not daring to openly escalate the situation. Sung Bora always fell for that. Sung Bora was clumsy with words, and they had bullied her like this countless times before, with perfect results. But now, this piece of trash had appeared. "Where the hell did you come from, you poor loser? Do you even have the right to speak here?" Chang Baila, "What? Afraid to speak? So many rich kids you turned down, so arrogant, and now you've chosen this piece of trash as your boyfriend? Isn't that just being desperate? Did you just pick a beggar off the street and jump on him? You're really playing your cards right." Songjia scolded Su Zhengyang a couple of times, then coldly questioned Chang Baila, a strange excitement welling up inside her. "Chang Baila, you always pretended, didn't you? You looked down on the school heartthrob from a wealthy family, huh? You've gone too far with your act, haven't you? Now you're a piece of trash nobody wants. You're really shameless. Serves you right." She gritted her teeth inwardly. "Do I need you to give me the right to speak?" Su Zhengyang retorted. That's right, you need me to give you the right to speak. Just because I'm richer than you, just because I'm here to buy clothes, and you're here to rent clothes, that's the difference, remember that. Songjia stepped forward, gritting her teeth and glaring with wide eyes as she angrily rebuked him. Having completely torn off the pretense, she no longer needed to pretend. Let's go. Cheng Bao tugged at Su Zhenjiang's hand and said softly. But when the fat man saw her take Su Zhenjiang's hand, he immediately became displeased and jealous. He shoved Songjia away and laughed. Miss Cheng Baora, right? He, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard so much about you. I wonder if you could give me a chance. Which dress do you want? I'll buy it for you after you pick it out, as a gift from me. What do you think? The fat man grinned obsequiously, casually licking his lips as his gaze lingered on Cheng Baora. Sorry, I don't need it. Cheng Baora frowned and shook her head slightly. Don't be so formal. I mean what I say. You must be attending an important banquet in a couple of days. It wouldn't be good to lose face if you went, but it wouldn't be appropriate not to go either, right? This fat man was actually quite perceptive. He chuckled and saw through Cheng Baola's thoughts. Cheng Baola hesitated for a moment. It wasn't that she was considering whether to accept the fat man's kindness, but rather that what he said made sense. She had offended too many people in college, and after graduation, she faced setbacks everywhere. She couldn't achieve anything she wanted to do, which was why she had no choice but to become a fitness instructor. For this birthday party, she wanted to ask her best friend to mediate between those people, even if it was just to apologize. But seeing her hesitation, Songjia exploded. No way! Who told you to buy her clothes? You promised you'd only buy clothes for me, why are you buying one for her too? I don't agree. You can only buy for me, not for her. Songjia said, half pouting and half complaining, while tugging at the fat man's arm. That damn Songjia, that vixen, is at it again. She's got this fatso all smitten. Darling, you don't know what Cheng Baola's tastes like. Buying her clothes is a waste of your time, she won't appreciate it. Even when the school heartthrob bought her a car, she refused. Fat Sun gave Songjia a disgusted look. He was tired of this slut long ago, and besides, after seeing Cheng Baola, Songjia was utter trash. He suddenly shook off Songjia's hand, not wanting Cheng Baola to misunderstand, and then said with a forced smile, "We're both alumni. If I give you clothes, I should give her clothes too. Equal treatment." Songjia immediately glared maliciously at Cheng Baola. She realized that Fat Sun was completely infatuated with this slut, and she couldn't stop him. "Cheng Baola, you bitch. If you dare accept Brother Sun's clothes, I'll never forgive you." She screamed hysterically. "I wasn't planning on accepting it anyway," Cheng Baola said angrily. Su Zhengyang, however, had a gloomy expression. He kept calling her cheap and trash. It seemed this woman really didn't know her place. Thinking of this, Su Zhengyang smiled coldly and looked at the clothes in the store again. Seeing him looking around, Songjia glared at him and yelled, "Have you no shame? Cheng Baola hasn't accepted it. Where did you come from, you piece of trash? What are you looking at? Are you trying to help her accept it? What a pipe dream. Do you really think Brother Sun will buy you clothes? Are you an idiot? Shut up. This brother did the right thing. Pick some, picking a couple is fine, he. The fat man said with a grin. Songjia was almost crying with anxiety. "Brother Sun, how could you do this? You promised you'd only love me, and she doesn't even acknowledge you, so why are you still clinging to her?" What made her most jealous wasn't that Fatty Sun had fallen for someone else. It was that Cheng Baola, that sly fox, who kept a sour face the whole time, keeping everyone at arm's length, yet Brother Sun was obsessed with her. That was what made her most jealous, because Cheng Baola had so easily obtained the status she had painstakingly achieved. But at this moment, Su Zhengyang coldly asked the receptionist, "Have they paid yet?" "Not yet." "Good, from now on, all the clothes in this store are under my control. They are not allowed to be sold anything." Su Zhengyang lightly circled his finger, pointing to the clothes in the room. "What?" The sales assistants at the front desk were completely bewildered. The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Suddenly, Songjia burst into a shrill laugh, as if she had heard the most hilarious joke in the world. Cheng Baola, you've finally met your match. I thought you'd found some good-for-nothing, turns out you found a lunatic. What kind of trauma did he suffer to develop this kind of delusional disorder? You say you won't sell, and you just say you won't? Who do you think you are? Ha 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 ha. Are you immersed in your own mental world, fantasizing about being a domineering CEO? Buying all the clothes? How pathetic, can you wake up? Songjia's face was full of smugness and an extremely satisfying sense of revenge. Serves Cheng Baola right, finding a lunatic, heaven truly has eyes. No need for fantasy, because I did buy them. Su Zhengyang looked at her with an expression of utter contempt. After he said that, Songjia laughed even harder. Even the receptionist and sales assistants were suppressing their laughter. In their eyes, Su Zhengyang was truly insane. Although the store didn't have many clothes, they were all exorbitantly priced. Buying all of them would cost at least 4 yuan. At this moment, Su Zhengyang pulled out a worn-out wallet. Just seeing this wallet almost made Songjia burst out laughing. This wallet was practically unbelievable. Idiot, if there's more than 5 cents in this wallet, I'll change my name. Songjia laughed wildly. She was having the best time today, the best she'd ever felt. Chang Baila was biting her lip, her beautiful eyes welling up with tears of embarrassment. It was embarrassing, wasn't it? She'd embarrassed herself before. She figured Su Zhengyang, that big idiot, had been cooped up at home for too long. She'd just let him vent his madness. Anyway, she had no one else to embarrass herself with. Su Zhengyang smiled coldly. How you spell your name is none of my business. The next second, the air froze. Songjia's laughter stopped abruptly, like a duck suddenly being choked, because Su Zhengyang casually opened his wallet. 2 1 yuan coins peeked out from the ripped end, clattering against the smooth tabletop. Su Zhengyang casually slammed them down on the table with a thud. This slap sent a shiver down the spines of everyone around, as if it had struck their hearts. It felt more like a slap across their faces. As for the crumpled change in the wallet, although Su Zhengyang didn't take it out, they had all seen a glimpse of it. There were 2 5 yuan notes, 1 10 yuan note, and what looked like a 50 yuan note. Gulp! A clear sound of swallowing rang out. It was Fatty Sunday. This wasn't a wallet, it was a walking bank. His Maserati only cost 1 yuan, this wallet could buy 70 Maseratis. And this guy just carried them all on his person. In this shabby wallet. Isn't this blatant flaunting of wealth? Look at that 50 yuan note, how badly he crumpled it. The gold thread is all wrinkled. You know, a 50 yuan note is more than just money. Many wealthy people keep these denominations of banknotes as valuable collectibles, not just as money, but also as works of art and symbols of status. Because the Bank of China won't issue these denominations unless one's wealth reaches a certain level. Su Zhengyang casually pulled out a 5 yuan note and tossed it to the cashier, saying indifferently, "Is this enough? Enough, enough." The cashier stammered, startled. Besides the 2 coins, this was the smallest denomination in her wallet, so everything he said was true. He wasn't just imagining things. Su Zhengyang casually stuffed the 2 coins back into his wallet and snapped it shut. This immediately caused a stir among those around him. He just casually put a 1 yuan coin back in his wallet. What if it falls out again? The saleswoman's gaze towards Su Zhengyang had completely changed. His tattered wallet was no longer just a tattered wallet, it exuded a ruthless, inhuman arrogance. His messy, 3-feathered hairstyle was no longer just a mess. It was a free-spirited, unrestrained elegance. His ordinary, cheap clothes were a return to natural simplicity. His casual act of stuffing a pile of money into his pocket was an understated display of extravagant luxury. This is the epitome of wealth. This is the true definition of a rich person. This is impossible. How could this be? Songjia, standing to the side, was already blazing with anger. She was furious. They couldn't be mistaken, because counterfeit money didn't exist in this era. All the money was threaded with gold data, and its purchase was subject to real name authentication, making it impossible for it to be fake. But why? Was he so rich? Why was Chang Baira so lucky? Besides, Su Zhengyang couldn't possibly only have this much money. Who would carry their entire fortune on them? Even if someone stole it and couldn't use it, leaving it in the middle of nowhere would instantly bankrupt them. This could only mean that he was richer than they could imagine. At this moment, Su Zhengyang turned to Songjia and asked with a smile, "Are you happy today?" "I'm very happy, because as long as our Baila is happy, I'm happy. My money is only spent on making her happy," Su Zhengyang said with a chuckle. Chang Baila naturally didn't take it seriously, because they weren't lovers, and she knew Su Zhengyang was deliberately trying to annoy her. But why did Su Zhengyang have so much money? Chang Baila was completely dumbfounded. Her big eyes blinked wildly, trying to figure out if she was dreaming. These words were the final straw for Songjia. She felt her blood pressure rise instantly. She was so angry she could hardly breathe, her whole body trembling. What she envied most was Chang Baila's beauty and everything she possessed. Today, she had finally discovered that Chang Baila had found a fool, a lunatic, and was even renting clothes, while she had Fatty Sun backing her up, buying her expensive clothes. She had never felt so good. But to everyone's surprise, in the blink of an eye, Sung Bora's boyfriend turned out to be such an incredibly wealthy man who casually pulled out the smallest denomination bill and bought all the clothes in the store, just to make Bora happy. Just then, a beautiful woman in an elegant long dress and crystal high heels walked in, completely shattering the atmosphere. "Boss!" The sales assistants all bowed respectfully and greeted her. Sun Pangzi and Songjia, still reeling from Su Zhenjiang's memory, were simultaneously shocked upon seeing this person. This was the boss of Tang Ka Hong. She'd graced the covers of fashion magazines, everyone knew her. She was the general operator of Tang Hong in Yunnan province, and also held the exclusive distribution rights for at least 3 top brands, covering women's wear, men's wear, and luxury goods. A true industry queen. Almost half of the high-end manufacturers in Yunnan province depended on her for survival. The female boss nodded, then her gaze settled on Su Zhengyang. A noble and gentle smile appeared on her face as she extended her hand, saying, "Mr. Su, my name is Tang Ying. I just returned from Brother Chen's place. I didn't expect to have the honor of meeting you. Would you do me the honor of coming upstairs for a seat?" Su Zhengyang was taken aback. "Brother Chen? Chen ha. Not bad." Tang Ying nodded with a smile. Su Zhengyang frowned slightly. What was wrong with Chen ha? If he really wanted to curry favor with him, then he wasn't keeping his mouth shut. How could he trust someone like that? However, he also realized that Chen ha probably hadn't told her too many details, at least not the 660,000 figure. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so composed. After all, even Chen ha trembled in his presence. This woman and Chen ha were probably extremely close. This woman probably hadn't come by chance, but rather on purpose. Since she was so proactive, it wouldn't hurt to make contact. Okay. Su Zhengyang nodded. But their casual conversation struck Song Jia and Fatty Sun like a thunderbolt. Tang Ying actually asked Su Zhengyang to do her the honor. And she even mentioned Chen ha. Just who is this Su Zhengyang? At this moment, Tang Ying noticed Fatty Sun and Song Jia standing to the side and smiled. Are these two also Mr. Su's friends? Upon hearing this, Song Jia, who reacted the fastest, quickly recovered from her earlier shock. Her eyes lit up. Tang Ying had mistaken them for friends. What a great opportunity. If she could get to know Tang Ying, she could wear Tang Naka's red clothes anytime and be all high and mighty. Although she had offended Su Zhengyang earlier, she figured he wouldn't turn on her in front of Tang Ying. She could use him to climb the social ladder. She quickly grabbed Cheng Baela's arm. Yes. Mr. Su's girlfriend and I are classmates, and best friends too. We talk about everything. Sun the fatty, momentarily blinded by his own enthusiasm, blurted out, Mr. Su and I are good friends. In his mind, one doesn't hit a smiling face. If Su Zhengyang doesn't like him, he won't give him the cold shoulder or embarrass him on the spot. Oh, classmates too? Tang Ying asked Cheng Baela with a smile. It seemed this girl was Su Zhenjiang's girlfriend. She was indeed quite pretty. Pleasing her was pleasing Su Zhengyang. Seeing her question, Cheng Baela stammered. She didn't want to admit it, but they were indeed classmates. At this moment, Song Jia gritted her teeth inwardly. You slut, hurry up and admit it. Haven't you taken advantage of me enough? Won't you share some with me? I have to get involved, first get to know Tang Ying, and then slowly figure out a way to steal your boyfriend away. She could tell from Paula and Su Zhenjiang's behavior that they hadn't had any intimate contact yet. She was a master of seduction. Men are driven by their lower instincts, and a little sweetness would hook them. Given Paula's stubborn nature, she wouldn't easily let a man touch her, so she had to strike first. However, she looked at Paula with pleading eyes, implying that Paula should admit they were best friends. In Tang Ying's eyes, Paula didn't want to cause her trouble, which was tantamount to tacit agreement. She immediately said to the shop assistant, prepare 5 30% off VIP cards and 2 of my business cards. Yes, boss. Song Jia and the other woman were trembling with excitement. 30% off cards. And business cards too. This meant they could ask Tang Ying for favors in the future. This was practically a meteoric rise. She was so excited she could hardly contain herself, gripping Cheng Baela tightly, as if she wanted to crawl into Cheng Baela's body and take her place, to steal everything from her. Since they are all Mr. Su's friends, please come upstairs for tea. I'll arrange something later. Wait. Su Zhengyang waved his hand to interrupt her, his initial politeness turning into indifference. Tang Ying was taken aback. I don't object if you want to get to know them, but don't do it in my name. I don't know them at all. On the contrary, when we were buying clothes here earlier, they were making sarcastic remarks and yelling. They are indeed my girlfriend's classmates, but have you ever heard of classmates calling someone slut and rotten slut? Could it be that you got to where you are today by associating with such scum? Then we'll take our leave. Send all the clothes home. Goodbye. After Su Zhengyang finished speaking, he pulled Cheng Baela to leave. Tang Ying broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it. She'd messed up? Tang Ying's entire performance was intended to leave a good impression on Su Zhengyang. She was usually extremely perceptive, but today, facing Su Zhengyang, she was somewhat flustered and had misjudged him. Her pretty face turned pale instantly, and she hurriedly explained. Mr. Su, I'm so sorry. I acted without understanding the situation. Tang Ying apologizes. Tang Ying immediately moved in front of Su Zhengyang, placed her hands on her waist, and bowed in apology. Her elegant yet delicate appearance, so pitiful, made it impossible to be angry with her. With such skills, no wonder she'd gotten to where she was today. Seeing Su Zhengyang stop, she turned to the two black-clad bodyguards behind her and said coldly, "Throw these two out." In that instant, her gentle and noble demeanor transformed into ruthless domineering. She hadn't been made so humiliated in a long time. These two pieces of trash were actually putting on an act, trying to use Su Zhengyang to climb the social ladder. She had almost fallen for their trick. It was utterly shameful. Songjia was furious. She hadn't expected Su Zhengyang to actually dare expose them to her face. She was so close. Tang Ying's business card and the 30% off VIP card were just a hair's breadth away. Wealth and glory vanished in the blink of an eye. The two bodyguards didn't care about any of that. They immediately grabbed each of the two women by the shoulders, causing them to scream in pain. Songjia struggled and shouted, "Even if I'm not his friend, my boyfriend is your business partner. How dare you treat us like this?" At this moment, Fatty Sun had a vague sense that something was wrong. He was much more rational and understood things better than Songjia. From the moment he uttered that first sentence, he dared not speak, because he had a feeling that Su Zhengyang wouldn't be so easy to take advantage of. Now, hearing Songjia's words, his mind went blank. Business partner? Which one? Tang Ying asked coldly. Seeing her ask, Songjia perked up again and pointed at Fatty Sunday. "My boyfriend's family owns a large local enterprise in Santai City, Shanshui Textile. They're one of your major manufacturers, right?" Tang Ying coldly replied. "Shanshui Textile, is it? I'll remember that. From today onwards, Shanshui Textile will no longer have any cooperative relationship with my brands." After saying this, Tang Ying lost all interest in talking to them. She immediately gave Su Zhengyang a slightly apologetic smile and, with a pleading look in her eyes, gestured for them to go upstairs. Not wanting to refuse a smiling face, Su Zhengyang reluctantly pulled Cheng Baila, who had been frozen in place for half a day, and followed her up the stairs to the second floor. This, isn't your family a big company? Isn't it true that you supply 70% of Hannah's menswear and 40% of Donna's? How dare she?" Songjia was completely stunned. She thought what Fatty Sun was bragging about was true. How could Tang Ying dare offend such a large manufacturer? She had to at least save face today and get a VIP card. But the two of them had already been ruthlessly pushed out by the bodyguards. Fatty Sun, limp as a rag doll, mumbled incoherently about causing trouble. Hearing Songjia's mutterings, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he leaped up, grabbing Songjia's hair. "You son of a bitch. I'll teach you a lesson for your rotten mouth that's causing me so much trouble. You slut." Fatty Sun was seething with rage. He pulled Songjia down by her hair and kicked her repeatedly in the mouth. Songjia let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Do you know how much damage you've caused my family? You piece of trash, always using your lousy mouth to spout nonsense. I bought you some clothes and you think you're so great. I'll kick you to death." His heavy leather shoe tore Songjia's lip in several kicks, leaving her face covered in blood and screaming in agony. The two bodyguards were fed up and said coldly, "Get away from me." Fatty Sun had had enough. Ignoring Songjia's screams, he ran his hand through his hair, spat, and drove off, leaving Songjia scrambling and howling in pain. Soon after, someone must have called the police. A few officers arrived quickly, spoke briefly with the bodyguards, and then quietly took Songjia away. The second floor was elegantly furnished, featuring a miniature landscape of a bridge and flowing water, and the intoxicating aromatherapy filled the room. Sung Bora was completely dazed. As soon as she sat down, she pinched Su Zhengyang hard, giving him a resentful look. However, now was clearly not the time to argue. In this environment, facing someone like Tang Ying, the only way she could ease her tension was to hold onto Su Zhenjiang's hand tightly. "Mr. Su, your girlfriend is absolutely stunning. I've been in business for so many years and seen countless beautiful celebrities, but without the filters, they're nothing compared to your girlfriend." Tang Ying praised Cheng Baila sincerely as soon as she sat down. Such cheesy words sounded so genuine and natural coming from her, without any affectation. "You flatter me," Cheng Baila said with an embarrassed smile, blushing. "What's your name?" "Sung Baila, you can just call me Baila." "Okay, just call me Sister Tang." Tang Ying leaned forward and patted Cheng Baila's hand affectionately, a warm smile on her face. Then she turned to Su Zhengyang and said apologetically, "Mr. Su, what happened just now was really my fault, please don't be angry with me." Tang Ying flattered Cheng Baila first, and then said this, who could be angry? Su Zhengyang smiled slightly. "It's nothing. By the way, find her some suitable clothes." "Great. Finding a professional like me to help people choose clothes is the perfect solution." Tang Ying beamed, pulling Cheng Baila to her feet. She was just looking for a chance to get to know Su Zhengyang better, and Cheng Baila was the perfect entry point. Su Zhengyang thought the same thing, which is why he gave Tang Ying this opportunity. Cheng Baila hesitated, but couldn't resist Tang Ying's enthusiasm. As she was being pulled away, she playfully punched Su Zhengyang. Tang Ying, under the guise of trying on clothes, chatted more and more familiarly with Cheng Baila. It has to be said, even Chang Baila couldn't resist this kind of woman who made her feel so comfortable. Soon, Chang Baila relaxed and even started calling her sister Tang. Upon learning that Chang Baila was attending a birthday banquet in 2 days, she immediately offered to give her a generous gift, no matter how much Chang Baila refused. But Chang Baila was very clear-headed. All of this was Su Zhenjiang's doing. It was one thing to be mistaken for his girlfriend, but she needed to understand the situation. She'd settle the score with him later. Tang Ying's taste was impeccable, and with Chang Baila's figure and looks, she could make even a burlap sack look amazing. So, she quickly settled on the clothes. After a few pleasantries, Su Zhengyang got Tang Ying's phone number but declined her invitation to dinner. He wasn't in the mood to deal with them right now. Tang Ying didn't insist. As for the 5 yuan Su Zhengyang had, it was just to annoy those two. There was no need to actually buy all the clothes. So, Tang Ying opened a super premium 20% off card, deposited all 5 yuan into it, and handed it to Su Zhengyang. This card can be used at all Hana menswear and Kagu stores, besides Donna Karen. Of course, for your convenience, you can also call me directly. Okay, we'll be going now. See you later. Su Zhengyang nodded, then told her she didn't need to see him off, and he and Chang Baila walked out carrying shopping bags. As soon as they turned the corner, Chang Baila punched Su Zhengyang in the chest. Pretending, you're quite the actress. For 7 whole months, you turned off the lights when I was in the bathroom, saying it was to save electricity. I paid the electricity bill, you bastard. You wouldn't even let me pour out the water from washing my feet, saying to save it for flushing the toilet. I'll beat you to death, strangle you. Chang Baila started hitting him with her hands and feet, making Su Zhengyang scream and yell, turning him into the dancing king Nicholas Zhao Si right there in the street. After laughing and joking around for a while, Chang Baila finally pulled her hand back hard, then suddenly remembered that the guy in front of her was no ordinary person, and suddenly felt a little awkward. This was someone even Tang Ying went to great lengths to curry favor with, someone who casually carried 70 Maseratis in his pocket. Tell me the truth, why are you hiding it from me? Is this some kind of fun? Are you here to experience life? Su Zhengyang was helpless. Who would have thought that one day he would become the chosen one by the system? He had no choice but to make something up. I was indeed short of money recently, but before my business failed, didn't I invest in a few properties? I made a fortune after selling them. Impossible. Do you think I'm stupid? What happened to Tang Ying? Chang Baila's eyes widened. A few properties worth of money could make Tang Ying like that? There are some things I can't tell you, but there's one thing you can believe, I really wasn't lying to you recently. I was truly depressed. If it weren't for you, I might have already become depressed. Su Zhenjiang's smile faded, and he spoke seriously. He knew his own situation best. He had been so depressed that he had almost committed suicide. If it weren't for Chang Baila, he might have already jumped from the 6th floor after that one night of heavy drinking. Chang Baila bit her lip and stared at him for a long while before wrinkling her little nose. She couldn't tell her, so she didn't ask. If I didn't know you, I'd really think you're a pervert. So much money, and you still go to share an apartment, plotting something. Humph, you old geezer. Chang Baila finished speaking and glared at him angrily, hands on her hips. Su Zhengyang chuckled and put his arm around her neck. Although they weren't usually as intimate as boyfriend and girlfriend, Chang Baila taught him to exercise, and they had a lot of physical contact. Occasionally, they'd playfully tease each other like brothers. Let's go to the supermarket. Let's buy something good today. I want to eat your pickled fish. Pa, you want me to cook today? You should cook for me today. While they were arguing about who should cook, Chang Baila's phone suddenly rang. Chang Baila picked up the phone and immediately frowned. Chang Baila answered the phone, and a frantic girl's voice came from the other end. Baila, something's happened. Xiaomei's had an accident at the Ziwa restaurant. What? Chang Baila's face changed instantly. Don't ask questions, come quick. There's blood. The other person hung up immediately. Chang Baila's face paled instantly. She took a deep breath and looked at Su Zhengyang. What are you waiting for? A taxi. Su Zhengyang had heard the urgency on the phone. He immediately hailed a taxi, and the two sped off to the Ziwa restaurant. Xiaomei was Chang Baila's best friend, a frequent visitor to her rented apartment. Although a bit sharp-tongued, she had a good heart. Once, she and Su Zhengyang had drunk too much and slept on the floor all night. Nothing happened, they just genuinely fell asleep. In the taxi, Chang Baila dialed Xiaomei's number, but as expected, her phone was off. About 20 minutes later, the taxi stopped in front of the Ziwa restaurant. Ziwa restaurant was considered a mid to high-end restaurant in Santai City, with luxurious decor and a good reputation for its food. The two pushed open the door and walked in. Before the staff could even approach, two girls immediately jumped out of the door, startling Chang Baila. Tada! Haha, Baila, you're here. The two girls immediately grabbed her arms, one on each side. Sun Li? Chang Baila frowned and quickly asked, where's Mai Mei? What my may? We were just teasing you, tricking you into coming here as a surprise. We haven't seen each other in so long, we missed you. Let's get together. Sunli said with a smile, then winked at another girl. The two girls, pulling and dragging, led Chang Baila to a table where three brightly dressed girls were already seated. Most importantly, more than half of the food on the table had been eaten. One girl's plate was piled high with crab shells, and two empty bottles of red wine were hidden in a corner. As soon as the girls saw Chang Baila arrive, they started chattering excitedly, pulling her to sit down and showering her with attention, completely erasing the atmosphere of her earlier lie on the phone. Su Zhengyang watched from the side, sneering. They were treating Chang Baila like a sucker, making her pay the bill. Chang Baila was clearly uncomfortable, but she was clumsy with words and too embarrassed to say anything. Hey, who's this, Baila? Is he your boyfriend? Finally, someone noticed Su Zhengyang standing to the side carrying a bag and a clothing bag, and exclaimed in surprise. The other's attention was immediately drawn to him. Yes. Chang Baila didn't bother to explain and simply admitted it. Su Zhengyang asked with a smile, "May I sit?" The women immediately exchanged glances, their eyes seemingly filled with excitement and smugness. Of course, sit down. One girl enthusiastically pulled Su Zhengyang to sit down. As soon as he sat down, one of the girls exclaimed in surprise, "Holy crap, did you buy these clothes?" She unceremoniously grabbed the bag of clothes Su Zhengyang had just put down and pulled the clothes out. Donna Karen read, "Holy crap, is this for real? Sung Boare, you didn't buy a fake, did you?" As they talked, they all crowded around, scrambling and vying for the item, their eyes gleaming. Su Zhengyang rolled his eyes. "It's a fake." Sung Bora readily admitted it to avoid their endless chatter. "Oh, it's a fake. No wonder it doesn't feel quite right to the touch. Yeah, the design is a bit off too, but to be honest, it's a pretty good imitation." The group started chattering again, talking but refusing to let go. Sunli even took the dress and held it up against herself. "Hey, Paula, it's a knockoff anyway, why don't you give it to me? I feel like this dress." As Sunli spoke, a slightly jealous voice rang out beside her. "Lily, what's wrong? You always wear knockoffs?" Sunli's face stiffened. Realizing she'd said the wrong thing, she quickly gave an awkward smile to cover it up. "No, I just feel like this size would fit my cousin perfectly. She's not picky, so having a knockoff is good enough for her." Paula, it's settled then, can you give it to me?" "Sorry, this dress was a gift from my boyfriend. I can't give it away." Chang Baila frowned immediately and refused. This was a genuine item costing over 3 cents, she absolutely couldn't give it away. Sun Li's face darkened upon hearing this. She genuinely liked the dress, it didn't look like a counterfeit, it was so beautiful. Actually, the others had the same idea, but Chang Baila's comment about it being a counterfeit made them even more embarrassed to ask. Wouldn't that reveal their usual taste? Sun Li was the most shameless of them all, actually calling her cousin a counterfeit. Luckily, Chang Baila disagreed, which made them all feel better. However, Sun Li was a little uncomfortable. With a slight smirk, she reluctantly put the dress back in the bag. "My god, your boyfriend only gives you counterfeit clothes? If you can't afford a brand name, why not buy Uniqlo?" "Yeah, when I was short on money, I wore Ralph Lauren for a while, but then it didn't match my wardrobe, and I got tired of it, so I donated it all," one girl said, shaking her head. "Don't even mention it. My ex-boyfriend had absolutely terrible taste. He loved St. Lawrence, and all the clothes he bought me were from there. You know, the brand is decent enough except for the price, but the style was awful, impossible to match with anything, and so ugly. I threw them all away." They were bragging, and Su Zhengyang just watched them with a smile. One of the girls winked at the group, and they immediately stopped. The conversation shifted. "But since you managed to win over our school beauty, you must be pretty rich, right?" "That's right. Our Paula was known throughout school for being incredibly stubborn and unyielding. Even the school heartthrob offering her a car couldn't sway her. You're definitely not lacking." They concealed the disdain and contempt in their eyes and began to flatter Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang chuckled inwardly. Finally, they were getting to the point. This wasn't the first time Sun Li and her friends had done something like this. They tricked Chang Baila twice before using other methods, and deceiving others was commonplace for them. They knew exactly what made Chang Baila so sensitive about saving face, it always worked. This time, after finishing their meal at the Ziwa restaurant, they realized they'd spent too much. No one was willing or able to pay, so they thought of Chang Baila. Unexpectedly, Su Zhengyang was with her. Su Zhengyang might not seem very wealthy, but he must have a credit card or Alipay, right? What do men value most? Face, of course. Today, whether you're rich or poor, the bill is on Su Zhengyang, and they'll embarrass Chang Baila while they're at it. The group chattered and showered Su Zhengyang with compliments. Su Zhengyang, naturally, took the bait, his acting skills on point, a smug smile playing on his lips. Gentlemen, you're all full, but our Paula is still hungry. Sung Paula wanted to say something to Su Zhengyang, but he stopped her with a look. Who said we're full? We've only just started. Exactly. Would we ask you and Paula to eat the leftovers? We just started eating. That's right, you're the only man at this table, so this meal is definitely on you. We're just basking in Paula's coattails. The women finished speaking and looked at Su Zhengyang. No man would refuse to give his girlfriend face at a time like this, he'd rather pretend than refuse. Su Zhengyang chuckled, snapped his fingers at the waiter, brought over a menu, and said to the group, "Order whatever you want, the most expensive drinks." Sun Li and the others secretly sneered. That's men for you. A few compliments and they're already out of control. You like to pretend, so let's see you pretend today. The group suddenly perked up, ordering whatever they could possibly eat. Hey, by the way, my cousin's nearby. He probably hasn't eaten dinner yet. Is it alright if I call him over? A girl, happily devouring an Australian abalone, suddenly asked Su Zhengyang. No problem. Su Zhengyang frowned slightly, then relaxed and said. His gesture, in the group's eyes, was just feigned nonchalance. This further convinced them that he was definitely a sucker, and they should take full advantage of him today. This guy was definitely the same type as Cheng Bora shy-skinned. Birds of a feather flocked together. After saying that, the girl excitedly made a phone call. Her cousin was also an oddball, about 16 or 17 years old, with a small mustache. He arrived in less than 10 minutes. Su Zhengyang even suspected he'd been lurking nearby. Seeing this, the other girls weren't to be outdone. They all sought Su Zhenjiang's permission and started calling out to their relatives, not exactly distant aunts and uncles, but mostly their cousins and peers. Sun Li even called a colleague. Su Zhengyang watched with a cold laugh. Heaven's sins are forgivable. The people they invited filled 2 more tables, making a total of 3, all served the restaurant's highest class food. The meal lasted a little over an hour, less than 2 hours. Now that it was nearing its end, Su Zhengyang asked the 2 tables what to do, then stood up with a smile. I'll go to the front desk to settle the bill. Okay, go ahead. Sun Li grabbed Cheng Baila in a hug. They were old hands at this kind of thing, they were absolutely not going to be caught. Su Zhengyang couldn't possibly escape today. With Cheng Baila under their control, things would be much easier. Su Zhengyang didn't care and went straight to the front desk. The front desk staff and servers had been watching these tables closely, they were just too conspicuous. This group of people, first a few women, then another group, and then another, eating at 3 whole tables, spending a considerable sum. The servers had been gossiping about it for ages. So when Su Zhengyang reached the front desk, the pretty young woman there smiled sweetly and said, "Hello sir, the total bill for the 3 tables is 1.3200 yuan. Su Zhengyang secretly did the math, 1.3200 yuan in the past. Sun Li is ruthless. Su Zhengyang snapped his fingers at the waitress, then took out his wallet and quietly asked, "Could you calculate for me, besides these 3 tables, what's the total bill for the other tables?" The receptionist was taken aback. Besides these 3 tables? The other tables? Yes. Su Zhengyang nodded solemnly. The receptionist was a little confused, but still looked down and took out a calculator and the bill, quickly calculating. Currently, there were 18 tables dining in the entire hall, 15 tables excluding these 3. "Hello sir, the total is 4.3 cents. Su Zhengyang nodded and whispered, "Okay, I'll give you 5 cents later, and the remaining 7 cents is your tip. I want to pay the bill for the whole table, but I won't pay for those 3 tables, understand?" The receptionist's mouth slightly opened, her big eyes blinked, and she slowly nodded. Especially when she heard that Su Zhengyang was going to give her a 7-cent tip, her eyes crinkled with a smile. They knew all too well about this kind of thing. Even the waiter gossiped about how those women had ripped off Paula after their meal. It wasn't enough that they ripped off 1 table, they even brought a whole bunch of freeloaders. Shameless. Now look what's happened. Her boyfriend may not be handsome, but he's got plenty of money. He's paying to get back at them. Okay, when I get there, could you announce that I've paid for the whole meal? Is that alright? Su Zhengyang asked. No problem. Su Zhengyang smiled slightly and immediately swiped a 5-point card. But just as Su Zhengyang finished swiping the card, the system in his mind suddenly spoke up. Consumption detected. 5 points gained. Points can be used to exchange for enhancement points. Exchange will automatically unlock when you have 10 points. Points? Su Zhengyang was taken aback. The system detected points for spending, well, buying clothes earlier. Oh, he suddenly realized. He hadn't actually bought those clothes, so they probably didn't count as spending. The 5 yuan had become a card, and even the clothes Tang Ying had given to Cheng Baila didn't count as spending. But what were these enhancement points? He looked at the semi-transparent screen and saw an enhancement interface, but it was grayed out. It required 10 points to unlock. 1 cent equals 1 point, so 10 cents is 10 points, and 1 yuan is 100 points. He just needed to spend 5 more cents. Su Zhengyang nodded, deciding to think about it later. He took 2 steps forward, then turned back and reminded her. Oh, and just a heads up, after we leave, you'd better call the police first. Also, when they come over later, just tell them I'm giving them a message. He then whispered 2 sentences in her ear. Understood. The pretty receptionist smiled and gave an okay sign. Su Zhengyang paid the bill, and Sun Li and the others exchanged glances and sneered. Their tables had spent at least a penny. Let's see how you get out of this mess. You like to put on an act, don't you? They weren't worried about Su Zhengyang running away. After all, Chang Baila was still there. Looking back, they saw Su Zhengyang whispering with the young woman at the counter, pointing in their direction, and finally scanning the QR code. They almost simultaneously broke into smug smiles. Success! They got a free meal again, and even made a fool of themselves in front of their relatives and friends. Satisfying. Watching Su Zhengyang return with a slightly pained expression, they couldn't be happier. Just as they were about to say something, suddenly, the loudspeaker in the lobby blared. Congratulations to the customers currently dining at our restaurant. As of now, the entire bill has been paid by Mr. Su. We will also be providing a complimentary dessert. We wish all the lucky customers a pleasant dining experience. As soon as the announcement came over the loudspeaker, everyone turned to look at Su Zhengyang. A thunderous applause erupted. Customers and waiters alike raised their hands in unison. Many people at various tables even stood up, waving to Su Zhengyang from afar. Some even raised their glasses in a toast. The previously quiet Ziwa restaurant was suddenly filled with laughter and lively conversation. Su Zhengyang, quite pleased with himself, stood up, clasped his hands in a fist salute to the crowd, and then sat back down. The only group that didn't applaud after hearing this announcement was Sun Li's table. They initially thought Su Zhengyang was just putting on a brave face. But if he were just putting on a brave face, there was no need to buy the bills from all the other tables. The whole bill? That must cost several cents. The women were stunned, a mix of emotions swirling within them. Of course they were happy they got a free meal, but Chang Baira's boyfriend was damn rich. 5 hearts burned with envy. Their gazes towards Su Zhengyang were completely different. There was envy, shock, and, most of all, burning desire. Sun Li's gaze returned to the bag of clothes. If Su Zhengyang really was that rich, then this garment, just as she had suspected, was definitely not a counterfeit. This one garment was worth 3 cents. Damn it, Chang Baira, you called the genuine article a counterfeit, just to avoid giving me the clothes. Oh my god, Paula, your boyfriend is amazing. He paid for everything. That's impressive, handsome. A girl excitedly grabbed Sung Paula's arm, but a sinister glint flashed in her eyes. Why you? Why is it always you? Sung Paula was speechless. Su Zhengyang was wasting money. Even if you have money, you can't spend it like this. She could only force a smile, unsure what to say. Hey, Paula, a new hot spring has opened at Yunding Mountain. It's amazing. I've already made a reservation. Let's go next week. Bring your boyfriend, let's have some fun. Relax. A girl close to Su Zhengyang suddenly unbuttoned a button above her collar and wrapped her arms around his. Another girl quickly joined in. Exactly. You got a boyfriend and didn't even tell us. That's so unfair. When are you going to lend me your boyfriend? I don't even have a boyfriend yet. I don't know how to face my mom when I get home. As she spoke, she circled the table and moved closer to Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang simply picked up a chopstick, used it to block the woman's shoulder as she tried to grab his arm, and gently pushed her away. He said to Chang Baila, "Baby, it's okay, we should go now, right? You forgot you still have to go to." "Oh right. I'll go first." Chang Baila understood, as if remembering something, and quickly stood up. The other women wanted to stop them, but seeing that the two were determined to leave, they couldn't stop them anymore and could only think of another way later. Anyway, the purpose of calling them here was to pay the bill, so once the bill was paid, it didn't matter. Su Zhengyang picked up his bag and clothes, gave the women an apologetic smile, and then Chang Baila took his arm, and the two swaggered out. As Su Zhengyang left, the other tables erupted in polite greetings. The receptionist also smiled and nodded at him. Su Zhengyang chuckled and pointed at the young receptionist, who silently took out her phone and dialed 110. Once Su Zhengyang and his companion had left the restaurant, Sun Li and the others finally began to chat. Holy crap, they're so rich. That dress, it wasn't a fake, it was definitely authentic. What good deeds did Sung Bora do in her past life? She's got such a lucky life. They paid for everything. How much is that? At least 5 or 6 cents, right? No way, the more I think about it, the more I feel cheated. Why? Sung Bora is from our group, her boyfriend is paying for us, why should he pay for everything? That's our money. That's right. Hey, let's go to the front desk and get our money back, then we'll leave. Yeah, that's for us, we need it back. The group felt increasingly cheated. So much money, just given away to strangers? That's such a waste. After deciding, they packed their things and went to the front desk. Hey, those two who left earlier, you know they were from our table, right? Sun Li asked, patting the counter rather rudely. The pretty receptionist smiled broadly. I know. I'm his sister. My brother's a complete idiot, always wasting money like crazy. Just now he came over and tried to pay for the whole table, using my money. Give me my money back, just charge us for the 3 tables. Sun Li casually tossed her hair. The receptionist's smile remained unchanged. A refund is impossible. The gentleman just paid, it's non-refundable. Besides, your 3 tables haven't paid yet, please settle your bill. What? Sun Li was instantly dumbfounded, her brain buzzing. What the hell are you saying? He came over from our table just now, are you blind? He paid for the whole table and you even announced it. A girl shouted angrily. The receptionist gave a regretful look. I'm sorry, Mr. Su did pay the bill for the whole meal, totaling 5 cents, but he didn't pay for your 3 tables. I'm really sorry. He also asked me to pass on a message to you, customers don't bring guests. I hope you understand this etiquette. Your 3 tables total bill was 1.320 cents. Would you like to pay by QR code, card, or cash? Su Zhengyang and his companion hadn't walked far when they heard a commotion coming from the direction of the Ziwa restaurant. Shortly afterward, a police car pulled up in front of the Ziwa restaurant. Shang Baila's phone immediately started ringing incessantly. However, Sung Bora naturally wouldn't accept. Now they'll probably see me as their mortal enemy even more. Sung Bora muted her phone, pouting helplessly. Otherwise what? Do you think they consider you a friend? Su Zhengyang scoffed. You know, even if you have money, you can't just spend it recklessly. Why did you pay for everything? That would have cost so much. Chang Baila poked Su Zhengyang with her finger, clearly annoyed. Su Zhengyang smiled helplessly. Not spend recklessly? Not only did he have to spend recklessly, but he had to spend it quickly and aggressively. He needed to figure out what that enhancement function was all about. Alright, got it. Just then, Su Zhenjiang's phone rang. He picked it up, and a familiar name appeared on the screen. Zhang Yu, nicknamed Octopus, his good brother. When the company went bankrupt, his apartment almost got liquidated too. It was Zhang Yu who took out his savings of several years and helped him out. Now, Zhang Yu was probably penniless too. Hello. Su Zhengyang answered the phone. Hey, old Su. I'm driving to pick you up. Cheer up, I'll take you to make some money. Zhang Yu's urgent voice came through. Come pick me up on Ziwa Road, I'm here. Oh, I'm just one intersection away, wait for me. He hung up the phone. Su Zhengyang looked at Chang Baila helplessly. He had originally planned to buy some things for a lavish dinner with Chang Baila. Chang Baila took the gym bag and clothes from him, tossing her head. Perfect, I'm going home to try on some nice clothes myself, who cares about you, humph. She made a face at Su Zhengyang and walked away. Su Zhengyang smiled slightly. A moment later, a new Jetta stopped in front of him, the window rolled down. Zhang Yu smugly smoothed his sideburns. Get in, what's wrong with you today? You actually went out, even shaved and washed your face. Zhang Yu looked at Su Zhengyang, who seemed to be in good spirits. A stark contrast to The is a difficult word to translate directly, but it implies a state of being listless, or demoralized, guy he wanted to slap a while ago. A look of confusion crossed his face. I'm back to life. Su Zhengyang said with a smile, then looked inside the car and asked, This isn't your car, is it? I remember you sold it. I borrowed it. I'm going to discuss some business. Let me tell you, I found a big project. If this goes well, we 2 brothers can grow bigger and stronger step by step. Create new glories. Zhang Yu drove with one hand and forcefully clenched his fist with the other. It's not that photovoltaic power generation project you wanted to get involved in last time, is it? Su Zhengyang asked helplessly. Zhang Yu smiled awkwardly. Well, we were like Woodallen marrying Kardashian, clueless. Then what is this one? This project, let me tell you, it's like a stink bug falling from the ceiling, you can just lie there and eat it. Aren't you disgusting? Su Zhengyang glanced at him. This idiot's catchphrase was just a string of idioms and proverbs. He could write a collection of them over the years. You know this big internet celebrity in our city, right? His name is Ma Bao. He claims to be a Xing'ai Quan master or something, and he even knows Qigong, but he's just a fraud. Su Zhengyang nodded. He knew about this guy even without leaving home. He was a complete source of amusement. It's him. Their team is looking for temporary workers, guys with good physiques and muscles. They'll package us as boxers, make up some titles, and then have us throw fights, just get knocked out by him. 8 cents per fight. 8 cents. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and held up an 8. Su Zhengyang nodded. 8 cents, and it's in New York. This is the great project you were talking about. Tisk, isn't this better than you staying at home? Look at your muscles, they're professional level. Me? I'm tall and strong, I definitely qualify. What do you call this? This is called closing the door and squeezing the crotch, a lucky break. Zhang Yu was telling Su Zhengyang smugly. The light was red, and Zhang Yu brought the car to a smooth stop. But a moment later, thump! A loud crash followed, the car jolted violently, and both men looked back simultaneously. A car had rear-ended them. Damn it! Zhang Yu cursed under his breath, pulled the handbrake, and the two quickly got out of the car. The car that had hit them was a bright red BMW 5 Series, with temporary license plates, a brand new car. A woman wearing high heels, a tight-fitting dress, and heavy makeup stepped out of the car. The woman, still clutching her phone, got out of the car and saw the large dent in the front. Enraged, she yelled into the phone, "I'll call you back later, I've had an accident." She then hung up and roared at Zhang Yu. "What the hell are you doing driving like that?" Zhang Yu, initially furious it was a borrowed car, and regardless of whether the other party paid for it or not, he'd be in trouble explaining himself when he went back to repair it, but seeing it was a brand new BMW, he suddenly felt intimidated. The woman's outburst completely extinguished his confidence. That's just how it is with poor people, even if you're in the right, you lack confidence. Poverty makes you lose your backbone. "This, you hit me, you rear-ended me," Zhang Yu said, feigning grievance. The woman's chest heaved violently with anger, her eyes widening even further. "What? I rear-ended you? If you hadn't stopped haphazardly, would I have rear-ended you? Didn't I stop at a red light? Bullshit. You braked so fast, how could I react? I was stopped here for a while before you hit me." "Shut up. Don't fucking talk, you're disgusting. Pay up. You're not leaving without 5 cents. The woman waved her hand impatiently, looking disgusted. 5 cents. You can only repair this car for a penny at most. Zhang Yu screamed in fright. This is a new car. A 5-cent BMW, I just drove it out of the dealership. Brand new. And I fucking crashed into you, you idiot. Look at the damage to the front." The woman yelled at the top of her lungs, and the surrounding cars stopped to watch the spectacle. Zhang Yu immediately started grabbing his hair in panic. "Get this straight, you rear-ended me, it's entirely your fault, and nobody's even going to fix my car yet. How about this, sis, let's not go through with this, let's just go our separate ways, okay? I won't hold you responsible, okay?" Zhang Yu just wanted to settle things peacefully, he just wanted to admit defeat and get rid of this cheap BMW as quickly as possible. "This Jetta is worth at most 5 cents. Can't you understand human language? I'm asking you to pay me, what the hell are you spouting?" The woman pointed at Zhang Yu and cursed. Even some passing drivers couldn't stand it anymore. "Brother, don't back down, fight her. This woman rear-ended you and is still so arrogant, it's unbelievable. She's a brainless idiot, she doesn't know any traffic laws, and she's still asking for money." "Exactly, if it were me, I would have slapped her already." Of course, these people were just passers-by, just showing off. Who understood Zhang Yu's predicament? His biggest fear was that the woman was wealthy. If she knew someone in the traffic management department, the verdict would be unpredictable. Even a small amount of compensation for that BMW would cost more than repairing it himself. "Call the police." Su Zhengyang immediately took out his phone, glanced coldly at the woman, and dialed the traffic management office. Hearing the words "call the police," the woman frowned and glared angrily at Su Zhengyang. "You idiot. What's it to you? Shut up." She glared fiercely at Su Zhengyang, her eyes seeming to want to devour him. There was no need to make a call. Before Su Zhengyang could even answer, he saw a traffic enforcement officer approaching from a short distance away. "What happened?" The woman immediately started yelling. "Comrade, you're just in time. I was driving perfectly fine, and this moron suddenly braked, wrecking my brand new car, and he won't even pay for it." No, I parked normally." Zhang Yu quickly waved his hands, trying to explain. "You think it's normal just because you say so? Ha! You think you get to decide? Shut up." This woman's tantrums were truly impressive, so loud they hurt your eardrums. Zhang Yu couldn't out-talk her at all. The officer glanced at her, saying indifferently, "Judging from the footage, it's entirely your fault. The other party doesn't need to pay you. I'll find out the details after checking the surveillance footage. First, bring out your licenses." "Why? What kind of junk is that?" "Mine's a BMW. It costs over 50 cents. Regardless of whose fault it is, he still has to pay me." "What do you mean by fully responsible?" She had no idea whose fault it was, she only knew her new car was damaged. "Stop talking nonsense. Bring out your vehicle registration and driver's license, now." The officer frowned and directly reprimanded her. Zhang Yu sighed and went to get his licenses. But upon hearing driver's license, the woman frowned, her expression becoming somewhat flustered. Driver's license, I didn't bring it. Where's your ID card?" The officer immediately became alert and asked her. The woman stammered. I didn't bring my ID card either. The officer frowned, then looked down and saw that the woman was wearing high heels. He immediately understood and pointed at her. Don't move, you wait here. As he spoke, he walked straight towards the enforcement booth in the distance, obviously to call someone or retrieve the necessary documents. The woman glared viciously at Zhang Yu and Su Zhengyang and cursed. You two pieces of trash. You wait, see how I deal with you. As she spoke, she frantically picked up her phone, and as soon as it connected, she said in a coquettish tone, Oh honey, I hit two scoundrels at the intersection after picking up my car, and then the police came and started watching me. You have to come quickly. Okay, I'll send you my location. At that moment, Su Zhenjiang's phone also rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Is this Mr. Su? This is Chen Hahai. It was Chen Hahai's voice on the other end of the line. Su Zhengyang was slightly taken aback. Is there something you need? Oh, it's like this. I heard from Tang Ying that your girlfriend is attending a birthday party in a couple of days. Tang Ying prepared a gift for her, right? Do you think I should also? Su Zhengyang chuckled inwardly. Chen Hahai was just trying to express his feelings. No need, it's just a small gathering. Su Zhengyang declined. Alright, whatever you say. By the way, how did you get my number? Tang Ying doesn't even have mine. Oh, don't be angry. I'm quite familiar with the head of our city government, so I asked him to help investigate. Chen Hahai said, sounding somewhat flustered. Oh, Su Zhengyang suddenly understood, then looked at the woman in the BMW beside him with interest. Hang up now, I'm busy right now. Someone hit our car and is demanding money from me, Su Zhengyang said with a chuckle. Ha! Chen Hahai was dumbfounded. Is that so? That's right. Probably driving without a license, and wearing high heels, with a very arrogant attitude. I think someone like that should be banned from driving for life. I understand. Okay. Seeing that Chen Hahai understood, Su Zhengyang hung up the phone. He hadn't originally wanted to use Chen Hahai, but this woman had clearly already found someone. If he didn't use her, she might really get her way. A lifetime driving ban? You're such an idiot. You probably don't know what it means to have connections that make things easier. Hearing Su Zhenjiang's relaxed demeanor on the phone, she was furious and sneered. Oh? So you have connections, huh? Su Zhengyang asked with interest. Do you know who my boyfriend is? One word from him, and I've got you in jail, you believe me? Moron, you have no idea how deep the water runs. Just wait to die. The more she looked at Su Zhenjiang's nonchalant expression, the more she hated him, wishing she could tear his mouth apart. Perhaps this woman's boyfriend was nearby, because less than 2 minutes later, before the officer had even returned, a Maserati pulled up to the side of the road, and a fat man strode over. Upon seeing this man, Su Zhengyang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This fat man was none other than Fatty Sun, whom he had encountered at Tang Ying's shop. Halfway there, Fatty Sun's eyes widened in terror, then quickly turned bitter. The woman rushed over, pleading, Honey, you're finally here. You scared me to death. If you hadn't come, they would have beaten me up. But Fatty Sun stared intently at Su Zhengyang, swallowed hard, and smiled obsequiously. Mr. Su, we meet again. Yes, twice in one day, quite a coincidence. Su Zhengyang nodded. Yes, it's fate. Fatty Sun said with a fawning smile. This left the BMW driving woman puzzled. She wasn't stupid, she could tell Fatty Sun was someone she couldn't afford to offend, and a chill ran down her spine. Fatty Sun suddenly turned and glared at the woman, making her jump. What happened? Tell me. They were parked here, I wasn't paying attention, and I crashed into them. The car's in this state, I just want them to pay me some money. Are you fucking an idiot? You rear-ended me, you know that's entirely your fault. And you're asking them for money. Are you out of your mind? Sun the fat man was furious, grabbing her face and yanking it hard twice. The BMW woman's face instantly turned bright red, and she covered her face, saying aggrievedly, I didn't know anything about being fully responsible, I don't understand. Sun the fat man took a deep breath, rummaged through his wallet, pulled out a 1-cent coin, and awkwardly handed it to Su Zhengyang. Mr. Su, please take this money to get your car repaired. Su Zhengyang accepted the coin without ceremony. He never dreamed that such a large coin could resolve such a matter. We have something to attend to, so we'll be leaving now. You can stay and wait for things to be dealt with, Su Zhengyang said, turning to get into the car. This wasn't their responsibility, they could leave any time, especially with Chen Hahai's connections. Mr. Su, could you put in a good word for us with Boss Tang? This contract is extremely important to us. Fatty Sun stammered, finally managing to plead. Su Zhengyang gave him a cold glance. You've offended me twice in one day. I'm already being lenient by not pursuing this further. You're trying to bargain with me? No, 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 I wouldn't dare. Fatty Sun waved his hands repeatedly, forcing a bitter smile as he took 2 steps back. Su Zhengyang winked at Zhang Yu, then opened the door and got into the car. Zhang Yu was completely bewildered. Su Zhengyang had indeed come back to life. The once confident and shrewd Su Zhengyang is back. He excitedly got into his car and drove off. After they were gone, Fatty Sun's eyes blazed with fury. He turned and grabbed the woman in the BMW by the hair, slamming her against the car. He was furious. What terrible luck he'd had. The women he dated were all troublemakers. Having offended this scoundrel twice in one day, he had no doubt that Su Zhengyang could ruin their lives with a single word. The woman in the BMW screamed in pain, and passers-by who knew what had happened cheered from afar. In Zhang Yu's car. Damn it, Lao Su, what happened just now? Why was that fat guy so afraid of you? And what's this boss Tang? Zhang Yu asked, puzzled. It's someone I knew from business before. He needs something from him. Su Zhengyang gave a casual reply, then took Zhang Yu's phone directly. Oh, by the way, I sold my house, I have some money. I'll transfer you 50 cents first. What? Startled, Zhang Yu slammed on the brakes and slammed on the brakes, pulling over to the side of the road. I only gave you 12 cents, why are you giving me so much? Su Zhengyang knew his friend too well. He knew that if he gave him too much, he would absolutely refuse. 50 cents was the limit he could persuade him to accept. Besides, he couldn't tell him he was rich now, he couldn't explain it away. You think I gave it to you? This is a gift to Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin raised you, a simpleton, it wasn't easy for her. Then, what will you do after you sell your house? You don't have a house either, right? Our brother can go work for Ma Kuabeo. Su Zhengyang chuckled. Fine, you're really asking for trouble flirting with Jinlian in front of Wusong. Spend 5 cents, gain 50 points. Current points, 55, attribute enhancement unlocked. The system finally beeped. Sitting in the car, Su Zhengyang began to study this enhancement point. Each point can be exchanged for 1 enhancement point, which currently has only one option. Overall attribute, 0. Overall attributes include, but are not limited to, strength, speed, reaction, resistance to blows, hearing, vision, smell, etc. Su Zhengyang was speechless. This is too comprehensive, but currently, points only have this one use, so there's no need to worry about it. Add them all to the overall attribute. Overall attribute, 55 points. After adding them, Su Zhengyang noticeably tensed up. He could clearly feel some kind of strange change occurring in his body. He clenched his fist, and it seemed that various aspects of his body had indeed improved. However, it wasn't very obvious. Very subtle. But any improvement is a good thing, so Su Zhengyang didn't dwell on it, he still had to spend the points anyway. The two of them didn't see Ma Kuabeo on this trip, but the manager really took a liking to them and arranged for them to come directly for a large-scale live broadcast the day after tomorrow. The salary was 8 cents. That evening, the two had a big meal at a roadside stall, and Su Zhengyang finally saw Hao coins, a unit of currency. These Hao coins were only half the size of the old Jiao coins, a unit of currency, and came in denominations of 1, 2, 5, 10, 20, 50, 100, 200, and 500. Above that were Li coins, another unit of currency, slightly larger than Hao coins, followed by Fen and Jiao coins, which were all very high denominations. Ordinary Jiao coins were rarely seen in the market. Coins above Jiao often had hidden gold threads. After drinking, he went home, and Cheng Bora was already asleep. When Su Zhengyang woke up the next morning, Cheng Bora had already gone to work. Su Zhengyang washed up, packed his gym bag, and went straight to Cheng Bora's gym. As soon as he stepped into the gym, the receptionist sighed upon seeing him. Su Zhengyang didn't care, shamelessly grinning at the receptionist, raising an eyebrow as if they were old friends. The receptionist immediately rolled her eyes at him, then reluctantly reached for the communicator to call Cheng Baila. This was Su Zhenjiang's routine every time he came, being taken in by a fitness instructor to audit a class. However, this time Su Zhengyang gestured for her to be quiet. Don't call her yet. I'm not auditing a class today. I'm getting a membership card first. Get a membership card? The receptionist looked at him with a puzzled expression. Su Zhengyang had been working out here for quite some time. Because gyms aren't particularly strict places, and there's no serious risk of injury, people who work at gyms are usually allowed to bring friends occasionally. However, Su Zhengyang wasn't just doing it often, he practically made it his regular workout spot. Why did he suddenly decide to sign up for a membership today? Did he suddenly have money? You have money? The receptionist was practically the second most familiar person to Su Zhengyang at the gym, since he always greeted her every time he came, so she wasn't polite. How dare you talk to God like that? Su Zhengyang retorted irritably. The receptionist spat at him, then pressed the communicator and said, "Send me a membership." There are 2 sales positions in the gym: a membership consultant, responsible for selling gym memberships, and a fitness instructor, responsible for selling various fitness classes and teaching classes. A curly-haired man, around 26 or 27 years old, trotted out of the membership office. He looked excitedly at the receptionist, but the moment he saw Su Zhengyang, his face darkened, and he frowned as he walked to the counter. "Any clients?" The receptionist pointed at Su Zhengyang. The membership officer immediately said coldly, "I'm not taking that. Let it through." The receptionist glared at the membership officer, displeased. They could joke and tease each other normally, but saying something like that in front of a client was simply not professional behavior. "Why won't you take it? Don't you know Chang Baila brings him here every day to freeload? And when it's my turn, you assign me a client like this? He'll probably only sign up for a quarterly or semi-annual membership. He might even ask about the price and then not sign up. Aren't you just giving me a freeloader? I'm not taking it." This curly-haired guy didn't care if Su Zhengyang was there. He just started yelling, turning his head away, his attitude extremely firm. It's almost the end of the month, and his sales performance is just a little short of catching up with the top performer. Every visitor is crucial now. And today, he finally got his turn, and it's so unlucky this guy Chang Baila brings along to freeload all the time wants to sign up for a membership. If this kind of person had money, would he even freeload? He'd probably just ask around, maybe sign up for a quarterly or monthly membership at most. How much sales could that generate? If he takes Su Zhengyang's job, he won't be getting any more freeloads for a while, he'll lose the chance for a big deal, and he'll never be able to surpass the top performer. The top salesperson gets an extra 3 cents in bonus every month. We absolutely can't let Su Zhengyang ruin this. The receptionist slammed her pen on the counter. "Sun Likeo, are you going to answer or not? If you don't, you're not getting any more visitors today." Although the receptionist was short and petite, she was clearly not someone to mess with. She was a fiery woman who clearly distinguished between work and personal life. In the gym, some receptionists wielded more power than members or even trainers. What's more, they were known for their ability to complain. Curly-haired shrew blared angrily at the fiery woman, then gave Su Zhengyang a fierce look. He couldn't afford to offend her, but he could still annoy Su Zhengyang. He rolled his eyes, turned away, and muttered veiled insults. "This is like a toad crawling on your foot. It doesn't bite, but it's disgusting. Why did you have to sign up for a card today of all days? What an idiot." If someone were a little more sensitive, they would have left in anger after hearing their argument. Su Zhengyang shook his head and smiled wryly. These people were truly bizarre, but perhaps this money shouldn't have belonged to him in the first place. Su Zhengyang looked at the receptionist and said, "You can sell cards too, right? If they don't want to take my order, then don't let them. I'll just sign up for one from you." In their club, greeting customers upon arrival for membership is just a formality, but selling membership cards is something anyone can do. Even the cleaning lady gets a commission if someone she knows signs up for a card. "Hey, right. Why don't you just sell them yourself?" Curly Hair seized the opportunity and said to Little Chile. Little Chile still looked at Curly Hair with a hint of resentment and asked, "Are you sure you don't want to take it? This doesn't count as a walk-in visit. They came specifically to you to sign up. Why are you forcing it on me? Hey, just ask her to sign up." Curly Hair said with a mocking smile, the last sentence directed at Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang always felt there was something effeminate about this guy. After saying that, he pretended to walk towards the membership office. "Sigh, looks like you'll still have to earn your money from me, God." Su Zhengyang took out his phone, tapped it on the counter, and said with a grin. The receptionist rolled her eyes at him. "How long do you want it for? Give me a rundown first." "Run down my ass. Don't you know it better than I do? There are 2 types of cards, regular and platinum. Regular cards are only valid at this gym, while platinum cards are valid at all branches and can be used on all machines in the smart service area, coffee, lockers, VR, etc. Currently, a regular quarterly card is 800 cents, a 6-month card is 1.2 cents, a yearly card is 2 cents, a 2-year card is 3.5 cents, and a 3-year card is 5 cents. An unlimited card is 5 cents. Platinum cards are double the price of regular cards. Although she said "run down my ass," she explained it quite thoroughly. "I want 4 unlimited platinum cards." Su Zhengyang slammed his fist on the table again after hearing this. The receptionist's lips twitched violently with anger, her teeth chattering. This guy was definitely kidding him. Regardless of the length of the gym membership, it's locked to the cardholder for exclusive use. Only this unlimited platinum card meant unlimited uses, unlimited cardholders, and unlimited stores. "Why are you glaring at me? I gave the other 3 away." Su Zhengyang blew on her. "I'll bite you to death." "Fine, but you have to process the transaction quickly after you're done." Su Zhengyang stretched his neck towards her as he spoke. This infuriated the girl, making her want to stab him with a pipe. Su Zhengyang stopped teasing her, shook his head and smiled, and proactively pulled out several forms from the back of her desk, filling them out himself. The girl was stunned. Su Zhengyang usually joked, but he was always very measured and had never gone too far to make her uncomfortable. Was he really going to process it? Su Zhengyang carefully filled out 4 forms, then directly scanned the payment code on the table. WeChat payment for Xiao. Hearing the payment announcement, the girl jumped in fright. 1 infinite platinum card costs 10 cents, 4 cards cost 40 cents. 40 cents. That's enough for a down payment on a 2-bedroom apartment. And here's Su Zhengyang. Successfully spent 40 cents, earned 40 points. Every month, just from the system bank's annualized return, he gets 12,500 yuan. But what's the point of just sitting there? You only earn points by spending it. So Su Zhengyang has to find ways to spend his money. If he weren't afraid little Chili would think he's a fool, he would definitely get 10 infinite platinum cards. You really want 40 cents? Little Chili was so frightened she stammered. 4 cents. With their 20% commission, she'd only get 8 cents. Her monthly salary was only 4 cents. You're the one who's going to die. Hurry up and enter the information. Su Zhengyang snapped, annoyed. Oh, ugh, I misspoke. Little Chili snapped back to reality, quickly making cute spitting noises before frantically starting to enter the information. She quickly pulled 4 platinum cards from under the table and handed them to Su Zhengyang. All done. Pour God a glass of water. Su Zhengyang nodded, giving the order with a smug grin. Little Chili didn't hesitate and ran off to pour herself a glass of water. Let God pinch my cheeks, Su Zhengyang said, pinching Little Chili's chubby cheeks, making them both laugh. Alright, I'm done teasing you. I'm going in now. Su Zhengyang smiled, naturally just teasing Xiao Leijiao. They had each other on WeChat and had joked around a lot before. He really liked Xiao Leijiao's personality. Besides, Xiao Leijiao was a receptionist, petite and beautiful, quite charming. Okay, good night, God, Xiao Leijiao said playfully. She wasn't really a gold digger, it's just that Su Zhenjiang's jokes with her weren't as fun before, probably because he was poor, and they were always just lighthearted. She always enjoyed it, finding Su Zhengyang humorous and charming. She smiled and bent over, watching Su Zhenjiang's back as he walked into the gym, then clenched her fists and shouted yes, twice. After all, 8 cents. She couldn't earn that much in a year. Then she remembered the curly-haired guy from earlier. She thought about sending him a big announcement now to make him regret it, but then she hesitated, worried that he might bother Su Zhengyang and cause him trouble. I'll send it before lunch break. Su Zhengyang put the card in his bag and sneaked into the gym again. He had planned to surprise Cheng Baila today. He walked along the wall to the personal trainer's office, which had floor-to-ceiling glass windows. He looked inside. No one was there. Looking closely at the wall, he saw a blackboard with the trainer's individual performance records for the month. Strangely, he had seen it before, in the same spot, but not very clearly. But today it seemed much clearer. Could it be the effect of those 55 points in overall attributes yesterday? Su Zhengyang murmured, then immediately exchanged the 40 points he had just earned for his overall attributes. Overall attributes, 95 points. Another slight sensation, like an electric current flowing through her body, a wondrous feeling as if every cell was wriggling and changing. Looking inside again. Sure enough, it was a little clearer than before. Sung Bora's name was visible, surprisingly second to last. Only 9 points. There were only 8 instructors in total, 3 women and 5 men. The first and second place were occupied by the other 2 women. Only Sung Bora was ranked 7th. It's well known that female instructors are highly sought after in the personal training industry, especially those with Sung Bora's high level of professionalism. That would definitely be a plus. Looks like this idiot really isn't cut out for sales. The top salesperson's performance is already 8.9 cents. The name is none other than Zhang Lily. Just as Su Zhengyang was craning his neck to look inside, he heard footsteps behind him. Hello, how can I help you? Su Zhengyang jolted awake, turned around, and was immediately stunned. Before him stood a stunningly beautiful woman. Her figure was graceful, her eyes bright and lively, her makeup exquisitely applied, especially her slightly upturned red lips, which added a touch of allure to her innocent charm. This woman was Lin Zuxian. She was the true owner of this club, and it was said she had built her business from scratch. At a young age, she had opened 6 Yunhai fitness clubs in Yunhai province, pioneering an immersive fitness experience with intelligent services. While other gyms were losing money, she had already made a name for herself in Yunhai's fitness industry with her intelligent services. Cheng Baila had secretly pointed her out to him when she happened to be inspecting the place last time. It seemed she was also here to inspect the gym's operations. Perhaps it was an undercover visit, because she wasn't accompanied by the manager or any other staff. You seem to be the big boss of this club. I've seen you before. Su Zhengyang said with a smile, she said. Lin Zuxian smiled sweetly. She had originally come in intending to go straight to the office to change clothes and then properly inspect the work. But as soon as she entered, she encountered the receptionist, Xiao Lei Jiao, who told her some shocking news. She had just purchased 4 infinite platinum cards. She was startled. Since the store opened, the 6 stores combined had sold less than 20 infinite platinum cards, and almost all of them were negotiated by her. She hadn't expected one person to purchase 4. Intrigued, she decided to meet this person and approached him. She politely asked, "Yes, I'm the owner here. How can I help you? I'd like to purchase some private lessons." Su Zhengyang answered truthfully. "Alright, I'll have the personal training manager arrange a coach for you right away." "Wait a minute, this is a little complicated. I need you to handle it personally." Originally, Su Zhengyang just wanted to surprise Chang Baila and maybe spend some money to accumulate points, but seeing Lin Zuxian, he had a better idea. "Okay, please come this way." Lin Zuxian smiled slightly, showing no displeasure. As the behind-the-scenes boss, she had managers for all 6 stores. She hadn't handled business personally in a long time. The two arrived at the manager's office, and Lin Zuxian even knocked lightly on the door. Su Zhengyang nodded secretly. Knocking before entering a subordinate's office was proof enough of this woman's refinement. "Come in." Upon entering the manager's office, he saw another woman sitting inside. This woman was nearly 40 years old, looked very capable, and was writing something with her head down. Seeing someone enter, he looked up, paused for a moment, then stood up with a slight excitement. "Boss, what brings you here?" "It's nothing, Sister Sun, you go about your business." Sister Sun was the shop manager. Lin Zuxian told her to sit down, then led Su Zhengyang to the sofa. Sister Sun couldn't sit still and quickly went to pour water. "My name is Lin Zuxian, what's your surname, sir?" "My name is Su Zhengyang." "Mr. Su, what kind of course would you like to buy?" "Let me be direct, I'm friends with your personal trainer, Chang Baila. I want to prepare a little surprise for her, I'll buy her a 5 yuan course." Su Zhengyang said casually. Lin Zuxian's mouth gaped open, momentarily stunned. The store manager, Sister Sun, who was filling water at the dispenser, also trembled, spilling some water. 5 yuan. Lin Zuxian was shocked. This person had bought several unlimited platinum cards, and now they wanted to buy classes for 5 yuan each. The highest price for a gym class here was only 300 cents. Even at the highest price, 3 cents for 10 classes, 3 fen for 100 classes, 3 jiao for 1,000 classes, 3 yuan for 10,000 classes, and 5 yuan for nearly 20,000 classes. Even if she paid for the coach's entire life, she couldn't finish all those classes. "That's right, 5 yuan. Su Zhengyang confirmed. "Mr. Su, do you have any special requests for so many classes? Although we're in business, we won't make female instructors do things they don't want to do." Lin Zuxian bit her lip slightly, but still spoke with composure. She wasn't exactly being tactful, everyone was an adult, and they naturally understood. Su Zhengyang knew Lin Zuxian had misunderstood, but he still approved of her approach. 5 yuan wasn't a small amount, her shop's monthly sales didn't even add up to 5 or 6 mao. "You misunderstand. I already said, Paula and I are friends. I just wanted to give her a little surprise to cheer her up. She's been quite worried lately." Su Zhengyang explained. Recently, Chang Paula had been quite troubled by her sales performance, and things hadn't been going well for her. Her former classmates were bullying her, making it impossible for her to find a job, so she was very distressed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to the birthday party and tried to find a way out. Lin Zuxian was speechless. A little surprise? Just to cheer her up? Giving someone 5 yuan to make her happy? She was even a little envious of Chang Baila. She was even more shocked by Su Zhenjiang's generosity. 5 yuan to make a girl happy. What kind of super-rich second-generation heir was this? Could he be the young master of some powerful family? That was my narrow-mindedness. "I'm sorry, Mr. Su. It's alright, but I have one more request. After I buy it, don't announce who this sales performance is for. Just say it's for a certain female coach. When you hold your meeting tomorrow to tally the end-of-month sales, then tell her it's her sales performance." Su Zhengyang smiled. "Since it's a surprise, it's best to appear when you least expect it. You really spoil her. Baila is so lucky to have a friend like you." Lin Zuxian smiled. Although Su Zhengyang didn't say he and Chang Baila were a couple, could a man really do this for pure friendship? Don't be ridiculous. There's no such thing as pure friendship between men and women, unless one of them is unbearably ugly. "Then, Mr. Su, can I add you on WeChat directly? You can transfer the money to me directly, and I'll handle it for you." Lin Zuxian took out her phone and said. The transfer was just a pretense, she needed to add Su Zhengyang on WeChat and browse his moments to get to know him. She wasn't one to curry favor with the powerful, but the longer she was in the business world, the more she understood the importance of connections. More friends, more paths, more enemies, more walls. Even if you don't try to curry favor with others, you still need to know who you shouldn't mess with. Okay. Su Zhengyang didn't think much of it. He added her on WeChat, transferred the money, and the manager processed it directly. The manager naturally knew about Su Zhenjiang's unauthorized training sessions. The coaching manager would occasionally mention it, but she usually turned a blind eye. Yunhai Club was very large, and having a few more people occasionally to boost its popularity was good. But today, Su Zhengyang shattered her worldview. 5 yuan, transferred just like that. She'd never seen anyone so generous. Everything was done according to Su Zhenjiang's instructions. After it was all done, the accounting department issued a large congratulatory notice, but only mentioned a female coach, without revealing her name. Su Zhengyang chatted with Lin Zuxian for a while longer. He discovered that Lin Zuxian, despite her mature appearance, was only a year older than him, 26 this year, making them peers, and seemingly single. She had started her own business using scholarships since university, gradually building it up to where she was now, demonstrating her exceptional abilities. Lin Zuxian, who had initially assumed Su Zhengyang was some rich second-generation heir, was quite impressed after their conversation. This man not only possessed immense personal charm but was also humorous and witty, without the airs of a wealthy person, truly rare. After saying goodbye, Su Zhengyang went straight to the gym to work out with Cheng Baila. But not long after, the personal trainer group chat exploded. Holy crap! 5 yuan? Whose order is this? Damn, I don't know. It's not on the good news report. It only says sales figures. Lily, is it yours? Didn't Brother Chen say he was going to get you a big order the other day? Could it be that Brother Chen wants to surprise you? The group chat was buzzing with excitement. Meanwhile, in a storage room in a stairwell behind the gym, a similar frenzy was unfolding. The two sides in this battle were Zhang Lily and her personal trainer. This place was usually where the trainers would sneak a smoke, but with the door locked, it became their battlefield. The two quickly finished their battle. The fitness instructor snapped off a cigarette, while Zhang Lily cleaned up after him. This personal training manager had small eyes, a buzz cut, and a somewhat fierce look in his eyes. He casually picked up the phone next to him and scrolled through it a couple of times. Holy shit, what's wrong? Zhang Lily stood up and asked, puzzled. He turned his phone to the side. 5 yuan? Zhang Lily was also shocked when she saw the congratulatory message from the accounting department. Female coach? And no name? Could this be mine? After the initial shock, Zhang Lily was overjoyed. Have you had any clients like this recently? The personal training manager, Chen Chao, asked Zhang Lily with a questioning look. He was also very excited because no matter whose it would count towards the total performance, and he would get a commission from the total performance. However, Zhang Lily thought for a moment. That guy surnamed Wang? No, he shouldn't have that much money. Brother Li? Brother Li wouldn't. She thought it over and was certain that no one would spend that much money on her. She knew what kind of person she was. She wasn't worth that much money at all. Could it be that slut Cheng Baila? Didn't Brother Li and his gang offer her a similar price before? She absolutely refused. Could it be that she's willing now? Chen Chao thought with a hint of excitement. If Cheng Baila really started to succumb to money now, wouldn't he have a chance too? That woman Cheng Baila is infinitely better than that piece of trash Zhang Lily. It shouldn't be her, otherwise why wouldn't she sign her name? I guess some nouveau riche saw a female trainer at the gym, but didn't know anything about it, just wanted to pay money to get close to her. We've seen people like that before. Zhang Lily quickly imagined a clueless nouveau riche from a land expropriation settlement, taking money to the accounting department to buy personal training sessions, shouting, "Give me 2 female trainers." That should be it. Even so, it's probably because they saw Cheng Baila. Chen Chao nodded. This was probably the most reasonable explanation, because this situation had indeed occurred before. Many members didn't understand how personal trainers taught and thought that buying a course meant they could choose any trainer, so they bought the course without hesitation. Although Zhang Lily was unhappy that Chen Chao praised Cheng Baila in front of her, she had to admit that he had a point. No matter what, this order absolutely cannot fall on that bitch Cheng Baila. I want this order, Zhang Lily said bluntly. That's 5 yuan. At their highest commission rate, that's over 70 cents per order. 70 cents is enough for a down payment on a 2-bedroom apartment. That's practically a windfall. But thinking about it, Chen Chao was operating shady. After paying the money, he'd still secretly take 70%. That would leave her with only 20 cents. Nonsense, this order is definitely ours. Chen Chao's eyes darted around, he was thinking about how to proceed. As he thought, a lewd smile crept across his face. He quickly dressed and left the storage room. Zhang Lily lit a cigarette, took out her phone, crossed her legs, and started swishing through her shopping cart. 2 cents in commission, that'll be enough to clear out her cart. That bitch Cheng Baila, I'll make her furious this time. Wow, this is like a windfall. $5, she can easily afford so much for a course. She might as well have given it to me privately. After clearing out my cart, I might even be able to buy a car. Before she even got the money, John Lily was already planning her spending. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Chao hadn't gone to the accounting department, he had gone straight to the training area. Paula. Chen Chao saw Cheng Baila talking to Su Zhengyang from afar. Cheng Baila playfully pinched Su Zhengyang, who grinned mischievously. They were flirting. He was instantly annoyed. What's so great about this loser? Cheng Baila even takes him to exercise every day. They often have physical contact. He's always getting in the way, it's disgusting to look at. Manager. Cheng Baila was taken aback, but she wasn't afraid of the manager scolding Su Zhengyang anymore, because Su Zhengyang had just given her the new unlimited platinum card, which had made her complain about him wasting money. Paula, He started to smile, but seeing Su Zhengyang didn't leave, he frowned and said unhappily, "Don't you have any sense? This is a work conversation, can you move aside?" But he was met with Su Zhenjiang's indifferent, yet icy, gaze. Chen Chao instinctively felt a chill, swallowed hard, and understood that feeling of unease fear. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Cheng Baila gently nudged Su Zhengyang. "I'll wait for you over there," Su Zhengyang said casually, turning and walking towards the free-for-all area. Only after he turned and walked away did Chen Chao breathe a sigh of relief, but he quickly became angry at himself for having been afraid of this loser. He cursed him under his breath, suppressing his anger. "What's wrong, manager?" "Oh, I see." Getting back to business, Chen Chao quickly changed his tune, sporting what he thought was a charming, wicked smile. "Did you see the group chat just now? A member bought a 5 yuan course, specifically mentioning a female instructor. But it's actually John Lily. I negotiated the deal for her. However, who gets the commission is entirely up to me. After all, it's 5 yuan, not a small amount." He licked his lips, his mouth slightly dry, and looked at Cheng Baila with a somewhat fiery gaze. Hearing about the 5 yuan, Cheng Baila was startled, but she had already felt Chen Chao's gaze. Chen Chao had hinted at things to her more than once before. If she wanted commissions, she should sleep with him. "What do you mean?" Cheng Baila asked, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. "What else could I mean, Baila? Let me be blunt. I can give you half of this performance bonus, as long as you come to my place tonight, have a drink with me, and we won't do anything else, okay?" Chen Chao chuckled. "What else can we do after a drink?" The implication couldn't be clearer. "Forget about it. I'm not like John Lily. Since it's her performance bonus, you'd better get down to business." Cheng Baila smiled coldly and said indifferently. Chen Chao gave Cheng Baila a cold look and threatened in a low voice. "You're being ungrateful, Cheng Baila. I've mentioned it to you more than once or twice, and you keep contradicting me. Are you getting too big for your britches? You're the ungrateful one. Get out of my way." Cheng Baila took a deep breath to suppress her anger. If she didn't have no other suitable job, she would have quit long ago, but she still had to pay rent and eat. She couldn't just abandon the business. "Fine, Cheng Baila, you've got guts. You'll regret this." Seeing Cheng Baila's change in expression, Chen Chao sneered, pointed at her, and quickly walked towards the manager's office. Without even knocking, Chen Chao pushed the door open, saw Sister Sun through the crack, and immediately barged in. Sister Sun frowned. Chen Chao, now wearing a completely different mask, grinned and approached her. But out of the corner of his eye, he saw someone else sitting on the sofa. A stunningly beautiful woman. Who else could it be but the big boss, Lin Zuxian? Chen Chao swallowed hard, his eyes sweeping over Lin Zuxian's thighs, his expression becoming even more obsequious. This beautiful boss had appeared in his fantasies quite often, but usually she was too far away. He never expected her to be here today. This is truly a stroke of luck. Just today, such a big order came in. If I could take credit for it and catch Lin Zuxian's attention, maybe even get a chance to get to know her better. "Who let you in?" Sister Sun glared at Chen Chao, pulling him back from his reverie. "Boss, you're here too." Chen Chao, seemingly ignoring Sister Sun, excitedly greeted Lin Zuxian first. "Boss, I just happened to be there to report something. I just closed a $5 order and rushed over to tell you the good news." Chen Chao took 2 steps forward as he spoke. Lin Zuxian raised an eyebrow. "A 5 yuan order? You negotiated it?" Chen Chao, being cautious, didn't directly admit he negotiated it. Instead, he said, not today. It was a client I helped John Lily secure before. John Lily didn't even know, I just closed the deal for her. He came today, paid, and left. I didn't expect him to be so quick. I just saw him off." Chen Chao was actually a very cautious person. He originally wanted to ask the store manager what happened first, although his and John Lily's guesses were basically correct, because similar things had happened before. He was still afraid he was wrong. If he was wrong, that would be a big problem. But the moment he opened the door and saw Lin Zuxian, his mind went blank. His usual meticulousness vanished instantly, and he immediately started boasting. Chen Chao, are you talking about that 5 yuan personal training order that was announced in the group chat earlier? Sister Sun, standing nearby, scoffed and asked casually. Chen Chao, his mind completely on Lin Zuxian, nodded immediately. Yes. Just as he was speaking, the door was pushed open again, and Zhang Lili barged in. Zhang Lili was a little worried. She finished her cigarette and rushed over, excited to witness the moment when she would receive her share of the 5 yuan commission. She immediately spotted Lin Zuxian sitting on the sofa and quickly greeted her. Hello, Mr. Lin. Sister Sun, has my order been transferred? Zhang Lili asked, suppressing her eagerness. What order? Sister Sun asked coldly, feigning ignorance. It's that 5 yuan order from earlier. Wasn't it supposed to be for the female coach? Actually, that order is mine. Just transfer it to me directly. Zhang Lili pointed to herself as she spoke, as if urging Sister Sun to hurry up and process the transaction. Sister Sun leisurely put down her pen, leaned back, and asked, So this order is yours? What's the member's name? Zhang Lili's smile instantly froze on her face. Oh no. She was so busy just thinking about getting her share of the commission that she forgot to check the accounting office first. If she had checked the member's name and asked about the details, her story would have been perfectly plausible. I forgot his name, but I remember he was middle-aged, average height and build. Zhang Lili was stunned. Based on their guesses, that was definitely the kind of man they expected. What woman or young person would do that? Only those stupid, lustful middle-aged men would. Bang! Sister Sun slammed her hand on the table, making the pens jump. Even Lin Zuxian was startled and glared at her angrily. Chen Chao and Zhang Lili's hearts skipped a beat. Bullshit. Chen Chao, I gave you one chance. Looks like you don't know what's good for you. Pack your things and get out of here. You two are fired. What? Chen Chao was immediately shocked. He knew he had probably messed up, but it shouldn't warrant being fired. He immediately stammered. Sister Sun, what are you saying? I might have misremembered. Maybe it's not that client. Zhang Lili, however, was so shocked by Sister Sun's words that her mind went blank. Confused, she asked, still dazed. Fired? What happened, Sister Sun? What happened? Do you think I'm a lunatic? Get out of here right now. Although Sister Sun was a bit older, her glare was absolutely terrifying. Chen Chao and his companion were truly dumbfounded this time. Yunhai Fitness Club was one of the top gyms in the city. Located in a shopping mall, it had a strong attraction, and it was one of the few profitable gyms in Santai City, offering generous benefits. But now that Sister Sun had spoken like this, there was clearly no room for negotiation. They didn't need to be subservient, they could work at the second best gym. Zhang Lili stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Chen Chao, taking a deep breath, followed suit, equally unwilling. Being fired was barely acceptable to them, but losing out on 5 yuan in sales was unacceptable. Burning with anger, Zhang Lili headed straight for the accounting office. She hadn't even pushed open the door when she heard whispers inside. Damn, what good deeds did Bao La do in her past life? Yeah, Sister Sun said this 5 yuan was just a little surprise. The official announcement won't be until tomorrow. 5 yuan. I calculated it, the commission alone is 76 cents, enough to buy a small house. Chen Chao, who had just arrived, also heard the whispers and was instantly enraged. It was Chang Bao La again. All 5 yuan was for Chang Bao La. Zhang Lili trembled with rage and stormed towards the training area. Chang Bao was currently flirting with a female member, carefully instructing her on techniques. Suddenly, she saw Zhang Lili approaching aggressively, her brow furrowing. Zhang Lili stepped closer and, without a word, raised her hand to slap Chang Bao across the face. She was practically dying of jealousy. 7 cents she couldn't earn that much in 3 to 5 years. Such a large sum of money, all of it, belonged to Chang Bao. How could she not be furious? However, she was clearly no match for Chang Bao. Chang Bao retaliated, slapping Zhang Lili's wrist hard. Zhang Lili was enraged. Damn it, you dare fight back. The slap missed, and instead, she felt a sharp pain in her wrist. Zhang Lili's anger flared even more, and she immediately raised her leg to kick Chang Bao. But before she could even kick out, she felt her long hair being grabbed tightly, pulling her down and seemingly tearing out a small clump of hair. She landed on the ground, completely disoriented. Luckily, the training area had rubber flooring. She screamed and looked around, seeing it was Su Zhengyang, and immediately started cursing. You're asking for it. But before she could finish her sentence, Su Zhengyang stomped on her face. Zhang Lili felt an immense force, as if her head was about to explode. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and she nearly fainted on the spot. At this moment, the store manager and security guards rushed over, and the surrounding members who had come to watch also gathered around. Su Zhengyang shrugged at the store manager, indicating that he had acted in self-defense. The store manager, of course, knew what had happened. He smiled apologetically at Su Zhengyang, then gestured for the security guards to pull John Lily up. John Lily was completely disoriented from the kicks and was dragged out like a dead dog. Chen Chao watched from afar, having no intention of helping. John Lily was just his mistress, he wouldn't stand up for her. But the sight of Su Zhengyang made his teeth itch with hatred. Su Zhengyang, I'll get you sooner or later. He gritted his teeth before angrily going to his office to pack his things. Did you buy that 5 yuan private lesson? As soon as they left, Chang Baila gave Su Zhengyang a disgruntled tug. Considering the whole situation, she quickly realized that there was probably no other explanation but Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang was helpless, he had wanted to give them a surprise, but those two idiots had ruined it. Are you stupid? That's 5 yuan. Are you just throwing money away? Chang Baila stomped her feet angrily. 5 yuan could buy a large suburban villa. What was most infuriating was that Su Zhengyang was still sharing an apartment with her, yet he had spent the equivalent of a villa's worth of money on a bunch of cheap personal training sessions. Su Zhengyang chuckled inwardly. Am I throwing money away? How else am I going to accumulate points? You want to eat something fancy? I'll bite you to death. After driving Chang Baila away in anger, Su Zhengyang chuckled and continued his workout. Meanwhile, the personal training department was in an uproar. Soon, there were no trainers left. They all dragged Chang Baila into the personal training office, asking all sorts of questions, and many were looking at Su Zhengyang. However, even more exciting news was that Chen Chao and Zhang Lily were both fired. These people hadn't dared to be nice to her before, otherwise they'd be targeted by Chen Chao. But it has to be said that Chang Baila had a very likable personality, and they immediately surrounded her, chattering and laughing. Just as Su Zhengyang was finishing his workout, his WeChat buzzed. It was Tang Ying. Mr. Su, do you have time for lunch? Chen Hahai and Dong Changming from Tanglong Real Estate would like to invite you. Brother Chen was afraid of bothering you by phone, so he specifically asked me to contact you via WeChat. The message was full of caution. Su Zhengyang thought for a moment. He'd heard of Dong Changming before. Santai City was the capital city of Yunhai Province, and Tanglong Real Estate was the largest real estate developer in Yunhai Province, the only real estate company in the province with a market value exceeding 100,000 yuan. Okay, let's book a place. Su Zhengyang agreed. He had nothing else to do at noon, so meeting them would be good. He could also see what these three little foxes were up to. Okay, I'll book the place and send it to you right away. Tang Ying replied quickly, adding a playful smiley face. A few minutes later, she sent an address. Heiken Hotel, 3rd floor, Tianjia No. 1. There are only 2 5-star hotels in Santai City, and the Heiken Hotel is the oldest. Interestingly, the owner of the Heiken Hotel seems to be the third of the 4 heroes of Yunhai, alongside Chen Hahai and others. Su Zhengyang put away his phone, took a shower, and changed his clothes. With the platinum card, he had his own smart locker, which was not only spacious but also had its dirty clothes washed and quickly dried by the gym. After changing into his own clothes, Su Zhengyang saw Chang Baila still surrounded by the coaches chattering away, and couldn't help but smile. He waved to her from a distance and left the gym. Su Zhengyang had barely stepped out of the gym when a message appeared in the gym's WeChat group. Congratulations to receptionist Yao Jingjing for successfully selling 4 infinite platinum cards. Visitor number 19. Meanwhile, in the membership office, a group of people were excitedly discussing the 5 yuan personal training deal they had just made. Sun Likeo was also quite frustrated, lounging on a stool with his legs crossed. He had just served a customer, and despite all his persuasion, the customer hadn't signed up for a card. At that moment, someone burst into the accounting office like a whirlwind, shouting, "Holy crap, look at the group." Everyone opened the group again and saw the message. For infinite platinum cards? A transaction at the front desk? What happened? Did they not give us our share? Damn, how much is the commission? 8%. Hey, Sun Likeo, customer number 19, isn't that the order you passed on? You just took the 20th, was number 19 the one you passed on to the front desk? Suddenly, someone said to Sun Likeo with a hint of schadenfreude. Sun Likeo's eyes widened instantly. He remembered. That Su Zhengyang from earlier? That's right, it's this one. See, it's written here, number 19 was just crossed out. Someone pointed directly to a schedule on the wall, which listed Sun Likeo as number 19, but he crossed it out and changed it to number 20. He even got into a small argument with the 2 people below him about it, so everyone knew about it. Hey, I heard this guy who bought 4 unlimited platinum cards the one who gets 5 yuan worth of private lessons. Wow, if the receptionist in Chang Baila knows such a powerful person, they'll never have to worry about sales performance again. And if they can get to know some other rich people through him, that would be amazing. Tisk tisk tisk. Hearing the sarcastic comments, Sun Likeo felt like he'd been struck by lightning. How could this be? How could Su Zhengyang be so rich? He jumped up from his chair like a madman and ran towards the reception desk outside. At this moment, Yao Jingjing, nicknamed Little Chili, was surrounded by a group of girls chattering excitedly. Even the cycling instructor came over to gossip after seeing the good news. Sun Likeo, his face extremely grim, ran to the front desk and said coldly to Yao Jingjing, "Yao Jing, that's my sales performance." Yao Jing glared at him. She had already expected that Sun Likeo's first thing to do after seeing the good news would be to ask for his sales performance. "Your sales performance? Wasn't it when you were mocking and ridiculing clients? Wasn't it when you told clients you didn't want to serve them because you thought they were poor? Don't give me that nonsense. Even if I don't want to serve them, they're still my clients. It's my turn now." Sun Likeo stomped his foot fiercely, shaking his head and throwing a tantrum. "Sun Likeo, do you think this is your home? You can't do whatever you want. I told you to take the client, but you didn't. You secretly changed your mind and took client number 20. Now client number 19 has closed the deal, and you're back here? Have you no shame? When did I say I wouldn't take the client? I never said I wouldn't take this client. You clearly felt this client had potential, so you told me to take client number 20. You handled it yourself, otherwise this sales performance is mine. I don't care, give me back my sales performance." Sun Likeo's voice grew louder and louder, quickly attracting the attention of the store manager. Sister Sun frowned deeply. Today, the boss finally came over, and something good happened, but these bastards started trying to sabotage her. First, it was those two pieces of trash, Chen Chao and Zhang Lily, and now this Sun Likeo is yelling and shouting. Your second sentence after leaving was that you weren't going to answer. Let it go, the security camera recorded it all clearly. I've already given the footage to Sister Sun, you can talk to her yourself." Yao Jingjing smiled coldly. Sun Likeo was instantly furious. He had originally intended to argue, but he hadn't expected Yao Jing to actually pull up the security footage. The gym was equipped with the best smart surveillance cameras, the kind that can even record sound, so he couldn't continue arguing. "Yao Jing, you can give me half, that'll do." Sun Likeo was about to explode with rage. That was a full 8 cents of income. Even half was 4 cents, equivalent to half a year's salary. He was now regretting it terribly. Why had he been so selective in his treatment of others? "Sun Likeo, get in here," Sister Sun suddenly shouted from behind. Sun Likeo jumped in fright. Yao Jing and the others chuckled slyly. The Heiken Hotel was filled with luxury cars. Su Zhengyang stepped out of the taxi, looking completely out of place. Looks like he should probably buy a car sometime. Glancing at the opulent decor, Su Zhengyang, hands in his pockets, walked straight inside. The greeters at the entrance were polite enough, not giving him any trouble because he got out of the taxi, though they weren't particularly enthusiastic. Ahead of the gleaming gold staircase leading from the first to the second floor, several people were checking information with the staff. The second and third floors required reservations. Su Zhengyang walked over as well, assuming Chen Hahai and the others had already made arrangements. But before Su Zhengyang could speak, someone in the group suddenly turned around, saw him, and exclaimed in surprise, "Su Zhengyang?" The speaker was a slightly overweight, somewhat greasy-looking man with slick-back hair. Su Zhengyang recognized him immediately as his college classmate. His name was Li Hu. Beside him was a girl, also a college classmate, named Chen Meng. Su Zhengyang frowned slightly. Had these two gotten together? Behind Chen Meng appeared to be her parents. They were both meticulously dressed, seemingly attending some important dinner. Chen Meng, what a coincidence. Su Zhengyang completely ignored Li Hu, instead smiling and nodding at Chen Meng. This Li Hu came from a middle-class family, but his character was extremely poor. He had joined some kind of poor organization in college and had even been involved in an attempted rape, which his family had reportedly paid to have taken care of. Chen Meng appeared somewhat shy, with a bitter smile on her face, as she greeted Su Zhengyang. "Zhengyang, long time no see." Li Hu revealed a playful smile as he introduced Su Zhengyang to Chen Meng's parents. "Uncle and aunt, let me introduce you. This is Mai and Ming Meng's college classmate. He was incredibly successful. Before graduating, he used his scholarship money to start a business, and it was a huge success. He was so popular back then, so many girls were chasing after him. Chen Meng even pursued him, but he was too busy with his business to agree. Oh dear, but I heard it went bankrupt recently and he's in a huge debt." Hearing the first part, Chen Meng's parents were initially impressed with Su Zhengyang, but upon hearing about the bankruptcy, they immediately gave a perfunctory smile, losing even the desire to greet him. "What are you doing here?" Su Zhengyang didn't even glance at Li Hu. Before he could finish speaking, Su Zhengyang looked at Chen Meng and asked quietly. This action immediately made Li Hu's rambling words seem incredibly foolish. His carefully prepared sarcasm seemed to have gone completely unheard, infuriating Li Hu. "My family runs a small business, but we've run into some problems. We need to talk to the client about some things, and hopefully we can reach an agreement today. Are you here for dinner too?" Chen Meng glanced shyly at Su Zhengyang and smiled. She still felt a little flutter in her heart when she looked at Su Zhengyang, her pretty face unconsciously flushed. Yes, I'm having dinner with friends. Oh, are you on the second floor too? I think it's the third floor. Su Zhengyang answered truthfully, somewhat embarrassed. Su Zhengyang, what the hell are you trying to prove? Third floor? You've come to the wrong restaurant. Do you even know how much a table costs on the third floor? It's fine if you're ignorant, but don't embarrass yourself here, understand? Li Hu, seeing Su Zhengyang repeatedly ignoring him and daring to act superior and steal his thunder, was finally losing his temper. He wasn't exactly known for his manners either. Seeing Li Hu's anger, Chen Meng's parents chimed in. Alright, Meng, don't talk to him anymore. Let's hurry upstairs, Mr. Liu and the others will be here soon. Yes, it wasn't easy for Hu Ziyi to book this table on the second floor for us today. It's a big deal, we absolutely can't afford any mistakes today, hurry up. Chen Meng looked at Su Zhengyang with an apologetic and slightly aggrieved expression, biting her lip in resignation. Su Zhengyang roughly figured out that their family was facing business problems and probably needed to host an apology banquet, but they didn't have much money. Li Hu had agreed to cover half the cost, arranging a banquet at this upscale hotel. But it didn't seem right. Why would Li Hu be so kind? Even if it was just to pursue Chen Meng, it was already quite extravagant. Even on the second floor here, a table would cost about 4 or 5 cents. Could it be that their family had suddenly become wealthy? Chen Meng's parents were about to go upstairs, but Li Hu wasn't planning on leaving. Li Hu stared coldly at Su Zhengyang. Get out. He was seething with anger. Su Zhenjiang's blatant disregard was bad enough, but the real problem was that he'd actually gotten the upper hand. He'd just been promoted, and his meals were now reimbursable. Coincidentally, there was this matter with Chen Meng's family, so he'd offered to pay half. No matter how much it cost in the end, he'd get the receipt, submit it, and immediately make half a profit. Plus, he could show off in front of Chen Meng, making it easier to win her over. But Su Zhengyang had the audacity to say he wanted to go up to the third floor, completely crushing his attempt at showing off. If they left now, he couldn't embarrass Su Zhengyang in front of everyone. He was currently pursuing Chen Meng, and he absolutely couldn't allow this to happen. Su Zhengyang looked at him with an expression as if he were an idiot. Get out? Even if you became a security guard here, it would be more convincing than what you're saying now, and it would sound like utter nonsense. What the hell are you talking about, you filthy loser? Li Hu roared, pointing at Su Zhengyang. Li Hu, watch your mouth. Chen Meng couldn't stand it anymore and glared at Li Hu angrily. Chen Meng, are you out of your mind? Do you know what you're doing? Li Hu said coldly, his eyes narrowing. Chen Meng clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Chen Meng's mother quickly scolded her daughter. Tisk. Xiao Meng, what's wrong with you? Why are you arguing with Li Hu for some loser? Are you stupid? Apologize to Hu Ziyi right now. That's right, hey, young man, you should leave now, don't get in our way, we have things to do here. Hurry up and go. Chen Meng's father also waved repeatedly at Su Zhengyang towards the door. Seeing Chen Meng struggling, seemingly burdened by some unspeakable trouble, Su Zhengyang felt a pang of sympathy. Especially seeing her stand up for him made him feel guilty. He could ask Chen Hahai to investigate later. If Chen Meng was indeed in trouble, he could secretly lend a hand. However, now was not the time to discuss such things. So, Su Zhengyang smiled slightly at Chen Meng. I'll go up first. Su Zhengyang said, turning to head upstairs. A waiter followed, checking information as they walked. Because someone had indeed been instructed to wait for guests on the third floor, they never treated every customer casually. But Li Hu was furious. Stop, did I say you could go up? Li Hu completely lost his temper. If he let Su Zhengyang climb those steps today, even just to use the restroom, he would be utterly humiliated. His shout startled everyone. How can you be so shameless? Why do you have to act like such a big shot in front of us? You're delaying our business. Tiger told you to get out, so get out of here. Don't get in our way. Chen Meng's mother was also furious, pointing her finger at Su Zhengyang and yelling. Their small business had run into some trouble, and they needed to eat something today. They had originally wanted to eat at a small restaurant to save money, as they were currently strapped for cash. Just then, Li Hu came to see their daughter, seemingly interested in pursuing Chen Meng. Hearing about the situation, they offered to help arrange a meal there and even split the cost. This gave their family a lot of face and prestige, and they easily secured an appointment with the other party they needed to discuss business with. However, they hadn't expected to run into Su Zhengyang so soon after arriving, and he seemed determined to antagonize Li Hu. If Li Hu angered them and refused to arrange the meal, everything would be over. Therefore, she now hated Su Zhengyang intensely. I'm calling you auntie out of respect for Chen Meng, but you need to understand, he's the one provoking me. Su Zhengyang stood on the steps, looking down at her coldly. Understand what? I don't need to understand. I told you to get lost, so get lost. Stop talking nonsense. What are you pretending for? You dare to go upstairs? Is this a place for you? Look at yourself. Seeing Su Zhengyang dare to talk back, Chen Meng's mother immediately switched to shrewish mode, disregarding the number of people around. Madam, please be quiet and stop making a scene. A female manager at the front desk approached and reminded him, somewhat annoyed. I'm making a scene? Are you blind? Can't you see he's been antagonizing me? Get him out of here right now. I'm sorry, madam, we won't kick out our customers without cause, but if you continue to make a scene, we're afraid we'll have to ask you to leave. The manager frowned. A customer? Look closely. What about him looks like a customer? His company's gone bankrupt. He's drowning in debt, just a pretentious loser. Can't you see he's just trying to act tough in front of my daughter? I'm telling you, we're here to discuss something very important. If you delay us, I'll make you pay. Chen Meng's father also retorted. However, their voices noticeably lowered. They couldn't afford to be kicked out. Li Hu coldly stared at Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang, I'm giving you 5 seconds to get out of here. Su Zhengyang found it amusing. He knew perfectly well why Li Hu insisted on kicking him out. Li Hu had been showing off on the second floor in front of Chen Meng's family, but now Li Hu insisted on going to the third floor, making him look pathetic. Li Hu, you really are just an incompetent idiot who can only rage. If I don't leave in 5 seconds, what are you planning to do next? Or rather, what can you do? Su Zhengyang sneered. You! Li Hu instantly flew into a rage, but Su Zhengyang was absolutely right. Even the waiter wouldn't kick Su Zhengyang out, so what could he do? Take action? Or call the police? What right do you have to tell someone to get out? He had no way to deal with Su Zhengyang because his family's circumstances weren't good enough for him to be a rich second-generation heir. You! Chen Meng's mother was about to say something when she saw several people hurrying down the stairs. Leading them were Tang Ying and Chen Hahai. Following behind them was a man in a silver suit, around 40 years old, with short, black and white hair, but a handsome and dashing face, and an impressive air about him. A group of waiters, including the female manager, bowed and called out, "Boss!" Clearly, this man in the silver suit was the owner of the Heiken Hotel. However, Chen Hahai and Tang Ying both trembled upon seeing Su Zhengyang and hurried downstairs. "Mr. Su, we are so sorry for not greeting you sooner. How long have you been here? We just got to the third floor and exchanged a few words. We're so late. Please don't be offended," Chen Hahai said apologetically. They had indeed just arrived. They had exchanged a few words upstairs and were about to come down to greet him personally when they unexpectedly encountered Su Zhengyang. "It's all right," Su Zhengyang said calmly. He was in a good mood and didn't care about a grand welcome, but Li Hu had really disgusted him, leaving him somewhat displeased. The Heiken Hotel owner also quickly came up and warmly extended his hand. "Hello, Mr. Su, I am the owner of the Heiken Hotel. My name is Chen Chusheng. Hello, please come upstairs. Everything has been arranged for you." The boss personally led the way, leaving even the female manager and the waiters dumbfounded. A chill ran down their spines. My God, just who is this guy? If they had known he was such a powerful figure, they would never have let Li Hu and his group yell at him like that. Won't he be angry? Of course, they weren't the most terrified. Li Hu was completely dumbfounded, his eyes wide. He didn't recognize any of these three people. After all, someone of his level didn't even read business magazines, so how would he know Chen Hahai? But the man who introduced himself was Chen Chusheng, the owner of Heiken Hotel. Why would Chen Chusheng come down to personally greet Su Zhengyang? Is he out of his mind? He's just a loser who failed in his business ventures. And even more terrified were Chen Meng's parents. The words Chen Meng's mother was about to say to Su Zhengyang caught in her throat. They even trembled slightly. Su Zhengyang didn't say anything more, only giving Li Hu a meaningful look. If he had the chance, he would definitely deal with Li Hu, but now wasn't the time, he had other things to do. Li Hu's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat began to pour down his back. Su Zhenjiang's gaze was terrifying. Watching Su Zhengyang and those men who were clearly important figures go upstairs and leave, Chen Meng felt a mix of emotions. She bit her lip lightly. Sure enough, he was still the same outstanding Su Zhengyang, but she was even inferior to him than before. She could only watch his retreating figure. Chen Meng's mother breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, those important figures hadn't witnessed her berating Su Zhengyang. She looked at her daughter and asked softly, "Daughter, who exactly is this classmate of yours?" "Mom, you don't even know who he is? Why did you slander him like that?" Chen Meng retorted sharply. I was just afraid he'd offend Li Hu. And you, why didn't you remind me? Do you think I'm familiar with him?" Chen Meng said bitterly. Chen Meng's father then looked at Li Hu. Who's I? Look. Li Hu suddenly snapped out of his daze, his eyes bloodshot, and gritted his teeth, saying, "Go up there. What are you standing there for? He absolutely couldn't leave now. With so many people watching, turning away would show he was truly afraid of Su Zhengyang. So what if he knew a boss from Haikan? It was probably just some kind of business deal. Maybe the boss wouldn't actually cooperate with him in the end. Chen Meng's family could only sheepishly go up to the second floor. Regardless, they still had to get on with their business today. Third floor. Room 1, Tinjia. This was the best dining spot in the entire hotel, with large floor-to-ceiling windows facing due east, offering a panoramic view of the CBD business district and several wide commercial streets, especially at night, brightly lit, like a star-studded avenue. Upon entering the room, there was already one other person present. It was a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, with a worried expression. The man had slicked back hair, and a cigar sat on the windowsill. Seeing someone enter, he quickly put down the cigar, hurried upstairs, and apologized profusely to Su Zhengyang. Mr. Su, hello. I'm Dong Changming from Tanglong Real Estate. Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang smiled and shook hands. Due to special circumstances, it's inconvenient for me to appear in person, so I apologize for not greeting you properly. Dong Changming said sincerely. It's all right. Please sit, please sit. The group immediately ushered Su Zhengyang to the head seat. Su Zhengyang didn't stand on ceremony and, after sitting down, smiled. The 4 heroes of Yunhai, I've met 3 of them today alone. I'm truly honored. Chen Chusheng was taken aback. He hadn't expected this young man to know about the 4 heroes of Yunhai. Actually, when he first met Su Zhengyang, he hadn't noticed anything unusual. If Chen Hahai hadn't repeatedly instructed him to be extremely respectful, to be as humble as possible, the seasoned veteran would never have given Su Zhengyang any special treatment. After all, the name Chen Chusheng commanded respect throughout the entire entertainment industry of Santai City. Even the most powerful figures in the entertainment world couldn't resist him. These middle-aged bigwigs from various sectors were fawning over this young man, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. I didn't expect our little names to catch Mr. Su's attention. Dong Changming shook his head and smiled. Oh dear, hurry up and serve the food. I can't wait to have a drink with Mr. Su. Tang Ying's slightly coquettish voice rang out. Her role here today was to liven up the atmosphere. Some things are harder to discuss after drinking. Let's all sit down and talk about business first. Su Zhengyang adjusted his posture, stopping Chen Hahai from going to the corner to get some drinks. The group exchanged glances, surprised by Su Zhenjiang's direct approach. We're all adults, and you're all prominent figures. Just say what's on your mind. Beating around the bush is just annoying. You invited me to dinner, surely there's a reason? Su Zhengyang said directly. His frankness caught these old foxes off guard. However, being worldly wise, Tang Ying was the first to react, chuckling lightly. Mr. Su is indeed straightforward. Brother Dong, please get to the point. Alright, since Mr. Su is so frank, I won't be coy either. We're currently looking for an investor. The second brother, that is, Hahai, met you by chance, so I have a favor to ask. Then, Dong Changming explained his current situation. Tanglong Real Estate acquired a piece of land last year. According to the normal procedure, they should first bid for the land, then begin construction, and finally sell it after reaching a certain stage of construction. However, as a leading local enterprise, Tanglong Real Estate had a first-mover advantage. It could begin construction on the land first, and even start selling houses before construction began. This is what's known as off-plan sales. The proceeds from these sales would be used to cover construction costs, including the expenses incurred when the land was auctioned off later. In other words, build the houses first, then buy the land. But there's a fatal flaw here: you ultimately have to successfully purchase the land. Local companies would naturally give it a wide berth, but for competitors, it's a fatal weakness. A large real estate company from another province, planning to enter Yunhai, targeted Tanglong as its primary target. So, just as Tanglong was bidding for this land, their competitor made a move, offering an exorbitantly high price and decisively outbidding Tanglong, winning the bid. As a result, the land became theirs, and the buildings Tanglong had constructed became illegal structures. Furthermore, the competitor refused any mediation. The entire project, consisting of dozens of buildings, was completely demolished overnight. Tanglong's initial investment was completely lost, and its stock price plummeted. This included compensation to individual homebuyers, loan interest on initial investments, huge fines, and countless civil lawsuits. Overnight, Dong Changming's hair turned white. But this wasn't the most devastating blow. The most fatal flaw is that Tanglong Real Estate has 3 more projects like this, and all of them are scheduled to be auctioned off soon. If these 3 are also won by competitors, Tanglong Real Estate is finished. Dong Changming is finished, and might even face imprisonment. Even Chen Hahai will struggle to survive. Because much of Tanglong's initial funding came from loans from Guangming Bank, Chen Hahai is now burdened with bad debts. Furthermore, the four prominent figures of Yunhai each hold shares in several other companies. Take the people sitting in the room right now. Chen Hahai, Chen Chusheng, and even Tang Ying later became shareholders of Tanglong. Now they are all in the same boat. After Dong Changming finished speaking, everyone turned their attention to Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang, who had kept his eyes half closed the whole time, slowly opened them and looked at Dong Changming, asking, "So, you want me to invest?" "That's right." Dong Changming sighed. "How much money do you need to cover these losses?" "At least 10,000. Dong Changming gritted his teeth and held up one finger. Tanglong still had some resources. If they sold everything they owned, another 10,000 would be enough to survive. But 10,000 was no small sum. "I have 10,000, but this is a mess. Why should I waste my money on a mess?" Su Zhengyang rubbed his ears, his brow furrowed slightly. These words immediately chilled Dong Changming's heart. The others exchanged worried glances. "Mr. Su, if you have any conditions, you can name them. We brothers have supported each other to this day because of a strong sense of loyalty. As long as you're willing to help, we will definitely follow your lead from now on." Chen Chusheng took a deep breath and said sincerely, making his stance clear. Actually, Su Zhengyang could see that without him saying it. This is what true friendship is. A friend in need is a friend indeed. If it weren't for the unwavering loyalty and camaraderie of the four heroes of Yunhai, they wouldn't have made it this far. Loyalty is admirable, but I want more than that. Su Zhengyang lightly pressed his hand on the table. "If I'm going to clean up a mess, there's only one possibility: that mess is mine." Upon hearing Su Zhenjiang's words, the others' expressions changed drastically. "Mr. Su, you mean, you want to take control of Tanglong?" Even Dong Changming frowned slightly. Su Zhengyang glanced at them. "You don't want to?" The others also fell into deep thought. Su Zhenjiang's words were somewhat opportunistic, but it had to be said, this was their last hope. If they wanted to be controlled now, they couldn't find another like him. If they didn't agree to Su Zhenjiang's demands and let things continue, Dong Changming would be doomed, and the others would also suffer greatly. "I'm willing." After a long silence, Dong Changming finally nodded, but the others didn't show much joy. Su Zhengyang pointed at them a few times. "Look at your expressions. Did I say I'd only offer 10,000 for a controlling stake? Then what do you mean?" The others asked, puzzled. "Listen carefully, I'll give you 100,000 yuan, in cash. I've calculated it, 17,000 yuan is enough to control Tanglong now. After acquiring control of Tanglong, the remaining money will all be managed by you. I'll just be the behind-the-scenes boss. There will be absolutely no changes to the company's systems or personnel. You'll still be running the company. Are you satisfied with that?" The group was completely dumbfounded. 100,000 yuan? Tanglong isn't even worth 100,000 yuan now. Su Zhengyang could easily buy the company for 100,000 yuan, but he's only acquiring a controlling stake and even reserving a portion of the shares for them. And there's no need to doubt what he said next, because if he were lying, his previous actions would be meaningless. For a moment, Dong Changming and the others felt like they were in a dream. With this 100,000 yuan, the company would not only be revived but would also soar to new heights. You're telling the truth." The group's eyes widened with excitement. "Give me your bank account number." Su Zhengyang didn't hesitate and directly held out his hand to Dong Changming. Dong Changming, dazed, handed over his bank card. All of them harbored a vague, yet unspoken, thought. Su Zhengyang simply took out his phone and made a few quick moves. System bank transfer, no limit, instant arrival. Su Zhengyang tossed the bank card back onto the table with a thud, casually saying, "As long as you follow me obediently, we will be invincible." As Su Zhenjiang's words fell, Dong Changming's phone emitted a heart-stopping sound. "Your Guangming bank account, ending in 6688, has received 100,000 yuan. With the final announcement, Tang Ying's water glass clattered onto the table. The four sculptures were now complete. Is Su Zhengyang even human? Randomly handing over 100,000 yuan is one thing, but the crucial point is, there was no lawyer, no contract, just a direct transfer of money. Dong Changming felt his bank card was burning hot. While the others were stunned, Su Zhengyang was secretly gloating. He wasn't worried about Dong Changming and the others running away. Even if the 100,000 yuan was gone right now, as long as he could get points, Su Zhengyang thought it was worth it. Money is just an external thing, but this comprehensive attribute improved physical functions. Could this be measured in money? He spent 100,000 yuan at once. How many points would he get? Thousands, tens, hundreds, millions. Su Zhengyang had already started calculating, but reality is always cruel. As soon as the transfer was completed, the system notification sounded. "Congratulations on spending 100,000 yuan, but given your suspicion of fraudulently obtaining points, this reward is 1,000 points. Damn it! Su Zhengyang wanted to smash the system to death. Fraudulently obtaining points wasn't allowed? If I'd known, I wouldn't have spent 100,000 directly. Giving 10,000 at a time would have been fine. Damn it, why didn't you say so sooner? But he didn't have time to dwell on it. Chen Hahai and the others exchanged glances, then suddenly stood up. The three of them walked directly to the table and knelt on one knee. Kneeling on both knees signifies submission, kneeling on one knee signifies surrender. This action startled Su Zhengyang. From this day forward, I, Dong Changming, Chen Hahai, Chen Chusheng, I am willing to follow Mr. Su's lead. I will give my life for you. Tang Ying, with keen insight, grabbed a bottle of Beiju, Chinese liquor, from the side, expertly popped the cap open, and poured 3 large glasses for the three of them. They had been in the business world for years, weathering countless storms and witnessing countless dirty deeds, but they had never seen anyone like Su Zhengyang. According to Chen Hahai, Su Zhengyang had 660,000 yuan in cash on hand. How much is the personal wealth of China's richest man? 380,000 yuan. And Su Zhengyang had even remarked, how come it's so little? This meant it wasn't his limit. If someone casually carried twice the wealth of China's richest man in front of you, would you choose to betray him and go it alone, or cling to this powerful figure and ride his coattails to great heights? Su Zhengyang was definitely not simple. Faced with someone like him, if he transferred 100,000 yuan to you, who would dare to cheat in the slightest? They would be terrified. Only by seizing this opportunity to submit to Su Zhengyang and cling to his powerful backer can they leverage his influence to accomplish things they never dared to dream of. Watching the three men down 3 ounces of Beiju in one gulp, Su Zhengyang felt a stomach ache for them. Tang Ying, not to be outdone, poured herself a full glass, clasped her hands in a fist salute to Su Zhengyang. A toast to you, she said, then downed her drink in one go. All right, get up. From now on, let's all stick together and work hard. Su Zhengyang quickly came out and helped them up one by one. He had already achieved his goal today, demonstrating his strength, gaining their unwavering loyalty, and securing Tanglong real estate. It was a small way of giving himself some closure after all the hard work he had put into building the business. Can the food be served yet? Helping them up, Su Zhengyang smiled slightly. I'll arrange it right away. Chen Chusheng quickly opened the door and went out to give the order. After sitting down again, Dong Changming and the others felt much more relaxed. The mountain weighing on their shoulders had been lifted, and with Su Zhengyang as their powerful backer, their hearts were filled with excitement. I'll call the lawyer right away and have him prepare the contracts. I'll get them all ready for you. The group had now completely accepted their subordinate roles. From now on, they only had Su Zhengyang as their leader. Just plugging the immediate hole is only a temporary measure. The root cause is this out-of-province company. Tell me your plans. Su Zhengyang said to Dong Changming. Dong Changming hesitated slightly, then said, Boss, are you really going to give me complete control of this money? If you doubt someone, don't use them. If you use someone, don't doubt them. Su Zhengyang uttered these 8 words calmly. This made Dong Changming feel a bit more confident. Okay, then I'll tell you. Dong Changming's intention was actually quite straightforward. It could be called a spending spree. Because that other company had already spent a lot of money bidding for this land, Dong Changming was now keeping a close eye on them. He would acquire prime land at a high price. For inferior land parcels, just drive up the price. Completely disrupt their plans. This is the fastest way to cripple that foreign company. With money, you can do whatever you want. Just smash it. He then went on to explain some plans. By this time, the food was all served, and the group chatted amiably, the atmosphere very harmonious. Okay, everything's good, but something's missing. I remember, there's a prime piece of land in Qiandao Lake. Su Zhengyang finished speaking, and everyone stopped eating, staring at him in shock. Boss, the reason that prime land plot has been consistently unsold is because no one can afford it. If we were to bid, that out-of-town company probably wouldn't even dare to offer a single price. If we're going to do it, let's go big. Take the prime land plot, and all the residential and commercial land around Qiandao Lake. It'll probably be 2,000 or 3,000 acres at most. If we don't have enough money, just ask me. I believe the government will come looking for us. At the very least, a high-tech development zone is guaranteed. With the right policies, everything will be on our side. We can build a Qiandao new city, that'll be something else. Su Zhengyang said, picking up a glass of juice and taking a satisfying sip. The others were completely dumbfounded. A Qiandao new city. What a joke. Is that even human language? Su Zhengyang was not only arrogant but also incredibly knowledgeable. He had the air of a ruthless leader despite his young age. They had to look at him with new respect once again. I understand, boss. Dong Changming nodded emphatically. By the way, don't keep calling me boss, boss. I don't want people to know I'm the boss behind Tanglong. I hate trouble, so from now on, in public, just call me Master. Master. The group was taken aback. Su Zhengyang thought for a moment. He didn't want to reveal his identity, but he still needed to interact with them frequently. What kind of person would frequently associate with wealthy people? That's right, a feng shui master. If people ask why you know me, just say I know feng shui, and I have indeed studied it for a long time. Su Zhengyang said with a smile. He had studied it quite a bit when he was bored in college. Oh, really? Tang Ying asked with interest. Of course. Take this room, for example. Look at this window, it faces directly east onto this main road, which should be considered a clash with the road's energy. But there are two Kailan, mythical creatures, on either side. This is clearly a feng shui master who has neutralized the negative energy. Su Zhengyang finished speaking and looked at Chen Chusheng. Chen Chusheng wasn't surprised. Chen Hahai and Dong Changming were both utterly astonished. We were the ones who found that feng shui master for him. That's right, this Kailan was placed here by that feng shui master. Chen Chusheng was also shocked. He hadn't expected Su Zhengyang to actually know it, not just talk. Haha, I'm just a novice, doing this for fun. Don't take it seriously. Just call me that from now on. Okay, the group agreed. By the way, Tang Ying, I'm going to a party with Paula, and I don't have any clothes yet. Could you please find me a men's outfit? Not a too formal suit, something casual, like Chen San's style. Men's clothes can't be just anything, otherwise it won't look good. I'd like your size, and I'll have one custom made for you. Oh, okay, I'll send it to you later. Hee, no need to go back. I'm a tailor by trade. Do you know how tailors used to take measurements? Tang Ying giggled, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Su Zhengyang. The other three smiled slightly, revealing knowing smiles. Only Su Zhengyang was a little confused. How did you take the measurements? Please stand up, I'll take care of it. Tang Ying finished speaking and gracefully stood up, taking Su Zhenjiang's hand and pulling him to an open space. Then she began to measure him directly with her hand. From shoulders, to arms, then to waist and hips. Su Zhengyang remembered, that's how the older generation took measurements. Back then, grandmothers could tell your size just by taking off your coat, let alone measuring you. It was that amazing. But Tang Ying, the queen of the fashion world, could do it too? This was a bit unexpected for Su Zhengyang. However, Tang Ying clearly had a mischievous streak in her actions. It had to be admitted that Tang Ying was an absolutely stunning woman with a captivating charm. She was in her early 30s, yet had been in the world for many years. Such a beautiful woman personally taking Su Zhenjiang's measurements was a privilege probably unmatched in the entire Yunhai. Watching Tang Ying tease Su Zhengyang until he blushed, Dong Changming and the others couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Su Zhengyang was speechless. Tang Ying circled back to Su Zhengyang, her face flushed, and smiled. Alright, I'll get someone to do it right away. Master Su, please wait patiently. Su Zhengyang reluctantly sat back down. He'd actually felt his face burning just now. No, his self-control was too poor. He should add the points first. He'd already received 500 points for buying classes at the gym. Adding this 1,000 points, his overall attributes quickly reached 1,595 points. But Su Zhengyang had miscalculated. He immediately regretted adding all the points at once. He gained 1,500 points instantly. Su Zhengyang felt a jolt of electricity run through his body, especially a sharp pain in his muscles. Even his stomach cramped. Su Zhengyang clutched his stomach, his face contorted slightly. Boss! Dong Changming and the others were shocked to see Su Zhengyang like this. Chen Chusheng broke out in a cold sweat, clutching his stomach. Could he have been poisoned? This was the banquet he had arranged. Fortunately, the terrifying feeling quickly began to dissipate. Su Zhengyang waved his hand. I'm fine, just an old problem, stomach cramps acting up again. Stomach cramps? He'd only ever heard of angina. I'm going to the restroom. Feeling a little better, Su Zhengyang tried to stand up, using the table for support. Let me help you. Tang Ying, sitting beside him, offered to help. But Su Zhenjiang's hand had barely touched the edge of the table. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. Su Zhengyang snapped a corner of the table off with a single claw. The group froze. A deathly silence fell. Su Zhengyang was completely dumbfounded. This is top grade Hainan rosewood. Chen Chusheng swallowed hard, unsure if he was even telling the truth. Because of that crisp sound, it was clearly a piece of chocolate. Su Zhengyang finally snapped out of his daze and tried to grab another piece of the table edge. No, snap! An even larger piece of the table edge snapped off. Su Zhengyang looked helpless. I need to go to the bathroom first, he said, clutching his stomach, and headed straight for the toilet, leaving the four of them standing there, stunned. Chen Hahai picked up a piece of wood that Su Zhengyang had snapped off and slammed it down on Chen Chusheng's head with a thud. Hiss! Chen Chusheng covered his head, looking at him in utter bewilderment. It's real. What happened? Did he practice kung fu? Look at him, our boss is a Superman. Dong Changming also tried to bend the corner of the table. It didn't budge. Just kidding, Hainan rosewood is the preferred material for heavy-duty wooden furniture. Not only is it hard, but it's also extremely tough. It's not something you can just break. It's like a dream. The group had been quite shocked today. Meanwhile, Su Zhengyang washed his face at the sink and clenched his fists tightly. Everything that had just happened was part of his physical transformation. Now that it was over, Su Zhengyang felt for the first time what it meant to be reborn, whether it was his physical abilities or his five senses. A fly flew past him, and Su Zhengyang immediately raised his hand. Whoosh! Su Zhengyang had caught the fly by its wings. Damn, this 100,000 yuan wasn't wasted. Initially, he broke the table corner because Su Zhengyang couldn't yet control his strength well. It's like your mouse sensitivity suddenly becoming extremely high. The speed is fast, but basic operations like recoil control and kiting need to be relearned from scratch. Out of the building, Su Zhengyang stood at the corner and found that his hearing had also become much sharper. Not that the sound was amplified, but that he could hear things more clearly, farther away, and more subtly. This feeling was incredibly mysterious, even giving him a sense of complete control. Su Zhengyang closed his eyes, intentionally extending his hearing. It quickly covered the entire third floor and even the second. He heard Tang Ying and the others whispering, "Do you think the boss is giving us a show of force, demonstrating his power?" Probably. After all, anyone in China with such wealth who isn't even on the list must be a super family. The boss is probably the young master of some super family. Families like that probably all know some martial arts for self-defense. Whether it's a show of force or not, we're not afraid. As long as we're loyal, we won't go wrong. That's right. Hearing this, Su Zhengyang nodded silently. But soon he heard a familiar voice coming from the second floor, or rather, a bit noisy. It seemed to be Chen Meng. Su Zhenjiang's heart skipped a beat. Instead of returning to the private room, he went straight upstairs. At this moment, at a table on the second floor, Chen Meng, her parents, and Li Hu were all looking worried. Two other people were at the table, one middle-aged and the other young. The middle-aged man's face was covered in acne scars, and his appearance was somewhat fierce. He was currently looking at Chen Meng with a lewd smile. "Mr. Liu, although we don't have a contract, we do have a verbal agreement. It's one thing if you don't buy our chickens, but why are you telling other slaughterhouses that our chickens are problematic? What have we done to offend you?" Chen Meng asked anxiously, looking aggrieved. "Young Chen, you need evidence for your statements. I can sue you for defamation." Mr. Liu leaned back casually and sneered. "But you said you would buy them, that's why we accepted this batch of chicks. We invested so much, and you just say you don't want them anymore. We're selling them to other slaughterhouses now, but they don't want them either. That's over 2,000 chickens. We simply can't afford that." Chen Meng's eyes reddened with anxiety, and tears welled up in her eyes. Ultimately, she was too young and inexperienced, failing to grasp the importance of the contract. "Tisk, why are you crying? Didn't I tell you what to do? I also have equipment problems right now, so I have to abandon some suppliers. If you don't fight for it, I'll have to abandon you. If you do fight for it, I'll abandon others." Mr. Liu remained unmoved, speaking with a smile. "I can't agree to go to your house for drinks so late at night. I don't understand what that means, and I don't want to understand." "That's right, Mr. Liu. I won't allow my daughter to do that kind of thing." At this moment, Chen Meng's father also spoke up in a deep voice. "Fine, so principled. Then keep it up." Mr. Liu leaned back comfortably, speaking indifferently. At this moment, Li Hu spoke up. He chuckled and picked up his wine glass. "Mr. Liu, come, let me toast you. I think we should forget about sending Chen Meng to your place. How about this? I have an idea. I'll give you all their chickens at half the original price. What do you think? Give me some face." "Half?" Chen Meng immediately panicked. If they didn't give it to Mr. Liu, they still had a chance to find clients in other places, but if it was half, they would lose a lot of money. Li Hu didn't care about their losses. He just wanted to settle this matter and show off his influence. Mr. Liu glanced at him. "Give you face? Who are you?" "I'm a regional manager at CITIC Wealth Management," Li Hu said somewhat smugly. "CITIC Wealth Management, a regional manager." General Manager Liu scoffed, his face suddenly changing. He kicked Li Hu's chair, sending it flying half a meter. Li Hu's wine spilled all over him. "Damn it, what the hell is it to us talking business? You're the one offering advice? Who do you think you are? Get the hell out of here. You idiot." General Manager Liu was furious. From the very beginning, he had agreed to buy Chen Meng's chickens, all in the name of scheming against her. He'd let them raise a batch of chicks first, but he wouldn't sign a contract. Now he'd spread rumors that their chickens were diseased. Chen Meng had no choice but to beg him. To get him to buy the chickens at the original price, she had to spend the night with him. Everything was planned perfectly, but then this idiot popped up, offering advice without any sense of decency. Although the kick didn't land directly on him, it was incredibly insulting, yet Li Hu didn't dare utter a sound. This Mr. Lu was the owner of a large local slaughterhouse, and rumored to have some connections in the underworld. So, despite his anger at being kicked, Li Hu could only obediently wipe the alcohol off his clothes. Having been kicked, Mr. Lu lost his patience. You don't want to, huh? Then you'll just have to wait and see if you sell your chickens to other places first, or if I let them rot in your hands. Mr. Lu sneered, stood up, straightened his clothes, and prepared to leave. However, he dawdled, moving slowly, because his intention wasn't to destroy their chicken farm. He wanted to get rid of Chen Meng. Sure enough, Chen Meng's mother quickly stood up. Hey, Mr. Lu, what do you think? She actually wanted to ask if there was any other way. Although she was ruthless, she didn't really want her daughter to accompany this guy. However, if President Lu wanted to deal with them, their family would be truly finished, without even the chance to leave the city. She wanted to ask if it would be all right for her to accompany President Lu in place of her daughter. But with her husband beside her, she couldn't speak up, so she wanted to pull President Lu aside to talk privately. At this moment, Chen Meng and the others also stood up. However, Chen Meng, her eyes red, turned around and saw a familiar figure. It was Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang came up to Chen Meng, noticed her red eyes, and immediately frowned. Zhengyang. Yes, I heard what happened earlier. You don't need to beg him anymore. From now on, all the chickens from your chicken farm can be sent directly here. Heiken Hotel will buy them at double your price. We'll take as many as you have. Su Zhengyang smiled at Chen Meng and said, let alone 2,000, Chen Chusheng could take 5,000. He didn't only own one hotel in Heiken. Ah! Chen Meng's mouth gaped open, looking at Su Zhengyang in disbelief, even more so at her ears. Su Zhengyang, why the hell are you everywhere? This is none of your business, get out of here, Li Hu said through gritted teeth. Today was truly unlucky. He ran into Su Zhengyang, who seemed to be constantly going against him. He had just been kicked by this general manager Lu and was already seething with anger. Now Su Zhengyang was here to solve the problem. If he really solved Chen Meng's problem, then he would be utterly worthless. Chen Meng quickly shook her head. Zhengyang, it's alright, I can handle it. Don't let me owe anyone a favor. Chen Meng said worriedly. She believed Su Zhengyang must know the boss in Heiken, but since he came alone and those people didn't even offer him a ride, it meant the business deal hadn't been finalized, indicating he wasn't familiar with the boss. If he were to stand up for her and incur someone's favor, it would be a loss. Because favors are the most valuable. She felt sorry for Su Zhengyang and didn't want him to cause trouble for her. Chen Meng's mother, however, was furious and quickly shoved her daughter aside. This silly girl, turning down such a good opportunity, wasn't she just being foolish? She quickly put on a fawning smile and said to Su Zhengyang, Zhengyang, right? Is it really possible to cooperate with Heiken Hotel in the future? Yes. Su Zhengyang nodded. Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you so much. You're welcome. I'm helping you because of your daughter, it has nothing to do with you. Su Zhengyang said bluntly. Yes. Slightly embarrassed, Chen Meng's mother looked awkward, but regardless, Su Zhengyang had indeed been warmly received and taken upstairs by the Heiken Hotel owner. If he dared to say that, he could definitely get it done. Su Zhengyang's tone had initially startled General Manager Lu. He had assumed Su Zhengyang was the hotel owner, but after hearing him reprimand even Li Hu, he couldn't possibly be the owner. He was probably just bluffing for Chen Meng, and he was getting more and more carried away. Today, anyone who stood in his way of getting with Chen Meng deserved to die. I'll give you 5 seconds. Go back where you came from. If you say another word, I'll kill you. Boss Liu's face was cold as he stared intently at Su Zhengyang, speaking each word with a distinct air of authority. Especially the last few words, they carried a real force. If you told him he had 2 lives on his hands, people would definitely believe you. Before he finished speaking, 4 people strode in from behind Su Zhengyang. It was Chen Hahai and his 3 companions. They had been waiting inside for Su Zhengyang for ages, worried he might have fainted or something, so they rushed to the bathroom to check, but he wasn't there, so they went downstairs. As soon as they reached the 2nd floor, they heard Boss Lu say he was going to kill Su Zhengyang. Their expressions changed drastically. Chen Chusheng, with his underworld background and fiery temper, hadn't personally taken action in a long time since becoming a boss. He took a few quick steps, his neck cracking loudly. Suddenly, Mr. Liu's eyes widened when he saw Chen Chusheng appear behind Su Zhengyang. Having been involved in the underworld for several years, he naturally recognized Chen Chusheng. He was the local tyrant of Santai, and this Heiken Hotel belonged to him. He didn't know the exact extent of Chen Chusheng's power, but it was more than enough to crush him. He was just wondering how he had come across Chen Chusheng today and was even thinking about how to get to know him. Then he saw Chen Chusheng walking towards him with a menacing glint in his eyes. Bang! A resounding slap landed on his face, the force leaving him momentarily stunned, feeling his teeth loosen. Asterisk bang, 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 asterisk. Chen Chusheng delivered 4 more slaps to Mr. Liu's face, causing him to lose consciousness for a second. If the young man behind him hadn't caught him, he would have collapsed. Chen Chusheng coldly pointed at him. Hide. No, no, no. I wouldn't dare, Mr. Chen. What happened to me? Mr. Liu regained some of his senses, terrified out of his wits, not understanding why Chen Chusheng had hit him. I'll fucking make you stand still. Chen Chusheng roared, veins bulging, causing the surrounding customers to scatter in fear. If anyone dared to cause trouble and assault someone at the Heiken Hotel, it would be Chen Chusheng. Chen Chusheng's rage was like that of a ferocious god, his imposing aura terrifying Mr. Liu, who immediately felt his legs go weak. He forced himself to stay upright, clinging tightly to the young man beside him. This young man was just his driver, but now he was his crutch. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Chusheng swung his sword and delivered over a dozen more slaps. Mr. Liu's face was already swollen, blood gushing from his mouth, and 2 teeth were knocked out. Yet Chen Chusheng's blows grew heavier and heavier. The scene terrified everyone. No one doubted that Chen Chusheng could beat Mr. Liu to death with his slaps. Finally, that's enough. Su Zhengyang spoke. Chen Chusheng's hand stopped. Those 2 short words were enough for everyone present to understand why Chen Chusheng had attacked Mr. Liu. Everyone around Su Zhengyang stared in shock. The nearly lifeless general manager Liu, in his hazy consciousness, finally understood why he had been beaten. It was because he had offended Su Zhengyang with his words? Chen Chusheng was actually standing up for him. But why? Damn, who is this young man? He can make Chen Chusheng obey his every command. That's right. Chen Chusheng had his hand raised, and he obediently lowered it. Is he some young master from a powerful family? Are you stupid? In Santai, which family needs Chen Chusheng's face? The surrounding people were buzzing with discussion. Santai City naturally had many families, but no one dared to claim they were superior to the 4 heroes of Yunhai. Chen Meng was also dumbfounded. Li Hu felt an urge to urinate that he was about to lose control. Chen Chusheng finally caught his breath and turned to Su Zhengyang, asking, Master Su, what was wrong with him just now? Everyone burst into laughter again. Good heavens! No one knew why President Liu had offended Su Zhengyang, yet he almost killed him with just a threat. What if Su Zhengyang had been in the wrong? Besides, what kind of title was Master Su? Chen Chusheng had changed it himself. He felt that calling him Master Su made Su Zhengyang sound like a charlatan. Master Su was better. He could just clarify that he was a Feng Shui master if someone asked. Su Zhengyang succinctly explained, and casually mentioned to Chen Chusheng that he would be taking over Chen Meng's chickens from now on. This was no problem for Chen Chusheng. Even 5,000 chickens would be used up in a month or 2, let alone 2,000. As long as he added a couple of affordable dishes to the menus of his restaurants, he wouldn't have to worry about supplying Chen Meng. Oh, Miss Chen Meng, right? We're from the same clan. My surname is Chen too. Do you have a business card? Give me one, so we can keep in touch. Chen Chusheng nodded, smiled slightly at Chen Meng, and held out his card. Chen Meng shuddered in fright. Good heavens, Chen Chusheng's hand was covered in Mr. Liu's blood, still dripping. Embarrassed, Chen Chusheng quickly switched hands. Chen Meng shakily rummaged through her small bag and pulled out a business card, handing it to Chen Chusheng. Master Su, how do we deal with this? Apply, what's that smell? Chen Chusheng was about to ask how to deal with Mr. Liu when he suddenly sniffed and turned around. He saw Li Hu standing there trembling, his pants soaked, a pale yellow liquid slowly spreading on the ground. Chen Chusheng frowned. Damn it, they've turned my 2nd floor into a toilet. How am I supposed to eat now? Seeing Su Zhengyang frown, Li Hu was utterly terrified and collapsed to the ground. He never imagined Su Zhengyang possessed such power. If Chen Chusheng knew about his insults towards Su Zhengyang when he first entered, he'd probably be cooked alive. Just kick him out. Looking at Li Hu's state, Su Zhengyang felt no urge to punish him. Chen Chusheng immediately gave the floor manager a wink. Before the conflict escalated, the floor manager had no idea they were in conflict. By the time the conflict started, Chen Chusheng had already arrived, and the floor manager could only cower in fear. The manager hurriedly ordered people to carry Li Hu out, while others cleaned up the mess on the floor. Chen Chusheng pinched General Manager Liu's face and whispered, If I find out you've made things difficult for Chen Meng again, I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. General Manager Liu nodded repeatedly in fright, then was helped downstairs by the driver, limping along. Chen Chusheng then turned to the surrounding customers, smiling apologetically and announcing that the meals on the 2nd floor would be free today. Su Zhengyang then said to Chen Meng, From now on, your chicken farm will directly connect with him. If his demand is high, you can expand your operations appropriately. He helped Chen Meng because he felt he owed her a lot. Back in school, she was the one who was most devoted to him. But he had let her down more than once, and seen her sadly wiping away tears more than once. At that time, Su Zhengyang was preoccupied with starting a business, spending all his time at work. Chen Meng, however, showed no joy. She seemed to realize something. If Su Zhengyang had ever felt even a sliver of guilt towards her before, did this mean he had repaid that guilt? Did it mean she would never appear in his heart again, not even the guilt remained? At this thought, Chen Meng pouted, and tears welled up in her eyes again. She quickly lowered her head. She was afraid Su Zhengyang would see and think she was deliberately crying for his benefit. I wanted to tell you, Li Hu and I are nothing. He invited me to some party and happened to know about our family situation, so he offered to help. Chen Meng explained to Su Zhengyang in a soft, aggrieved voice. Su Zhengyang gave a bitter smile. He hadn't even asked about her relationship with Li Hu. Okay, nothing else. I'm leaving now. My phone number and WeChat haven't changed. Su Zhenjiang's last sentence gave Chen Meng a sliver of hope, but she didn't even know if she had the right to contact Su Zhengyang now. Su Zhenjiang's performance today made her feel even more inferior. She nodded slightly. Su Zhengyang said nothing more and, accompanied by Chen Hahai and Tang Ying, went downstairs. Dong Changming was still staying with Chen Chusheng for the time being. Recently, many people were eager to cause trouble for him. It wouldn't be too late for him to show his face after dealing with the problems first. Master Su, how did you get here? Tang Ying asked as they exited the hotel. I took a taxi. Then I'll take Master Su home. Old Chen, you can drive yourself. Go, go, go. Tang Ying immediately gave a charming smile, then waved her hand repeatedly at Chen Hahai. Why should you take me? Chen Hahai immediately said, dissatisfied. Don't both take me. I'm going to see a friend this afternoon, he'll pick me up later. Su Zhengyang stopped their playful banter. All right then. Su Zhengyang watched them get into the car. Chen Hahai drove a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Tang Ying drove a BMW X7. Both of their cars were quite understated. With their wealth, they could easily afford much more luxurious vehicles. Su Zhengyang felt he should buy a car too. Right now, he didn't even have a means of transportation, which was very inconvenient. Su Zhengyang checked the time, then took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Zhang Yu, before heading towards the intersection. Inside the Heiken Hotel, Chen Meng was asked to stay behind by Chen Chusheng to discuss their chicken farm. After agreeing on everything, Chen Meng personally saw them off from the hotel. As soon as they left the hotel, Chen Meng's mother excitedly stamped her feet and grabbed Chen Meng, exclaiming, "Oh my dear daughter, I never imagined you had a classmate like this. This guy is incredibly powerful. Chen Chusheng owns so many hotels and restaurants, we're going to be rich. Mom, Zhengyang helped us, but we can't put too much burden on Chen Chusheng, otherwise he'd be too reckless. For now, let's get rid of these chickens, then see what Chen Chusheng's needs are, and adjust our chick breeding cycle accordingly. Absolutely no unauthorized, blind expansion, and then forcing them to buy it. Do you hear me?" Chen Meng, naturally aware of her mother's character, immediately issued a stern warning. "Oh, I know, look at you. You've made your mother act like she's all high and mighty. Hey, my dear daughter, I think this guy is quite interested in you, otherwise he wouldn't be helping us so much. Why don't you try harder and get him to double the purchase price? I think it's just a matter of a word from him. He has Chen Chusheng completely under his thumb." Even Chen Meng's father nudged her. "How can you be so greedy? Can't you see Xiao Meng is angry?" Indeed, Chen Meng was glaring angrily at her mother, clearly dissatisfied. "So what? This man could very well become our future son-in-law. He's helping us so much, he obviously has his eye on our Xiao Meng. If he really becomes our son-in-law, I bet he'd pay 4 times the price, 10 times the price. Mom, you're really unreasonable." Chen Meng stomped her foot angrily and strode away. She didn't want Su Zhengyang to look down on her, but if Su Zhengyang knew that this was all her mother was thinking about, he would probably see the whole family for what they were like. "See, it's all your fault. Don't mention this again, or Xiao Meng will get angry and argue with you, even cutting off Chen Chusheng's collaboration. You know her temper." Father Chen immediately scolded. Mother Chen rolled her eyes at him, and the two hurried after their daughter. Just then, a Jetta with its rear bumper screeched to a stop in front of Su Zhengyang. "Get in!" Zhang Yu waved. Su Zhengyang reached for the door handle, but all he heard was snap. A crisp sound rang out. Su Zhengyang stared at the broken door handle in his hand, his face darkening. "Damn it! Damn it!" Zhang Yu quickly got out of the driver's seat, walked around, and saw that Su Zhengyang had broken the door handle in half. Su Zhengyang was helpless, although he was adapting to everything else. However, he might need a little more time to adapt to the increased strength. After all, with the 1,500 points added, he felt like he had undergone a complete transformation. You know, the boss usually sits in the back seat, maybe I'm destined to sit in the back. Su Zhengyang tossed the handle back into the car and cheerfully opened the back door. Zhang Yu immediately chased after him to the rear window, ready to unleash a torrent of abuse. You're really something else. This car is borrowed. I still have to get it fixed. Stop dawdling. Stop dawdling. I'll buy you one, come on, to the dealership. Su Zhengyang said irritably. Buy it? Buy me what? You don't even have a car yourself. Zhang Yu grumbled even more irritably as he walked back to the driver's seat and plopped down inside. Hey, seriously, look at this. Su Zhengyang pulled out the 1 yuan coin that had been lying around in his wallet for ages. He only had this one large coin in his bag, and it would occasionally slip out of his wallet anyway, so he figured he might as well spend it. The 1 yuan coin now looked shiny and high quality. It didn't look like a 1 yuan coin at all, but like a million. No, the 1 yuan coin now definitely was the original million. 1 yuan. Where did you get so much money? And such a large denomination? You robbed a bank. Zhang Yu immediately yelled. Robbed my ass. This is money I earned helping people with feng shui. Feng shui? Seriously? With what little you learned back then, and a few books you dared to swindle people? You'd get killed. You're practically sending invitations to Wusong for his second marriage. You're risking your life for money. Zhang Yu howled again. You don't know anything. I wasn't just looking, I was studying. Once I've thoroughly studied it, even one book will be enough. Stop talking nonsense. Anyway, this money is safe. Today, we won't buy any expensive cars, just one each, enough to cover our expenses. Su Zhengyang said impatiently. Zhang Yu stared at him, his eyes wide as bells. Yangzi, making money isn't easy, why don't you save it first? Drive. The Jetta sped off, heading straight for the Ford's dealership cluster on the 3rd Ring Road. Yunhai Province isn't a big province, and Santai City is only a 2nd tier city. Upon reaching the 3rd Ring Road, they were already in the suburbs, and the landscape stretched out flat as far as the eye could see. A 1,000-island lake, created by diverting water from the city moat, shimmered in the sunlight. Occasionally, tourists and cars would drive by on unpaved roads, barbecuing and fishing. It was precisely because of the creation of the 1,000-island lake that land prices soared, even creating a new land king in Santai City. Su Zhengyang observed for a while. The money he had given Dong Changming was more than enough. It could buy 4 land kings, let alone one. 100,000 yuan in cash was enough to sweep across the entire area of Santai, and even Yunhai, making him unstoppable. Yangzi, which dealership should we go to? Zhang Yu looked around at the numerous Ford's dealerships in the area. He was overwhelmed. He was still somewhat confused and couldn't quite believe that Su Zhengyang insisted on buying him a car. I'll ask around later. Su Zhengyang naturally knew what kind of car to buy, but he figured he shouldn't let the good stuff go to outsiders. One of the 4 heroes of Yunhai was a car maker. He immediately took out his phone and called Chen Hahai. Master Su, what's wrong? Don't you have a 4th brother? That's right, his name is Chase Haihao. We didn't hide anything from him about our business with you, we told him everything. You're not angry with me, are you? Chen Hahai said somewhat nervously. It's alright, we'll have to get to know each other sooner or later. I just wanted to pick up a couple of cars. I'm asking which dealership around here owns it. It's good to keep the profits in the family. Oh, Master Chen, why did you have to make the trip yourself? Just call him and he'll deliver whatever car you want. Chen Hahai said speechlessly. No need, it's not like I'm short of money. Su Zhengyang refused outright. Just kidding, I came here specifically to spend money. Where do I get points if I don't spend money? You can't stop me from spending money. Alright then, Laosai is the biggest dealer in the area. More than half of the 4 stores around the North 3rd Ring Road are ours. Just look for a store with a torch logo on the corner of its facade, they're all ours. Okay, sure. Su Zhengyang looked up and wow, 3 out of the 6 stores he could see had the torch logo. Master Su, I'll have him come over to you right away. No need, I'm just buying a couple of cars. Lao Si really wants to meet you too. He just arrived in Santai and will be exiting the highway near your place. Alright then. Su Zhengyang sighed helplessly, said nothing more, agreed, and hung up. The two then headed towards the largest Ford store. This store had huge showrooms for 3 brands, Mercedes-Benz, Audi, and Ford. As soon as they entered, a pretty female car saleswoman greeted them with a professional smile. Hello, welcome. Su Zhengyang was pleased with the saleswoman's attitude. Although the 2 men were not dressed elaborately, the saleswoman showed no sign of unwillingness to serve them, displaying remarkable professionalism. Do you 2 handsome gentlemen have a particular car you'd like to learn about? If not, I can recommend a few models based on your requirements. Su Zhengyang looked at Zhang Yu and asked, what kind of car are you looking for? Zhang Yu was too embarrassed to even mention it. He was already stunned enough that Su Zhengyang offered to buy him a car. How could he possibly say Audi or Mercedes, or that Ford was more affordable? Let's take a look at Ford. Okay, let's look at Ford first. Su Zhengyang nodded to the salesperson. It just so happened that he wanted to buy a Ford. Okay, this way please. The salesperson smiled sweetly and led the two to the Ford showroom. They chatted as they walked. This salesperson was named Zheng Xiaoyan. She was very professional in her explanations, and most importantly, her attitude was consistently enthusiastic, making people feel very comfortable. Her smile was incredibly infectious, like a spring breeze. Sir, is there a model you've always liked? Many people buy cars with a specific purpose in mind, researching beforehand, often coming specifically for a particular model. Yes, over there. As he spoke, Su Zhengyang had already spotted his target. The Ford Raptor, a high-end passenger pickup truck. The Raptor has always been hailed as the king of off-road vehicles. Its appearance is exceptionally rugged. The entire vehicle is at least 5.7 meters long, at least 2 meters high, and a full 2.5 meters wide. I can tell you're a very generous person, sir. This vehicle is perfect for a tough guy like you. This latest F-150 has a maximum weighting depth of 760 millimeters. The salesman introduced it with a beaming smile. Generally, people who specifically want to see a certain type of vehicle have a pretty high success rate in making a purchase. Great, I've decided to buy it. Can you recommend one for my brother first? Su Zhengyang listened for a while, then politely interrupted the salesman. This top-of-the-line model only costs 50 cents. The salesman smiled and looked at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu immediately stammered. He asked again, somewhat incredulously, in a low voice. Yangzi, are you really going to buy me a car? What's wrong with you? When I started my business, I invested all my money. Wasn't it you who helped me during the toughest times? We're practically inseparable. Have I ever been this polite with you? When I was liquidating, I almost lost my house. Didn't you even take out your savings to support me? Su Zhengyang was a little annoyed. Although Zhang Yu hadn't started the business with him, he was undoubtedly his best brother. Aside from being a bit slow, he was perfect. Then I want that one. Zhang Yu could tell Su Zhengyang was a little angry, so he swallowed hard and pointed to a red Ford Mustang in the distance. A Ford Mustang, an affordable four-seater sports car. But its appearance was undeniably rugged and imposing. The top-of-the-line version only cost a little over 40 cents. Su Zhengyang knew Zhang Yu wasn't going to hold back this time, because Zhang Yu had often said things like, I don't want Ferraris or Lamborghinis, I only like Mustangs. These two are the only ones, cash on delivery. Su Zhengyang didn't wait for the excited salesperson to introduce the cars, and immediately gave her even better news. Oh, okay, I'll go get the contracts. She was overjoyed, not expecting Su Zhengyang to be so agreeable. She quickly filled out the contracts, explained them to the two of them, and then led them directly to pay. The Ford store was large, with 3 brands, but all payments were done in one place. At that moment, another salesperson was already leading a customer to pay. Excuse me, we'll wait a moment. She smiled apologetically at Su Zhengyang. Just then, a saleswoman, also dressed in a business suit and heavily made up, walked over in high heels. She was also holding a contract, and was followed by a male and female client. She casually pulled Zheng Xiaoyan aside and stood behind the saleswoman in front. Her movements were incredibly smooth, as if that position was always hers. She didn't even say a word. Ma Ling, what are you doing? Zheng Xiaoyan asked, somewhat angrily. Oh, you're not in a hurry, I'll handle this first. Young Master Lin, this way please wait a moment, sorry. Ma Ling said perfunctorily to Zheng Xiaoyan, then turned to her clients with a fawning smile and apologetic tone. The man addressed as young Master Lin was a young man in a casual suit, with a buzz cut, and a beautiful woman with long, wavy hair was nestled close to him. Lin Xiao didn't say anything, only yawned impatiently, continuing his sweet talk with his girlfriend. Zheng Xiaoyan frowned and said, Ma Ling, move aside, I was here first. You can't cut in line. Zheng Xiaoyan, are you blind? Look closely at this contract. Ma Ling was annoyed by Zheng Xiaoyan's repeated nagging. She held up the contract in front of Zheng Xiaoyan. It was a contract for an Audi R8 sports car, priced at 1.8 yuan. Zheng Xiaoyan was startled. Lin Xiao and his girlfriend both looked smug. That's still not acceptable. My client is waiting here too. Even if it's a big deal, you can't cut in line like that in front of your client. What will your client think? Zheng Xiaoyan argued firmly. Lin Xiao's girlfriend immediately sneered. You're such a troublemaker. I hate people like you who have no sense of propriety. You think you're so principled, but you're just an idiot. Zheng Xiaoyan, being insulted by her client, couldn't retaliate and could only bite her lip in frustration. Open your dog mouth again and apologize to her, or you'll face the consequences. Su Zhengyang, however, sized up the two men and spoke calmly to the man with the big waves. What did you say, you stinking idiot? The man with the big waves immediately released Lin Xiao's arm, pointed at Su Zhengyang, and glared at him, cursing. How dare you speak to my client like that? Apologize immediately. Ma Ling was also anxious. She had finally landed such a big deal. If Su Zhengyang ruined it, or if she offended Lin Xiao, it would be a huge loss. You want to apologize too? Heh, interesting. Su Zhengyang sneered. Lin Xiao then spoke up. Brothers, I bet you guys came from Ford. When you're out in the world, know your place. Know who you can mess with and who you can't, understand? Lin Xiao spoke in a condescending, lecturing tone, his face full of mockery. At that moment, Ma Ling, taking advantage of Zheng Xiaoyan's inattention, snatched the contract and began to read it. Although Zheng Xiaoyan snatched it back, Ma Ling had already seen the contents. One Raptor, one Mustang. The two cars together barely make half the price of an R8. So what if I cut in line? Can't you see who's more important, Zheng Xiaoyan? After Ma Ling finished speaking, Lin Xiao and the bald man became even more unrestrained. The two cars combined don't even amount to half their combined size, so they can't possibly be anyone important. You think buying an R8 makes you so great that you can insult people all you want? I'd like to know who you are that I can't afford to mess with. Su Zhengyang narrowed his eyes and asked. Listen carefully, we can afford to mess with you not because we buy an R8, but because he's the second young master of Sanlin Pharmaceutical, Lin Zhengfeng. Big Wave chuckled, enunciating each word clearly. Sanlin Pharmaceutical, that's the pharmaceutical company that sells fake medicine? I was wondering what kind of powerful figure they are. Shouldn't a pharmaceutical company like yours be more discreet? You're making yourself an easy target. Su Zhengyang asked suspiciously. After Su Zhengyang finished speaking, Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, brother, if I heard correctly, you're threatening me, right? Su Zhengyang shrugged and said. I'm not threatening you, I'm just stating the facts. The Lin family of Sanlin Pharmaceuticals was somewhat well known in the city, mainly because making medicine was incredibly profitable. Or rather, making counterfeit medicine was incredibly profitable. But the Lin family was definitely not a prominent family. At most, they were nouveau riche. Today, he had encountered Su Zhengyang, the ancestor of this nouveau riche. Damn it, you think you're so great? Trying to act tough in front of me? You think you're worthy? Lin Xiao's expression changed instantly, his mockery vanished as he roared at Su Zhengyang. What, you want a fight? Zhang Yu shouted coldly, taking a step forward. If Lin Xiao dared to make a move, he wouldn't back down. At this shout, a portly man in a suit walked out from the inner office area. What's going on? Manager, you're just in time. Young Master Lin bought a brand new R8 and needs to complete the paperwork, but Zheng Xiaoyan is making a fuss here and offended him. Ma Ling immediately complained. Upon seeing it was young Master Lin, the manager smiled and eagerly shook hands with him. Hurry up and get it done. What are you waiting for? Seeing young Master Lin's displeasure, the manager quickly scolded Ma Ling. By this time, the salesperson in front had already finished. Ma Ling hurried to complete the paperwork. Su Zhengyang said coldly, You're the manager? You didn't even ask what happened before leaving me here. Is this how you act as a manager? The manager, being quite shrewd, didn't directly retort but instead took Zheng Xiaoyan's contract and glanced at it. Although the two cars together cost about 1 yuan, the key issue was that young Master Lin was already enraged. No matter what, they couldn't compare to him, so he didn't even bother with politeness and coldly said, If you want to buy, wait. If you're uncomfortable, you can turn right and leave. His words pleased young Master Lin greatly. Zhang Yu was actually just bluffing for his brother. The Lin family was a powerful clan, and offending them would cause serious trouble. Seeing an opportunity to leave, he tried to pull Su Zhengyang away. However, Su Zhengyang was already furious. His face was stern. Today, I'd like to see who dares to cut in line. What a stupid idiot. How can there be such a moron? I just can't stand idiots like this. The wavy-haired girl was furious and immediately raised her hand to slap Su Zhengyang, but Su Zhengyang was faster and grabbed her wrist. Big Waves roared furiously, as if possessed. Let go! She hadn't expected Su Zhengyang to stop her from venting her anger with that slap. She was determined to beat this bastard half to death. But before she could finish speaking, she felt as if she'd been struck in the stomach with a sledgehammer. Her abdomen arched inward, and she flew 2 meters backward, landing on her buttocks with a thud. She couldn't even scream, she felt her internal organs churning, and she couldn't even breathe. She rolled around clutching her stomach, struggling for a long time before finally managing to catch her breath. She had never been hit so hard in her life. She never imagined Su Zhengyang would dare to hit her. Security! Security! The manager immediately shouted. Lin Xiao suddenly stopped him, waving away the security guards, his face filled with murderous intent as he glared at Su Zhengyang. His girlfriend was his reputation. Su Zhengyang hitting his woman was something the security guards couldn't handle. Looks like you really don't know what's good for you. I'll give you 5 seconds to kneel here and let me trample you under my feet, letting her do whatever she wants with you. Otherwise, I'll make you regret ever being born. Lin Xiao glared at Su Zhengyang, each word distinct. I want him dead. I want him dead. Call Uncle Qi. I'll skin him alive. At this moment, the bald man, clutching his stomach, still couldn't stand, his voice hoarse as he roared. No need to wait 5 seconds. If you have something to do it quickly. I have other things to do. Su Zhengyang remained unmoved, gesturing for him to proceed. Lin Xiao sneered. You ignorant fool. You probably haven't heard of Qi Yunfei. He'll be your nightmare. Lin Xiao said, already pulling out his phone and dialing a number. Hello, Uncle Qi, this is Lin Lao Er. Su Zhengyang smiled slightly. Qi Yunfei, isn't that one of Chen Chushan's 3 tigers? Su Zhengyang also took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Chen Chusheng. Seeing Su Zhengyang also take out his phone, Ma Ling sneered. Oh, you can call for help too? Why did you put your phone down again? I thought you could actually make a call and clash with Lin Xiao, making me look at you in a new light. You bumpkin. Zhang Yu was also feeling uneasy. It seemed he was going to get hurt today. Su Zhengyang, however, remained unhurried, pulling over a stool and sitting down, looking completely calm and collected. You bastard, you still have the nerve to sit down. See how you die. Ridiculous. I'll watch you become a cripple today. Ma Ling gritted her teeth and said viciously. She was furious at Su Zhenjiang's calm and collected demeanor. What angered her most was that she had cut in line. Zhang Xiaoyan dared to complain, and Su Zhengyang actually jumped in to support Zhang Xiaoyan. She desperately wanted to see Su Zhengyang scream in agony after being beaten to a pulp. Lin Xiao's face also turned cold. You look very pretentious. I hope you can maintain this composure when you get beaten up. He pulled over a chair, crossed his legs, and sat down, not to be outdone. Heh, do you think you'll be the one sitting here? Su Zhengyang sneered. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, and even the manager and Ma Ling sneered. Did you think it would be you? Lin Xiao laughed, looking at Su Zhengyang with the eyes of someone looking at a fool. Just wait and see. Less than 5 minutes later, the screeching of brakes from 4 cars echoed outside, and more than 20 people jumped out, their menacing aura carrying them. Led by a man in his 30s, they entered. This leader had a hawk-like gaze, his eyes even slightly slanted, exuding a fierce aura. He spotted Su Zhengyang sitting there from afar. His heart skipped a beat. He had only recently met Lin Xiao's father, had a meal together, and Lin Xiao had already established a connection, calling him uncle. He also wanted to make some extra money through the Lin family. He had been somewhat impatient when he received Lin Xiao's call earlier, but a moment later, his boss, Chen Chusheng, called personally, gave him an instruction, and then handed him a photo. The man in the photo was sitting there, sizing him up. Uncle Qi, this is the kid. Cripple him. Lin Xiao sneered, looking at Qi Yunfei. Qi Yunfei was only in his early 30s, but he was on friendly terms with his father, so Lin Xiao naturally called him uncle. But before he could finish speaking, Qi Yunfei kicked Lin Xiao in the chest. The kick sent him and his chair sprawling to the ground. Beat him. Qi Yunfei ordered the men behind him. Instantly, 3 or 4 men stepped forward and began kicking Lin Xiao without a word. The manager and Ma Ling were stunned into silence. Big Wave screamed wildly. What are you doing? You've hit the wrong person. He's the idiot. You've hit the wrong person. As she spoke, she reached out to pull several people away. Hit them all. Qi Yunfei didn't even greet Su Zhengyang first, but instead gave the order to the people behind him again. 3 more people stepped forward and grabbed Big Wave's hair, beating her mercilessly. After a long while of screams, Qi Yunfei waved his hand, and the crowd dispersed. Lin Xiao and Big Wave were revealed, their faces bruised and swollen, utterly terrified. Lin Xiao looked bewildered. He looked at Qi Yunfei, mumbling incoherently. Uncle Qi, why are you hitting me? You've hit the wrong person. He's the bastard. If you utter another swear word, I'll smash all your teeth and make you swallow them. Qi Yunfei said coldly. I don't understand. He's the one who provoked me. Why did he hit me? Lin Xiao felt his mind was overwhelmed, a mixture of resentment, bitterness, anger, and humiliation swirled within him. He wondered if he was dreaming. You don't need to understand, you just need to accept it. Qi Yunfei said coldly. Are you senile? This bastard dared to mess with me, and you even hit me. How am I supposed to accept this? Are you brainless? Big Wave's ears were ringing from the beating, and he hadn't heard a thing. Now that his hearing had returned, he immediately roared in anger. I'll say it again, listen carefully. If you provoke him, I'll hit you. If he provokes you, I'll hit you again. Every time he provokes you, I'll hit you. Understand? Every time he provokes you, I'll hit you? What kind of logic is that? And why is that? Lin Xiao and De Bolang couldn't understand it at all. Smash all her teeth and make her swallow them. Qi Yunfei pointed at De Bolang. A burly man behind him immediately pulled out a delicate little steel hammer. What are you doing? Why? Ah! De Bolang stared incredulously at the burly man approaching, still unable to comprehend what she had done wrong even as the hammer fell. Hearing De Bolang's screams and hearing her mouth full of blood, Ma Ling and the manager shuddered violently. A chilling fear gripped them, making them feel cold all over. Meanwhile, Su Zhengyang remained calmly seated on his stool. Who was the winner was obvious. Master Su, what should we do with these two? Qi Yunfei walked up to Su Zhengyang, glancing at the manager and Ma Ling. He spoke respectfully. Only at this moment did the manager and Ma Ling freeze, as if struck by lightning. So Su Zhengyang was the real big shot. Qi Yunfei had indeed punished young Master Lin because of him. Then what about them? This woman is just like that wavy-haired girl, incredibly foul-mouthed. You handle it. Su Zhengyang waved his hand. Qi Yunfei gave a wink, and one of his henchmen pulled out a small hammer and walked towards Ma Ling. Amidst Ma Ling's desperate cries, the manager's pants quickly became soaked, a pale yellow liquid spreading to the floor. Zhang Yu watched the entire scene, utterly bewildered. He felt like he barely recognized his brother anymore. Why did Qi Yunfei treat him like a grandson, daring to beat up even young Master Lin like that? At that moment, a man in a silver suit strode in. This man had slick back hair, a high-nose bridge, and was very handsome. Those who knew him knew he was of mixed Chinese and Korean descent. It was Chase Hai-Hao. Although of mixed race, his surname was inherited from his Chinese father, and he grew up in China, making him a thoroughly Chinese citizen. Chase Hai-Hao knew something was wrong as soon as he saw the scene and quickly walked over. Qi Yunfei respectfully greeted Chase Hai-Hao. Fourth brother. Chase Hai-Hao nodded, then bowed deeply to Su Zhengyang, who was seated. Master Su, it's me, Chase Hai-Hao. I'm late. The older brothers had already drunk and performed the kneeling ceremony. If he dared to shake hands upon meeting them, it would not only be disrespectful to Su Zhengyang but also to his brothers. However, his bow almost sent the manager flying. The manager felt his brain buzz. The moment he saw his boss, he thought he was saved, but he never expected even his boss to treat this person with such respect. Just who was this young man? You're not late, you've arrived at the perfect time. Su Zhengyang said mockingly. Chase Hai-Hao glanced at the mess and asked Zheng Xiaoyan. What happened? Because he noticed that only Zheng Xiaoyan was standing next to Su Zhengyang, having not offended him. Zheng Xiaoyan then snapped out of her shock and carefully recounted what had just happened. She spoke too gently. You, as manager, practically told me to wait if I wanted to buy, and to turn right and leave if I didn't. That's exactly what you said, right? Su Zhengyang asked the manager. The manager turned deathly pale. He'd worked his way up to this position over several years, a high salary and high commission. In the last 2 years, he'd bought a car and a house, just about to reach the pinnacle of his life. I'm sorry, sir, boss, I'm so sorry, I really didn't know this gentleman. Stop talking, pack your things and get out. I don't need this kind of person who treats people differently based on their status. Chase Hai-Hao said expressionlessly. The manager collapsed to the ground as if his soul had been pulled out. His career was over. But the worst part wasn't that, he'd offended someone like Su Zhengyang. He was probably finished. Even if Su Zhengyang didn't retaliate, he'd be stuck in a difficult situation. Who would hire someone who had offended such a powerful figure? At this moment, Ma Ling and De Bolang were lying in pools of blood, retching incessantly, their vomit mixed with broken teeth. Lin Xiao had already soiled himself. Throw them outside. Qi Yunfei glanced at them with disgust, and the others immediately carried the three of them out, throwing the manager out as well. After they left, Su Zhengyang stood up and asked the two men. Sanlin Pharmaceuticals used to make counterfeit medicine, they're definitely not clean now. Can you find any materials about them? Chase Hai-Hao looked at Qi Yunfei. This kind of thing was done by Lao San's men. Qi Yunfei nodded firmly. I'll get to it right away. If they have any secret materials, I'll dig them all out. Su Zhengyang nodded. No rush, take your time, search carefully. We must strike decisively against such a ruthless pharmaceutical company. Understood. You go ahead. Su Zhengyang glanced at Qi Yunfei again, finding the man's demeanor quite impressive, intelligent, and efficient interesting. He'd heard Qi Yunfei was the youngest under Chen Chusheng. To be one of the three tigers, he certainly had something special. Qi Yunfei nodded and quickly left with his men. As soon as he stepped outside, a brother approached and whispered, Brother Fei, who exactly is this guy? I saw even fourth master treats him with great respect. Slap. Shi Yunfei slapped him on the back of the head, almost sending him sprawling face-first. The guys around him chuckled. I wouldn't even dare ask, but you have a mouth, Shi Yunfei muttered in a low voice. The guy immediately shrank back, not daring to ask another question. Master Su, have you checked the car? Chase Haihao watched everyone leave, then asked Su Zhengyang. Yes, I'm about to pay. Why are you talking to me about money? This is our own business. I'll take care of the insurance and temporary license plate for you, and you can just drive away. Chase Haihao said helplessly. No, it's not like I don't have the money. Let's get the paperwork done first. Okay. Chase Haihao didn't argue and directly said to Zhang Xiaoyan. From now on, you're the new manager of this shop. Go and get the paperwork done. Ah, yes. Zhang Xiaoyan was startled, then excitedly rushed inside. She never dreamed something like this would happen. Just who was this client? The key was that this kind of person was so low-key, buying 2 cars for less than $1 in total. Zhang Xiaoyan felt a tingling sensation inside, something had been deeply stirred. The phone insurance only required paying the mandatory traffic accident liability insurance, which took effect immediately, plus obtaining a temporary license plate. Soon, the two received their car keys. 2 brand new cars were parked in front of the Ford store. Next to the Raptor, the Mustang completely transformed into a little wild horse. Both were a little excited driving their new cars. Su Zhengyang rolled down the car window and asked Zhang Yu below, "How's it?" Zhang Yu, stroking the comfortable interior, exclaimed, "This is like a heifer boxing, absolutely awesome." At that moment, Chase Haihao came out of the shop, placed the paperwork in Su Zhenjiang's car, and said, "Master Su, do you have dinner plans for tonight? If not, I'd like to formally host a banquet for you." "Not today, I have plans for tonight. Let's do it another day." "Okay, so where are you going now?" "Now." Su Zhengyang glanced at the time, a smirk playing on his lips. "We're going to work for Ma Bao now." He waved goodbye to Chase Haihao, the accelerator roared, and the 2 beasts sped away. Chase Haihao stood there, waving, stunned. Work for Ma Bao? He thought for a long time but couldn't understand why Su Zhengyang would go work for someone else. Su Zhengyang and Zhang Yu had arranged to meet that day. He wasn't short of money. He just wanted to see how this wildly popular internet celebrity was manipulating a group of netizens, and who was really pleasing whom. The 2 quickly arrived at their destination. As they walked towards the square after getting out of the car, Zhang Yu finally seized the opportunity to ask Su Zhengyang, "Tell me the truth, what exactly happened? Even Chase Haihao and Shi Yunfei are treating you with utmost respect. Are you the Jade Emperor? Don't you know anything about feng shui and metaphysics? You only associate with high-class people? You mean you helped them with feng shui? And you even helped them change their luck, making them a fortune?" Su Zhengyang shrugged. "Damn, you better not become a big swindler like Ma Bao, or you'll get killed. These people are not to be trifled with," Zhang Yu said worriedly. "Just stay put, I know what I'm doing." This time, Ma Bao organized a massive live broadcast, attracting countless media outlets. The venue was a newly built commercial complex on the North Outer Ring Road, touted as the 5th city. Su Zhengyang and his companion followed the phone directions to a makeup cart and changed into matching white martial arts uniforms. They also signed an agreement. This agreement listed their salaries and stipulated absolute obedience and cooperation with the on-site arrangements. Failure to cooperate would result in a penalty of 100 times their salary. "How much money do you think they can make from this show?" Zhang Yu asked quietly while changing. "Hard to say." Su Zhengyang shook his head. "They're completely faking it, treating netizens like idiots, like cash cows. That's not so bad, many people are just watching a spectacle, it's for public entertainment. But his videos have been hyped up by many, turned into parodies and such. And there's even a bunch of stupid netizens standing up, calling themselves moral paragons, condemning others for overexploiting him. It's utterly idiotic. He just puts on a few shows, treats them like fools, and his income skyrockets, and these idiots stand up and feel sorry for people like Ma Bao. Isn't that just plain stupid? Haha, don't say that. What if, by any chance, he really is a Qigong master? If he really is a Qigong master, then I'm like a duck hanging itself quacking loudly," Zhang Yu said irritably. "It's about to start, come out." At this moment, someone waved from the carriage entrance. Su Zhengyang and his companion straightened their training clothes, put on their Bluetooth headsets for receiving commands, and jumped off the train. At the same time, about a dozen other people, also dressed in white training uniforms, gathered around. The group stood together on the street, completely surrounded by a crowd. Soon, a black Mercedes pulled up. Amidst a flurry of camera flashes, the Qigong master finally appeared. The middle-aged man in a gray training uniform who stepped out of the back seat was none other than Qigong master Ma Bao. He was known as the lightning-fast 5-strength master and the head of the external martial arts style, Hunyuan Xing'ai. As soon as Ma Qiabao got out of the car, he stood tall and proud, appearing full of energy. A group of media personnel, disregarding order, swarmed forward. Ma Qiabao, clearly displeased, gestured to stop the crowd, shouting, "Ah Xing'ai disciples, come over here quickly. Raise the flags. Everyone else, make way, make way." A large group of people who had been arranged to maintain order pulled the media aside. They made way for Ma Qiabao and his disciples. Ma Qiabao shook his clothes, put his hands behind his back, and walked towards the center of the square. By this time, the onlookers had already consciously moved back a bit, forming a large circle, leaving the space for the performers. Occasionally, bursts of snickering could be heard from the crowd. "Today, we, the people of Xing'ai School, are here to give you a practical demonstration. Mainly because many people online have questioned us, saying that we don't practice traditional kung fu. This makes me very disheartened, because I never imagined that, in all of China, and even the world, there are fewer than 10 people who truly understand traditional martial arts." Master Ma Qiabao, with his distinctive, rhythmic phrasing, passionately explained. Towards the end, he seemed somewhat distressed. "Many people have asked. They've asked Master Ma, what is lightning continuous 5 forces? I can't tell you clearly in words, because the Dao cannot be easily passed on. I'll demonstrate for you, and you'll understand. For example, come and shake my hand." Ma Qiabao pointed to one of his disciples as he spoke. Su Zhengyang and the others immediately received urgent commands via Bluetooth. Number 3, go shake Teacher Ma's hand. Listen to my command." To facilitate command, these imposters all had their own numbers. Su Zhengyang was number 7, and Zhang Yu was number 8. At this moment, number 3 hurriedly went up and grabbed Ma Qiabao's hands with both hands. Ma Qiabao stomped his foot, his arm jerking. "Look, he's holding my hand now. All I have to do is say, 'Fall down.'" At this moment, the command came through everyone's Bluetooth. "Jump, fall down, yes, convulse, convulse, roll on the ground, roll, roll quickly, roll 4 times. Number 3 immediately jumped up as if electrocuted, then collapsed to the ground convulsing. He thought it would be a simple fall, but he didn't expect to have to roll. This kid had no choice but to roll back and forth 4 times on his own feet. Su Zhengyang was dumbfounded. This was truly the first time he'd personally witnessed the utter lack of scruples within this team. They were willing to sacrifice their own and everyone else's intelligence just to make money, using the gimmick of traditional kung fu to incite public criticism. Was that their goal? The surrounding audience erupted in laughter. But surprisingly, the laughter wasn't very loud, it only came from a small group of people. Only then did Ma Qiabao address the audience. "See? He was sent flying. That's because I used my internal energy. I blasted him away." Then someone asked, "Teacher Ma, can your Qigong only hit one person?" "Wrong. Since it's Qigong, it can naturally do AoE, area damage. Come on, 4 of you, come and attack me together." As he spoke, Ma Qiabao put down the microphone and struck a pose like a rock spreading its wings. The Bluetooth headset immediately crackled to life. Numbers 5, 6, 7, 8, go. Number 7, ask me, is it okay to attack however you want? So even the lines had to be directed on the spot. Su Zhengyang, number 7, immediately asked, "Is it okay to attack however you want?" Ma Qiabao didn't even glance at the others, confidently replying, "Any way you want, anywhere you want, I don't need to look, you can't even get in." "All right." At that moment, the 4 men charged forward. Su Zhengyang took out a mask he had prepared beforehand and put it on. Ma Qiabao's body trembled, and he shouted, "Scatter." The commander's roar immediately came through the earpiece. "Scatter. Fall down. Roll on the ground. 3 laps for everyone. Number 7. Number 7, what are you doing? Number 7. The other 5, 6, and 8 were all sent flying. Only Su Zhengyang didn't fly at all. He went up and delivered a left front kick and a right roundhouse kick, sweeping Master Ma Qiabao to the ground. This was only because Su Zhengyang didn't know how to fight, he just went for it. He was desperately controlling the force he unleashed. Otherwise, with his current physical strength of nearly 1,600, he would have instantly killed Ma Qiabao. Ma Qiabao landed heavily on his buttocks. Then Su Zhengyang went up and started punching and kicking him. Zhang Yu, watching from the sidelines, was stunned. "Damn it! I told him I needed a mask, and it turns out he was just holding his breath. I'm in too." Zhang Yu also took out a mask, put it on, and charged forward with Su Zhengyang, punching and kicking Ma Qiabao. "I'll teach you to call me a Qigong master. I'll teach you to ruin traditional martial arts. I'll teach you to swindle and deceive." Zhang Yu shouted as he punched. The surrounding media and spectators erupted in cheers, some jumping up and down, shouting encouragement. Ma Qiabao quickly became bruised and battered. Quick! Pull them apart. Several security guards reacted and rushed forward, pulling Su Zhengyang and Ma Qiabao away. Ma Qiabao was already bruised and battered. He had a large black eye. He was curled up on the ground, yelling, "Are you guys crazy?" Someone helped Ma Qiabao up. The situation took an unexpected turn, making it impossible to continue. Several security guards helped Ma Qiabao quickly towards the vehicle. Meanwhile, many other security guards half pushed, half carried the apprentices towards the makeup trucks. Su Zhengyang and his companion were shoved directly into the truck. A curly-haired man, accompanied by two burly men, jumped into the truck. The curly-haired man ripped off his headphones. He was clearly the one who had been giving orders. He immediately pointed at Su Zhengyang and cursed. "Are you fucking doing this on purpose? You want to die?" Su Zhengyang coldly replied, "I've long been fed up with you scum. You can cheat and swindle, but never use traditional martial arts as a front. Otherwise, I won't let you get away with it." The man scoffed. "Won't let me get away with it? What a joke. I fucking hate you bunch of damn hotheads. Trying to show off, huh? Want to be a hot-blooded youth? What a fucking idiot. You think you can bring us down by beating up Master Ma in front of the camera? Are you missing something in your head? Don't you know that the more you do this, the easier it is for us to create hype, the easier it is for us to become famous? Those brain-dead users just love buying our stuff." Curly hair grew increasingly smug, even seemingly deliberately trying to provoke Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang immediately stood up angrily, pointing at him and shouting, "Bastard! What you're doing is no different from fraud. You're using traditional martial arts techniques to swindle money. Don't you have any conscience?" Seeing Su Zhengyang's anger, curly hair became even more smug. It seemed the angrier Su Zhengyang got, the happier he was. "Ha ha ha. Different? I can tell you very clearly, there's no difference. I'm a fraudster. What can you do about it? I also told you, Ma Qiabao doesn't know any kung fu at all. He's a complete fabrication. Those kicks you gave us were great. They generated so much traffic for us. How many more brainless students can we take in now? Do you know how expensive our tuition is? I should thank you." But as curly-haired man spoke, he noticed Su Zhengyang's expression change, from anger to a half-smile. "What the hell are you laughing at?" Seeing Su Zhengyang's knowing smile and confident demeanor, curly hair felt a chill run down his spine and snapped at him. Su Zhengyang ignored him, leaned back, and pulled a cell phone from the shadows of a cabinet behind him. Curly hair felt a sudden tightness in his chest. Because the phone was standing upright, the exposed camera clearly indicated it was recording video. Su Zhengyang took the phone and glanced at it, exclaiming in admiration, "Buying a phone? You have to buy a Huawei. The picture is crystal clear." The sound playing from the phone was unmistakably the same voice curly-haired man had been speaking. He had actually recorded their entire conversation? Curly-haired Su was instantly enraged. "You bastard! You think you can threaten us just because you filmed a video? Tisk tisk, although I'm not a law student, I still understand the difference between being unskilled and intentionally profiting through improper means. Without what you just said, Ma Qiabao would probably just be bad at martial arts, not breaking the law. But after hearing what you just said, tisk tisk, wow," Su Zhengyang said, his eyes widening slightly, as if he had opened a door to a new world. To be honest, before hearing curly-haired Su's words, Su Zhengyang really couldn't imagine how they operated. However, this video, although it might not be admissible as evidence, would definitely go viral if he posted it on a short video platform and had Chen Chusheng manage it. Once this video was released, public opinion would quickly crush Ma Qiabao's team. And once they gain a certain level of influence, the higher UPS will definitely intervene and investigate. They won't even need to exert much effort. It's safe to say that once this video is released, they'll be doomed. If they're ultimately convicted of fraud, the profits will easily be tens or even hundreds of yuan. In terms of sentencing, this is already considered a huge amount of fraud. You're asking for it. I didn't want to touch you today, I just wanted to sue you and make you pay back the money from the contract, but you're courting death, even God can't help you. Break his arm and take his phone. Cully's face turned cold as he roared at the two burly men beside him. Although this makeup van was similar to a motorhome, it wasn't very spacious for a fight. With two big men blocking the entrance, they definitely couldn't escape. The two big men immediately jumped onto the van, causing the entire vehicle to lurch forward. Damn it! Zhang Yu was the first to attack, suddenly leaping up and grabbing the buckle of a nearby belt, aiming it at the head of the burly man in front. This burly man definitely looked capable. He seemed to have some martial arts training. He actually caught the belt that was swinging at him. "Yangzi, run!" Zhang Yu shouted, reaching out to grab the burly man's waist. But the next second, a dark figure darted past him. Then, the burly man let out a muffled groan and was sent flying backward, crashing directly into curly-haired boy. Curly-haired boy, thin and frail, was slammed into by a burly man weighing over 200 pounds. He screamed in pain and fell to the ground, crushed under the weight of the man. A sound of breaking bones rang out, followed by curly-haired boy's scream. The next second, Su Zhengyang kicked again, this time directly in the stomach of another burly man. This man was also sent flying, traveling 3 or 4 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Zhang Yu was completely dumbfounded. A man weighing over 200 pounds being kicked off the ground with both feet off the ground. This was the first time he'd ever seen anything like it outside of movies. And the speed and power Su Zhengyang had just displayed. This is on a completely different level compared to when he beat Ma Kuabao earlier. That's the benefit of working out. Su Zhengyang smiled at Zhang Yu, who was staring blankly. Zhang Yu suddenly realized. He knew Su Zhengyang liked fitness, but this was too intense. Looks like he'd have to start working out too. The two men, not even having time to change, grabbed their clothes and ignored the 3 groaning figures on the ground, running straight towards the parking lot. Fortunately, the media had all gone after Ma Kuabao. Besides, the makeup truck was relatively well hidden. The incident quickly went viral online. Especially with the overwhelming flood of short videos and articles from various media outlets, the incident immediately became a local trending topic. Luckily, Su Zhengyang and his companion were wearing masks. After they were taken away, they removed their masks and were no longer recognized, otherwise, they would have become infamous as well. A torrent of abuse and skepticism erupted, and the internet was in an uproar. Inside a media company, a pall of gloom hung over the place. Ma Kuabao sat in his office, applying an ice pack to his swollen eyes. The leaders in the room all looked worried, staring at the various video materials. This matter was a mixed blessing for them. The good news was the surge in traffic. Previously, the name Ma Kuabao was very popular in Yunhai, only moderately well known nationwide. But now, things were different. Once it trended on social media, the name was worth a fortune. They'd registered every possible trademark related to Ma Kuabao across various product categories. However, their other source of income was severely impacted: recruiting apprentices. Recruiting apprentices was a significant source of income for them. Under the guise of teaching martial arts, countless idiots flocked to them. Countless people were willing to buy their so-called internal and external martial arts courses, charging 7 or 8 cents per lesson. But in reality, it was just ordinary fitness and stretching classes. Of course, they wouldn't use these apprentices for their regular events that would expose their deception, so they would hire temporary workers like Su Zhengyang. If things had gone smoothly, this could have been a great success. It's all that bastard's fault. I hate those kinds of hotheads, using the guise of saving traditional martial arts. They think they're so invincible. What the hell is that? It's not entirely without merit. If we handle things well, we might be able to turn this into a lucky break. Isn't it simple? Just use Master Ma's brilliant mind, a technician said with a hint of sarcasm. But Ma Kuabao seemed completely oblivious to the implication. Covering his eyes with one hand, he tilted his head back and said, "I can issue a statement saying they attacked from behind. It was indeed a sneak attack just now. I was careless. Otherwise, I absolutely couldn't have let them succeed," Ma Kuabao said angrily. Most of the others gave him a half-smile, and some even cast pitying glances. To them, Ma Kuabao was a complete joke. Initially, they were promoting Ma Kuabao, but gradually he became lost in his own world, so immersed in it that he even deceived himself. He always believed he possessed genuine inner strength and impressive martial arts skills. To make his performance more convincing, the group even used earpieces to communicate with those he usually worked with, some without his knowledge that they were actors. This explains Ma Kuabao's overconfidence. He always spoke with his head held high, creating a fantastic effect for the show. Okay, let's issue a statement first and see how it goes. Just then, the boss's phone rang. The boss answered and listened for only a few words before jumping to his feet, knocking his chair away. After hanging up, amidst everyone's questions, the boss said with a frosty expression, "Damn it, the person who had old Ma even got Curly to film a video." Curly admitted to fraud and fooling his fans in the video. A collective gasp rippled through the room as everyone jumped to their feet in shock. How could this be? Everyone was horrified. If this video were to circulate, the higher UPS would definitely investigate. And once public pressure mounts, the investigation will inevitably yield results. They simply cannot withstand an investigation. Boss, call the Zhao family. We probably have no choice but to ask them for help. That's right, as long as young Master Zhao intervenes, this matter can definitely be resolved smoothly. The Zhao family is one of the top families in Santai City. They usually rely on Zhao Huashan, the second eldest son of the Zhao family, for support. This Zhao Huashan owns his own entertainment company and has always been a prominent figure in the industry. He has been receiving a lot of bribes related to Ma Kuabao's case, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to thrive on the short video platform. Many of the media company's public relations efforts are handled through his connections. Yes, the boss took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and took out his phone to make a call. At dinner time, Su Zhengyang and Zhang Yu sat down at a roadside stall, planning to order some barbecue and beer. He declined Chase Haihao's invitation simply because he found dinner parties troublesome. Just as they sat down, a black car pulled up beside them. A woman wearing sunglasses and a trench coat got out. She removed her sunglasses, revealing a beautiful face, but with a cold, expressionless demeanor, as if someone owed her 5 million. Behind her were two burly men, clearly well-trained bodyguards. The woman glanced at them and then walked towards Su Zhengyang and Zhang Yu. "Looking for you?" Su Zhengyang was taken aback, looking at Zhang Yu. "Do you think I have a son like this on my ancestral grave? I can't possibly know a girl like this." Zhang Yu rolled his eyes at him. The woman walked straight up to them, and Su Zhengyang finally recognized her. "I'd seen her on the news. She's one of the more outstanding third-generation members of the Zhao family in Santai City, named Zhao Xiaoman. Her father, Zhao Huashan, runs an entertainment company and hotels, part of which she manages." The woman directly said to Su Zhengyang, "Let's talk in the car." She turned to get into the car, but saw that Su Zhengyang and his companion showed no intention of getting up. Su Zhengyang was very dissatisfied with her attitude. No matter what she came to see him for, her bossy attitude and overconfidence were a bit much. "Don't make us bother," one of the bodyguards said coldly. "Are you part of the underworld?" Su Zhengyang asked Zhao Xiaoman with a slightly mocking tone. One of the bodyguards frowned and stepped forward, ready to attack. Zhao Xiaoman stopped him with her hand and sat down expressionlessly. "I'm here to buy that video. Name your price." Zhao Xiaoman got straight to the point. "Oh, the Zhao family is cleaning up their mess. Looks like you're involved too." Su Zhengyang seemed to realize. Zhao Xiaoman narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "You know me. The outstanding young man of the third generation of the Zhao family. All right, here's the check. Fill it out yourself." Zhao Xiaoman nodded, casually tossing her checkbook on the table, her gaze indifferent as she looked at Su Zhengyang. She had no intention of saying another word to him. "Really, any amount is fine?" Su Zhengyang asked excitedly. "Yes." Zhao Xiaoman scoffed. It was such a simple, trivial matter, and her father had to make the whole trip himself. It was laughable. She'd seen plenty of trash like this, blackmailing people with information. If it weren't for the hassle and the crowd, she would have just had him beaten up and taken the check. "All right." Su Zhengyang cheerfully picked up the pen and signed 9,990,000 on the check. 9,990,000 yuan. He then handed the checkbook back. Sign it." Seeing the string of numbers, Zhao Xiaoman's eye twitched violently. She looked at Su Zhengyang coldly. "I'm not in the mood for jokes." Su Zhengyang leaned closer to her, hands on the table, a half smile on his face, and asked, "What? Can't cash it? Can't cash it, huh? What the hell are you pretending to be? You can't cash it, yet you dare tell others to fill it in randomly? Are you out of your mind? If I don't fill in this number, and I subtract 2 zeros, can you come up with that? This checkbook of yours isn't worth a penny. What are you trying to prove?" Su Zhenjiang's words left Zhao Xiaoman completely dumbfounded. She never expected Su Zhengyang to be so rude, so completely unpredictable, and he actually dared to insult her so loudly. His words were incredibly vulgar. At this moment, all the customers at the surrounding tables turned to look. Without needing to know what happened, Su Zhenjiang's words were concise and to the point. Many people cast disgusted glances at this woman. Su Zhengyang instantly dropped his previous arrogant demeanor and sat back down on the stool, looking completely harmless. "You're asking for it." Zhao Xiaoman's bodyguard had long disliked Su Zhengyang. Ever since he refused to get in the car, he'd been holding back, wanting to get rid of him. Seeing him dare to speak so rudely to Zhao Xiaoman, he immediately clawed at Su Zhenjiang's neck. With that grab, his arm strength could easily lift Su Zhengyang up, then suffocate him half to death, a method that had always worked. Zhao Xiaoman's eyes were icy. She had already acquiesced to the bodyguard's action, but he only felt a flash of lightning before his eyes. Su Zhenjiang's speed was too fast for him to see, and his strength was beyond his ability to resist. Su Zhengyang slammed his grabbing hand onto the table, grabbed 2 chopsticks with his right hand, and slammed them down. Thud! The chopstick pierced his palm instantly, then went straight through the table, pinning him to it. Although the table was just ordinary plywood, but to pierce through plywood with a disposable chopstick? That seemed impossible. And most importantly, it pierced the bodyguard's palm. The bodyguard was a tough guy. He only grunted and didn't cry out, but his eyes were filled with shock. He and the other bodyguard had already clearly assessed the situation. They were no match for Su Zhengyang. Zhao Xiaoman's eyes widened, showing a hint of panic for the first time, staring at Su Zhengyang in horror. "Sigh, what a disappointment. Can't your Zhao family find someone with some ability? Sending a piece of trash like you?" Su Zhengyang sneered at Zhao Xiaoman, then waved to Zhang Yu, and the two strode away. At this point, What was the point of eating? They had to find another place to eat. Zhao Xiaoman stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. From a young age, she was hailed as the most outstanding member of the third generation of her family, known for her decisive and efficient work, and widely recognized for her strong abilities. This also fostered her arrogant and haughty personality. But she never expected that such a small matter would be botched. Not only that, but she simply couldn't accept Su Zhenjiang's final assessment. Useless? Incompetent? How could such words be used to describe Zhao Xiaoman? But she had indeed been thoroughly humiliated by Su Zhengyang. Politeness hadn't worked, and neither had force. She couldn't do anything to Su Zhengyang. For the first time, she felt a deep sense of defeat. But at the same time, a boundless hatred ignited within her. She secretly vowed to trample Su Zhengyang under her feet. The next day, 2 videos simultaneously went viral on short video platforms. One was titled Master Ma Issues Statement Responding to the Assault Incident. In the video, Master Ma said, "These 2 young people are unethical. They attacked from behind. So fast. I didn't dodge, I was indeed careless. But this also shows that my disciples have already surpassed me. They've even mastered the 5 elements. Even I'm having trouble handling them. This is the result of their learning. As their master, I'm very happy to see them surpass me. However, you can't do this again. I won't expel them from the sect, but I ask them to behave themselves." While this video went viral, another short video saw its views skyrocket. This short video came from a newly emerging short video platform, and this platform was operated by Chen Chusheng. This video not only went viral, but also propelled the short video app to the top of the trending searches, instantly attracting a large number of users to the platform. The video content was precisely the footage recorded on Su Zhenjiang's phone. The curly-haired man's face in the video was subtly obscured, yet it appeared even more realistic. Some even pointed out that the background outside the makeup truck matched the environment of that day, thus strongly proving the video's authenticity. Especially the harsh words "it's a scam. We have other scam projects. Master Ma doesn't know martial arts at all. Our brainless fans are our cash cows." Instantly became the focus of public opinion. Regardless of whether the video was real or fake, the internet lacks the ability to distinguish truth from falsehood, just as they couldn't see that Ma Qiabao was a fraudster. Moreover, the video appeared very cleverly after Ma Qiabao's statement. This made it all the more ironic. No matter how many online trolls appeared, they couldn't suppress the public outcry. By the afternoon, relevant departments had already begun an investigation. A deluge of inside information began to be exposed. This media company used false packaging and illegally set up paid services, illegally profiting nearly 480 yuan. However, Su Zhengyang didn't see any trace of the Zhao family in this. It seemed the Zhao family had sold the media company and distanced themselves completely. There was also an unexpected twist. The female Qigong master surnamed Yan, who had been quite active recently, and the founder of the Thunder Bagua, a gossip platform, surnamed Wei, both disappeared without a trace, refusing to respond to any tagged requests. The Zhao family. Inside Zhao Huashan's villa, a sharp crack. Zhao Yiming, the hot-tempered second son of the Zhao family, smashed his water glass to pieces. That bastard! How dare he oppose the Zhao family? I'll kill him. His anger stemmed from the fact that Zhao Huashan had entrusted him with managing Ma Qiabao's affairs. He had drunk too much the previous day, so his sister, Zhao Xiaoman, had taken over the task. Zhao Huashan glanced at him unhappily and snorted coldly. Anger is the most useless thing. With your attitude, you'll never gain your grandfather's approval. A complete waste. Zhao Yiming clenched his fists tightly, wanting to retort, but hesitated. Zhao Xiaoman, standing to the side, also had a livid face. This guy's yours to practice on. Remember, don't do anything stupid again. Use your pig brains and do a good job, so your grandfather will look at you with new respect. Zhao Huashan scolded. Don't worry, I'll definitely find a way to ruin this kid, Zhao Yiming said coldly. Zhao Huashan sighed and shook his head, strolling upstairs leisurely. This matter wasn't crippling for the Zhao family, but it was a huge provocation. They couldn't let this go unpunished. Meanwhile, their target, Su Zhengyang, had changed into an expensive suit and entered the Junyu Hotel with Chang Baila. Today, Chang Baila wore a stunning sky blue dress, personally chosen for her by Tang. Only her perfect figure could carry it off. Entering the door, looking at the noisy, laughing crowd in the distance, Chang Baila bit her lip, somewhat nervous. A large hand suddenly gripped her delicate hand tightly, and an inexplicable sense of security instantly calmed her down. Sung Bora looked at Su Zhengyang, meeting his resolute gaze. Actually, Sung Bora didn't want Su Zhengyang to come, but he insisted. Su Zhengyang pretending to be her boyfriend could indeed prevent other boys from coveting her, so she agreed. Hey, Sung Bora's here. At this moment, a woman in a similar dress, closest to the door, suddenly called out with a half-smile. Instantly, most of the people in the hall noticed them. It was as if they had been waiting for Sung Bora's arrival. But only Sung Bora knew that she was far from being that popular. Looking around, she saw familiar university classmates, men and women of all kinds. Seeing Sung Bora appear, their expressions varied, but most were not friendly. "Paula, you're here." A girl wearing a small silver crown waved at her, a faint smile on her face, seemingly indifferent. She was the star of today's birthday party, Li Yuro. Shang Paula forced a smile and walked towards Li Yuro. Su Zhengyang, hands in his pockets, casually strolled behind her, ignoring the somewhat strange glances from those around them. "Yuro, happy birthday." Li Yuro nodded with a faint smile. Li Yuro's parents glanced over, and seeing that Shang Paula's hands were empty, they immediately frowned. "Shang Paula, how dare you show your face in front of me?" At this moment, a cold voice rang out. It was Sun Li, whom Su Zhengyang had previously reprimanded at the Zhuo restaurant. After the police arrived, Sun Li and her family had scraped together the money for that meal, and they harbored deep hatred for Su Zhengyang and his wife. "Sun Li?" Chang Baila frowned slightly, surprised that Sun Li would bring up what happened that day. "What, did you enjoy skipping out on the meal?" Sun Li questioned loudly. "Sun Li, don't go too far. You're just being clever." "Shut up. Stop spouting nonsense. You clearly said you'd treat, then you ran off. You're playing us, aren't you? You think you're so smart?" Sun Li's words were sharp, her anger was so palpable that it was impossible to doubt her. However, Sun Li didn't immediately confront Su Zhengyang, she merely glared at him, still hoping to snatch him away. He was a hidden millionaire, and it was best not to let the other women present know. But she had to vent her anger on Chang Baila. A flurry of discussion erupted, with everyone criticizing Chang Baila. "No way, how can her character be so bad? Wasn't she like this in school? Self-important, arrogant, a total slut. Trash, stay away from her from now on." Su Zhengyang sighed helplessly. He felt sorry for Chang Baila and had repeatedly advised her these past few days that she didn't need to attend this ridiculous gathering. But Chang Baila was a strong-willed girl, she had her stubborn streak, and she was determined to remove the obstacles she had created herself. And the result? The unpleasantness started as soon as they arrived. Li Yuro raised her hand to stop the murmurs, then calmly looked at Chang Baira and asked, "Baira, do you know why I invited you to this party today?" Sung Bora took a deep breath and slowly shook her head. "Actually, I'm doing this for your own good. Don't you want a chance to improve your relationships with everyone? Don't you want others to stop targeting you? You don't need to please everyone, you only need to please one person," Li Yuro said. Sung Baila hadn't expected her to be so blunt, and to use such flattering language, which made her feel quite ashamed. "Do you remember Zhou Man? Zhou Man is married into a wealthy family now. Her husband is from the Sun family in Santai, with a net worth of over 100 million. This gathering was specifically arranged by Zhou Man through a message she wanted me to tell you. If you bow down to her today, no one will interfere with your job search in the future. She can even help you arrange a job you like." Li Yuro spoke calmly. She and Chang Baila were roommates, and among them, she was probably the only one who was somewhat close to Chang Baila. "Is this why you invited me? To make me bow down to Zhou Man?" Chang Baila looked into Li Yuro's eyes, gave a self-deprecating smile, and asked in return. She had only come today to smooth things over, not to bow down to anyone. "Baila, I hope you can see your situation clearly and stop being so arrogant. Zhou Man's husband is worth at least hundreds of millions, they own 2 garment factories, and even our family's textile factory has received a lot of help from them. Helping yourself today is also helping me out." Among their classmates, very few were wealthy. Li Yuro's family owned a small textile factory, so they were considered somewhat well off. Zhou Man's family was of average means, but unexpectedly, she married into the Sun family. And Chang Baila's constant setbacks in finding a job were mostly due to Zhou Man's machinations. She didn't need to know high-ranking people, just a few hundred cents, or at most a few mils, to HR was enough to easily get things done. She knew that one day Chang Baila would come begging to her. Chang Baila remained non-committal, only feeling somewhat disappointed. It seemed she had truly come to the wrong place. Just then, someone shouted, "They're here!" Everyone looked towards the entrance. A woman in a black, diamond-studded gown, heavily made up, and quite attractive, stood out, the gown shimmering under the lights. She was tightly arm-in-arm with a young man in a pristine white suit. "Xiaoman, young Master Feng, you've arrived. We've been waiting for you, Xiaoman." The previously quiet gathering suddenly became lively, with people standing up and awkwardly raising their glasses to Zhou Man. Several people who considered themselves somewhat qualified swarmed over, exchanging familiar pleasantries with Zhou Man. Of course, the most important thing was to curry favor with Sun Feng, the eldest son of the Sun family, who was beside her. Soon, they became the center of attention at the gathering. Even Li Yuro's parents stood up, straightened their clothes, and waited with smiles for Zhou Man to arrive. Zhou Man spotted Chang Baila immediately, and a strange excitement lit up her face. She pulled Sun Feng along and quickly walked towards Chang Baela. Baela, long time no see. Long time no see, Chang Baela replied politely. Hee, let me introduce you all. This is my husband, Sun Feng, the eldest son of the Sun family, a family that dominates the clothing industry in Santai City. Zhou Man's eyes narrowed into slits as she proudly told everyone. Sun Feng was also arrogant, especially after seeing Chang Baela. His eyes were glued to her. Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out. Everyone looked over and saw Su Zhangyang, who had been leaning against the table eating grapes. He hadn't intended to laugh, but upon hearing "one hand covers the sky," he couldn't hold it in, and the grapes flew out of his mouth. What are you laughing at? Li Yuro questioned coldly. Ha, sorry, I just couldn't help myself when I heard "one hand covers the sky." Is everyone here for this gathering? Su Zhangyang said, still stuffing grapes into his mouth. What does it matter to you whether everyone is here or not? Li Yuro said angrily. If everyone is here, I want to ask, which bastard has been preventing my girlfriend from finding a job? Su Zhangyang, still eating grapes, pointed at them and asked. Girlfriend? Now even those who hadn't paid much attention to Su Zhangyang before knew who he was. It turned out to be Chang Baela's boyfriend. Zhou Man, far from being angry at being insulted, stomped her foot and feigned concern, saying, Oh, Baela, look at the boyfriend you found. So rude, always swearing. He doesn't even have basic manners. Look at his cocky attitude, how could he be worthy of you? You're going to have a miserable life. Exactly. Look at Xiaoman's husband, polite, young and rich, his demeanor is a million miles better than your boyfriend's. And he can even laugh when he says he's all-powerful. He clearly doesn't understand the business world. The Sun family is all-powerful. Can't you see? He's not even at that level. What does he know? He looks like a petty thug, social scum. Several of Zhou Man's lackeys quickly added fuel to the fire. Chang Baela clenched her fists. She was just angry that these people were targeting her. She had never done anything wrong or hurt anyone, so why should she suffer like this? She gritted her teeth and said, My boyfriend is mine, you don't need to worry about him. Zhou Man immediately sneered. How can we not worry? Look at your job, it's not good either. Looking at your boyfriend, he's not doing well either, wearing a cheap, knockoff suit I've never seen before. And he's trying to act cool, how tiring. You too, be more down to earth. I heard you're renting. When will you be able to afford a house? How about this, I'll arrange jobs for you both, one as a security guard, one as a nanny, what do you think? Anyway, it's all up to my husband. Yeah, Baela, hurry up and agree. Be down to earth, don't complain about this and that if you have nothing. The crowd started to egg her on again. At the same time, Zhou Man smiled and looked at Su Zhangyang, hoping to see him furious and embarrassed. But Su Zhangyang was still leaning against the table, leisurely looking at them with an expression as if they were idiots. She was instantly furious. At this moment, Sun Feng also spoke up. He had already made up his mind, he absolutely had to find a way to get Chang Baela. The first step was to show off his power in front of her and crush her boyfriend first. My sales department happens to be short a manager. If you're interested, brother, we can consider it. The base salary is 0.5%, commission is extra. The people around, who had initially been jeering, now felt a bit envious. Several of his male classmates hadn't even reached that salary level yet. 0.5%? I earn over 100 yuan a month. Going to your place would be crazy. Su Zhangyang scoffed. He was understating it, the system gave him 12,500 yuan in savings returns every month, but saying 10,000 or 100 had the same effect, they wouldn't believe him anyway. Sure enough, as soon as Su Zhangyang finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. Chang Baela, what kind of boyfriend did you find? Not only are you ungrateful, but you're also bragging like this. Are you out of your mind? Earning 100 yuan a month? Wake up. Have you ever even seen 100 yuan? Zhou Man laughed heartily. Chang Baela's boyfriend had truly embarrassed her. Thank you for your kindness, but we have something to attend to, so we'll be leaving now. Chang Baela took a deep breath. She felt there was no need to stay any longer. She couldn't possibly smooth things over with anyone, it was pointless. Stop. Zhou Man's expression suddenly changed, and she snapped at her. She hadn't achieved her goal yet, how could she let Chang Baela leave? You ungrateful wretch. I offered you a job, and you refused. Who the hell do you think you are? Zhou Man first pointed at Su Zhangyang and cursed. Then she turned to Chang Baela. Chang Baela, I'm giving you face, and you don't know how to appreciate it? I want you to kneel before me right now and shout I'm a slut 100 times. After you shout it, I'll let you go. If you don't, you won't keep your job. From today onwards, I guarantee you won't find a single job. Zhou Man completely revealed her true colors. Su Zhangyang pointed at Sun Feng and asked, Do you allow her to bully people like this? Sun Feng smiled wickedly, looked at Cheng Baila, and said meaningfully, as my woman, she has the right to do whatever she wants. Su Zhengyang put down the grapes and sighed deeply. I don't like people who do whatever they want. If you say that, I'll just leave her homeless. Ha ha ha, you're getting better and better at pretending. I beg you, please don't just say something harsh and leave, and then let it go. I beg you, just let me be homeless right now. Okay. Ha ha ha. Zhou Man suddenly burst into unrestrained laughter, deliberately laughing very loudly, as if her laughter could pierce Su Zhenjiang's heart. Su Zhengyang nodded, took out his phone, and read. Zhou Man, female, 25 years old, ID number 412********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** 28 times, with 52 different people, aged from 28 to 64. Moreover, 34 times she checked in with more than 2 men. Wow, if my good brother were here, he would definitely give you a proverb. You're really like a toad trying to seduce a frog, ugly but capable. Su Zhengyang clicked his tongue. Zhou Man's eyes widened as she snapped out of her shock and immediately roared. You're talking nonsense. It's fake. Don't spread rumors. I'll sue you. I'll hire the best lawyer to sue you to death. Don't rush me, I haven't finished yet. On March 18, 2 years ago, she was diagnosed with HIV at Renai Hospital, recovered on May 2, then contracted HIV again in September, recovered in November, and had 6 miscarriages in 3 years, making her fertility high risk. Last January, she married into the Sun family, and there are still 86 hotel records after that. The most recent one was yesterday, at the Heiken Hotel. The man's name was Zhou Xiaobo. The room was an ocean-themed water bedroom, from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. Before that, there were Sun Kuo, Li Meng, Zhou Yaoying. Stop. Zhou Man screamed wildly, interrupting Su Zhengyang. She never dreamed that her past would be exposed. She looked at Sun Feng in horror. Sun Feng's face was ashen, and he was trembling with rage. I have her positive COVID-19 diagnosis report, high resolution. Su Zhengyang waved his phone at Sun Feng and smiled. What have I ever done to you? Why are you doing this to me? Why? Zhou Man roared at Su Zhengyang like a madwoman. Su Zhengyang scrolled through the report again and suddenly asked Sun Feng. Oh, right, there's another name here, Sun Jian. Isn't that your father? Please stop. Please. Zhou Man immediately knelt on the ground with a thud, frantically kowtowing. Sun Feng initially didn't want to act, because doing so would be tantamount to admitting it was true, even though he already knew it was all true. But when the last name appeared, even his rationality couldn't hold back. Sizzle. Sun Feng suddenly grabbed her hair and slammed her head against the ground, then kicked her hard in the face. You slut. You told me yesterday afternoon you went to a beauty salon. I'll kill you. Everyone else kept their distance, no one dared to stop him. Zhou Man cried and screamed incessantly, rolling around in agony, leaving a pool of blood on the ground. However, Sun Feng quickly kicked Zhou Man away, took a few deep breaths to calm himself, and glared fiercely at Su Zhengyang. Although this slut Zhou Man had cheated on him, it was Su Zhengyang who exposed everything. If it weren't for Su Zhengyang, he might have found out later, but it wouldn't have been exposed so publicly. He could have handled it secretly. Su Zhengyang had humiliated him. Moreover, it was perfect timing. He could make this bitch leave with nothing, and he absolutely had to take Cheng Bela away. This way, he could further humiliate Su Zhengyang, a win-win situation. He glanced at Cheng Bela greedily. If he could have this woman, he'd gladly give up 10 years of his life. You bastard, you think you've won. My marriage to her was just a sham, done because my parents were pressuring me to get married. I've never even touched her. I'm perfectly clean. My Sun family is just missing a legitimate young mistress, and this bitch will be leaving with nothing tomorrow. Sun Feng coldly stared at Su Zhengyang, his words also directed at Cheng Bela. I initially felt sorry for you, seeing you so cuckolded, but suddenly I don't feel sorry for you anymore. Pitiful? You're the one who's pitiful. You think you're so great just because you did some research? You think you can compete with me? You think you have more power than me? I can just as easily find out everything about you with one phone call. Sun Feng said coldly. This was the only way to regain face now. He also needed to find out about Su Zhengyang and show off his power in front of Cheng Bela. Then what are you waiting for? Call already. Su Zhengyang gestured with interest. Sun Feng snorted coldly, took out his phone, and dialed. I'll show you the difference between us, let you understand what true absolute power is. He finished speaking and placed the phone on speakerphone on the table. The call connected. Young master, I need all the information on Su Zhengyang within 5 minutes. Sun Feng said coldly. He spoke with great authority, but the other end seemed uncooperative. Young master, there are so many people named Su Zhengyang, which one do you want to check? Check them all. Not a single one. Sun Feng shouted in exasperation. So many people were listening, why was it so hard to put on a show? Su Zhengyang, with a cheeky grin, leaned forward and handed him an ID. Need help? This is my ID card. Just check by ID number. Sun Feng was furious. Su Zhengyang had actually handed him his ID card. You're asking for trouble. Sun Feng read the ID number aloud to the person on the other end of the line. The sound of scribbling came from the other end, repeating the writing as he wrote, finally asking, young master, could you read it again? What comes after 52 again? Sun Feng wanted nothing more than to smash the phone. He'd put it on speakerphone, hoping to show off, but things had gotten so awful. Sun Feng roared again. Before he could drop what he was holding, Su Zhengyang snatched his ID card back, grinning as he put it away. With the ID card, the other end quickly made a call. But 4 minutes later, the phone rang. Is young master there? Speak. Well, the Yamen said they can't disclose this person's information, and they told us to be clear about our identities. We're not qualified to investigate at the Yamen. The butler on the other end, clearly unaware that the call was on speakerphone, was earnestly advising his young master not to cause trouble. Sun Feng, furious, grabbed the phone, slammed it to the ground, and stomped on it several times. He was utterly enraged. He'd completely lost face today. His wife had cheated on him. She wanted to show off, but it was so difficult. They even gave her their ID numbers, and now everyone thinks she's a show-off. Don't be sad. You said you'd make me feel the difference, and you did. Su Zhengyang quickly comforted her. Looking at Su Zhenjiang's smug expression, Cheng Baila almost laughed out loud. She hadn't expected Su Zhengyang to be so capable, completely crushing them all. She wasn't being lenient, Zhou Man had started it all. Now, seeing Su Zhengyang standing up for her and venting her anger, she felt a surge of satisfaction. A year's worth of pent-up resentment finally dissipated. Get out! You two get out! You're not welcome here. At this moment, Li Yuro's parents, who had been silent, spoke up. Especially Li Yuro's mother, Cao Fang. She had a brilliant idea. No matter what Su Zhengyang did, it had nothing to do with them, but Sun Feng was different. Their family business still relied on Sun Feng's support. Sun Feng has lost face so badly here, he's furious. This is precisely the time for them to step in and offer help. They must stand with Sun Feng. Besides, Sun Feng's wife will soon be kicked out, leaving the position of the young mistress of the Sun family vacant. Their daughter, Li Yuro, can fill that vacancy perfectly. Su Zhengyang turned to look at them. Are you talking about the two of us? Who else could it be but you? I don't care who you are, offending young master's son is offending the Li family. We're sworn enemies with you. Yuro, quickly help young master's son to the sofa. Cao Fang coldly rebuked, not forgetting to give her daughter a meaningful look, signaling her to act. Li Yuro naturally understood. She walked over and said to Cheng Baela, I'm sorry, Baela, please leave. You're not welcome here, and I don't want to see you again. Don't worry, if I hadn't held onto a sliver of hope for a friendly relationship, I wouldn't have come today. Cheng Baela glanced around at everyone and said calmly. Just then, a manager from the front desk, bowing obsequiously and gesturing for them to enter, approached, followed by a tall, elegant woman. It was Tang Ying. Tang Ying? Tang Ying? Am I seeing things? How did Tang Ying end up here? Everyone here with even a basic understanding of clothing knew Tang Ying, and Li Yuro and even Sun Feng recognized her instantly. In the clothing industry of Santai City, Tang Ying truly held absolute power, her word deciding life and death. A clothing factory like the Sun family's was nothing but a few tools in Tang Ying's eyes, and Li Yuro's textile factory was something she couldn't even handle. As Tang Ying approached, the entire room fell silent, the Li family members dumbfounded. They had no idea what this beautiful woman was here for. Tang Ying smiled slightly at Su Zhengyang and the other man. She had promised Cheng Baela to keep them in suspense for a moment, so she would present the gift first, then introduce who it belonged to. Therefore, Tang Ying went directly to Li Yuro. She held a small, transparent box in front of her chest, inside which was a palm-sized, lifelike golden phoenix. The golden phoenix spread its wings, shimmering with golden light, exquisitely beautiful. Miss Li, hello. I'm here on behalf of a special guest, to present you with a birthday gift. Happy birthday. Upon hearing Tang Ying's words, Li Yuro instinctively took a step back. She was terrified and couldn't believe Tang Ying would give her a gift. Why? What's going on? She was too frightened to accept it. But her mother, Cao Fang, was suddenly overjoyed. Oh my, we didn't know it was Mr. Tang. We are so sorry for not welcoming you properly. You are our most honored guest, we are truly flattered, thank you, thank you. Cao Fang bowed deeply, intending to first accept the pure gold phoenix. Her eyes shone brightly. I wonder who this special guest is? Is it possible for our daughter to receive such a favor? Li Yuro's father stammered as he asked. At this moment, Li Yuro suddenly opened her mouth in surprise and looked at Sun Fang. Her action immediately drew everyone's attention to Sun Fang. Indeed, if anyone present was most likely to persuade Tang Ying to come, it was Sun Fang. Everyone cast envious glances at Sun Fang. To be able to persuade Tang Ying, what kind of status did he have? Li Yuro was deeply moved. Her parents had only one thought in mind: they had to seize this opportunity to form an alliance with the Sun family. Sun Fang, meanwhile, stared blankly at Tang Ying. Although he didn't know why everyone was looking at him, he still enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. But then Su Zhenjiang's lazy voice rang out. Tang Ying, bring that golden phoenix back. They don't deserve it. I can send them a chicken later. Su Zhenjiang's voice pierced the silence, instantly igniting the Li family's fury. You bastard! What did you say? You dare call me Tang Ying? What business is it of yours what our golden phoenix is? Who the hell do you think you are? Chang Baila, why aren't you getting out of here? Do I have to say it a third time? President Tang is here to celebrate my birthday today, and I don't want you to spoil the fun. Please leave immediately. Li Yuro glared at Chang Baila angrily. Tang Ying had come to celebrate her birthday. She had already seen the pinnacle of her life. This really wasn't a dream. The person before her really was Tang Ying. Marrying into the Sun family, and relying on Tang Ying's connections, she was poised to dominate the fashion world. That's right, get out of here. Disappointing. How dare he say such a thing? Get out of here. Trash. Don't spoil President Tang's fun. The other classmates chimed in, eager to see Tang Ying and not wanting Su Zhengyang to ruin the mood. But to their surprise, Tang Ying's face turned ashen after they finished speaking. Tang Ying, somewhat frightened, asked Su Zhengyang, Teacher Su, Paula, what's going on? Tang Ying's actions left the Li family speechless. The surrounding students' angry shouts abruptly ceased. Master Su, Paula, what kind of address is that? Li Yuro asked in a trembling voice. President Tang, who are you talking to? Are you talking to those two? Not them, then you? Tang Ying immediately retorted coldly, snatching the golden phoenix back. She secretly regretted her bad luck. Including this time, she had twice tried to flatter Su Zhengyang and ended up making a fool of herself. What was wrong with her? President Tang, what do you mean by this? Why are you talking to them? Do you know them? Cao Fang had a very bad premonition, and she asked in a trembling voice. This golden phoenix of mine was delivered on behalf of Paula. Do you think I don't know her? Tang Ying said coldly. Stop wasting your breath on them, didn't you hear them tell us to get lost? Su Zhengyang, in a rather rude manner, grabbed a few more grapes and beckoned to Tang Ying. Understood, Master Su. Tang Ying nodded, turned and walked away, casually taking Chang Baila's hand as she passed, acting as intimately as sisters. Everyone was shocked. So Tang Ying really was invited by Su Zhengyang and Chang Baila, and she even brought the golden phoenix to celebrate a birthday. What kind of power was this? Zhou Man, who had been hiding in a corner and hadn't been seen by Tang Ying until now, was wide-eyed, utterly stunned. She had already been terribly wronged by Su Zhengyang, but now she had no desire for revenge whatsoever. No, 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 don't go, Baila. Li Yuro suddenly screamed as if snapping out of her daze and quickly chased after them. The Li family members and Sun Fang also reacted and frantically gave chase. Li Yuro was now filled with utter despair. All of this was originally hers. If she had cultivated a good relationship with Chang Baila earlier, she would have been connected to Tang Ying now. Who could have imagined? Who could have imagined? But she watched helplessly as paradise was within her grasp, only to have it destroyed by her own hands. The front-of-house manager, who was following behind, had already understood what had happened. He immediately waved his hand, and several security guards rushed in, shoving Li Yuro hard just as she was about to catch up with Tang Ying, stopping the Li family. Baila! Baila! Li Yuro screamed in agony. Su Zhengyang and the other two stopped and turned to look at the weeping family. Baila, I was wrong. Aren't we still best friends? We're roommates. Please don't blame me, please, please. She had no choice but to beg. It wasn't just about whether they could connect with Tang Ying anymore. Rather, it was because they had just offended Su Zhengyang and Chang Baila. Tang Ying would definitely retaliate against them. She wouldn't need to lift a finger. With just a word, countless people would be willing to go through fire and water to destroy their little factory. Yes, we were blind to her greatness. Please, have mercy. Cao Fang was also in tears, desperately wanting to befriend Tang Ying. This was a golden opportunity, and now it was about to slip away. Are we good sisters? You should ask yourselves that question. I've never offended you. I've never wronged anyone. You targeted me constantly when I was in school, and I treated everyone with utmost care, but what did you do? You even created a group to crowdfund and bribe HR to prevent me from finding a job. You took pleasure in it. At least 10 of you were involved. What have I done to offend you? Chang Bela finally exploded, years of pent-up resentment streaming down her face as she pointed at everyone and unleashed all the words she had been holding back. We deserve to die. We deserve to die. It's my fault. But I know you're the kindest person, you'll forgive me, right? Li Yuro wept bitterly. Chang Bela shook her head. Seeing Chang Bela's tears, Su Zhengyang was truly enraged. You do deserve to die. You have 10 hours to get out of Santai City, or I'll do everything I can to make you heavily indebted. And you, Sun Fang, I spared your entire family's lives because I promised to let Zhou Man live on the streets. You're responsible for watching over her. If I see Zhou Man with enough to eat and wear, then your entire Sun family can live on the streets in her place. Su Zhengyang had issued a final ultimatum. Yes, I understand. Sun Fang hurriedly kowtowed in gratitude. Su Zhengyang reached out and wiped away Chang Bela's tears, then pulled her away, leaving Li Yuro and her family slumped on the spot. 10 hours wouldn't have been enough even if they sold the factory, let alone deal with the massive number of defaulted orders. It seemed Su Zhengyang was going to kill them. Before delivering the fatal blow, they were given 10 hours to struggle, a glimmer of hope before despair, followed by utter helplessness in the face of hope. Just who had they offended? Sun Fang was the most fortunate one at this moment. Sun Li and the others were trembling with fear, they wouldn't be able to sleep for a long time. Leaving the hotel, Tang Ying smiled and wiped away Chang Bela's tears. It's alright, it's all over now. She felt incredibly envious of Chang Bela. Compared to her, who had dropped out of school at 17 and spent over a decade in the hustle and bustle of life, Chang Bela was still much younger. These grievances were nothing but fleeting clouds. But Bela already had Su Zhengyang, a man like him to shelter her from the storm. She would never face hardship again. While she herself remained alone and helpless, even though she had latched onto Su Zhengyang, it wasn't the kind of support she needed. By the way, Sister Tang, I figured out the feng shui arrangement you had the other day. Just add 2 stone lions at the east gate, one facing northeast and one northwest, and that'll do. Su Zhengyang thought this was a perfect opportunity to fool Chang Bela, so she wouldn't always be confused about where his money came from. The profession of feng shui master was a perfect cover. After all, John, you believed it, didn't he? Tang Ying was taken aback at first, but reacted quickly, nodding and cooperating. Oh, I see. Thank you very much, Master Su. I'll transfer 2 yuan to you when I get back. Okay. Tang Ying offered a few more words of comfort before driving away. Su Zhengyang and Chang Bela also got back into the car. Chang Bela then looked at Su Zhengyang with her mouth slightly open. Ah, no wonder Tang Ying was so respectful to you. And now you're suddenly so rich, you've even learned to lie. To be honest, I'm quite well known in the feng shui world. If you say that, my followers will come and chop you up. Su Zhengyang said seriously. Chang Bela chuckled, rolled her eyes at him, then her cheeks suddenly flushed slightly as she lowered her head and mumbled softly. Thank you. Ha, what did you say? I can't hear you. Su Zhengyang leaned closer. You bad guy. Chang Bela grabbed his ear and shouted. After a bit of playful banter, Su Zhengyang asked seriously. Now that no one's bothering you, you're free to choose your favorite career. So, what are your plans? This question immediately made Chang Bela both excited and a little conflicted. Su Zhengyang then suggested, how about this? You've always dreamed of opening a healthy restaurant, right? I'll provide the capital, you provide the labor, and we'll split the profits equally, okay? Don't pity me. Even though you're rich, don't even think about buying my soul. Chang Bela frowned, displeased. Why would I buy your soul? You can think of it as an investment. I just enjoy the feeling of you doing the work while I count the money. Otherwise, what if I spend all my money on personal training sessions? Chang Bela immediately shook her head vigorously, feeling sorry for Su Zhengyang every time she thought about the 5 yuan he spent on those training sessions. That 5 yuan was enough to open a restaurant. That's it then. I know you're ambitious, but think about it. Someone destined to be an actress is discovered by a talent scout on the street, who says they can immediately land her a leading role in a TV series. Are you really going to refuse that opportunity and insist on starting as an extra? Sung Bora bit her lip, forced to admit that Su Zhengyang was right. Besides, she had no reason to refuse his offer, otherwise, she would be incredibly ungrateful. Okay, boss. Seeing Su Zhenjiang's smug smile, Chang Bela playfully punched him. However, they hadn't driven far when Chang Bela's barely contained joy rang out from inside the car window. I can finally open a restaurant. Interspersed with her exclamations were Su Zhenjiang's scolding. Seatbelt. Seatbelt. The next morning, Chang Bela, still brimming with excitement from barely sleeping all night, was incredibly cheerful. Su Zhengyang drove her directly to the Yunhai Club to resign and hand over her work. Manager Sun was terrified, thinking she had somehow offended Chang Bela. The boss, Lin Zuxian, had specifically instructed her to treat Chang Bela well, find opportunities to promote her to a key position, and most importantly, to cultivate a good relationship with Su Zhengyang. Unexpectedly, she came to resign today. However, upon learning that Chang Bela had a better opportunity, Manager Sun couldn't say anything and could only help her with her resignation and membership handover. After completing their resignation procedures, the two drove straight to a real estate agency in the city, Jiahe Real Estate Agency. At the entrance, Chang Bela said she was thirsty and would go to the nearby convenience store to buy a bottle of water. Su Zhengyang nodded and went into the agency's office. The office was spacious, with nearly 20 computers. A man who looked like a manager, closest to the door, quickly gave a professional smile and stood up to greet them. "Hello, sir, how can I help you?" "Oh, I'd like to rent a storefront." "Okay, please have a seat here. I'll have one of the most professional real estate consultants recommend one to you." The manager's attitude was very pleasant, and he smiled as he led Su Zhengyang to the sofa area. At the same time, the manager beckoned to a girl. "Xiaoa, come here for a moment." A girl with a baby face slowly stood up from her seat, glancing over first. Su Zhengyang casually glanced at the girl. She was very pretty, with a delicate baby face, bangs, and a small ponytail. She had a certain air about her. However, her figure was flat, not at all curvy, and her hips were even a bit unattractive. In the eyes of a fitness enthusiast like Su Zhengyang, her figure was simply unappealing, utterly unattractive. But most people only care about looks, and undeniably, if you only looked at her face, this girl was stunning. Su Zhengyang gave her a friendly smile. But unexpectedly, when Su Zhengyang smiled, the girl's lips drooped downwards, and a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. Such an obvious emotion naturally didn't escape Su Zhenjiang's notice. The girl walked over with a sour face, as if someone owed her money. "Xiaoa, find this gentleman a storefront." The manager also noticed, but since she had already been called, she had no choice but to say it reluctantly. "Manager, I've already said, I only serve female clients," Xiaoa said, clearly dissatisfied. Su Zhengyang could hear the whispers around him. "Hey, it's starting. I heard she only served female clients at Shifang Real Estate Agency." "Not really, I heard she also served male clients, but only the very elegant kind, the kind she liked." "What the hell is wrong with her? If she's so precious, why doesn't she work in the service industry?" "I heard it's because she felt disgusted that all the low-class men stared at her beauty." "There's nothing we can do, she's really good-looking, and her performance is top-notch over there. Everyone has to fawn over her." The colleagues were also whispering amongst themselves. However, the manager's expression was rather unpleasant. No matter how valuable you are, you can't talk back to your boss in front of a client. Just as the manager was about to speak again, Su Zhengyang held out his hand. "It's the same for everyone. Since there are rules, let's find someone else. This young lady will do." Su Zhengyang pointed to a bespectacled girl sitting there, staring blankly at them. He was usually very easygoing. If she didn't want to, why make things difficult for her? But the manager had a temper. "I'm really sorry, sir, please give me a little time. I must have her serve you today." The manager was afraid of angering Su Zhengyang, and also wanted to establish his authority. "If you don't want to work, get out." So he turned around to reprimand Xiaoa. Su Zhengyang said helplessly, "I'm really not angry. I'm in a hurry. In my eyes, she's no different from anyone else. Just hurry up and get it done." But unexpectedly, Su Zhenjiang's words earned him another cold glance from Xiaoa. She's no different from anyone else in his eyes? Humph. She's seen plenty of people who try to get her attention by feigning nonchalance. She gave Su Zhengyang a disdainful look, but this was exactly what she wanted. No matter what, she wouldn't serve this disgusting person today. He smiles lewdly at her even when he can't see her. All lowlifes are the same as men. Seeing Su Zhenjiang's words, the manager took a deep breath to suppress his anger, waved to the girl with glasses, and then apologized to Su Zhengyang again. At this moment, Chang Bela gracefully jumped in with 2 bottles of water. For a moment, all the men in the room were stunned. This reaction was normal. Wherever Chang Bela went, she was the kind of person who couldn't be ignored. Tall and athletic, with perfectly proportioned curves, a slender waist, and an absolutely stunning face. Especially her smile, playful and cheerful, like sunshine in a sea of flowers. Her innocent charm and alluring appearance were a perfect combination. She was the epitome of every otaku's dream girl. "Which one do you want?" Sung Bora walked up to Su Zhengyang with a smile, playfully holding out a bottle of water and a bottle of soda. "Drink the one you left over," Su Zhengyang said irritably, which made Sung Bora stick out her tongue and giggle. Su Zhengyang knew her well. She was a fitness enthusiast, afraid of gaining weight from drinking soda, but always wanted a taste. He couldn't let the rest go to waste, so he could only drink what she left. This slightly intimate conversation between the two immediately led everyone to misunderstand their relationship. Xiao Ya, on the other hand, looked gloomy, even somewhat incredulous. She never expected Su Zhengyang to have such a beautiful girlfriend. Meanwhile, her colleagues were all secretly laughing. It was truly embarrassing for the less attractive one. Xiao was indeed pretty, but compared to Cheng Baila, she was utter trash. Especially compared to Cheng Baila's voluptuous figure and Xiao's flat buttocks. The latter was simply nauseating. It seemed that what he meant when he said Xiao was no different from anyone else wasn't a joke. After all, how could someone who sleeps with someone like Cheng Baila every day possibly be interested in someone like Xiao? A deep sense of defeat rose in Xiao's chest. Just then, the manager added fuel to the fire. Well, Xiao, if you can't handle this, just go back to your seat. Kola, you attend to these two. The bespectacled girl named Kola immediately walked over with a beaming smile, adjusted her glasses, and greeted them with a sheepish grin. Xiao took a deep breath and sheepishly sat back down in her seat. Her gaze kept drifting in their direction, but she noticed that Su Zhengyang didn't even bother to look at her, which left her feeling suffocated. Although the bespectacled woman was a bit simple-minded, she possessed a wealth of professional knowledge, able to access information about many shops without even needing to consult reference materials. As per your requirements, there's a super spacious duplex apartment near Baikan Park, 538 square meters, with 2 floors. It's perfect for a high-end restaurant, and the owner urgently needs cash, so it's available for rent or sale. The parking lot is just 100 meters ahead, surrounded by greenery, a quiet oasis amidst the hustle and bustle. The only downside is the price. It's comparable to some prime commercial properties nearby. The bespectacled woman was honest, stating the price directly without any tact, leaving the manager speechless. Let's go, this is it, let's take a look. Su Zhengyang didn't listen to anything else. Regardless of the price, this location was indeed the most suitable. Baikan Park is known as the green lung of Santai City, boasting abundant vegetation and a very high foot traffic. The surrounding shops, nestled in greenery, while not as conspicuous as prime locations, were, after all, part of Cheng Baila's business, healthy dining. What could be healthier than eating next to a green lung? The girl with glasses immediately called the landlord, who happened to be nearby. Su Zhengyang and his companions didn't delay and drove straight there. As they approached Baikan Park, the air became noticeably fresher and cleaner. Birds chirped in the woods, children played, elderly people played chess, and occasionally, the cracking of an old man's whip could be heard. The industrial noise seemed to be isolated by a unique tranquility. Their moods improved considerably. They drove directly to the entrance of their target building. The street here wasn't wide, a two-way single lane, but only for entering and exiting the park, so there weren't many vehicles, and the speed was slow. As I got out of the car, a middle-aged man stood in front of the storefront, a coat draped over his shoulders, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He looked troubled and stood there lost in thought. "Hello, are you Mr. Zhao?" The woman with glasses approached and asked. "Looking for a room, right? Please come in." The man forced a smile, stubbed out his cigarette, and politely greeted me. The storefront had a front foyer leading to a spacious, open hall supported by 2 pillars. A wide, thick connecting corridor stretched around the ceiling, forming a second floor. A large duplex structure. I've never rented it out since I bought it. I originally planned to use it myself, but something came up at home, and I urgently needed money, so I have to put it up for rent. If you want to rent, the price is absolutely fair. You can also buy it, the older brother said sincerely. Su Zhengyang and his companion exchanged a glance, both agreeing that this was truly an excellent place and they shouldn't need to look elsewhere. However, just to be on the safe side, they still looked around the building. After chatting with the older brother for a while, they learned that both of his children had a serious illness, muscle atrophy. A cure had been developed in China. However, each dose cost over 10 yuan, and at least 4 doses were needed for a complete cure, not to mention the exorbitant hospital fees. Seeing the thick stack of lab reports he carried, Su Zhengyang and his companion felt a pang of sadness. The once well-off family had almost gone bankrupt, but they were still short a considerable amount of money. Su Zhengyang nodded and decided to make the decision. But just then, a blue Maserati pulled up at the entrance, and a man and a woman got out. The man was a slick-back man in his 30s wearing black gloves. The woman was none other than Xiao, whom they had seen at the real estate agency earlier. She carried the documents and led the man straight up. At the agency, Su Zhengyang and his group had just left when this man entered. They were also looking to rent a storefront, and the woman with glasses had just called to confirm the landlord was there, so they came directly without informing the landlord. Su Zhengyang frowned immediately. Although he didn't know the rules of the real estate agency, it seemed inappropriate to disturb other people's clients like this. The man, upon entering, stared at Cheng Baila in astonishment, utterly captivated by her beauty. How could there be such a beautiful woman? Especially her figure. The man made no attempt to hide his admiration. His unwavering gaze made Cheng Baila frown. "Who are you?" The landlord, Brother Zhao, asked suspiciously. "We're also looking at apartments. Aren't you renting or selling here?" My client here would like to take a look. He just returned from doing business in England. Xiaoa emphasized that he had returned from England, and then glanced at Su Zhengyang, seemingly casually. Seeing Su Zhengyang looking at her, she immediately looked away, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Su Zhengyang, however, merely sneered inwardly. His colleagues gossiped that she didn't serve male clients unless they were very sophisticated. It seemed she considered this sophisticated. Indeed, the man was dressed in an expensive custom-made suit, wearing gloves, with slick-back hair, impeccably polite, and sporting a bit of stubble. "Hello!" He nodded politely to the landlord, his smile exuding confident charm. Why don't you wait a moment? They were here first. He needs to look around and say he doesn't want it before you can look. Brother Zhao, being particular, said somewhat awkwardly to the man. "Oh, it's all right." The man waved his hand as he spoke, then turned and smiled directly at Cheng Baila, asking, "Beautiful lady, it's a pleasure to meet you. May I have the honor of getting to know you?" "Oh, to be honest, I've lived in England for over 10 years, and I've never seen a girl as beautiful as you." As he spoke, he removed his gloves, bowed slightly in a very gentlemanly manner, and extended his hand to Cheng Baila. Clearly, he intended to perform the aristocratic gesture of a kiss on the hand. Cheng Baila simply waved her hand politely and said, "Hi." That was her greeting. She declined his hand kiss. This made the man slightly embarrassed, and he said, "It's all right." Su Zhengyang and the others were taken aback. What did he mean, "it's all right"? It was as if someone had done something wrong to him and was now apologizing. Xiaoa, however, said coldly, "Mr. Peter wants to kiss your hand. If you have any manners, you should extend your hand in return, instead of being so impolite." Su Zhengyang smiled faintly and said, "I suggest you read more. A hand kiss is for married women, it's forbidden to kiss a young girl's hand. And if the woman doesn't extend her hand, there's no need to kiss her hand. Do you understand?" Xiaoa immediately frowned, her face flushing red. Intuition told her that Su Zhengyang might not be telling the truth, that he was deliberately trying to embarrass her, but she didn't know if it was true or not. Besides, even she, the fake foreigner, hadn't refuted him. Could he be telling the truth? The girl with glasses pursed her lips and chuckled awkwardly. Xiaoa felt her face burning even more. Peter, on the other hand, smiled politely and said repeatedly, "It's all right, it's all right. Have you both decided on this store, beautiful ladies? I've taken a quick look and I really like it. I think I don't need to look at any other stores, this one is perfect. Excuse me, we have also decided." Sung Bora looked at Su Zhengyang as she spoke, and seeing him nod, she smiled and nodded as well. "Oh, in that case, I'm willing to let you have it. It would be rather unrefined to compete with such a beautiful girl like you," Peter said with a chuckle. Su Zhengyang and his companion were completely bewildered. It seems like they arrived first, and the landlord, Brother Zhao, even said it was first come, first served. Why does it seem like they stole it from him? Su Zhengyang was already somewhat displeased. "Have you settled on the rent?" Peter asked again. "That's probably none of your concern," Cheng Baila said speechlessly. I'm just trying to express my goodwill. If you think the rent is too high, I do have a solution." He looked at Cheng Baila expectantly, but seeing her silence, he continued. "I'll buy this place and then rent it to you at a very attractive price," he said with a wicked smile. This should have been a very romantic and pretentious statement, especially since he said it so casually. "Buy this place and then rent it to you." It seemed both gentle and domineering. Peter was confident, no woman could resist such an offensive. So he smiled confidently. At this moment, the landlord, Brother Zhao, asked excitedly, "Really?" Peter nodded with a smile. Xiaoa said with a hint of pride, "Mr. Peter's father owns a renovation company in both England and China, and his net worth is over 100 million. Peter smiled modestly, practically waving to everyone to keep a low profile. Brother Zhao said helplessly to Su Zhengyang, "Brother, you know my situation. I really have no choice. If he buys it, I need to get the money to save my life first." Su Zhengyang nodded immediately. "Of course I understand, but I didn't say I wasn't going to buy." "Ha, you're going to buy too?" Brother Zhao asked, puzzled. "Why not? You can rent or sell, right?" "We weren't planning on renting after we looked at it. I was originally planning to buy directly anyway." Su Zhengyang nodded. Cheng Baila secretly tugged at Su Zhenjiang's sleeve, signaling him not to argue. "Oh, I see. Since you're going to buy too, how about we have a bidding war? The highest bidder wins, fair and square, what do you say?" Peter was delighted. Seeing Cheng Baila's little gesture, he felt both jealous and somewhat relieved. Su Zhengyang probably didn't have that much money, or was struggling a lot. In short, he definitely couldn't beat him. Investing a sum of money would be a good way to showcase his strength in front of Cheng Baila. At worst, I can resell it after a while, as long as I can get my hands on a woman like Sung Bora. Even if it means losing money, it's worth it. That would be perfect. You go first. Su Zhengyang chuckled. Peter smiled and nodded, then asked politely, "Excuse me, sir, how much is your house for?" "Well, I need the money urgently right now. If you're really serious about buying, I really won't ask for more. One price, 15 yuan. You know, this location is rare in Baikan Park." Brother Zhao was clearly excited, afraid Peter wouldn't agree, and quickly explained. Unexpectedly, Peter interrupted him. "Your price is very reasonable. I'll offer 15.5 yuan. 50% down payment, the rest in installments." He believed that as long as he worked on his father and then found an opportunity to sell, he wouldn't lose much money. But today, he was certain he could win a woman's heart and a rental agreement for his own low-priced rental. As long as Chang Baila rented his shop, he and she would be landlord and tenant, inevitably having opportunities to get closer. He'd get her sooner or later. Mortgage, sure. Brother Zhao hesitated for a moment. A mortgage loan meant waiting for approval, but where could he find a customer with so much cash to pay in full? So he could only accept it readily. However, he remembered something and turned to look at Su Zhengyang. Although he didn't have much hope, he didn't really want Su Zhengyang to lose face, since he didn't particularly like him. He was clearly a pure domestic product, yet he insisted on using a foreign name. "Sir, it's your turn," Peter said with great poise, extending his hand. 100 yuan, full payment. Su Zhengyang didn't hesitate, holding up one finger and uttering 5 words. The room fell silent instantly. Peter's face immediately darkened. "Mr. Su, if you can't handle this, don't joke around with me. There's no need to do this in front of your female companion. Oh, by the way, there's a saying in your country, trying to save face." Peter's gentlemanly manners vanished. He was very dissatisfied with Su Zhenjiang's disruption. Xiaowa looked at him with disdain, but also felt a great sense of satisfaction, because Su Zhengyang had lost face, utterly lost face. Talking about 100 yuan? Wasn't that just wishful thinking? She had just said that Peter's family was worth over 100. So Xiaowa said coldly, "Can you please stop embarrassing China?" Su Zhengyang didn't bother with her at all and simply took out his wallet. He used to have 700 or 800 yuan bills and a dozen or so loose change under his bed, his entire savings at the time. He'd been too lazy to save them, and had put them all in his wallet while cleaning the house these past few days. Now, opening his wallet, several hundred yuan bills gleamed bright red, because they were adorned with a gold-red thread that sparkled like red diamonds. That was the unique gleam of a 100 yuan bill. At this moment, Su Zhengyang was intentionally facing away from Chang Baila, trying his best to prevent her from seeing it. Otherwise, she would accuse him of treating her like a pig. But Peter and the others saw it clearly. Especially Brother Zhao saw it most clearly. Everyone was stunned for a moment. As everyone knows, only those with a net worth exceeding 1,000 yuan, after rigorous review, are issued 100 yuan bills. And it's a one-time review for each bill, meaning you need at least 7,000 yuan in personal assets to receive 7 100 yuan bills. Su Zhengyang took out one bill and, before Chang Baila's curious little eyes could turn around, put it away in his wallet. "Mr. Peter, it's your turn." Su Zhengyang raised the 100 yuan bill in his hand as a reminder. Peter finally snapped out of his shock. His turn? His family's company combined had less than 150 yuan, and all their usable operating funds amounted to only 50 or 60 yuan. What could he possibly use to continue bidding? But what he found even more unacceptable was this. Su Zhengyang wasn't playing by the rules. He had bid 15.5. Su Zhengyang immediately bid 100. He didn't even have the right to bid a second time. This was practically trying to crush him with money. But he quickly gave a cold smile. He couldn't afford to offend him, but that didn't mean he had lost. He clapped his hands twice. "Haha, this gentleman is indeed very wealthy. I wonder how the homeowner will thank me for helping you raise the price." He finished speaking and laughed smugly, feeling extremely pleased, like a wise and victorious man. His tone clearly revealed that he deliberately inflated the price to entice Su Zhengyang to pay more. Xiaowa, though initially shocked, now breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Su Zhengyang with a knowing smile. Peter then turned to Su Zhengyang and earnestly advised, "Spending money recklessly like this, no matter how much wealth your parents have, you'll squander it all sooner or later. I'm not bidding anymore, you win, he. He finished speaking and laughed even more smugly. But Su Zhengyang remained calm and collected, speaking with equal earnestness. 100 yuan might be a fortune in your eyes, given your limited perspective. But 100 yuan is nothing to me, just a drop in the ocean, enough to make me happy. Don't try to use your savings against my spare change. Besides, 15 yuan probably wouldn't be enough to save 2 children's lives, right, Brother Zhao?" Su Zhenjiang's last words sent a shiver down Zhao's spine. He stared at Su Zhengyang in astonishment. "Brother, what you said, is it true? 1 child needs 4 doses, 2 children need 8 doses, that should be enough." Su Zhengyang nodded and smiled. When Zhao showed them the receipts earlier, Su Zhengyang, with his sharp eyes, noticed 2 diagnosis reports. One was indeed level 2, the other level 1, and both were acquired, curable with that special medicine. Consumption detected, but the host is still suspected of accumulating points. 100 points awarded this time. Su Zhengyang smiled outwardly, but inwardly felt a chill. Am I accumulating points? I'm doing a good deed. He genuinely intended to do a good deed. Perhaps, the saying, poverty breeds cunning, wealth breeds conscience, perfectly describes someone like him. While he couldn't possibly save the world, since he'd encountered this situation, he was still willing to accumulate some good karma. With the system around, 100 yuan was a drop in the ocean. He could easily spend over 10,000 yuan in interest each month. The landlord's eyes instantly reddened. Without a word, he gently pushed the girl with glasses aside and slowly knelt down. His movements were slow, but incredibly resolute. Chang Baila and the girl with glasses were nearby and quickly reached out to help him up. But they couldn't stop this determined man. Brother Zhao's knees touched the ground. The man in his 40s, tears streaming down his face, was speechless. Su Zhenjiang's heart trembled, and he stepped forward, forcefully pulling the man who was about to kowtow up. Brother Zhao, there's really no need for this. Brother Zhao just waved his hands repeatedly, opening his mouth to speak, but only tears flowed. He couldn't utter a single word, which pained Cheng Baila and the others greatly. Peter stared blankly at the scene, initially bewildered. He knew nothing of Brother Zhao's situation, but his expression quickly darkened. Su Zhenjiang's words had just embarrassed him, and now it seemed that 100 yuan was more than just a drop in the ocean for Su Zhengyang. This drop in the ocean had helped a family on the verge of collapse. This was infinitely more noble than him trying to curry favor by offering to buy the store. But he still wouldn't give up. I hope this landlord will thank me a little. After all, if I hadn't raised the price earlier, this gentleman wouldn't have stubbornly increased it to 100, right? Although such blatant self-praise was somewhat disliked, it sounded plausible. He hoped that by saying this, he could at least make Cheng Baila see some credit for him, preventing her from focusing all her admiration on Su Zhengyang. However, Su Zhengyang didn't give him a chance. If I bid 50, do you think you could afford to bid that much? Peter's face flushed red, and he was speechless for a moment. So, do you still think it's your business if I bid 100? Even Xiaoa, standing to the side, felt sorry for Peter. Su Zhengyang didn't give Peter a single chance to shine, taking all the credit. But now she dared not say anything. Someone who could casually pull out 100 yuan to buy a shop was not someone she could afford to offend. Although Peter's face was gloomy, he couldn't say anything else, and could only snort coldly and turn to leave. Xiaoa glared at the girl with glasses, resentfully following him away. If this deal really went through for 100 yuan, the girl with glasses would make a killing just from the commission. A 1% commission is a whole yuan. After they left, Brother Zhao took a long time to recover. Su Zhengyang, without further delay, had the girl with glasses call the manager. The group went directly to the housing authority to complete the property transfer on the spot. Su Zhengyang even paid the full commission. He made 100 yuan just from paying the commission. No one could stop him from spending money. Brother Zhao was also very enthusiastic, insisting on taking Su Zhengyang and his companion to the hospital. One reason was to verify his child's condition and reassure Su Zhengyang that he hadn't lied to him. The other was that his family wanted to thank this benefactor in person. Su Zhengyang and his companion declined, citing other commitments, but exchanged contact information and agreed to stay in touch. They could all imagine the scene of their family crying and kneeling in despair once they got to the hospital. Su Zhengyang didn't want to shorten his lifespan. After all the fuss, it was already evening. Even though you're trying to help him, spending 100 yuan to buy a shop like this will never earn it back. Sitting in the car, Cheng Baila pouted, looking conflicted. She knew Su Zhengyang was rich, but she didn't expect him to be this rich, able to come up with 100 yuan. Of course, she supported Su Zhengyang helping Brother Zhao, but this was a huge loss. How could she ever earn back that much in a restaurant? You don't understand, I'm doing this to accumulate good karma. And do you know, from a feng shui perspective, this shop is practically my hidden dragon's lair, incredibly auspicious for me. If I buy it, I can earn back 100 yuan in 10 days or half a month. Su Zhengyang excitedly spouted nonsense. Ah, really? Cheng Baila's mouth gaped open in surprise. More real than pearls. Su Zhengyang smiled, started the car, and drove the now excited Cheng Baila to take another look at the shops. Upon arriving at the shop, the two got out of the car. But just then, Su Zhengyang suddenly caught sight of someone at the street corner, seemingly watching him. He turned his head sharply, and the person, startled, vanished instantly. Although it was almost dark, and the streetlights were just coming on, Su Zhenjiang's current eyesight allowed him to see every detail from 100 meters away with perfect clarity. He stood there, completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. That person looked exactly like the person in his memory. His own mother. Was it a hallucination? His mother was dead. Su Zhengyang instantly snapped back to reality and sprinted towards the street corner. In the time it took Chang Baila to turn around, the person was gone. She called out twice in confusion, not knowing what had happened. Su Zhengyang ran to the street corner and saw that familiar figure turning into an alley. The steps seemed slow but were actually hurried. Su Zhengyang sped up again to catch up. At his running speed, people around him could only see a figure flash by, unable to make out the face. The figure seemed surprised by Su Zhengyang's speed. After entering the alley, she suddenly quickened her pace. The two began a chase in the alley. Su Zhengyang was secretly alarmed. The person ahead was running faster than him, someone whose power had increased by over 1,000 points, and with ease. "Stop! Stop!" Su Zhengyang shouted twice. Upon hearing the shout, the figure visibly froze. She paused for 2 seconds, turned her head, glanced at Su Zhengyang, and then did something that left Su Zhengyang speechless. She stomped on the wall, leaping 3 to 5 meters into the air, like a dragonfly skimming the water, then stepped on the opposite wall. She soared more than 10 meters into the air, directly into mid-air. With a third light touch of her toes on the 5th-floor terrace of the hotel, she shot into the night sky like an arrow, disappearing from Su Zhengyang's sight. Black clothes fluttering, leaping across rooftops. Su Zhengyang stood frozen, one hand against the wall. His eyes widened in disbelief at what he was seeing. What was this? A martial arts movie? He took 2 deep breaths and strode to the wall. Looking at the spot where she had stepped, the wall was barely damaged, just a faint, almost imperceptible shoe print. It was impossible to even tell what kind of shoe it was. Undeterred, Su Zhengyang looked up and searched anxiously. He quickly found his target. A security camera. This camera had captured the woman's angle perfectly, and she had paused for a moment. This was a back alley of a large hotel. Su Zhengyang went straight out and rushed into the hotel. The hotel wasn't very big, nor was it particularly upscale. Su Zhengyang burst in and, without a word, threw a 1-cent bill at the front desk. To make things easier, Su Zhengyang exchanged several dozen small and medium-sized bills. After all, he couldn't just pull out a 1 yuan note casually, as people often couldn't break it. The receptionist personally led him to the security room. After spending another small bill, the security guard at the monitoring station had become Su Zhengyang's henchman. "Boss, feel free to check anything. I have all the candid photos of our manager. Back alley, 3 minutes ago. Hurry." "Okay." The security guard operated the camera skillfully. When he adjusted the camera to the back alley, Su Zhengyang's spirits lifted. The woman seemed to know there was a camera there, intentionally keeping her head down. When she turned around, only her profile was visible. Moreover, the camera quality was poor, the footage wasn't very clear. But it was that profile that made Su Zhengyang's heart tremble violently. He was 100% certain that this person was his biological mother. He would never mistake his own mother. "I want this video," Su Zhengyang said in a deep voice. "Okay." The security guard copied the video without a word, even giving Su Zhengyang a USB drive as a gift. Su Zhengyang thanked him and, without paying any attention, quickly turned and left. The security guard, however, hesitated for a moment, then his expression changed. He took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, manager, the person you sent in the notice came here." He retrieved a section of the surveillance footage. "Okay, I'll send you the footage right away." Meanwhile, at the Zhao family home. Although Zhao Yiming hated eating at home, Zhao Huaxian had a rule that unless there were serious social engagements, dinner had to be eaten at home together. The Zhao family was, after all, a respectable family, and had to uphold traditions. Zhao Yiming ate quickly and hastily, his mind filled with thoughts of going to a bar with friends later, and hearing that a new batch of dancers had arrived today. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoman's phone rang. It was a text message, accompanied by a video. Zhao Xiaoman had intended to glance at the video and then continue eating, but the moment he started playing it, she stopped eating. "Xiaoman, what's wrong?" Zhao Huaxian asked, puzzled. Zhao Xiaoman was usually very well behaved. Zhao Xiaoman didn't answer. After watching it, she watched it again. It was a clip from a surveillance camera. She watched it 3 times before frowning and handing the phone to Zhao Huaxian, her eyes filled with a complex mix of shock and disbelief. "I've been keeping an eye on Su Zhengyang lately. This is footage from one of our hotels. Su Zhengyang just rushed into the hotel and bought this recording." Zhao Huaxian took the phone and looked at it. The footage showed 2 people chasing each other to the end of an alley, a man and a woman. The woman paused for a moment before darting forward and disappearing, while the man stood there stunned for a long time. It was Su Zhengyang, but he still looked at Zhao Xiaoman with suspicion. It was just a chase video, but judging from Zhao Xiaoman's expression, she clearly knew something. "Do you know this woman?" Zhao Xiaoman nodded. She took back the phone, focused the image on the woman's face, then put down the phone and quickly ran upstairs. Zhao Huaxian and the others were all stunned. A moment later, Zhao Xiaoman came down with a stack of documents and handed them to Zhao Huashan. I used to be particularly interested in this mysterious organization, and I even researched this woman. If I'm not mistaken, she should be a member of the Guardian Sword. Guardian Sword? Zhao Huashan took the information, his brow furrowing. He had only heard of this name, but because it was somewhat distant from their world, he hadn't paid much attention. Or perhaps he hadn't reached that level yet. He quickly glanced at the information his daughter had collected. Although it was mostly hearsay, a few profile photos shocked Zhao Huashan. He compared them on his phone. The angles of the two profile photos were almost identical, definitely the same person. Zhao Huashan gasped in surprise, looking at Zhao Xiaoman. Zhao Xiaoman was also looking at him with a complex expression. I didn't expect you to be interested in something like this. How much do you know about this Guardian Sword? I only know it's an organization with many top talents. There are even rumors that they're actually an ancient martial arts organization that flourished during the Yongjing era, with many unknown aspects. A hint of excitement flashed in Zhao Xiaoman's eyes. She loved researching these mysterious things. I've heard of it too, the Guardian Sword, but I don't know their nature, whether they're a civilian organization or affiliated with the government. But whatever it is, I've only heard they've offended too many people. That's right. They're hailed as guardians, openly and secretly cracking down on countless criminal gangs, offending numerous domestic and international forces. So I'm thinking. Zhao Xiaoman's eyes darkened as she spoke. What are you thinking? I suspect this woman might be related to him, maybe even by blood. Because I can't find any information about Su Zhengyang, this could very well be the work of the Guardian Sword. If we can find more evidence proving their blood relation, then I believe that evidence could fetch a good price, perhaps even a price that would propel us to new heights. Zhao Xiaoman said excitedly. If her guess was correct, then the Guardian Sword's relatives would be leverage against him, and many powerful forces or families would be willing to pay for this information. Zhao Huashan's eyes lit up, and he looked at his daughter with increasing admiration. That's easy. I'll have someone break one of his legs and see if this sword comes to his rescue. Zhao Yiming was also very interested and couldn't help but exclaim. Zhao Huashan glared at him. When will you learn from your sister and use your brain? Zhao Xiaoman said. Yiming, your idea is correct, but we can't do it ourselves. We need to learn to use others to do the dirty work. That way, even if the Guardian Sword really retaliates, it won't fall on us, but we'll have collected evidence. That's the best strategy. We'll first create animosity with him, lower his guard, and then we can monitor him. Then we'll divert the conflict to other families. Zhao Huashan nodded approvingly and instructed. Yes, but remember this, absolutely no information should be leaked. If word gets out, not only will we risk retaliation from the Guardian Sword, but once those powerful families and forces get involved, our Zhao family will be completely out of the picture. Understood. Then their voices grew quieter as they began to plot. After Su Zhengyang returned to the store, Cheng Baila questioned him for a long time, but Su Zhengyang brushed it off by saying he had run into an acquaintance. However, the next step was shop renovation and hiring. Cheng Baila wanted to demonstrate her abilities, and since Su Zhengyang had invested so much money, she wouldn't let him interfere, wanting to handle everything herself. Su Zhengyang directly gave her 5 yuan as startup capital. He himself was going home to visit his brother. The next morning, Su Zhengyang called Tang Ying and Chen Hahai over. I need to go back to the county, it might take a few days. Don't interfere with Cheng Baila's restaurant matter unless she asks for your help. Why doesn't Miss Baila need help? He didn't dare ask further about Su Zhenjiang's reason for going to the county, but he was curious why she didn't want help. Paula is a strong-willed girl. She's always worried that Master Su will treat her like a pretty face, and she wants to prove her abilities to him. In fact, Paula is not only a national first-class nutritionist and an ACN International Senior Nutritionist, but she also has a senior chef certificate. If it weren't for the age limit, she'd probably be a special grade chef by now. Tang Ying said with a smile. She had already captured Cheng Paula's heart, and now Cheng Paula treated her like an older sister, telling her everything. Chen Hahai listened, dumbfounded. Goodness, this girl is something else. He looked at Su Zhengyang in surprise. Su Zhengyang shrugged, giving him a look that said, "Don't get excited. I was even more confused than you when I first found out. By the way, do you have anyone quick-wit, who can drive, someone I can trust? I need an assistant." Su Zhengyang wasn't being pretentious just because he had money. He had been a boss and knew how important an assistant and driver were. There are many time-consuming and laborious tasks that can distract you and slow down your efficiency when you need to concentrate on something. Even running errands in the city can take forever just to find a parking spot. Plus, he's currently preoccupied with investigating his mother's case. Even finding directions to the county seems like a hassle. Chen Hahai immediately nodded. Yes, okay, I'll go grab some breakfast. Tell him to get here as soon as possible. Su Zhengyang finished speaking and dismissed the two men. 45 minutes later, Su Zhengyang stared at the familiar figure before him, speechless, a dark expression on his face. President Su. Lin Yorong was dressed in a professional outfit, wearing a pencil skirt, high heels, and a business suit that stretched her figure to an astonishing degree. A sweet, shy smile graced her lips. Chen Hahai sent you here? Yes. I'm a great driver. Lin Yorong assured him, raising her small hand. Are you here to drive or ride? Can you even drive in those shoes? Su Zhengyang asked impatiently. I brought my shoes and clothes. Lin Yorong immediately pulled over a bundle beside her. Clearly, Chen Hahai had sent her in a great hurry. She hadn't even had time to change. Where are you going to change? Su Zhengyang was speechless. In the car. Lin Yorong said without waiting for Su Zhenjiang's agreement, as if afraid he would kick her out. She opened the car door and climbed into the back seat. Su Zhengyang rubbed his forehead. In less than 40 seconds, Lin Yorong jumped out of the back seat. Her clothes had changed into a tight-fitting t-shirt and soft jeans, making her figure even more breathtaking. Her shoes were now sneakers, and even the back of her hair was tied up. She looked much more casual now. She grinned and stretched out her arms, showing off her figure and clothes, seemingly hoping Su Zhengyang would compliment her. Changing clothes in such a confined space, and at such a speed, required exceptional flexibility. Get in! Su Zhengyang gave a perfunctory thumbs up, then tossed her the car keys and got into the passenger seat. Lin Yorong hurriedly tidied up her clothes in the back seat, stuffing them into a corner, then straightened her own clothes before getting into the car, appearing extremely nervous. How could she not be nervous? This was someone Chen Hahai treated like a god, and she was about to become his driver and assistant. How many opportunities like this did she get in her life? Whether she can stay by Su Zhenjiang's side long-term depends on her performance today. As soon as Su Zhengyang got into the car, he smelled a strong, pleasant fragrance, not overpowering, probably from changing clothes. After Lin Yorong got in, a unique, subtle fragrance wafted over, making Su Zhengyang feel very comfortable. Just the scent alone, Su Zhengyang liked it very much, giving it a 7 out of 10. Drive. Okay. Unexpectedly, Lin Yorong was indeed a competent driver, driving fast and steadily, even better than Su Zhengyang. This is it. Su Zhengyang simply gave her the address, and Lin Yorong navigated a complicated route, involving both provincial and county roads. No wonder Su Zhengyang found it troublesome. But he could leave everything to her, so Su Zhengyang took out his phone and repeatedly watched that video, lost in thought. Lin Yorong didn't dare ask. Although Su Zhenjiang's hometown was also in Yunhai province, it was at least 150 kilometers away from Santai City, and there was no highway. So they set off in the morning and didn't arrive until around 2 p.m. Su Zhengyang even covered for Lin Yorong for a while on the way. Intending to surprise his brother, Su Zhengyang hadn't called beforehand. This county town was in a mountainous area, but after development in recent years, it had reportedly become a small tourist area. There was only one road, but it had been widened considerably. Just past the county boundary sign, a roadblock appeared ahead, flanked by 4 people who looked like a family, men and women. They waved at the 2 of them from a distance, signaling them to stop. Su Zhengyang frowned. He remembered there being no checkpoint here, and this one looked very rudimentary. The barrier was manually operated. Toll, 50 cents. A middle-aged woman climbed up, grabbed the car window, and held up 5 fingers to Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang looked at her. She wasn't wearing a uniform or an armband. As she spoke, the group of men surrounded her, scrutinizing the unusually imposing vehicle. Road bullies. Su Zhengyang immediately recognized them as illegal toll collectors. Normally, Su Zhengyang would have taught them a lesson, but he was in a hurry to see his brother and wasn't in the mood. So he took out a 50-cent note and handed it to the woman. Seeing that he didn't even haggle over the price, the woman was delighted, took the money, and the 2 men lifted the roadblock to let them pass. As soon as their car passed, the woman took out her phone and said a few words on WeChat. In the car, Lin Yorong bit her lip and asked softly, Mr. Su, they don't seem very legitimate. Be confident. Remove the seems like, they're road bullies. There's a persimmon-covered hill behind this county that's become very popular these past 2 years. Lots of online celebrities come to take photos there. They probably make their living off that. I'll deal with them later. Su Zhengyang leaned back in his seat, stretching his stiff neck from sleep, and said, but the car drove on for less than 200 meters. Then another family appeared ahead. The people in front waved for them to stop, and the 2 men behind even pulled out 2 roadblocks from the roadside and blocked the road. Su Zhenjiang's eyes narrowed slightly. Lin Yorong pouted, somewhat angrily. This is too domineering. If she had driven a little faster, she would have already passed the roadblock. She hadn't expected them to put up a makeshift roadblock on the side of the road and still charge her a toll. Stop the car. Su Zhengyang said coldly. Lin Yorong sensed the menacing aura emanating from Su Zhengyang and quickly stuck out her tongue, slowly stopping the car. Su Zhengyang got out of the car. The family immediately surrounded them, 4 people in total. Leading them was a woman in her 50s, followed by 2 young men and an older man. Toll, 80 cents. The middle-aged woman glanced into the car and said to Su Zhengyang, 80 cents? You're even more of a rip-off than that last place. Su Zhengyang scoffed, looking at the middle-aged woman's bulging purse, overflowing with cash. What rip-off? This is a tourist area. Where do you go on vacation without paying? The woman frowned, baring her yellow teeth. Did I say I was here for tourism? You say I'm not a tourist? If everyone says their home is here, then nobody pays? Stop talking nonsense, pay up. You can't leave without paying. The woman said impatiently. Can't leave? You mean I can't even go back? Su Zhengyang asked with interest. You can't go anywhere. You're already inside the tourist area, and once you're inside, you have to buy a ticket. The woman instantly became enraged, her bullying nature completely exposed, yelling at Su Zhengyang. At the same time, 2 young men rolled up their sleeves and walked over menacingly. Lin Yarong was terrified. Fearing they would really attack, she quickly rummaged through her purse for her phone and secretly called Chen Hahai. Su Zhengyang, however, coldly stared at the woman. What if I insist on leaving today? Leave? Where are you going? You came here without paying and you think you can just leave? The woman roared and slammed her hand heavily on the hood of the car, as if this would bolster her imposing presence. Lin Yarong was indeed startled. Do you see what this is on the ground? It's blood. A young man leaned forward and pointed to dried bloodstains on the asphalt. Su Zhengyang looked and, sure enough, there were large patches of dried blood on the ground, and not just one patch, but also along the roadside. Oh, is it all the driver's blood? Su Zhengyang asked. The young man scoffed. There are over a dozen of us. If we shout, half the village will be here. Guess who will bleed? Really? I don't believe it. Su Zhengyang chuckled, quoting a classic line from Master Lu Xun. You don't believe me, huh? The young man behind him was clearly a ruthless character. His face hardened, and he strode forward, pulling a baton from his waist. With a snap, he smashed it down, aiming it directly at Su Zhenjiang's head. Su Zhengyang felt a chill run down his spine. This is a thug. He won't even bother to scare you with a few blows first. He just goes for it without a word, aiming for immediate bloodshed. The victim will usually wet themselves on the spot. He'll give you whatever you want. That's not just about 80 cents. So ruthless. Su Zhengyang smiled cruelly and grabbed at the young man's hand. His speed was far beyond the young man's comprehension. Before the baton could fall, a dull crack echoed as Su Zhengyang snatched it away. Su Zhengyang didn't want to smash it on the head. That would knock him unconscious instantly. What was the point? The young man was stunned. He only felt a tremendous force snap his fingers and grab the baton. But the next second, a sharp pain shot through his knee. Su Zhengyang kicked him in the knee, and his leg snapped backward with a crack. A heart-wrenching scream rang out, and the young man rolled on the ground clutching his leg. Su Zhengyang swiftly lowered the baton, striking the young man's shoulder socket twice. 2 dull cracks echoed. His shoulder socket caved in. This time, the young man opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound. The pain was so intense he could barely breathe. Seeing his brother injured, another young man went berserk, pulling out a hammer from who knows where. He swung it at Su Zhengyang as well. Su Zhengyang retaliated. With a swing of the hammer, he shattered the young man's wrist, then kicked him, breaking his leg, and slammed it down on his shoulder. The young man was instantly paralyzed. The old man, unarmed, lunged forward but was kicked 3 meters away by Su Zhengyang, lying there clutching his stomach like a dead dog, unable to get up. Ah! Murder! Help! The woman screamed frantically. Lin Yorong in the car was so frightened she dropped her phone. What kind of martial arts master is this Mr. Su? He took down 3 men in no time. It's terrifying. Meanwhile, on a nearby path, many villagers heard the commotion and rushed over to see what was happening. For people rushed towards them from the direction Su Zhengyang and his group had come from. It was the family from the first toll booth. Leading them was a middle-aged woman, followed by 2 young men and another woman. Clearly, the 2 toll booth owners were the same family. Seeing the 2 young men fall to the ground, these people pounced on them without a word and began to beat them. Su Zhengyang didn't retreat but advanced. Every blow he struck with his baton resulted in screams of broken bones and torn limbs. Moreover, Su Zhengyang was ruthless, breaking at least 3 limbs. 7 people were soon rolling on the ground, their cries of agony filling the air. Only the middle-aged woman from the second toll booth remained. Su Zhengyang turned to look at the crowd of onlookers, comprised of half the village. The crowd had now spread from the field ridges, many carrying shovels and picks, seemingly ready to attack at any moment. However, most people remained indifferent, simply watching the spectacle. Yarong, drive forward. Su Zhengyang kicked the roadblock over to the side of the road and said to Lin Yarong. The baton in his hand wasn't bloody, but it was clearly bent. A pure steel object bent that's terrifying force. Lin Yorong snapped out of her shock, swallowed hard, and quickly started the car. The middle-aged woman, however, suddenly rushed in front of the car. This was what you call a desperate person. She was convinced Su Zhengyang wouldn't kill her. If he didn't kill her, she'd make him pay a fortune. In her view, not a single member of the family was bleeding. They just had ordinary injuries. They were lying on the ground just faking it to cooperate with her. She hadn't felt any broken bones, so naturally she didn't know. You can't leave. Go ahead and run me over if you dare. Otherwise, you won't be leaving today, she said, then plopped down on the ground. Hit her, Su Zhengyang said directly to Lin Yorong. Lin Yorong was startled by those two words. The woman was also terrified. For a moment, she genuinely felt that Su Zhengyang was capable of such a thing. Hit her. Don't make me go up there myself, Su Zhengyang shouted at Lin Yorong. Lin Yorong took a deep breath. Although she was terrified, judging from Su Zhenjiang's methods just now, if he were to drive himself, someone would likely die. Lin Yorong screamed, closed her eyes, and slammed on the gas pedal. The raptor let out a beastly roar. The front of the car magnified infinitely in the woman's eyes. She screamed and tried to run, but it was too late. Just as she turned to the side, the unusually heavy car body ran over her legs. After the front wheels, there were the rear wheels. After two loud thuds, the car came to a sudden stop. Lin Yorong was drenched in a cold sweat. The woman's screams instantly drowned out the screams of the other 7 members of her family. Now the whole family was together. Hey, don't go too far, a villager shouted immediately. This shout sparked a flurry of discussion among the villagers. Meanwhile, the men from other checkpoints ahead also arrived, having heard the commotion. There were at least 20 of them. Clearly, there were more than just these 2 roadblocks along this road. This group of men were all armed batons, hammers, baseball bats. Young man, pay up and get out of here. For 80 cents, how much will you have to spend on medical bills now? Give me some money for treatment, let's negotiate and leave. Don't go too far. Stop doing this. An elderly villager stepped forward to advise them, the latter part of his words clearly directed at the roadblockers. That's right, let's negotiate, don't fight anymore. These guys are in a group, if another fight breaks out, someone might get seriously injured. Some of the older women also advised. They had no idea that several members of the family lying on the ground had already been crippled by Su Zhengyang. The group of road thugs exchanged bewildered glances. They were usually very united. They understood the principle of shared fate. But Su Zhengyang had crippled all 8 of them. He was definitely a tough opponent. If they went up and seriously injured them, the outcome was uncertain. This is a tourist area, you can call the police if you force your way in. Pay up a dime. Pay up a dime and you can leave. They didn't dare ask for too much. Pushing Su Zhengyang too far would be troublesome. A dime? Su Zhengyang snorted coldly. After the world's currency depreciated, he found many old sayings were no longer applicable. For example, the phrase, "I won't give you a single penny today," was no longer valid, because people were already asking for a penny. Su Zhengyang raised his baton, pointing it at the road thugs, and said, word by word, "Listen up, all of you. Even if there were 10 times more of you today, I'd still beat you up. If you cripple me, I'll pay for all your medical expenses. I'll pay for your hospital bills for life. All that money will go to the hospital, you won't get a single penny. And not only will I cripple you, I'll also sue you for intentional assault, setting up roadblocks, and endangering public order. I'll hire the best lawyers and sue you until you're bankrupt. Anyone who disagrees, step forward." Su Zhengyang surveyed the crowd, his voice not loud, but every word clear. Damn it, do you think we'll let a little punk scare us? We'll never be able to do this again. One of the road thugs, his face contorted with rage, sneered. Go, 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 beat him to death. The law doesn't punish the masses. Another road thug, hidden among the crowd, urged. They had considered the worst-case scenario more than once. Even if someone died, the local authorities could bribe their way out. With so many of them attacking together, who would be the one to die? That was their reliance on to rob and smuggle. Su Zhenjiang's anger exploded. Beat him to death. The law doesn't punish the masses. These 8 simple words sentenced the driver who dared to resist to death. Just imagine, if it weren't for him here today, but someone else, how desperate would they have been when these people swarmed them? Go, go. After several shouts of encouragement, the crowd's blood rushed to their heads, and the demon of impulsiveness often manifests in an instant. Su Zhengyang was not afraid at all. Even if the sticks fell on him now, at most they would make him look a little disheveled. It wouldn't be easy to hurt him. Just then, an even louder shout came from behind the roadblocks. A dark mass of people instantly blocked the road completely, forming a semicircle that enveloped them entirely. Several leaders kicked aside the roadblocks and pushed their way through the crowd. A man in a suit, one of the leaders, glanced at his phone, then at Su Zhengyang standing proudly ahead, his eyes lighting up. He quickly ran over. Su Zhengyang turned and glanced at Lin Yorong. Lin Yorong, holding her phone, looked at Su Zhengyang with lingering shock. Unexpectedly, this girl was quite quick-witted. She must have directly called Chen Hahai. Master Su. The man in the suit, leading several men, ran up to Su Zhengyang and bowed respectfully. You came quite quickly. Su Zhengyang didn't seem to be blaming him, but the man in the suit shuddered, thinking Su Zhengyang was being sarcastic, and said fearfully, I received a call from Boss Qi, and I immediately dispatched men. Su Zhengyang nodded. Boss Qi they were referring to must be Qi Yunfei. Do you have any roadblocks among your men? Su Zhengyang asked coldly. The man in the suit immediately shook his head vigorously. No, absolutely not. We run legitimate businesses. We have a bar, 2 KTVs, 4 restaurants, and… Stop. Su Zhengyang interrupted him, then looked at the group of road thugs. The man in the suit had brought over 100 men, while the road thugs, numbering only about 20, were surrounded and staring at their surroundings in terror. They were looking at Su Zhengyang with disbelief. Who was this guy? Even the local bullies from Lotus County were treating him so respectfully? I'm from Lotus County. I haven't been home in a long time. I didn't expect to be treated like this when I returned. Su Zhengyang shook his head and sighed. The road thugs were stunned to hear that Su Zhengyang was from Lotus County. He had no reason to lie now. It would be too much of a waste. They didn't usually rob people from their own county. Brother, we didn't know you were from this county. Why didn't you say so earlier? Exactly. If you'd said you were from this county, we wouldn't have this misunderstanding. Yeah, a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Look how big this mess has gotten. It's all their fault. We never intended to mess with you. The group of burly roadblocks, the leaders, immediately chimed in with smiles. They shifted all the blame onto the family blocking the road at the front. Su Zhengyang scoffed, his voice turning cold. Is it a big deal? I don't think so at all. Break all their legs. I want them to spend the rest of their lives in wheelchairs. The man in the suit didn't even bother with a kiss, turning around and waving his hand. Do it. These road thugs never expected Su Zhengyang would actually dare to make a move. How many people were there? More than 20, plus the 8 he had already beaten. That was already a group. Not to mention the villagers nearby. Even the most powerful people would consider the seriousness of the situation. They had precisely exploited the loophole of the law doesn't punish everyone in a crowd. Even the authorities wouldn't dare punish so many people at once, for fear of inciting public anger and a collective backlash. But today, Su Zhengyang was determined to punish everyone, and punish them mercilessly. 100 against 20, they were utterly powerless. The screams were deafening, the road thugs were completely blocked on the roadside, unable to even run. Another 30 or 40 people on the perimeter were unable to intervene, their sole purpose being to block those road thugs who tried to escape from the crowd, catch them and beat them to death. Su Zhengyang glanced at the villagers, pointed at them, and shouted, "Keep an eye on them. If anyone dares to take out their phone, smash them and their phone." There were about 50 or 60 villagers here. Among them were a dozen or so younger men who had initially wanted to take out their phones to film, but were afraid of getting into trouble if they did. Su Zhenjiang's words terrified them even more, and they practically raised their hands to prove their innocence. Many villagers were so frightened that they dropped their weapons. The group of villagers who had initially planned to help were now filled with lingering fear. This Su Zhengyang was simply ruthless. Not only had he beaten up all the road thugs, but his words were clearly a message: if they dared to interfere, he would beat them too. He seemed completely unafraid of things escalating. He gave the impression that he could afford to offend any number of people. Soon, the heart-wrenching screams of the road thugs filled the air, sending chills down everyone's spines. The crowd scrambled aside, the ground stained with blood, mostly from their own vomit. Some of the thugs had nearly lost their teeth, while others were bruised and swollen. Su Zhengyang knelt down in front of a burly, fat man with a menacing face. He was the one among them who most resembled a gangster. He was also the one with the most menacing aura. Su Zhengyang would absolutely believe he had murder on his hands. Su Zhengyang smiled faintly. Having fun? The burly man's mouth was gushing blood, and half his face was so swollen he could barely open his eye. Beat them to death. The law doesn't punish the masses. Tisk tisk, you guys are truly geniuses. That's right, there are no security cameras here. If I dispersed them before the enforcement team arrived, even if they found these villagers, they couldn't help the enforcement arrest them one by one, and even if they did, there wouldn't be enough evidence. I should thank you. Su Zhengyang poked the burly man's face with his baton. The burly man and his gang were already in despair. He begged Su Zhengyang for mercy, his words slurred and unclear, but Su Zhengyang couldn't understand a word they said. He stood up, took out 50 yuan from his wallet, and handed it to the man in the suit. Take this money, hire 3 lawyers, and find a few other people to form a team specifically to collect evidence of all the road bullies, village bullies, illegal profits, and intentional assaults in Manhwa County. Once enough evidence is gathered, transfer it to the authorities and have the lawyers help prosecute them. Distribute the rest of the money among the brothers. Protect Lotus County well. You can take a larger share, but if I find out you've pocketed it all, I won't let you off the hook. The man in the suit stared at the 50 yuan note with gold thread, his hands trembling with fear. He nodded repeatedly. The surrounding brothers' eyes lit up. Although they didn't know who this boss was, he was definitely the richest and most arrogant boss they had ever seen. Hearing Su Zhengyang say this, and seeing him casually produce 50 yuan, this group of highway thugs finally realized they had messed with the wrong person. The rest of their lives were completely over. Not only were their legs broken, but they also faced imprisonment. They knew best what had happened to them. There wasn't a single innocent person among them, especially the family that Su Zhengyang had initially taken down. They were filled with deep regret. Su Zhengyang would rather pay 50 yuan to make these people suffer for the rest of their lives than give them 80 cents. If they had accepted Su Zhenjiang's 50 cents initially and then let them pass without provoking him, they would still be happy highway bullies, living a life of luxury. They've only just reached their peak in the last 2 years. Unfortunately, there's no going back. The villagers heard everything clearly, and now they all turned and walked back into the village, acting as if it were none of their business. Even if someone came to them later to inquire about the situation, they would absolutely not dare to say a word about what happened today. It's no joke, anyone who dares to mess with this ruthless man is guaranteed to have their life filled with unrest, no matter how much he pays. Moreover, these road bullies deserved what they got. Clear them all to the roadside, then disperse them as quickly as possible. Su Zhengyang instructed the man in the suit only after seeing that the villagers had all run away. Everyone responded in unison. Then, amidst screams of agony, they dragged the men with broken arms and legs to the roadside. Drive. Su Zhengyang got into the car. The man in the suit and the others watched his car drive away before letting everyone else leave. The whole thing happened in just over 10 minutes. At this point, besides the 30-odd roadblocks screaming and wailing, nothing was left on the roadside. As for the law enforcement team, this was just past the county border. Even within the county, they might not have been able to provide such rapid support. Manhwa County is actually quite large, with a population of nearly 300,000. After entering the mountain city, the air was noticeably fresher, much better than in Santai City. Well done. After driving for a while, Su Zhengyang smiled and praised Lin Yorong, who had been tense the whole time. Lin Yorong finally let out a long sigh of relief when Su Zhengyang spoke, and her usual chatterbox opened up. You scared me to death. Whew. So many people, thank goodness that guy in the suit arrived in time. Isn't it all thanks to you? Su Zhengyang chuckled. Lin Yorong blushed instantly. She shyly pursed her lips, and after a long while, mumbled again. I've been driving for so long, and this is the first time I've ever hit someone. Have you thought about what would have happened to me if I couldn't fight back? With your figure and appearance, what might have happened to you? Su Zhengyang asked. Lin Yorong took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and then nodded. The consequences would probably be unimaginable. Don't call me President Su anymore, it sounds awkward. Just call me Master Su. Su Zhengyang had experienced entrepreneurial failure, so for a time, he felt particularly averse to being called President Su. Those 2 words reminded him of those dark days. Lin Yorong nodded emphatically, a sweet smile on her face. Her request for a change in address meant Su Zhengyang accepted her, otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered correcting her. This meant she was now officially Su Zhenjiang's woman. The car drove into the county town, and finally, at the end of a long street, they saw his brother's 2-story house. The gate to the not-so-spacious courtyard was open, and a familiar figure came into Su Zhenjiang's view. Brother! Su Zhengyang stood at the gate, looking at the back of the man repairing a car in the yard, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Su Liqiu, hearing the voice, jolted, turned around in surprise, and a simple, bright smile immediately spread across his face. Xiao Er. He put down the inner tube he was holding and stood up excitedly. I'm back. Bixia, come out quickly, Xiao Er is back. Su Liqiu hurriedly wiped his hands and called out into the house. Then he saw Lin Yorong behind Su Zhengyang and was momentarily stunned by her beauty. He quickly leaned close to Su Zhenjiang's ear and whispered excitedly. You brought your girlfriend back without telling me beforehand. I didn't prepare anything. The house isn't even tidy. You really are. Before Su Zhengyang could explain, Chen Bixia, wearing an apron, ran out from inside the house. Although Chen Bixia wasn't stunningly beautiful, she was pleasing to the eye and a kind, honest woman, much like her brother. However, Chen Bixia truly treated Su Zhengyang like a younger brother. Her successful marriage to Su Liqiu was largely thanks to Su Zhenjiang's financial support in building their house and hosting their wedding banquet. After Su Zhenjiang's parents died, the two brothers relied on each other for survival. They lived by selling their possessions for a year or two, but Su Liqiu realized this couldn't continue. He resolutely dropped out of school, giving his younger brother the opportunity to study. He himself, at the age of 13, carried his brother on construction sites, supporting him through high school and university. Su Zhengyang was also very hardworking, working day and night, barely having time to go home, desperately trying to earn money so his brother could have a better life. Within 2 or 3 years, he had earned enough to buy 2 houses. Of course, in the end, he paid the price for his overly aggressive approach. Sister-in-law. Yangzi. This is, quick, come inside, let's talk inside. Chen Bixia was happy to see Su Zhengyang, but even happier to see Lin Yorong behind him. However, she didn't dare to admit it, so she could only urge the two of them to come inside, unable to hide her smile. Su Zhengyang was too lazy to explain, and simply grabbed his brother's hand, leading them inside. Su Liqiu and Chen Bixia were overjoyed. Although Su Zhengyang hadn't admitted it, they were incredibly enthusiastic towards Lin Yorong. They poured her water and showered her with concern, making Lin Yorong feel flattered. This left Su Zhengyang feeling neglected. Sister-in-law. I haven't eaten yet, are you planning to let me starve to death? Su Zhengyang said irritably. Hey, just like your brother, a reincarnated hungry ghost who only knows how to eat. I'll go buy groceries for you guys right now. Stewed meat today. Chen Bixia scolded, but her face lit up with a smile. She happily untied her apron and headed outside. They ran a breakfast business, and she had just been preparing some pickled vegetables for tomorrow. Yorong, you go with your sister-in-law. Lin Yorong immediately understood that Su Zhengyang wanted to speak with her brother privately. Although she was very confused, Master Su was so rich and had such amazing skills, wasn't he a young master from some wealthy family? Why were her brother and sister-in-law running a breakfast stall in the county town and living in this small house? But she also knew that the less she knew about some things, the better, especially the world of the wealthy. She didn't understand, and she wouldn't speculate too much. Sister-in-law, I'll go with you. Lin Yorong immediately took Chen Bixia's hand. Oh, you stay home and rest. No one needs to move. I'll go myself. Chen Bixia quickly tried to push her back, but couldn't resist Lin Yorong's insistence, so she smiled and followed her. As soon as they left, Su Zhengyang grabbed Su Liqiu's hand. Su Liqiu was startled by Su Zhenjiang's sudden action, and seeing his expression, she was even more shocked. What's wrong? Did something happen to you? Su Liqiu asked hurriedly. I saw Mom. Su Zhengyang said through gritted teeth. What? Su Liqiu froze for 3 seconds, looking at Su Zhengyang in disbelief, her face blank, seemingly wondering what was wrong with him. Su Zhengyang knew he couldn't explain it, so he simply took out his phone and played the surveillance footage. After watching it, Su Liqiu's eyes widened, and her breathing became rapid. He could admit mistakes to others, but he was absolutely certain of this person's. Regarding Mom and Dad, is there anything you're hiding from me? Su Zhengyang asked cautiously. Sure enough, Su Liqiu's expression changed slightly at the mention of this. This made Su Zhenjiang's heart skip a beat. It seemed there really was something. Wait a moment. Su Liqiu rubbed his forehead, propped himself up on his knees with some difficulty, and went into the bedroom, quickly returning with a small medicine bottle. He unscrewed the cap and surprisingly poured out a ring. He handed it to Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang took it and examined it closely. It was an antique bronze ring, with a lifelike sword embossed on the half-finger-wide face. This ring was found in Mom's jewelry box. It was the only one there. And there's something you don't know. On the day Mom and Dad were cremated, I didn't go in at all. A man claiming to be a friend of Mom and Dad arranged everything. Su Liqiu had never considered what these things meant before. But just now, after seeing the video, he immediately felt something was amiss, and everything seemed suspicious. A man? What kind of man? Easy to recognize, he has a surgical scar on his right eyebrow. Su Liqiu gestured with his eyebrow. The two brothers fell silent for a moment. Su Zhengyang rubbed the ring, feeling as if he had grasped something, but mostly he was confused. Do you know how she escaped when I chased after her? Su Zhengyang gave a self-deprecating laugh. She was like a rocket. With a light tap of her foot, she jumped 3 or 4 meters high, then another tap, and she leaped more than 10 meters. If she's not a ghost, she's a martial arts master. Su Liqiu listened, dumbfounded. Alright, you worry about that now. I'll definitely get to the bottom of this. Su Zhengyang put the ring on his finger. It was clearly a woman's ring, fitting perfectly on his little finger. Check? Do you even have time to check? How's your company doing? If you need money, I've saved some. By the way, did you receive the 0.8 cents I mailed to you? Su Zhengyang smiled wryly. Even his older brother had been changed. He'd said 8,000, but now it was 0.8 cents. My company has come back from the brink of collapse and is making a fortune. I'll transfer some money to you later. If you'd like, Why don't you come live with me in the city? Su Likio shrugged and smiled. You know I don't like the city. Your sister-in-law and I are doing fine at home, we don't go anywhere. Fine. Su Zhengyang sighed and transferred 500 yuan to his brother. Even this 500 yuan scared Su Likio half to death. Su Zhengyang had to plead with him for a long time before he finally accepted it. Su Zhengyang knew him best. Even if he gave him 50,000 yuan, he would still go to his breakfast stall. This was the lifestyle he had chosen. However, Su Likio was genuinely excited. At least he knew his family was truly wealthy now. He could buy a car, upgrade his breakfast stall to a breakfast shop, and let his wife shop at the county supermarket more often. He couldn't be happier. When are you going back to the city? Why? I finally come back, and you're kicking me out. Can't I even sell fried dough sticks? Su Zhengyang wasn't in a hurry to go back. After all, Changbeila's opening wouldn't be settled in a day or two. Having finally returned to breathe the fresh mountain air, he decided to stay for 2 days. During their evening chat after dinner, even though Su Zhengyang explained that Lin Yorong was his driver and secretary, Su Likio and Chen Bixia's gazes towards them were still meaningful. After all, who would hire such a busty secretary? Was it because of her work ability? Just kidding. The next day, before dawn, Su Zhengyang and Lin Yorong helped Su Likio and his wife set up their breakfast stall. The breakfast stall closed at 9:30, and then, at Su Zhenjiang's urging, the couple finally agreed to pick up their car that day. Chen Bixia was also very happy. She had learned yesterday that her brother had money and given them both a full 500 yuan, and she was so excited she couldn't sleep all night. Although she was a virtuous woman, that didn't mean they would reject a good life and choose poverty. She also wanted to maintain a certain image, eat and drink well, and use high-quality cosmetics. And the idea of having children could be considered in advance. Su Likio and Su Zhengyang, true brothers, shared the same interests. Seeing Su Zhenjiang's car, he wanted one just as big. The reason was not only that it was stylish, but it could also haul cargo. In the end, they found a Raptor and drove straight home. The two Raptors, one in front of the other, attracted countless glances along the way. Su Likio and Su Zhengyang knew too many people. They didn't dare roll down the windows the entire way, afraid people would think they were ungrateful because of their wealth. They spent the whole journey greeting people. Xiao Su, wow, you bought a new car. Xiao Su, this car is awesome. What kind of car is this? I've never seen one like it before. Xiao Su, did you use gutter oil to fry our dough sticks? You've earned enough to buy an armored vehicle. Is that Lao Er in the car behind? He looks like Lao Er Zhengyang to me. Some of the slightly older people, even those who don't pay much attention to cars, wouldn't recognize the Raptor. Anyway, by the time they got home, the whole street knew Su Likio had bought a new car. Su Zhengyang had made a fortune and returned home. The Su family was living a good life. However, Chen Bixia's complexion had been getting worse and worse since the way home. After arriving home, Chen Bixia was already quite worried. Su Zhengyang also noticed his sister-in-law's unusual behavior and was somewhat puzzled, planning to ask her about it at lunchtime. But they had only been home for about an hour, and the food wasn't even ready yet. Guests arrived. Cousin, sister. A young man in loafers, with a buzz cut and a cigarette dangling from his lips, strode into the yard. He called out, leaning forward to survey the two imposing Raptors parked at the gate, which resembled armored vehicles. Behind him followed a middle-aged couple. The couple carried several boxes. Chen Bixia quickly came out to greet them. Second uncle, you're here. Chen Bixia forced a smile. Su Zhengyang looked at Su Likio, who also greeted them with a hint of helplessness. Su Zhengyang finally understood why Chen Bixia's expression had been so unpleasant earlier. She was probably worried about this matter. He had heard of Chen Bixia's second uncle before. After Chen Bixia's father died, her mother raised her alone. Her second uncle didn't help much. In fact, after his brother died, he stopped caring about his sister-in-law and niece. However, they did attend Chen Bixia's wedding as elders of the bride's family. Su Zhengyang still remembered that their family demanded 18,000 yuan as a bride price from Su Likio. Of course, this was Su Zhenjiang's memory of 18,000 yuan. Now, besides him, everyone else remembered it as 1.8 fen. The key point was that Su Likio had already given the bride price to Chen Bixia's mother. What kind of uncle's family would also stand up and demand a bride price? Su Zhengyang didn't want to cause trouble at the time and was focused on getting his brother and sister-in-law married, so he secretly gave them the 18,000 yuan. However, he also got to see the whole family, especially their son, who was lazy, good for nothing, and had even become addicted to gambling a few years ago. Su Zhengyang was a little puzzled as to why he hadn't had his hand chopped off yet. So Su Likio and Chen Bixia went out to greet them, while Su Zhengyang remained seated on the sofa, not moving an inch. Oh haha, I haven't seen you in so long, I miss my precious niece. Chen Zhen chuckled. His wife, Wu Li, also wore a smiling face, but her shifty eyes darted around, especially glancing at the two cars outside. "Come in, uncle." Chen Bixia forced a smile and ushered them inside. Once inside, Wooly saw Su Zhengyang sitting comfortably on the sofa. A flash of displeasure crossed her face. Su Zhengyang clearly didn't take them seriously. However, this displeasure was fleeting. "Oh, isn't this Zhengyang? When did you get back?" Wooly said, feigning enthusiasm. Su Zhengyang sneered inwardly, saying calmly, "Just got back not long ago." "Oh, I heard you've recently started a big company and made a fortune. You're really capable. I always said the Su family kids are all good. How about it, Chen Zhen, wasn't I right?" Chen Zhen quickly chuckled and echoed, "That's right. That's right." Meanwhile, their good-for-nothing son, upon entering, saw Lin Yorong sitting next to Su Zhengyang. Lin Yorong, trying to appear more demure, put on a pair of black-rimmed glasses. But her stunning figure, combined with her half-up hairstyle revealing her beautiful face, she was practically the ultimate seductive goddess for any otaku. It instantly reminded him of the teachers in the romance movies he'd watched, and his eyes blatantly scanned Lin Yorong. He even subconsciously swallowed. Lin Yorong frowned slightly and tugged at her clothes, even though she was dressed very conservatively. He then walked up to Su Zhengyang with feigned familiarity. "Brother Zhengyang, is this your wife?" Su Zhengyang glanced at him but didn't say anything. Chen Xian's expression immediately darkened, but he didn't dare to retaliate. He sat down on another sofa, which was diagonally opposite Lin Yorong. If Su Zhengyang and Lin Yorong hadn't been sitting on a two-seater sofa, he would have dared to sit directly next to Lin Yorong. After everyone was seated, Wooly and Chen Zhen chatted with Chen Bixia about everyday things. Their gazes occasionally drifted towards Su Zhengyang. Seeing that they were dragging their feet on the topic, Su Zhengyang grew annoyed and immediately said to Su Liqiu, "I'm sleepy, I'm going to lie down for a bit. Call me when it's time to eat." Su Liqiu nodded immediately. However, seeing that Su Zhengyang was about to leave, Wooly and the other man anxiously said, "Hey Zhengyang, we still have something to discuss with you two brothers, don't go yet." Su Zhengyang chuckled and sat back down, saying sarcastically, "Humph, I thought you guys just came to catch up." Everyone in the room knew why they were there, yet they were still pretending. It was truly annoying. Faced with Su Zhenjiang's sarcasm, Wuli's smile froze, and she awkwardly replied, "Hee, we came to catch up, but recently something's come up at home, so we thought we'd ask you two brothers for some advice." "What is it, auntie?" Su Liqiu sighed, knowing it was inevitable, and could only ask. "Well, a few days ago, Zinz's Aunt Wang wanted to introduce him to someone, and they seem to be getting along quite well. But you know, we don't have a car or a house, and Zinza doesn't have a job right now. Isn't that holding the girl back?" Wooly feigned concern. Su Zhengyang nodded seriously, glancing at Chen Xin, who was lounging around with a lewd look in his eyes, staring at Lin Yorong. "It really is a waste of that girl's time." Ignoring Su Zhenjiang's sarcasm, Wooly continued, "Isn't that right? Chen Xin only has you as his sister. We're both just ordinary people, so we can only rely on you for help. You two are doing so well now. Zhenjiang's big company is up and running, buying cars and doing business. You must have saved a lot of money. Could you lend us some money?" Wooly asked with some difficulty. Su Liqiu sighed. "Auntie, you borrowed 6 fen last time, and 1 fen before that, but you haven't paid it back. To be honest, we don't plan to ask for that money back. But this can't go on. If you want Chen Xin to improve, he has to develop his own abilities. If you keep spoiling him like this, it'll never end." Hearing Su Liqiu's words, Chen Xin's face turned sinister, but he suppressed his anger. If he hadn't needed their help, he probably would have already attacked Su Liqiu on the spot. Su Liqiu didn't want to say such things, but he was simply too angry. "Yes, Liqiu, you're right. This can't go on. I've talked to him about it, but he's planning to settle down before focusing on his career. If you help him this time, he'll definitely change. Please help your auntie, okay?" Wooly sighed. Chen Zhen added, "Yes, Bixia, I've watched you grow up since you were little, and I've never let you go hungry or thirsty, have I?" Chen Bixia's eyes were already red. She felt incredibly suppressed at that moment. Yesterday she learned that Zhengyang was rich, very rich, and had casually given them 500 yuan. Winning the lottery jackpot 100 times wouldn't even amount to that much. It would be enough for them to live on for a lifetime. Taking out some money to help her uncle and auntie was no big deal. But now she didn't know what to do. She felt that whatever she did was wrong. Her aunt and uncle weren't good to her, and her younger brother was a gambling addict. This wasn't the first time they'd borrowed money. They'd never paid it back. How could she give them money again? How could she ask her husband and Zhengyang for it? But if she didn't lend it, they definitely wouldn't let it go. They'd ruin their reputations everywhere. Wooly was good for nothing but ruining others. After all, they were blood relatives. This was her own uncle. Seeing Chen Bixia's tears, Su Liqiu immediately felt a pang of heartache. He glanced at Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang had been watching their performance for a while. Seeing his sister-in-law cry, he also felt a pang of sympathy. His expression immediately turned cold as he said, "Building a house for the wedding doesn't cost much. A house in the county town will cost 25 cents. A simple wedding banquet will cost 10 cents. And a mid-range car will cost a little over 10 cents. I'll give you 20 cents. I'll give you 45 cents, interest-free, pay it off within 5 years. What do you think?" After speaking, Su Zhengyang looked at Wu Li and Chen Bixia indifferently. Chen Bixia looked at Su Zhengyang with a somewhat aggrieved expression. She wanted to say something, but Su Likio grabbed her hand. Su Likio held her hand tightly, smiled slightly, and gave her a reassuring look. If anyone could possibly solve this mess at home for them, it would undoubtedly be their younger brother, Su Zhengyang. After hearing Su Zhenjiang's words, Chen Zheng and Chen Xian exchanged a glance, their eyes gleaming with excitement. The terms were incredibly generous. They hadn't planned on repaying the money anyway. 45 cents was no small sum. Wu Li, ever perceptive, could tell from Su Zhenjiang's casual remark about how little money it was that it was a drop in the ocean for him. How could she possibly accept that? "Oh, Zhengyang, look at how you're making it so round. You run a big company, do you think I don't know? You have so much money you can't even count it all," Wu Li said, her eyes shining. She didn't know the inside story, it was all guesswork. She wanted to swindle as much as possible. "I may not be able to count all my money, but it's still my money. Auntie, you're worrying too much." Su Zhengyang chuckled. "Chen Xian doesn't even have a job yet. He's got 45 cents, but what will he do in the future? He needs to settle down before building a career. He needs a job, right?" Wu Li said with a hint of resentment. "He can sell breakfast with me. Our shop is expanding and we need more staff. I'll pay him 2 cents a month, with bonuses for good performance." Su Likio immediately said. He would never let Chen Xian interfere with Su Zhenjiang's company. "A breakfast stall? I'm not going. It's so hard, getting up at 6 or 7 in the morning. Is that even humanly work?" Chen Xian said impatiently, crossing his legs. In his eyes, he was already a rich second generation with a car and a house. 6 or 7? Are you setting up a stall or eating? Su Zhengyang sneered and looked at Chen Xian. "Breakfast stalls have to be up by 4 or 5 in the morning, summer or winter. If you get up at 6 or 7, the vegetables will be cold by then." Chen Xian gritted his teeth silently. He dared to argue with anyone now, but he wouldn't dare speak to Su Zhengyang as sugar daddy. He's definitely not cut out for breakfast. "How about this, Zhengyang, arrange for Chen Xian to work for you. Your company needs an accountant, right? You absolutely can't use outsiders for accounting, you know. It has to be family." Wu Li said earnestly. "Accountant? He can't even do basic addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division within 100. He can't even get up at 6 or 7? Are you kidding me?" Su Zhengyang looked at Wu Li with a look of utter disbelief. "Nobody's born knowing everything. You can learn if you don't. Did you know everything from the start of your business? You had to learn step by step." Chen Zhen's face hardened, and he reprimanded Su Zhengyang with the air of an elder. "That's right, brother Zhengyang, I can endure hardship. No problem. Besides, if I don't know something, can't you find someone to train me? It's our own company, just have this lady next to you teach me." Chen Xian had already figured it out. Lin Yarong didn't dare to get close to Su Zhengyang, so they probably weren't a couple. Then she was his secretary. Thinking about her being a secretary, and looking at Lin Yarong's figure, Chen Xian cursed Su Zhengyang inwardly, thinking he was incredibly lucky. He wanted to experience it too. Su Zhengyang, seeing the hopeful looks in the family's eyes, couldn't help but sneer. "What an ungrateful bunch. They have no idea of their own limitations. My company is indeed very large, with a monthly turnover of tens of thousands. Such a large account is beyond my ability to handle, so you shouldn't dream about it. I don't need him as accountant." Su Zhengyang deliberately exaggerated the figures. He wanted to make Wu Li's desires unattainable. Sure enough, upon hearing tens of thousands in turnover, Wu Li's eyes lit up. If she could get her son into Su Zhenjiang's company, the profits would be incredible. Chen Zhen said sternly, "What, are your elders no longer in charge? You're not happy about arranging Chen Xian in your company?" Su Zhenjiang's expression also turned cold. "Not happy? Are you deaf? I'm not just unhappy, I told you to stop daydreaming, don't you understand?" Seeing Su Zhengyang directly tear off the mask of civility, showing no mercy whatsoever, Chen Zhen was instantly enraged. But he could only glare helplessly, not daring to utter a single word. If he dared to turn against them, he wouldn't even get the 45 cents. So, after being bluntly rebuked by Su Zhengyang, he was speechless, his face turning red, not daring to utter a sound. "Zhengyang, your company is so big, and you only give us 45 cents? Since you don't want Chen Xian to work for your company, then we won't presume to join you. Just give us more money, and I'll let him find a job himself. Wu Li also looked somewhat displeased. Her tone made it seem as if Su Zhengyang had done something wrong to them and needed to compensate them with more money. 40 cents. Su Zhengyang uttered 2 words indifferently. What? Wu Li frowned, asking angrily. Wasn't it just 45 cents a moment ago? How come it's decreased instead of increased after she asked? 30 cents. Su Zhengyang uttered those 2 words again, indifferently. Su Zhengyang, what do you mean? Chen Xin finally snapped, slamming his cigarette butt on the table, sending sparks flying. Just those 2 sentences, and his car and wedding were gone? Now you have nothing. Su Zhengyang glanced at the black speck on the table from the cigarette butt and said coldly. You, surnamed Su, what do you mean? Wu Li also slammed her hand on the table angrily. Since Su Zhengyang had thrown caution to the wind, she was ready to fight back. Su Zhengyang was clearly using them to his advantage because he had money. What I mean is, get out of here right now and never show your face in my house again. If you annoy me, I'll make sure you spend the rest of your lives regretting it. The temperature around them seemed to drop several degrees after Su Zhengyang finished speaking. Wu Li and the others couldn't help but shiver. The atmosphere was incredibly awkward, thick with the smell of drugs. Wu Li, trembling with anger, pointed a sharp finger at Su Zhengyang. Fine, you've got guts. She ran outside and, standing at the front door, screamed at the top of her lungs. Help! The Su brothers have money and they don't care about their poor relatives anymore. Su Liqiu, Su Zhengyang, Chen Bixia, those heartless ingrates. They've got a little money and they've forgotten their parents. They've forgotten who raised them with such hardship. Wu Li plopped down in the doorway, wailing and screaming. Chen Zheng and Chen Xin also rushed out, joining in the commotion. This was the county street, it was broad daylight, and there was no shortage of people. In the blink of an eye, a crowd gathered, though they mostly pointed and whispered from a distance. Chen Bixia immediately burst into tears again, feeling helpless. This was what she feared most. These uncle and aunt had embarrassed her greatly. She was the one who had brought trouble to Su Zhengyang. Su Liqiu also looked at Su Zhengyang, somewhat at a loss. Su Zhengyang picked up his phone, a message had just been received. Seeing the message, Su Zhengyang put his phone away, stood up, and sneered. Come on, let's go out and give you a good show. If they don't get a single penny today, I'm not Su Zhengyang. The Su brothers walked out, with Lin Yorong supporting the unwell Chen Bixia behind them. The 4 of them stood at the entrance, watching coldly. The crowd grew larger and larger. Wu Li cried and screamed, rolling and tumbling on the ground, covered in dirt, looking like a madwoman. At least half the crowd recognized Su Liqiu, the breakfast stall owner, the other half were clueless, leading to various discussions. Oh dear, what kind of people are these? Hey, isn't that Chen Bixia's uncle and aunt? And their hooligan son. They're trying to borrow money from Su Liqiu's family because they're rich, probably because they weren't allowed to. What kind of people are they? If a relative needs money, why not lend a hand? What do you know? What kind of good family do you think they are? What kind of decent family would act like this, lying on the ground like this? While the crowd was buzzing with discussion, a black car slowly pulled up. Many people didn't recognize the car, but a knowledgeable person suddenly shouted, "Oh my, it's the county magistrate's car." This shout immediately dispersed the surrounding crowd. Even Wu Li, who was rolling on the ground, heard it. She jumped to her feet, looking in surprise at the direction the car had come from. Sure enough, the car stopped, and a man in an old-fashioned suit stepped out. His hair was neatly parted to the side, and he exuded the air of an old-fashioned intellectual. Several people immediately recognized him and whispered to those around them, "My goodness, it's the county magistrate. What brings him here?" However, this middle-aged man didn't have many people with him, only a male assistant. The middle-aged man recognized Su Zhengyang, quickly walked over, and smiled kindly. He had to come. Just yesterday, the road bullies who had been bothering him for so long had all appeared at the hospital. Without exception, all of them suffered lower limb fractures. Even if they recovered, they were all crippled, and more than half would spend the rest of their lives in wheelchairs. He immediately ordered an investigation to find out who did it, and after much investigation, they finally identified Su Zhengyang. Only after assuring the villagers that Su Zhengyang would not be held responsible did some of them dare to confirm that it was indeed Su Zhengyang, especially since someone had repeated Su Zhenjiang's words from that time. He gave the man in the suit some money to hire a lawyer to collect evidence, crack down on the road bullies and village tyrants, and then protect Lotus County. These few words alone kept the county magistrate up all night. The next day, he resolved to personally visit this young entrepreneur from Manhwa County. In front of the crowd, he naturally couldn't mention Su Zhenjiang's crackdown on the road bullies. That would be a slap in his own face. If he, in his official capacity, couldn't handle something, how could he expect the people to come to Manhwa County's rescue? It was truly shameful. "Hello, you must be Su Zhengyang." "Hello, Magistrate Zhao." Su Zhengyang naturally knew who the person before him was. The message on his phone earlier was from the man in the suit. The magistrate was coming. Haha, welcome back to Hefua County, Mr. Su. Hefua County is proud to have a young entrepreneur like you. Magistrate Zhao, you flatter me. Magistrate Zhao had intended for Su Zhengyang to invite him inside so he could express his gratitude privately. But before he could speak, Wu Li, standing to the side, said coldly, "What kind of damned young entrepreneur is he? He's an ungrateful wretch. Magistrate, are you even going to stand up for the people? We worked so hard to raise our niece, and now that she's married into their family, we just want to borrow some money, and they're kicking us out." Wu Li pointed at Su Zhengyang as she spoke. She wasn't afraid of any county or village magistrate. Even if the emperor himself came, she'd dare cause trouble. The higher your rank, the better. That way, you'll be embarrassed and have to stand up for me. The county magistrate frowned, looking at Wu Li with some confusion. Wu Li had no idea about Su Zhenjiang's punishment of the road bullies. If she had known, she would have known her argument was completely untenable. Su Zhengyang could casually take out a few dozen yuan to punish road bullies and make Lotus County a better place. Could he be heartless? Auntie, don't make false accusations in front of the magistrate and the villagers. You've borrowed money from us so many times, and I've always paid you back. Have you ever returned a single penny? Just now you asked for money again, and my brother offered to give you 45 cents. That's enough for a wedding, a car, and a house. You think it's too little. You. Chen Bixia finally exploded. Tears streaming down her face, she pointed at Wu Li and yelled, as if trying to unleash all the grievances she had. But Wu Li wasn't about to let her get away with it. Chen Bixia's opening words had given them all away, so she deliberately shouted louder, instantly overwhelming Chen Bixia, and lunged at her, grabbing and hitting her. Aha! Many people understood that Chen Bixia had something to say, but Wu Li's raised hand and shouting interrupted them. Just then, a loud bang. A slap landed on Wu Li's face, sending her flying backward and crashing into Su Liqiu's car. Wu Li was stunned by the fall. Damn it! Chen Xin cursed, raising his loafer to kick Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang kicked him squarely in the stomach. Chen Xin flew backward. Wu Li and Chen Xin never expected Su Zhengyang to dare to hit someone. The county magistrate was right there watching. They were troublemakers, not afraid of making things worse. They were just ordinary citizens, so fighting was normal, especially since they were in the right. Su Zhengyang was the young entrepreneur the magistrate had mentioned, but they hadn't expected Su Zhengyang to act so unpredictably. So what if he was an entrepreneur? He could hit anyone he wanted. Chen Zhen didn't even bother to come forward. Su Zhengyang simply walked towards him, hand raised. Chen Zhen immediately shrank back in fear. Su Zhengyang didn't even glance at the people around him, and said to Chen Bixia, "Sister-in-law, finish what you didn't say earlier. Let's see if anyone dares to utter a sound again." Only Chen Xin and Wu Li knew the force of Su Zhenjiang's slap and kick. They didn't want to be hit a second time, as if Su Zhengyang could break their bones if he used any more force. Magistrate Zhao was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Su Zhengyang to dare to attack him in front of him. This young man was a bit too hot-blooded. Now he was in a rather embarrassing situation. Chen Bixia, who also had pent-up resentment with nowhere to vent, continued. "You complain about the low pay, fine, but you even want to get your son a job in my brother's company as an accountant. Don't you know what kind of person your son is? Lazy, good for nothing, and a gambling addict. Does he deserve it? He wouldn't even let us run a breakfast stall without getting up early. You keep saying you raised me, but have I ever eaten a single grain of your rice? What have you done since Dad died? You seized all 11 acres of land and haven't given my mother and me a single penny. When I got married, you secretly demanded 1.8 fen of dowry from my brother. What right do you have? My brother, in a fit of anger, refused to give you even 4.5 fen. Isn't this your own doing, driven by greed? I wasn't going to pursue this further, but out of blood ties, I wanted to say a good word for you. And what did you do? You're throwing a tantrum here, trying to kill me to make you happy." Chen Bixia's years of pent-up grievances finally erupted. She was a woman, and not so petty. Over the years, she knew who had treated her well and who hadn't. The surrounding crowd, including the county magistrate, could easily understand. Wu Li wanted to speak, but seeing Su Zhenjiang's murderous gaze, she trembled in fear. But she was seething with anger, she was practically bursting with rage. The feeling of being manipulated by Chen Bixia, who had managed to convince everyone, while she herself couldn't refute her, was utterly unbearable. "Magistrate Zhao, I'm truly sorry to have troubled you with our family's petty affairs. But since you're here, I'd like to announce something today." Su Zhengyang patted Chen Bixia's shoulder and then spoke to Magistrate Zhao. Even a man as shrewd as Magistrate Zhao was somewhat at a loss for words. He didn't know what Su Zhengyang was going to say. He had never seen someone so unpredictable. "Lotus County is where I was born and raised, but on my way back, the school, the hospital, even the road we traveled on was in terrible condition. Here's not much, just 100 yuan. On behalf of my brother and me, I'm donating it to Lotus County as a small token of our gratitude. Su Zhengyang said, pulling out a red RMB note. A moment of silence fell over the scene. Then, cheers erupted. The surrounding crowd clapped and jumped for joy. Magistrate Zhao never expected Su Zhengyang to do this. He casually pulled out a red RMB note. It was incredibly extravagant. Looking at the cheers of the crowd, his eyes welled up with tears. What good fortune had the people of Lotus County accumulated in their past lives to encounter such a wonderful thing? On behalf of the people of Lotus County, I accept your brother's sincere generosity. At the same time, I will definitely use this money properly, ensuring absolute transparency in the accounts. It will all be used for the construction and renovation of Lotus County, you can rest assured. Magistrate Zhao excitedly accepted the money from Su Zhengyang and asked his assistant to take several photos to record this important moment. The crowd had already taken out their phones and were snapping away. At this moment, the most heartbroken were Wu Li's family. Wu Li's eyes were red. A whole 100 yuan. Su Zhengyang wouldn't even give it to their family, not even if he donated it to the entire county. Su Zhengyang actually just casually gave away 100 yuan. This infuriated Wu Li. She even had the illusion that the money should have belonged to her. She just hadn't used the right method. At this moment, Wu Li suddenly stood up, sobbing, and cried out, "Bixia, what you just said woke me up. I shouldn't have treated you like that, I know I was wrong." As she spoke, she suddenly knelt down in front of Chen Bixia with a thud. Even with Chen Bixia's soft heart, she knew it was Wu Li's ploy, but she couldn't bear to see her kneeling before her, it was disrespectful. So she quickly stepped forward to help her up. Chen Zheng immediately stepped forward as well, saying, "Yes, good niece, your uncle knows he was wrong. It's all my fault. If I hadn't retired from construction work due to injury back then, I wouldn't be in this situation today, resorting to such a desperate measure. Girl, please don't blame your uncle, okay?" His words seemed to imply that he used to be in construction. "Zhengyang, if you still have any familial affection, can you give me the construction contract?" He didn't wait for Su Zhengyang and Magistrate Zhao to respond, and couldn't help but ask Su Zhengyang directly. Magistrate Zhao looked at Su Zhengyang with some helplessness. After all, this was Su Zhenjiang's money, and if he were to soften his stance, he would have to consider the consequences. Su Zhengyang sneered. "Showing favoritism in front of the magistrate? Are you out of your mind? I give you money and you complain it's not enough, throwing a tantrum in our mouths. Is that what we're like as relatives? Magistrate Zhao, I don't want anyone using my relationship with my brother to tarnish our reputation. So don't worry about any nepotism. Just do the bidding process as it is, don't give these people any opportunity to take advantage." "Fine." Magistrate Zhao nodded heavily. At this moment, Chen Xian was practically grinding his teeth, his eyes filled with malice. He had already made up his mind, he intended to make Su Zhengyang pay for his crimes and blood. He wanted all of Su Zhenjiang's money, and more importantly, he wanted Lin Yorong. He wanted her today. Su Zhengyang and Su Liqiu then invited Magistrate Zhao into their home. Faced with the pointing fingers and whispers of the crowd, Wu Li's family naturally slunk away. The surrounding onlookers then dispersed. Upon entering the house, Magistrate Zhao immediately expressed his gratitude to Su Zhengyang for severely punishing the bully. Su Liqiu and his wife had only just learned of the incident and were both shaken. They hadn't realized their brother had faced such danger on his return. Su Zhengyang humbly replied that it was nothing. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Su Zhengyang saw Magistrate Zhao off. He still didn't like dealing with these old-fashioned intellectuals, their endless bureaucratic jargon was irritating. After Magistrate Zhao left, Su Zhengyang picked up his phone and called the man in the suit, asking him to come over. Since he would be leaving Lotus County in a few days, the man in the suit would be responsible for keeping an eye on Su Liqiu to prevent Chen Xian from causing trouble. But Su Zhengyang had only just hung up the phone. The front door slammed shut with a loud thud. Half of the door was smashed and warped. It seemed to be accompanied by the roar of a motorcycle. Su Zhengyang frowned, and the group quickly rushed out of the house. Several thugs stormed in through the broken door. One of them was Chen Xian. Chen Xian spat on the ground, then pointed at Su Zhengyang. "Brother Tiger, it's this kid. I beat him up, damn it. He owns such a big company, has so much money at home, but he won't lend us a single penny." As he spoke, Brother Tiger's eyes widened. Seeing Lin Yorong, several of the thugs felt a burning sensation in their stomachs. Several menacing glares made Lin Yorong tremble with fear. She quickly hid behind Su Zhengyang, pressing half her body tightly against his back for a sense of security. "You're Su Zhengyang? Don't you know what gratitude is? You've forgotten your poor relatives now that you have money. Do you know how many legs I've broken for people like you?" Tiger, the leader, said coldly. "Oh, how many?" Su Zhengyang asked seriously. Tiger frowned. He was just describing it, he didn't have a specific number. Who would have thought Su Zhengyang would ask such a question? He naturally didn't have any. Small-time thugs like them were good at fighting, but breaking someone's legs was something he wouldn't dare do, even if it scared him to death. Tiger, why waste your breath on him? He casually pulled out 100 today, he must have at least several hundred on him. And look at the woman next to him. She'd be worth anything today. Chen Xin suddenly shouted angrily. He was furious, his ruthlessness fully unleashed. These words terrified Tiger and the others. They hadn't expected Chen Xin to dare say such a thing. The implication was clear, he intended to rob and then rape. This was a real crime. If caught, it wouldn't just be a few days in detention for disturbing the peace. Chen Xin, what did you say? Do you have any conscience at all? You've eaten your conscience like a dog. Chen Bixia's heart broke upon hearing this. How could her cousin have grown into such a person? Sigh, don't count on him, he's beyond saving. Su Liqiu tugged at Chen Bixia in comfort. Su Zhengyang, however, seemed unfazed and showed no fear, appearing to completely disregard Tiger and his gang. He chuckled and said, "There's hope. I think there's hope." No one understood Su Zhenjiang's meaning, but Chen Xin had lost patience and began urging Tiger on again. Tiger was also gritting his teeth in despair. Just then, Chen Li, the man in the suit, walked in with 2 other men. He had initially been quite pleased. Master Su had given him a large sum of money, and when he called Qi Yunfei to report the news, Qi Yunfei had even praised him a few times, making him incredibly happy. Summoned by Su Zhengyang, he rushed over without stopping. On the way, he realized that this Master Su was actually Su Liqiu's younger brother. It seemed he would have to curry favor with Su Liqiu from now on. But upon entering, he saw the scene. Tiger and his gang were menacingly confronting Su Zhengyang. He was startled at first, then slowly pulled his hand out of his pocket, his eyes turning fierce. When this group of men got aggressive, their aura was something Tiger couldn't withstand. Besides, Tiger knew them. Tiger's lips trembled, and he asked in a trembling voice, Li, brother Li, what are you doing? Chen Li's face was grim. He looked at Tiger, then at Chen Xin, noticing the bulging waists on their waists. They must be hiding something, and immediately drew his baton. As soon as the 3 of them drew their batons, Tiger and his men knelt down with a thud. They were terrified they wouldn't dare draw their weapons. If Chen Li wanted a fight, they could only kneel. Master Su, did they come here to cause trouble? Chen Li asked Su Zhengyang. Upon hearing Chen Li's question, how could Tiger and the others not know what was going on? Chen Xin was completely terrified. Master Su? Does this Su Zhengyang know Chen Li? Just a few vermin, what can they possibly find out? Su Zhengyang smiled faintly. Should I give them a beating and then send them in? I'll find them some trouble, enough to put them in jail for a few years. Chen Li asked. Hearing this, Tiger and the others were already limp, but Chen Xin seemed a bit tougher, not so afraid. Su Zhengyang immediately shook his head. That won't do. Sending him in will provide food and drink, that's too easy on him. Besides, my sister-in-law only has this one cousin, I think there's still hope. Ha! Everyone in the courtyard was dumbfounded. Chen Bixia and Su Liqiu were completely bewildered. Even Chen Xin and Tiger were confused, wondering what Su Zhengyang meant by speaking up for him. However, Chen Li roughly knew that this Master Su was definitely not someone who could be easily persuaded. This Chen Xin is quite stubborn, and he really hates going to bed early and waking up early. To get him on the right track, I'll arrange a job for him, and also 2 nannies. I'll personally pay their salaries. Su Zhengyang said with an air of seriousness. Nannies? Job? Everyone was even more confused. Why would he need nannies? Was this some kind of punishment? We have a bar, 2 KTVs, 4 restaurants, and… Chen Li, not understanding what he meant, continued listing the assets. Now that he said that, Chen Xin actually felt that Su Zhengyang might really be arranging jobs for him? Could it be that Su Zhengyang wanted to punish him by placing him under Chen Li's command so that Chen Li would keep an eye on him? That made perfect sense. If he could really get close to Chen Li, that would be a huge opportunity. Chen Xin actually became excited. Su Zhengyang interrupted him again, shaking his finger and saying, You're overthinking it. That kind of work isn't suitable for him. Lotus County is undergoing major reconstruction. No matter which construction site starts first, immediately assign him to it. To toughen him up, give him the dirtiest and most tiring work. He told me personally that he can endure hardship. These 2 nannies will be responsible for watching him every day. His bedtime is 10 p.m., and his wake-up time is 6 a.m. If he goes to bed late or wakes up late, it's okay, don't disturb him, let him wake up naturally. However long he wakes up late, I'll beat him for that long. If he wakes up at 7 a.m., I'll beat him for an hour, every single day. Including if he's lazy, smoking, gambling, or playing on his phone, I'll beat him every time I see it. I absolutely must make sure he becomes a motivated and good person. After this construction site is finished, he'll move on to the next one. At least 10 years. Understand? The more Su Zhengyang spoke, the paler Chen Xin's face became. Even Chen Li and the others couldn't help but swallow hard. Isn't this Master Su a bit too ruthless? This would be worse than being arrested. Especially for someone like Chen Xin, making him work on a construction site was already half his life. Not to mention having to get up at 6 every day. He'd never gotten up that early in his life. The worst part is, Su Zhengyang wouldn't let anyone wake him up, he'd let him sleep, and then beat him. Stealing bamboo shoots. And he couldn't slack off, no playing on his phone, no smoking. It wasn't jail, but it felt like jail. Su Liqiu wanted to laugh, but was too embarrassed to. Chen Bixia, on the other hand, knew Su Zhengyang was punishing him, but she still thought the method was actually quite good. It's better than getting arrested and having a criminal record. Su Zhenjiang's methods are a bit ruthless, but Chen Xin will ultimately benefit. If he can endure these 10 years, he'll definitely be a strong, healthy, and able-bodied man who can earn a living. However, she didn't consider whether someone like Chen Xin could endure 10 years. No, brother Zhengyang. I was wrong, please spare me, I don't want anything anymore, just pretend I was never here, please, just let me go. I beg you. Chen Xin was terrified, tears streaming down his face, desperately kowtowing on the ground. Treating you as a fart? You don't even deserve to be my fart. Winter is coming soon, enjoy your reformation journey. Su Zhenjiang's eyes flashed coldly as he spoke in a chilling voice. No! Chen Xin, sobbing, was dragged out by the hair by one of Chen Li's men and thrown back into the car for safekeeping. Master Su, where are they? Chen Li pointed to Tiger and the others. Let them stay in there for a while, see if they change. If they don't change after they come out, we'll find a chance to kill them. Su Zhengyang said casually, obviously just to scare them. But Tiger and his men were terrified. They really didn't dare disbelieve him. If Chen Li and his men were thorough enough, they might just make them disappear. Change. We'll definitely change. Tiger begged desperately. Waiting for me to send you off? Chen Li looked at Tiger irritably. We'll go ourselves. We'll turn ourselves in. Tiger and his men scrambled to their feet. They actually felt much more comfortable inside now. Turning themselves in meant fabricating charges to prolong their time in jail. Compared to Chen Xin, they were far more fortunate. After everyone left, Su Zhengyang invited Chen Li into the house. After introducing Chen Li to Su Liqiu, he didn't need to explain much, Chen Li naturally knew what to do. Since Chen Li was Su Zhenjiang's man, Su Liqiu naturally wouldn't feign superiority and exclude him. Moreover, he knew that although Chen Liqiu was involved in both legitimate and illegitimate businesses, he ran a respectable business. Having such a protector in the county gave him a great sense of security. Before, when they ran their breakfast stall, they suffered countless humiliations. For a time, the village bullies collected protection money daily, and they had become accustomed to paying it. Su Zhengyang stayed in the county for another 4 days before deciding to return to Santai City. On the 5th day, after lunch, Su Zhengyang bid farewell to his brother and sister-in-law and set off with Lin Yorong. During their few days in the county, Lin Yorong and Su Zhenjiang's relationship had grown much closer, and she wasn't as nervous as before. Su Zhengyang gave her 1,000 yuan in cash, asking her to make change for them, except for a few large bills, so they could run errands and buy things easily. He wouldn't need to use his wallet as much anymore. Lin Yorong was flattered. It showed Su Zhengyang trusted her. She had never handled so much money before. Su Zhengyang even accompanied Lin Yorong to the county's shopping mall and bought her 2 outfits. Of course, Lin Yorong didn't care about her own taste, she mainly cared about what Su Zhengyang liked. Whatever he liked her to wear, she had to wear, claiming it was part of her job to be constantly in front of her boss. On the drive home, they continued along the county roads. Su Zhengyang glanced at the overcast sky. It looked like it was going to rain. He told Lin Yorong to drive slowly and not to rush. They had now arrived at another county town not far away. After a brief stop at the traffic light, the light turned green, and Lin Yorong steadily started moving. But just then, a deafening roar of motorcycles, accompanied by shouts of excitement, erupted from the sidewalk. It was 2 motorcycles with spurs on the front, and several young men were attempting to weave through them, but they were already too close. At such speed, even with Lin Yorong's good driving skills, she couldn't react in time. She screamed, slamming on the brakes. But the motorcycle still made a loud thud as it overturned, throwing its 2 riders a considerable distance. One young man got up, but the other remained unconscious. Lin Yorong immediately covered her mouth in fright. It's alright, even a god couldn't avoid that kind of unexpected appearance. Su Zhengyang calmly reassured him, pushed open the passenger seat, and got out, immediately dialing for an ambulance. The other car, parked on the side of the road, saw its companion's ordeal and, in shock, immediately sped away on its bicycle. The young man with the scrapes rushed to check on the other person's injuries. Seeing Su Zhengyang arrive, he didn't dare to reprimand them, as they had indeed run a red light. The surrounding cars turned on their lights, and horns blared. While on the phone, Su Zhengyang knelt down to check the young man's injuries, clearly explaining the situation in a few words before hanging up. The emergency center and traffic police arrived quickly. After a brief examination, Su Zhengyang determined the young man wasn't in life-threatening danger, and the traffic police naturally took both Su Zhengyang and the other person back to the station. Su Zhenjiang's car had no paint damage to the front bumper, indicating the impact wasn't severe. Furthermore, after the authorities determined the accident liability, it was found that Su Zhengyang and his companion bore no responsibility. The young man in the flashlight was entirely at fault for running a red light. However, Su Zhengyang also received news from the hospital where the young man in the flashlight had been treated. They said he had fractured his right leg. Upon hearing this news, Lin Yorong, standing nearby, immediately felt her large eyes redden slightly, and she covered her face with her hands, feeling guilty. Regardless, she was the one who had hit him. She was in control of the steering wheel, and a young man had been seriously injured. Lin Yorong felt somewhat distressed. Seeing how upset she was, Su Zhengyang found her rather endearing and kind. Although Su Zhengyang himself wasn't exactly that kind, it didn't mean he didn't appreciate kindness. "Can we go see him? If they show remorse, I can cover all his medical expenses." Su Zhengyang said to the law enforcement officer. For censorship purposes, all officers are referred to as law enforcement officers. The law enforcement officers were taking notes on the case when they heard Su Zhengyang speak and were immediately taken aback. Lin Yorong also looked at Su Zhengyang in surprise. "Didn't you see our little one is about to cry?" Su Zhengyang shrugged, smiling at the officers, with an expression that said, "I just paid to make her feel better." Lin Yorong blushed instantly, especially after Su Zhengyang said, "our little one." For a fleeting moment, she had the illusion that Su Zhengyang considered her his woman, which made her heart flutter. The law enforcement officer smiled, put down the signboard, and even saluted Su Zhengyang. "Okay, I'll take you there." He rarely encountered such a kind person, but this guy must be rich. To avoid upsetting his girlfriend, he spent money for peace of mind and did a good deed. What's wrong with that? So the officer led Su Zhengyang and his group directly to the hospital. He also needed to notify their families about the accident liability. However, he and Su Zhengyang had just appeared at the ward door when the family inside rushed in. "You son of a bitch, you dare come here. I'll kill you. You're the one who hit my son like this, you're not getting away with this. You damn crap, driving recklessly. You bastard, pay up." The patient's family was clearly very agitated. Lin Yorong never expected such a scene and was momentarily at a loss. Su Zhengyang, however, remained calmly smiling. He had anticipated this outcome. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said, "If they apologize sincerely, I'll cover all medical expenses." Several law enforcement officers immediately intervened, shouting and shoving them to stop them. "Stop! This is a hospital, do you think it's your home? What are you yelling about? Paying compensation? Why should they pay you?" The lead officer shouted angrily. "Why? My son is badly injured, and you're asking me why?" The young father glared and shouted, "Look carefully, this is the accident liability determination. Your son was driving without a license, without protective gear, and disobeyed traffic rules, endangering public transportation safety. This is a crime. Full responsibility, understand?" The officer pointed to the report and reprimanded him. The young father was stunned by the reprimand. I don't care whose fault it is, but he has to be responsible for my son's injuries. There's a law that says, a big vehicle hitting a small vehicle is always the big vehicle's fault. This wasn't just his opinion, this kind of thinking was widespread among the public. Many people conflated a big vehicle hitting a small vehicle with a big vehicle hitting a pedestrian, believing that regardless of who was at fault, the small vehicle was always responsible. Which law says that? Who said that? Tell me. Say it. The enforcement officer gritted his teeth, glaring at the young man's father. The young man's father was speechless, his mouth agape but no sound coming out. How could he say anything? Wasn't that what everyone said? The young man's mother realized she was in the wrong, and her tone softened a bit, but she still wouldn't let go of the issue. "No matter what, my son is already injured like this, that's a fact. We can't just let it go like this." "Can't just let it go? What else do you plan to do?" The enforcement officer was exasperated, asking impatiently, "Why are you only taking their side? The person's injured like this, and you're still worried about whose fault it is? Of course, the injured person is the most important. Look at my son lying in the hospital bed." The young mother stomped her feet angrily, pounding the hospital bed and yelling at the law enforcement officers. "The injured person is the most important. Let me tell you, you deserve to die if you were hit. Do you understand? Our surveillance cameras captured it clearly. They sped out on those ghost motorcycles with their front wheels raised. Someone hit him. What if someone swerved to avoid them and hit a large vehicle? Are you going to pay for it? Ha! Do you know how many traffic accidents this year have been caused by those ghost motorcycles recklessly driving through the streets? Because they have no licenses or license plates, it's very difficult to catch them. Many injured people are still lying in the hospital. Are you going to pay for it? You should pay for it. The enforcement officer completely lost it, slamming the enforcement slip hard into the young mother's face. Several officers rushed to stop him. His emotional outburst was against procedure and he would definitely be reprimanded. But the officers just couldn't control themselves. The family was too intimidated by the officer's furious demeanor to speak. Now you know your son is precious? Where were you before? What were you doing when he was driving that crazy car on the street? The officer shook off his colleague, took a deep breath, picked up the enforcement slip, and said coldly, I didn't want to say this to you. Those two people had no responsibility, and they even called an ambulance for your son immediately after the accident. They cooperated actively afterward. Do you know why I'm here? They knew they weren't responsible, but as long as you apologized and behaved your child properly in the future, they were willing to pay all your medical expenses. And you, before I even said a word, you were yelling and threatening to hit and yell at me. Humph. Now you can forget about the medical expenses. You should be grateful they won't let you get your car repaired. The officer shook his head with a cold laugh. He wasn't going to help this family anymore. What kind of people were they? As soon as he finished speaking, the young man and his family turned deathly pale, their eyes filled with shock and regret as they looked at Su Zhengyang and his companion. They hadn't expected them to be there to pay for the medical expenses. Su Zhengyang looked at Lin Yorong and chuckled, Will you pay for the medical expenses? Lin Yorong shook her head slightly, somewhat ashamed. She finally understood what Su Zhengyang meant. Some things can be done with kindness, but some kindness is laughable. Seeing Lin Yorong shake her head, the young man and his family were filled with despair. They hurriedly tried to rush out, shouting, We're so sorry. We shouldn't have been so rude. We know we were wrong, please help us. However, they were stopped halfway by law enforcement officers. Ignoring their cries, Su Zhengyang led Lin Yorong out of the hospital without looking back. It was just a fracture, something that could be done in a few cents. Their family couldn't possibly not afford it, otherwise, their child wouldn't be able to afford a modified motorcycle like the Ghostfire. In Su Zhenjiang's view, these people deserved it. They wouldn't be too bad if they were killed in the accident. Judging from the other motorcycles' escape, it was clear that if they had really caused an accident, they would have fled immediately. Besides, their motorcycles had no license plates, and their appearance and color could be easily changed, making them impossible to catch. By the time they left the hospital, it was completely dark. A flash of thunderclouds appeared on the horizon, and a light autumn rain began to fall. Master Su, I'm sorry. Lin Yorong followed behind Su Zhengyang out of the hospital, murmuring aggrievedly. Silly girl, are you hungry? This weather's perfect for hot pot. Let's find a hotel after we eat, and leave tomorrow. Su Zhengyang shook his head and smiled, glancing at the drizzle and feeling its cool autumn air. Suddenly, he craved hot pot. Lin Yorong smiled sweetly and nodded playfully, expressing her strong support for hot pot. Su Zhengyang treated her to a hearty hot pot meal, by which time the rain had intensified. Lin Yorong, perhaps a little stimulated, suddenly wanted to drink, saying she'd never tried baijiu, Chinese white liquor. Su Zhengyang had no choice but to drink some baijiu with her. After all, they wouldn't be leaving until tomorrow. After their meal, the two found an chain hotel, only to find themselves in an awkward situation. The hotel was fully booked, including standard rooms and hourly rooms, with only one room left, a couples-themed room. Su Zhengyang looked at Lin Yorong with a hint of helplessness. Lin Yorong was blushing, head down, shyly fidgeting. The receptionist was giving them strange looks, and Su Zhengyang felt a pang of embarrassment. He thought to himself, Why are you fidgeting like that? You've arrived a bit late. This area is a hub for several counties, and with this heavy rain, other hotels are probably all full. The receptionist explained with a smile. Okay, this is the room. Su Zhengyang sighed. What the other person said made sense. It was better to settle in before having nowhere to stay tonight. After getting the room key, the two took the elevator to the 8th floor. The couples-themed room was naturally focused on romance, even the lighting was a soft pink. A large, round double bed was impeccably made. You sleep on the bed, I'll sleep on the sofa. Seeing a large sofa in the corner, Su Zhengyang had to show some gentlemanly manners. No way, you sleep on the bed, I'll sleep on the sofa. Lin Yorong quickly waved her hand. Who lets their boss sleep on the sofa? All right, stop arguing. Su Zhengyang waved his hand and went straight to the sofa to lie down. Although he had drunk quite a bit, with his current physical strength, he could easily sober up even if he drank 10 or 8 gin, about 4 caddies. He just felt a little awkward. After all, a man and a woman alone in a room. He might as well pretend to be drunk. Lin Yorong seemed a little tipsy too. she asked softly. Master Su, can I take a shower? Yes. Su Zhengyang was speechless. This girl was simply unbearable. He was a normal, virile man. It was impossible for him to have no feelings for Lin Yorong at all. However, as her boss, Su Zhengyang was still able to control himself. But sharing a room was bad enough, but Lin Yorong wanted to take a shower too. Wasn't that going to kill him? Su Zhengyang had no choice but to roll over and bury himself in the sofa. Soon after, he heard the sound of water from the bathroom. A little while later, the water stopped. Good night, Teacher Su, Lin Yorong said playfully in a low voice, then shyly pulled the blanket over herself. Su Zhengyang smiled slightly, while Lin Yorong peeked out from under the covers at him. Although she had drunk some wine, she wasn't sleepy at all. Especially when she looked at Su Zhengyang lying on the sofa, her big eyes were filled with a dazed gaze. Su Zhengyang was a very stylish man with great personal charm. Lin Yorong's mind was filled with the image of him punishing the road bullies, single-handedly taking on 8 people with a baton. Moreover, Su Zhengyang was ruthless but not evil. He had given Chen Li a sum of money to crack down on the road bullies and village tyrants, instructing them to protect Lotus County. He donated money to the county for infrastructure improvements like schools and hospitals. When he hit someone, he remained calm like a bystander, immediately calling the police. More importantly, when she was grieving, Su Zhengyang helped her find peace in his own way. If Su Zhengyang hadn't offered to pay the medical bills, and they hadn't witnessed the ugliness of that family at the hospital, they left like that, and she might have carried that burden forever. He was so reliable that she felt unworthy of him, and dared not hope for anything more. So, one pretended to be asleep, the other watched, time passing slowly. The night grew deeper and quieter. Just as they were both starting to feel sleepy, a series of subtle sounds came from the ceiling. Then, from next door, came an indescribable sound. This was a hotel, and a county hotel at that. Clearly, the construction quality and soundproofing were terrible. And right now, the symphony was about to begin. Su Zhengyang was getting increasingly annoyed. Just then, a barely audible voice came. Master Su, are you asleep? Su Zhengyang was startled. He thought Lin Yorong was already asleep, but it turned out she was still awake. No. Are you cold? She asked sweetly. Su Zhengyang sighed, unsure what she was thinking, and simply didn't answer. But a short while later, Su Zhengyang saw Lin Yorong, completely wrapped in the blankets, roll off the bed in the darkness. She cried out ouch. From the fall. But quickly, like a caterpillar, she crawled over to his sofa. Before Su Zhengyang could even speak, the caterpillar had already wrapped itself around his waist. Surprisingly, Su Zhengyang no longer felt cold. The next morning, Su Zhengyang woke up on the sofa and saw Lin Yorong fast asleep in bed. He didn't disturb her, quickly washed up, and went to buy breakfast. When Su Zhengyang returned, Lin Yorong, like a shy little rabbit, hid under the covers and refused to come out. Su Zhengyang, wanting to tease her, ate breakfast and quipped, I didn't expect little Lin to be so good at playing musical instruments. This caused Lin Yorong to kick her little feet out of the covers in protest. Around 8:30, the two drove off. Su Zhengyang inspected the front of the car. As expected of a Raptor, the scratch was below the bumper, barely qualifying as a scratch, and wouldn't even affect its appearance without requiring repair. The two returned to Santai City around noon. They went straight to the restaurant in Baikan Park. In just 1 week, the restaurant had undergone a complete transformation. Money makes things easier. The renovation didn't include private rooms and didn't need to be too luxurious, so the workmanship wasn't complicated. Long construction periods are expensive, so Cheng Baila opted to increase the number of workers on the renovation team, with dozens working simultaneously to shorten the timeline. The materials used were all top-quality, environmentally friendly, so it could open immediately after completion. The most stressful part for her was recruiting. Her restaurant was different from traditional restaurants, so the chefs needed to understand the concept of healthy dining. Besides that, securing reliable suppliers was also a challenge. Cheng Baila had been incredibly busy these past few days. However, she didn't complain of being tired. On the contrary, she felt very fulfilled. When Cheng Baila arrived at the restaurant, she was standing at the entrance, having just seen off a waiter who had been interviewed. Seeing Su Zhengyang get out, her face lit up. However, she quickly noticed Lin Yorong jumping out of the driver's seat. Cheng Baila froze on the spot. Chen Hahai sent me his secretary, she said. Su Zhengyang, seeing Cheng Baila's reaction, found it rather cute and chuckled as he explained. Cheng Baila immediately rolled her eyes at him, her jealousy evident in her voice. Humph, what does that have to do with me? She wrinkled her nose in displeasure and walked into the restaurant. Of course she was unhappy. Although she and Su Zhengyang weren't officially dating, she wasn't stupid. Su Zhengyang is so rich, yet he still rents an apartment with her, accompanies her to her birthday parties, and even opens a restaurant with her. If she doesn't feel anything, she's just clueless. Of course, she likes Su Zhengyang too, and not just because he's rich, but because she's already liked him shortly after moving in. Of course, there might have been a little bit of pity involved, but she simply wanted to take care of him. Otherwise, why would she have been willing to let him attend her classes, cook for her, and live and eat with her for the past 6 months? Lin Yarong, of course, wisely refrained from following him inside. Although she envied Chang Beira, she wasn't Chang Beira after all. For her, being able to stay by Su Zhenjiang's side and be his personal assistant was already more than enough. She didn't ask for anything more. Su Zhenjiang smiled helplessly and walked into the restaurant. The decor was simple yet sophisticated, not only clean but also very elegant, with solid wood tables and chairs that felt down to earth. All the flowers and plants were carefully enclosed in glass, allowing direct ventilation to the ceiling, creating flower walls that separated the booths. There were dedicated photosynthetic lights and watering exits. This allowed people to appreciate the plants while preventing guests from picking or touching them, and also protecting them from insects. Hee hee, isn't it beautiful? Chang Beira playfully twirled around, showing off with her hands behind her back. It's beautiful. Come on, come on. Sung Bora eagerly dragged Su Zhenjiang upstairs again, showing off the second-floor design. I feel you shouldn't be a chef, you should be a designer. Su Zhenjiang praised with a smile. Sung Bora clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling, and said, when I was a freshman in college, I already planned the restaurant's renovation. Wow, you've planned that far ahead. Su Zhenjiang rolled his eyes. That's right. Well, have you found the waiters and chefs yet? Can we open for business? Su Zhenjiang asked, rubbing his hands together. The fire inspection was done yesterday, but the hygiene inspection hasn't been done yet today. You, the big boss, haven't even come up with a name yet. We haven't found the chefs and waiters. There's still a lot to do. Sung Bora said, counting on her fingers. I have to come up with a name? You already planned the renovation when you were in school, didn't you even think of a name? Su Zhenjiang said irritably. Hey, I just wanted you to participate. Sung Bora said playfully. My participation is just collecting money. Su Zhenjiang finished speaking and walked downstairs. Sung Bora smiled and followed behind. Of course, she knew Su Zhenjiang wanted to give her the chance to name the restaurant. After all, this little restaurant represented her dream, something she loved doing. Of course, she genuinely wanted Su Zhenjiang involved, because the restaurant belonged to both of them. Just then, the sound of a car parking came from outside. As soon as the two reached the bottom of the stairs, 3 people in uniforms entered. The leader, a chubby man with a receding hairline, led 2 subordinates, one carrying a small bag and the other a writing board. Before entering, the man with the receding hairline kept turning back, clearly looking at Lin Yorong at the door. But once inside and seeing Sung Bora, his eyes lit up, practically sparkling. However, he glanced at Su Zhenjiang again, a hint of discomfort in his eyes. He asked in an affected tone, who's the boss? We're both. Su Zhenjiang smiled slightly and said calmly, both? Yes or no, what do you mean by both? The man with the receding hairline frowned slightly, displeased. Su Zhenjiang felt there was something wrong with this man. No matter which department he was in, he came in with a hostile attitude, as if he were there to cause trouble. Is there a law that says a restaurant can't have 2 owners? Su Zhenjiang retorted. They were partners, so naturally they were 2 owners. What was wrong with that answer? Hey, are you being stubborn? What kind of attitude is that? The bald man rolled his eyes, staring coldly at Su Zhenjiang and snapping. Oh, do I have to kneel down to talk to you? Su Zhenjiang asked seriously. He had already figured out that the bald man was deliberately causing trouble. There were only 2 possibilities: either they were abusing their power for personal gain, or they were planted by someone else. After all, he had offended several people in the past few days: the Zhao family, young Master Lin of Sanlin Pharmaceuticals, and even Li, who were all possibilities. The bald man laughed angrily, snorted coldly, and pointed at Su Zhenjiang. Fine, trying to act tough, huh? Think you're so great? Fine, just you wait and see. The bald man pulled out his badge, flashed it in front of Su Zhenjiang, and adopted a businesslike tone. Sanitation management, come and inspect the sanitation. He then led the other 2 men into the kitchen. The other 2 young men also gave Su Zhenjiang a cold look and walked towards the kitchen. I feel like they might be up to something. Chang Beila watched their retreating figures, wrinkling her nose and muttering softly. Be more confident, remove the might. Su Zhenjiang smiled slightly, took out his phone, and made a call. At that moment, Lin Yorong ran in from outside, smiled at Chang Beila, and Chang Beila extended her hand in a friendly gesture, shaking her hand. Hello? It's me. The person on the other end of the line was Chen Chusheng. Su Zhenjiang briefly spoke to him and then hung up. Chen Chusheng owned countless hotels and restaurants in Santai City. If he wasn't familiar with the head of the sanitation department, he'd be out of a job. But Su Zhenjiang actually intended to directly investigate whether this bald man had any dealings with the Zhao family. Unfortunately, Chen Chusheng wasn't a professional intelligence agency. Finding someone's identity wasn't difficult, but it was impossible to grasp all of their recent activities in a short time. At most, he could use things like phone calls, surveillance, location tracking, and registration to find clues. But what if the other party didn't register or contact them by phone? Anyone with even a little counter-surveillance awareness would be even less able to control the situation. Therefore, Su Zhengyang had an idea. He needed to find suitable people to set up an intelligence department. A true strongman should anticipate the enemy's moves to avoid being put on the defensive. Moreover, to investigate his mother's whereabouts, a professional intelligence department was essential. Shortly afterward, the bald man emerged from inside. Upon exiting, he saw two stunningly beautiful women standing on either side of Su Zhengyang, and his balding eyes practically blazed with rage. He snorted coldly and began inspecting the rest of the area. After casually strolling around for a bit, he brought the two women over and barked, "You can forget about opening this restaurant. The hygiene is appalling. I found 6 or 7 rats and over a dozen cockroaches as soon as I entered the kitchen. Is this a restaurant or a zoo? Impossible. My kitchen is completely enclosed, without even a crack in the walls. Besides, there's no food, so there's no way there could be cockroaches or rats." Sung Bora was immediately indignant. She had personally supervised the kitchen, she knew it all too well. This bald man was clearly slandering her. Impossible? Whether it's possible or not isn't up to you to decide, it's up to me, understand? I say you have it, so you have it. The bald man said, drawing an X on the whiteboard. Don't be so quick to judge. This job wasn't easy for you. Getting to be a senior inspector isn't easy either, especially with a family to support. Hearing Su Zhenjiang's arrogant words, the bald man sneered. Are you threatening me? No, I'm not threatening you. I just want you to die a little more gracefully. After all, you're using a ballpoint pen, it's easy to write but hard to erase. Su Zhengyang said seriously. Make me die a little more gracefully? Ha 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 ha. He looked at his two subordinates with a furious laugh, then turned the board in his hand over so Su Zhengyang could see it. Look carefully. I'm writing right in front of you. Let's see what you can do to me. As he spoke, he glared fiercely at Su Zhengyang and directly filled in several fabricated non-compliance indicators on the form. He even wrote down his punishment recommendations. As a senior inspector, he could directly report punishment recommendations. Usually, punishments were just a matter of stamping their opinions. After all, no one would personally come out to verify them again. He continued writing, looking at Su Zhengyang arrogantly. What? Not going to talk anymore? Keep going. Weren't you always so arrogant? Su Zhengyang shook his head helplessly, glancing at Chang Baila beside him. Chang Baila had overheard Su Zhenjiang's phone call. Seeing the bald man's behavior, she could only shake her head helplessly, utterly disappointed in him. Such a person abusing his power for personal gain was simply a parasite. Seeing Chang Baila's disappointed eyes, the bald man felt even more furious. Damn it, can't you see my overwhelming strength? What does that look mean? He grew angrier the more he thought about it. Just then, a car identical to the bald man's group screeched to a halt outside the door. They had clearly arrived in a great hurry. A man who looked like a leader and a driver got out and headed straight for the door. The bald man was immediately stunned. Isn't that his department head? He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed deeply in greeting, his body trembling like a boiled shrimp. Director Lee, what brings you here in person? Director Lee, however, had a cold expression. He snatched the writing board from the Mediterranean man's hand. The Mediterranean man was startled. By the time he reacted, it was too late. The writing board was already in Director Lee's hands. He suddenly realized something and glanced at Su Zhengyang in horror. There was probably only one possibility in this situation. Director Lee glanced at Su Zhengyang, merely nodded slightly, and without greeting him, strode towards the kitchen with the writing board. The Mediterranean man felt his mind go blank. He still couldn't believe that Director Lee had been sent by Su Zhengyang. But Director Lee's driver was right there, and he didn't dare plead with Su Zhengyang. He could only wipe the large beads of cold sweat from his face and look at Su Zhengyang with pleading eyes. Su Zhengyang didn't avoid his gaze, simply meeting his eyes with a smile, his gaze calm but devoid of any pity. Soon, Director Lee stormed out of the kitchen. Inspector John, it seems you're quite adept at drawing crosses. I'd like to ask, what's wrong with the height of this sink? What's wrong with the specifications of this worktop? And what exactly do you mean by extremely poor hygiene and safety? Director Lee's voice was cold, not harsh, but it sent a chill down Mediterranean's spine. He was terrified, his face deathly pale, completely at a loss for words. This was entirely unexpected, and he had never been caught red-handed like this before. Since you're so focused on hygiene, able to see things others can't, being a senior inspector is a waste of your talents. You should find another job. Director Lee was being relatively polite, slapping the whiteboard against Mediterranean's chest as he spoke coldly. I misjudged, Director Lee, please forgive me this time, I really misjudged. Hygiene work is of paramount importance, allowing no room for error, and we don't need someone like you who holds a position without doing any work, Director Lee said coldly. At this moment, Su Zhengyang added, oh, by the way, Director Lee, right? He just threatened me, saying I could pass if I paid him, and that if I didn't, his family would kill me. That's the family behind him. I can't afford to offend any family. It scared me half to death. You should really investigate him. I wonder if he's asked others for money. Su Zhengyang spoke with feigned seriousness and lingering fear. The bald man's eyes widened immediately. When did he say such a thing? He never said anything like that, but now that Su Zhengyang had said it, he would not only lose his job, but also be implicated in accepting bribes. An investigation would uncover his entire past, and he might even face imprisonment. He had indeed only managed to get a promotion 2 years ago thanks to some connections with the Zhao family. This year, the Zhao family had promised to help him get promoted to supervisor. He had toiled for 7 or 8 years to achieve even this little bit of success. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say anything like that. He frantically waved his hands, denying everything. Whether you said it or not, a simple investigation will clarify. Director Lee smiled coldly, then turned to Su Zhengyang and extended his hand, saying, thank you for your helpful report, and I sincerely apologize for what happened earlier. Your restaurant's hygiene is perfectly up to standard. When your employees need to apply for health certificates, you can call me directly, and I will personally arrange for someone to handle the procedures for you. He handed his business card to Su Zhengyang as he spoke. After exchanging a few more polite words with Su Zhengyang, he turned and left. The balding man beside him was still trembling, cold sweat pouring down his face. Seeing Director Lee about to leave, he hurriedly took a few steps to chase after him. The two people beside him were also deathly pale with fright. However, remembering that Su Zhengyang was the key figure, Mediterranean quickly turned to him and pleaded with his hands clasped together. Mr. Su, I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness. I offended you. Please, you are magnanimous and won't hold it against me. Please, say a good word for Director Lee and don't punish me. I'll serve you like a slave from now on, I'll be absolutely obedient. I have elderly parents and young children to support, a whole family to feed. Mediterranean finally broke down in tears. Although he had some connection with the Zhao family, they would never offend someone of Director Lee's rank for his sake. What's the use of begging me? Director Lee put it perfectly, sanitation work is of paramount importance, and there's no room for error. Are you asking me to be a scumbag? Su Zhengyang said helplessly. The bald man knew that standing and begging was useless, so he immediately knelt on the ground, pressing his forehead to the floor, weeping and pleading for Su Zhenjiang's mercy. Who sent you? You should go find them now. Get out. Su Zhenjiang's face turned cold as he reminded him. The bald man trembled. Indeed, it seemed Su Zhengyang would never forgive him. He had no other choice but to go to the Zhao family for one last gamble. With this thought, he struggled to his feet and practically scrambled into the car. Su Zhengyang watched him leave in a disheveled state and then took out his phone to call Chen Chusheng. Has your man arrived? Yes. Follow him. Su Zhenjiang's guess was correct. Chen Chusheng's men followed the bald man and indeed discovered he had met with someone from the Zhao family. However, it wasn't Zhao Xiaoman who met him, but one of her bodyguards. After exchanging only a few words, the bodyguard left with a cold face, while the bald man sat there, his face ashen. Upon receiving the news, Su Zhengyang couldn't help but sneer. It was indeed Zhao Xiaoman pulling these tricks for him. It seemed his feud with the Zhao family was now truly sealed. However, Zhao Xiaoman's methods were rather clumsy. What was the point of such petty tactics? Su Zhengyang was momentarily puzzled. But this only strengthened Su Zhenjiang's resolve to establish an intelligence agency. You can decide on the name yourself. I need to find someone. Su Zhengyang instructed Chang Baila before leading Lin Yorong outside. Chang Baila said okay, and after the two left, she went to the door and peeked out to watch Su Zhenjiang's car drive away. She then stuck out her tongue and muttered in dissatisfaction. Ugh, hiring a secretary with such big breasts, what a lecher. He's up to no good. Humph. After saying that, she took a deep breath, puffing out her cheeks, and muttered to herself. Phew, I can't stay angry. I still need to go find a cook. She no longer questioned why Su Zhengyang had such strong connections. Even a minor official in the health department had to beg for mercy. After all, those who consulted him about feng shui were all important figures. Who in ordinary families consults feng shui? Su Zhengyang wanted to find Chen Chusheng to see if he knew anyone in the intelligence field. He made a phone call, and Chen Chusheng arranged to meet him at one of his restaurants, located near Su Zhenjiang's location. The two quickly stopped in front of the hotel. Su Zhengyang checked his phone, he was probably too early and would have to wait for Chen Chusheng. So he got out of the car and leaned against it, observing the restaurant. The decor was classic and elegant, not at all tacky. Dining was available on the first floor. It was a mid to high-end restaurant, similar to the Zhuhua restaurant. Out of the corner of his eye, Su Zhengyang noticed a security guard standing at the restaurant entrance. This security guard was resolute and masculine, with a crew cut, somewhat resembling Su Zhenjiang's favorite kung fu star, Li Mujia. Not only his appearance, but even his demeanor was somewhat similar. Every movement was clean and efficient. He stood as straight as a pine tree and moved with the speed of the wind. This wasn't the feigned professionalism of an ordinary security guard. His demeanor clearly showed it was a habit ingrained over many years, and only one profession could cultivate such a habit. At that moment, several young men who looked like playboys got out of a luxury car, tossed the car keys to the valet, and walked into the restaurant, chatting and laughing. However, they were stopped at the entrance by the security guard Su Zhengyang had been watching. "Sir, smoking is prohibited inside." The security guard, neither servile nor arrogant, gently extended his hand to block their way. The one in the t-shirt among the three playboys was currently smoking a cigarette. He had lit it as soon as he got out of the car and had only taken a couple of puffs. He scoffed at the security guard, then glanced at his two buddies, completely ignoring the guard's words, and continued walking inside with the cigarette still dangling from his lips. "Sir, smoking is prohibited inside." This security guard was indeed stubborn. Even knowing the young master was bound to be angry, he still insisted on blocking him. Su Zhengyang watched with great interest from a distance. Sure enough, the young master, once again blocked by the guard, immediately slapped him across the face. The crisp sound of the slap startled all the customers at the door. "Damn it, you think you're so tough?" The young master shook his hand after slapping him, clearly hurt from the force. But the security guard, despite the slap, only slightly turned his face. His body didn't move. His face was red, but his expression remained unchanged. He held out his hand, his tone completely unchanging. "If you want to come in and dine, please put out your cigarette first." He was as calm as if he hadn't just been slapped, and his outstretched hand seemed to express his determination. "You can hit me, you can put out your cigarette in my palm." But he couldn't go in smoking. The young man glanced at his two companions, who also looked on with amusement. He felt utterly humiliated. He laughed angrily, looking at the security guard coldly. "Trying to intimidate me? Trying to shove a cigarette into your hand to scare me? Please don't make things difficult for me." The security guard sighed slightly, uttering a weak sentence. Anyone could see he was also furious, but no one knew why he was holding back. "Hey!" The young man sneered, his eyes fixed on the security guard. Seeing the guard's calm face, his expression suddenly turned ferocious, and he pressed the cigarette butt in his hand directly towards the guard's eye socket. But at this moment of ferocity, he felt a pang of fear. Because the security guard didn't flinch, instead, he closed his eyes. He really wasn't going to dodge. But then, a strong hand slammed into the young man's wrist. It was Su Zhengyang. The security guard opened his eyes. The cigarette butt was only centimeters from his eye. He could feel its warmth, and his eyelashes were curled from the heat. He looked at Su Zhengyang with confusion. Ordinary people might not have a concept of how to accurately grab and stop someone's wrist during movement. But for people like him, it was crystal clear. Stopping a fast-moving object by a direct impact is completely different from stopping it by pinching it from the side. And Su Zhengyang didn't just grab his wrist. Just as the young man was about to erupt in anger, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Su Zhengyang had forcefully turned his wrist back. Numb from the intense pain, his fingers were tightly gripping the cigarette, unable to let go. Su Zhengyang then directly pressed the cigarette butt against the young man's face. "Ah, damn it, let me go. I'll kill you." A blood-curdling scream rang out, and the young master immediately roared. It wasn't because of the pain itself, but because cigarette burns are difficult to heal. Once they're on the face, it's disfigurement. His screams were mainly because his handsome face was ruined. The other two young men were also enraged and immediately kicked Su Zhengyang. The security guard couldn't stand by and watch. After all, Su Zhengyang had tried to help him. He reached out and pulled Su Zhengyang away, then kicked one of the young men in the ankle. The kick was perfectly timed, not painful, but enough to stop the young man's attack without making him look too badly hurt. However, the security guard's left foot instinctively wanted to follow up with a kick, which could have landed on the young man's stomach, but he only slightly moved his left foot and restrained himself. Su Zhengyang noticed this small movement. The scalded young man was pushed aside and immediately began shouting viciously, pointing at Su Zhengyang. "Fine, you bastard, you like to meddle, huh? Fine." He angrily pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Sir, I'll hold them off. You should leave quickly." The security guard sighed. Although he said this, he was actually somewhat resentful of Su Zhengyang. If Su Zhengyang hadn't interfered, a burn scar on his face wouldn't have mattered much. He already had plenty of scars on his body, one more wouldn't make a difference. But Su Zhenjiang's intervention had escalated the situation. After all, Su Zhengyang was trying to help him, so now the trouble had arisen, he wanted to take the blame himself. Su Zhengyang gave him an approving look. From all indications, this security guard didn't want trouble, he was just straightforward and had already tried his best to restrain himself. Stopping the young man from smoking was merely out of a sense of responsibility. Now, his offer to stall them and get them to leave actually earned Su Zhenjiang's respect. Stop being so polite. I'm telling you, neither of you are leaving today. I'll burn your heads on a fire, or I'll write my name backwards. The young master cursed at the two men while on the phone. He kept touching the burn on his face, getting angrier with each touch. After giving the address, he angrily smashed his phone on the ground. So hot-tempered? Young people should be reasonable. I'm a very reasonable person. The restaurant doesn't allow smoking, and you still insist on going in with a cigarette in your mouth. When they try to stop you, you shove the cigarette butt in their face. Is that okay? No way. Besides, you're trying to burn us both. Are you King Zhou of Shang? Su Zhengyang remained calm and argued with the young master. Seeing his nonchalant, smiling demeanor, the young master's chest heaved with rage. I'm talking fucking idiots. The young master roared, interrupting Su Zhengyang. But before he could finish his curse, Su Zhengyang suddenly stepped forward, grabbed him by the neck, and slammed him violently against the wall. What did you just say? Su Zhenjiang's face turned icy cold. Before the young master could react, a loud thud echoed on the back of his head, leaving him dazed and disoriented. When he recovered from his brief shock, he found himself slung against the wall by Su Zhengyang, his feet off the ground, his neck tightly gripped, unable to breathe. A terrifying feeling of suffocation washed over him, a fear of impending death washing over him. I'm trying to talk to you nicely, but you can't stop swearing. You like to swear, don't you? The young master's face had turned a purplish red. He struggled desperately, but found he was too weak to move due to lack of oxygen. He couldn't even beg for mercy now. Su Zhengyang put him down, and the young master immediately clutched his neck and coughed violently. Everyone around was stunned. This person seemed far more violent than the young master. How could he change so quickly? 1 second he was all smiles. After he coughed a few times, Su Zhengyang grabbed his hair and pulled him in front of him. Didn't you call for backup? Before the people you called arrived, who gave you permission to swear? Only now did the young master truly feel fear. He didn't want to experience the terror again. Indeed, the reason he called for backup was because he clearly couldn't defeat Su Zhengyang one-on-one. Before his men arrived, Su Zhengyang was still in control, he had even started swearing. What if Su Zhengyang, in his desperation, really heard him half-dead or crippled? He decided to back down for now and wait for someone to arrive. I was wrong, I won't say anything more. A murderous intent lurked in the young master's terrified eyes. He had decided that if he got the chance, he would torture Su Zhengyang thoroughly. The security guards nearby were completely dumbfounded. Which of these two was the bully? This guy was incredibly ruthless when disciplining this young master. At that moment, several people hurried towards them from a short distance away. It was Chen Chusheng leading Qi Yunfei, with several of his men behind him. Seeing the commotion at the door, they quickened their pace and jogged over. Upon reaching them, the other two young masters froze, one of them immediately rushing forward. Uncle Qi, what a coincidence. He naturally recognized Chen Chusheng, but unfortunately, Chen Chusheng didn't recognize him, so he didn't dare to greet him directly and could only greet Qi Yunfei instead. Qi Yunfei glanced at him indifferently, then pushed him back 2 steps, ignoring him completely. Meanwhile, the young master whose hair Su Zhengyang was grabbing also recognized the newcomers as Chen Chusheng and Qi Yunfei, and was immediately shocked and bewildered. He didn't know why they were here. But subconsciously, a sliver of hope remained that his family had sent them to rescue him. He was stunned for a moment. Master Su. Master Su. Only after Chen Chusheng nodded to Su Zhengyang in greeting did Qi Yunfei and the others behind him bow slightly and address him respectfully. The young master then realized that they recognized the person who was holding him. Did you bring cigarettes? Su Zhengyang asked Chen Chusheng directly. Yes, we all do. Chen Chusheng was puzzled. Wasn't Su Zhengyang a non-smoker? He and Qi Yunfei were always carrying cigarettes. Light them all up. Su Zhengyang didn't explain, simply ordering. Chen Chusheng and the others didn't ask any questions and immediately took out their cigarettes and lit them, filling the air with smoke. Just then, a car screeched to a halt not far away. 4 or 5 men armed with weapons jumped out and rushed forward menacingly. However, they stopped halfway. They saw Chen Chusheng and his group. Of course, Chen Chusheng saw them too, and his face immediately turned cold. He knew this group was definitely after Su Zhengyang. Your men are here. What were you planning to have them do? Su Zhengyang grabbed the young master's hair again. The young master was trembling with fear. He finally understood that Su Zhengyang was someone he absolutely couldn't afford to offend. He had truly committed a terrible crime today. Not only had he insulted Su Zhengyang, but he had also sent men to torture him. He was filled with remorse, regretting ever coming into the restaurant with a cigarette in his mouth. "I was wrong, Grandpa, please forgive me." The young master had completely lost his mind. Even Chen Chusheng obeyed him blindly. It wouldn't be surprising if this guy killed him. "Now you know how to call me Grandpa? Weren't you having a good time cursing me earlier? Ha! Put him on the ground and burn the word Malaysia onto his face with a cigarette butt." Su Zhengyang roared furiously, grabbing his hair. The group of men the young master had summoned could only stand there obediently watching, too terrified to intervene. Qi Yunfei and his men pinned the young master to the ground, and only then did they realize the cigarettes they held were for this purpose. The heart-wrenching screams were quickly muffled by a shoe. Chen Chusheng then turned to Su Zhengyang and whispered, "He's the youngest son of Sanlin Pharmaceuticals. Did he offend you too? Should we take over Sanlin Pharmaceuticals now?" Sanlin Pharmaceuticals again. "It seems the Lin family is all the same, humph. How's your data collection on Sanlin Pharmaceuticals coming along?" "Not completely complete yet, but it should be enough. We can take them down first and send the Lin family in. Kill the snake when you strike. Collect a little more. Don't be impatient, there will be opportunities. By the way, I had something to discuss with you, but I'm free now. You can go ahead and do your work." Su Zhengyang glanced at the security guard beside him and said to Chen Chusheng, "Ha!" Chen Chusheng was taken aback, momentarily confused, thinking Su Zhengyang was angry with him. "What, ha, that's all. I'm leaving now." Su Zhengyang didn't say anything more to the security guard and walked directly towards the parking lot. The security guard, watching from the side, was stunned. He assumed Su Zhengyang had helped him and would at least say a few words to him before leaving, but Su Zhengyang ignored him. This left the security guard completely bewildered. Actually, he secretly applauded Su Zhenjiang's treatment of the young master. Because this kind of person had hurt countless others, he'd be lucky to escape being burned alive. However, he was also very curious about Su Zhenjiang's identity. Although he didn't know Chen Chusheng, anyone who dared to do this in broad daylight was no ordinary person. He wasn't trying to curry favor with Su Zhengyang, he was simply curious. Su Zhenjiang's departure only added to his confusion. Chen Chusheng watched Su Zhengyang leave helplessly. He glanced at another young master beside him and asked, "What happened? Do you know why he was beaten?" The other young master trembled in fear. He tried to smoke into the restaurant, but security stopped him. The guard told him to put out the cigarette, and he was very polite. Then he picked up the cigarette butt and shoved it into the guard's eye. The boss just arrived in time, grabbed him, and burned his face. He then threatened to roast the boss alive and even called for backup. "I don't know him at all. This rich kid is quick-wit. If he's going to betray someone, he does it cleanly." Chen Chusheng frowned as he listened. "Shove a cigarette butt into someone's eye? That's pretty ruthless. Beat him to a pulp." He instructed Qi Yunfei, then took a drag of his cigarette, hiding his face behind the smoke as he secretly sized up the security guard. Seeing that the security guard was also looking at him, Chen Chusheng looked away. He was pondering Su Zhenjiang's intentions, but since Su Zhengyang hadn't said anything before leaving, he couldn't interfere. He threw away his cigarette butt and headed straight for his car, casually telling one of his underlings, "Tell Qi Yunfei to take a picture after the fight and send it to Master Su. Then, give that security guard a 1-cent bonus." The underling agreed and ran into the restaurant. Inside the Raptor, Lin Yorong was engrossed in a drama on her phone. Seeing Su Zhengyang get in, roll up the privacy window, and immediately put her phone away. "Where to?" "Nowhere. Just walk a little further ahead and keep an eye on this security guard." The reason Su Zhengyang hadn't paid any attention to the security guard earlier, nor had he let Chen Chusheng interfere, was to personally vet him. Qi Yunfei acted quickly. Not wanting to cause too much of a commotion at the restaurant entrance, he quickly made the young master's face burn like a sore thumb, took a few photos, and then sent him away. The entrance quickly quieted down, leaving only the security guard on duty. It was clear that although he stood ramrod straight, seemingly unchanged from before, he appeared preoccupied. After a while, a man who looked like a manager handed him an envelope. The security guard asked a few questions somewhat uneasily before shyly accepting it. Only after the manager left did he secretly peek inside the envelope. Even from this distance, Su Zhengyang could vaguely see that the envelope contained about 10 100-cent bills. The security guard, unusually, smiled slightly, then carefully put the envelope in his pocket. Just then, Su Zhenjiang's phone rang. It was 2 WeChat messages from Chen Chusheng. One was a photo of the young master, along with the message, "This security guard's name is Mu Sheng." "Okay." Su Zhengyang replied with only one word, a simple compliment. Then came the waiting. Su Zhengyang was very patient. He reclined his chair and started watching TV with Lin Yorong. About an hour later, another security guard came to relieve him. Mu Sheng finished his shift. He didn't change his clothes, wearing only his security guard uniform, and headed east along the main street. Follow him. The raptor slowly started, trailing far behind Mu Sheng. After passing 2 traffic lights, Mu Sheng turned into a side street and went directly into a Meituan delivery station. This was the delivery driver's waiting area. He put on a vest, rented an electric scooter, and started picking up orders again. He quickly sped off. Should we catch him? Lin Yorong asked hurriedly. No need, let's wait here. Su Zhengyang was speechless. This guy was working 2 jobs. But a car couldn't catch an electric scooter, they could only wait for him to return it. The wait was long, 5 or 6 hours, and it was getting dark. Lin Yorong even bought dinner from a nearby shop, and the two ate in the scooter. Around 6:30, which is supposed to be peak delivery time, Mu Sheng returned in a hurry. He returned the scooter, anxiously checked his phone, scanned a shared bike, and rode off towards the south of the city. Su Zhengyang and Lin Yorong continued to follow. In the south of the city, Santai City, the development was the slowest, and the sanitation and supporting facilities were the worst and most backward. Even the public security was not good. Mu Sheng pedaled his bicycle very fast, heading straight into an old residential area. This residential area was a factory workers' dormitory, with buildings dating back to the 1990s. The oldest building was in the southwest corner, the kind of staff quarters with shared water and public restrooms, commonly known as a tube-shaped building. The exterior walls were in a terrible state of disrepair. He hurriedly locked his shared bicycle and rushed to the entrance of the tenement building. There were already 4 or 5 other people waiting for him at the door. Seeing them, Su Zhenjiang's eyes lit up. Like Mu Sheng, they were all strong and capable, exuding efficiency. The men were speaking to Mu Sheng with a hint of reproach. Mu Sheng waved and smiled at them, and then they all went upstairs together. Su Zhengyang told Lin Yorong to park the bike on the side of the road and turn off the engine, then he led her slowly towards the tenement building. But just as they reached the entrance, Su Zhengyang heard several extremely suppressed breaths. By the time he realized what was happening, several men had surrounded him, their faces cold. Don't move. Su Zhengyang pulled Lin Yorong behind him, smiling faintly at the group. In the dim light of the hallway, Mu Sheng recognized Su Zhengyang. It's you. It's me. Why were you following me? Mu Sheng asked, somewhat displeased. Just curious. Su Zhengyang smiled, not denying it. Seeing the others looking at him suspiciously, Mu Sheng explained. I ran into trouble outside the restaurant during the day. A rich kid tried to poke my face with a cigarette, and he saved me. The others looked at Su Zhengyang strangely. Their boss's skills were obviously beyond their ability to fight back. Anyone who could afford to offend a rich kid was either wealthy or powerful. Why were they following their boss to this rundown place? Besides, he had Lin Yorong with him. Poor people don't have girlfriends like that. Could I possibly ask for a cup of hot water? Seeing these few quiet fellows surrounding him, Su Zhengyang could only spread his hands and ask, implying that he wanted to come to their home. The men exchanged glances, all looking embarrassed. We don't have hot water, but we have plenty of alcohol. However, it's inconvenient today. How about you leave your contact information? We'll be waiting for you tomorrow. Mu Sheng reached out to Su Zhengyang for a business card. But before he could finish speaking, a voice called from the stairwell. Shenzi? I thought you guys should be back by now. What are you doing here? I've already prepared dinner. A middle-aged woman, around 50 years old, walked out of the darkness of the stairwell. Upon getting closer, she saw that they were surrounding someone and smiled with slight surprise. A friend has come? Hello, Auntie. Lin Yorong greeted the woman cleverly. A beauty like her was universally admired, appealing to both men and women. The woman immediately beamed and nodded in greeting, praising Lin Yorong's beauty and melodious voice. Come on, come in, and have a seat. You lot, you didn't even tell me you were coming over. The house isn't even clean. She gestured for Su Zhengyang and his companion to come in while scolding Mu Sheng and the others, then quickly headed upstairs. Clearly, she wanted to tidy up the house first. Su Zhengyang gave Mu Sheng and the others a helpless smile, and Mu Sheng could only exchange glances with them. Then please come upstairs. The house is small and dirty, I'm sorry to trouble you too. The narrow staircase had its edges worn rounded, and the entire second-floor corridor was piled high with clutter, the dust a centimeter or two thick. A slight misstep would kick up a cloud of dust. Reaching the small house at the end of the hall, the middle-aged woman was already tidying up. She quickly invited the group inside. The house was much brighter inside. It consisted of 3 rooms, a kitchen and 2 bedrooms, that was all. The kitchen, the outermost room, was cramped. With Mu Sheng and his 5 brothers, that made 6 people. Adding Su Zhengyang, Lin Yorong, and the woman, that made 9. It was almost crowded, even standing room only. So the other 4 brothers went straight into the bedrooms. A faint, musty smell wafted from the bedrooms, mixed with the aroma of disinfectant and freshly cooked food. It wasn't pleasant. Su Zhangyang glanced into the bedroom following the group's retreating figures and his heart skipped a beat. On a large white hospital bed lay a thin girl, about 17 or 18, with tubes inserted into her body. The 4 men who had entered were there to help the girl turn over and change her urinary bag. The girl's eyes were still somewhat bright, but she was clearly paralyzed and unable to move. As she was lifted, she happened to see Su Zhangyang looking at her, and immediately looked away, somewhat embarrassed. "Are you comrades in arms too?" The woman, seeing Su Zhangyang looking at the girl, didn't seem to mind and asked him with a smile. "No, we're just friends we met." Su Zhangyang replied truthfully. The woman nodded, smiled shyly, and then warmly found clean paper cups and poured 2 cups of hot water for the 2 of them. Niu Sheng said directly, "Thank you for what happened during the day." "It's nothing." "Well, for important people like you, you lack nothing, so I won't give you anything to repay you. If you ever need our help, just let us know," Niu Sheng said curtly. His implication was that he knew Su Zhangyang had ulterior motives for following him. Su Zhangyang also liked his straightforward personality. He chuckled, took the hot water, and raised an eyebrow at Niu Sheng, smiling. "No rush, no rush." The middle-aged woman found the only 2 stools in the house and offered them to Su Zhangyang and Niu Sheng. "Auntie, are these all your sons?" Su Zhangyang asked half-jokingly. "Hee, yes, they are all." The middle-aged woman smiled indulgently, patted Niu Sheng's broad shoulder, and sighed. "Sigh, it's their fault for treating me like their mother. My son died protecting them, and they came to me to repay the debt, kowtowing, and calling me their son, taking care of us. Which one of them doesn't have parents? They're all silly kids." The middle-aged woman spoke, looking at Niu Sheng with a reproachful expression, her eyes already red. "Mom, stop. We won't go back no matter what." Niu Sheng pulled out a small stool and sat down, his tone impatient. Clearly, the middle-aged woman had nagged them to go back to their own home more than once. The woman shook her head and smiled bitterly. "His sister's condition has been a huge burden on them. They're capable, but they don't dare find decent work. They can only find these quick money jobs with immediate pay." "What illness does your daughter have?" Su Zhangyang thought for a moment and asked casually. "Muscular atrophy. It started suddenly when I was 16, the middle-aged woman said, wiping her eyes. Su Zhangyang sighed inwardly. It was the same muscular atrophy. It was also a treatable, acquired condition. When he bought the shop, Brother Zhao's 2 children were able to receive treatment in the hospital. For the past 2 or 3 years, this family has been living in such a dark and damp old tenement building. Our country has developed a new effective drug for her disease. It can cure her with a maximum of 4 doses. Su Zhangyang reminded him. "I know, but that kind of medicine." The middle-aged woman smiled, lowered her head, and said nothing more. "This medicine isn't expensive for me. If you don't mind, I'd like to help you. Consider it making friends with Niu Sheng. I admire their character very much." Su Zhangyang knew that offering to help so casually was somewhat abrupt, so he spoke carefully. However, the middle-aged woman frowned slightly. She glanced at Niu Sheng, then abruptly stood up and said to Su Zhangyang, "Please leave. We don't need your help." Su Zhangyang and Niu Sheng also stood up in confusion, wondering why the woman's reaction was so sudden. "Mom," Niu Sheng hurriedly asked the woman. After all, Su Zhangyang had helped them, and had even offered such a significant favor. Why would she stand up and angrily rebuke them, even directly asking them to leave? This was extremely impolite. "Auntie, did I say something wrong?" Su Zhangyang wasn't angry, he knew there must be a reason. "You didn't do anything wrong, you're very good, and you have money, but that's your business. I won't allow Niu Sheng to make friends like this. I won't allow my children to become the second Tian Qilang. Niu Sheng, see them out." Su Zhangyang immediately understood. The Tian Qilang the woman mentioned was from a short story in Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, also titled Tian Qilang. It tells of a wealthy man named Wu Qinxiu who enjoyed associating with famous scholars and talented men. His household was frequented only by commoners. One night, in a dream, an old immortal advised him to befriend a man named Tian Qilang, saying that this man could save Wu Qinxiu's life. So he searched far and wide and discovered that this man was a tiger hunter, highly skilled in martial arts, but from a poor family. He humbled himself to befriend him, only to be scolded by Tian Qilang's mother, just as he was doing today. His mother believed that this man had ill intentions and that her son's association with him would bring disaster. As it turned out, the old mother was right. After Tian Qilang's wife died, the family had no money for her funeral. It was Wu Qinxiu who provided both money and effort, genuinely wanting to befriend this man. After several encounters, the two became friends. However, when Wu Qinxiu suffered misfortune, Tian Qilang single-handedly stormed the government office with his sword. Tian Qilang saved Wu Qinxiu, but was ultimately hacked to death by a hail of swords. As the corrupt official approached, Tian Qilang's corpse sprang to life. He killed the corrupt official, ending their friendship. In the words of Tian Qilang's mother, "Those who are known share others' sorrows, those who receive kindness help others in times of trouble. The rich repay with wealth, the poor with righteousness. To accept a heavy bribe without cause is ominous. I fear it will bring death upon your son. This meant that she feared she could not repay Su Zhenjiang's great kindness, and that Mu Sheng and the others would ultimately repay it with their lives. Su Zhengyang was momentarily apprehensive. He hadn't expected his aunt to possess such wisdom, but then again, her concerns were not without merit. He was indeed somewhat similar to Wu Qinxiu, but Su Zhengyang would not give up. The principle was sound, but times had changed. Auntie, I completely understand your fear that they might suffer the consequences, but times have changed. Nothing has changed. I'd rather my daughter die without a cure than have them repay me with their own deaths. The middle-aged woman's attitude was resolute. As she spoke, she tried to push Su Zhengyang out, but Mu Sheng grabbed the woman, his face grim, lost in thought. Die without a cure? And then what? Have you considered that the day they walked into the camp, they weren't thinking about a peaceful life? Your son was like that, and so are they. A man should use his skills, and besides, I'm not a bad person. I'm giving them a chance to fight evil and promote good. A company that manufactures counterfeit medicine has harmed over a dozen people. I want to bring them to justice, but I haven't been able to find the crucial evidence. If I were to provide funding and equipment, and your son were standing right in front of you, what do you think he would do? Su Zhengyang didn't avoid the woman's gaze, but asked clearly and loudly. The woman's eyes immediately reddened, staring at Su Zhengyang, but she couldn't utter a single word. I'm willing. In the tense atmosphere, the other brothers had already gathered around, and Mu Sheng was the first to break the silence. All eyes instantly turned to him. I'm willing. Forget about punishing evil and promoting good, as long as you can pay for my sister's treatment. My life is yours. Mu Sheng's eyes were red, and he pounded his chest with a heavy thud. Me too. Me too. The other five all followed suit, their attitudes resolute. The woman closed her eyes in anguish, tears streaming down her face. Mom, we know what you're thinking, but since Zhao Xiang left, we've been heartbroken. Xiaomeng was his only sister, and we brothers have been trying every possible way to cure her. We've even considered breaking the law. If you don't want to see us driven to despair, today is today. Mu Sheng said, his voice heavy with suppressed emotion. They understood that such opportunities didn't come often. Even the girl lying in the bedroom had closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. She felt it was all her fault. Mom, besides, we don't want to miss this opportunity. We not only want to cure Xiaomeng, but also take care of you, and my dad and my mom. We want to give them a good life. After one of the brothers said this, the woman could no longer refuse. You can't stop them from living their own lives. After all, for so long, she and her daughter had been a burden to them. She could only nod helplessly, wiping away her tears. Su Zhengyang sighed, said nothing more, and gave Lin Yorong a wink. Lin Yorong immediately understood, took out her phone, dialed a number, and went outside to make the call. Hello, is this the first municipal hospital? Arrange an ambulance. I have a patient here. Su Zhengyang then turned to look at Mu Sheng and his group. Mu Sheng immediately snapped to attention. He knew Su Zhengyang wanted to know their capabilities. Southwest J District 32. Special Reconnaissance. Mu Sheng. Southwest J District 32. Li Jukan. Southwest. Zhen Chaoyang. They all snapped to attention and reported their former units to Su Zhengyang. They rattled off a long list, but Su Zhengyang didn't really understand much. He only caught the key words, and that was enough. Actually, when they blocked his way in the hallway, Su Zhengyang knew Mu Sheng had already discovered him. Although he didn't know how skilled they were, anyone with some counter-surveillance skills and knowledge of reconnaissance techniques was already better than the average person. Just as Su Zhengyang was nodding, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host is building their own intelligence department. The system has automatically opened the potion shop. Currently available potions for the intelligence agency, electronic technology and mechanical proficiency. Currently available potions for the intelligence agency, hacking and information technology proficiency. Currently available potions for the intelligence agency, disguise proficiency. Currently available potions for the intelligence agency, theft proficiency. Intelligence, reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance proficiency. Su Zhengyang looked down and saw that these were the 4 proficiency levels currently available. Further down, there were some sub-levels, but they were all blacked out, indicating they weren't yet available. Proficiency potions. Each person can only ingest a maximum of 2 potions, more than that is unbearable. Ingesting a potion instantly increases proficiency in the relevant specialty across all areas. These potions caught Su Zhenjiang's eye. If they had these potions, their already superior skills would be further enhanced, making them practically invincible. In reality, Mu Sheng and his group were probably only strong in reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. Their other skills weren't particularly outstanding. Su Zhenjiang's potions, however, would ensure his intelligence department became more comprehensive and professional in the future. But naturally, he wouldn't use them on this group right now. He wanted to use them for a while first, to test their loyalty. There's an old saying about apprenticeship: the master visits the disciple for 3 years, and the disciple visits the master for 3 years. Trust deepens with understanding. Besides, these potions weren't cheap. A small bottle of Thief Mastery Potion cost 200 points. A bottle of Electronic Technology and Mechanical Mastery Potion cost 300 points. Wouldn't it be better to add so many points to his overall attributes? At this moment, Mu Sheng looked at Su Zhengyang and asked, "What exactly do you want us to do?" Su Zhengyang glanced at the woman wiping away tears and gave Mu Sheng a meaningful look. "I'll explain the specifics to you tomorrow. Let's settle your sister first. Tomorrow, all of you should quit your jobs and report to my place. I'll explain everything in detail then. In short, these things aren't very dangerous for you." Su Zhengyang added this last sentence, clearly for the woman's benefit. The woman sighed. "I'll go pack Xiaoman's things." Su Zhengyang felt only admiration for this woman. At least she was compassionate and caring, worrying about Mu Sheng and the others as if they were her own children. She didn't want them to serve a powerful figure. Shortly afterward, the ambulance arrived. Su Zhengyang even drove after them, personally taking the family to the first municipal hospital. Qi Yunfei had arrived well in advance and had been waiting for a long time. Even the attending physician was standing with Qi Yunfei at the hospital entrance, so there was no need for any complicated procedures. He was directly taken to a private room. Su Zhengyang didn't get home until around 8 p.m. In the living room of the rented apartment, Chang Baila was staring blankly at a table full of food, her hands supporting her pretty face. Hearing the keypad lock click, she jumped up and quickly picked up her chopsticks, pretending to eat. Su Zhengyang smelled the aroma of food as soon as he entered and secretly chuckled. "Oh ho, waiting for me to eat? Who's waiting for you? I worked overtime all day. I interviewed over 30 people today. My god, they even called me at 7:30 this afternoon. I'm starting to wonder if we set the salary standard too high," Chang Baila complained, waving her chopsticks. "This is the trouble of being a boss. Luckily, I'm not the boss." Su Zhengyang laughed gleefully. This was nothing, the real trouble was yet to come. No boss has it easy. He chuckled, found his chopsticks, and sat down at the table, asking, "Where's the food?" Chang Baila glared at him with a disapproving look. "Didn't you and big-breasted girl eat out?" Su Zhengyang had, of course, eaten, but he had to eat this meal, especially since he wasn't really full. With his current physical strength, he couldn't possibly be full. Big-breasted girl? She has a name, okay. A charlatan needs an assistant. He's up to no good. Chang Baila poked at her rice, speaking sourly. "Don't eat. Go eat your vinegar." Su Zhengyang snatched Chang Baila's bowl and started shoveling rice into her mouth. Chang Baila, both angry and amused, tried to grab her bowl back. "You're the one who's jealous. I'm not your girlfriend, why would I be jealous?" The two laughed and joked, then Su Zhengyang swiftly grabbed Chang Baila's waist and pulled her into his arms. Chang Baila gasped, already pressed against Su Zhenjiang's warm chest, their noses almost touching. Chang Baila's breathing quickened, her breath sweet and fragrant. While Su Zhengyang was still mesmerized, Chang Baila suddenly kissed him on the lips. Then, taking advantage of Su Zhenjiang's inattention, she broke free and dashed into her room. Su Zhengyang was still standing there, savoring her fragrance and those soft lips, when she was gone. Su Zhengyang was completely dumbfounded. Sigh. After a moment of stunned silence, he smiled and sat back down to enjoy his meal. His relationship with Chang Baila was probably a natural progression. Although he hadn't confessed directly, they both understood each other perfectly, and Chang Baila's kiss was a response to him. It was like a stamp, an approval document. So he couldn't be too hasty. "Wash the dishes after you finish eating." Chang Baila's muffled voice came from inside the house, as if she were calling from under the covers. "Okay," Su Zhengyang replied with a smile, chewing slowly. The next morning, Su Zhengyang drove Chang Baila to work first. Ever since that night, the girl had pretended nothing had happened during the day, but Su Zhengyang had seen her secretly stick out her tongue when she got out of the car. Afterwards, he drove to an abandoned venue in the south of the city. This used to be an electric vehicle shop, but it closed down due to poor business. Yesterday, Lin Yorong had Qi Yunfei help her contact a seller overnight, and they arranged to complete the transfer of ownership this afternoon, but they had already picked up the keys. Strictly speaking, this place is now theirs. However, Su Zhengyang has registered it under Lin Yorong's name, which fully demonstrates his trust in her. Su Zhengyang first drove through a large gate. To his right was a small plaza, around which stretched an L-shaped showroom, at least 2,000 or 3,000 square meters. Lin Yorong was already standing gracefully, waiting for Su Zhengyang with a sweet smile. Behind her stood 6 people, including Mu Sheng, looking like they were awaiting inspection. Su Zhengyang chuckled. "Looks like you're all ready." Su Zhengyang then formally walked up to the group. Please give instructions, sir. Lin Yorong playfully puffed out her ample bosom and said with a grin. It seems I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Su Zhengyang. I'm officially hiring the 6 of you to form a reconnaissance team. You'll each elect a team leader. Everyone looked at Mu Sheng, but he kept his eyes straight ahead. Clearly, he was the undisputed leader. Your first reconnaissance mission is against the Lin family of Sanlin Pharmaceutical and the Zhao family of Huanan Hotel. By 4 p.m., you should submit a list of required items to Lin Yorong. All the equipment you need, regardless of whether it's the most expensive, must be the best. Your monthly salary is 5 cents each. There will be bonuses for holidays, and 4 days off per month, compensated with time off in lieu. Any questions? The men's eyes lit up simultaneously. This was probably the best treatment they had ever seen. 5 cents a month. They used to work 2 jobs, earning less than 0.8 cents a month, and after deducting their own food and drink expenses, the rest went entirely to Xiao Meng's medical bills. Now, not only have their wages increased so many times over, but most importantly, Su Zhengyang recognized their abilities and was willing to spend a large sum of money to equip them with the latest and most advanced equipment. This is what you call being recognized and appreciated. So much. Mu Sheng was so excited he was almost incoherent. Su Zhengyang and Lin Yorong exchanged a smile. As long as it's not too little, let's settle on this. Also, here's 1 yuan, you can buy a house for them, mother and daughter, nearby. That way, you can keep an eye on them. As for you guys, you can stay at this shop if you're okay with it. Su Zhengyang intended to treat these people as trusted confidants. He wouldn't mind paying them whatever it took. After all, this was currently his only way to win people over. No problem. The group answered in unison. They couldn't be happier to live together in this place. It was incredibly spacious. And once the equipment was installed, their work would be much more convenient. From now on, you'll be called Flying Eagles, the Flying Eagle Reconnaissance Team. Su Zhengyang gave them a name, and the group immediately stood at attention. Alright, get to work. Su Zhengyang didn't need to worry too much about the rest. With Lin Yorong running errands, he was much more at ease. Afterward, Su Zhengyang called Qi Yunfei and asked him to come over. He wanted to introduce Qi Yunfei to the Flying Eagle Reconnaissance Team. From now on, he would be responsible for liaising with Mu Sheng and his group. If Mu Sheng and his team needed manpower, they would contact Qi Yunfei. They were equal partners. Originally, Su Zhengyang had wanted to directly ask Qi Yunfei to handle this matter, but at the time, he didn't know about the drug, and they lacked the resources. The effective operational cycle would be too long. A short while later, Qi Yunfei arrived in a Jaguar. He was wearing a baseball cap today, the brim pulled low, and he even bowed his head slightly as he walked towards Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang tilted his head in confusion, seemingly noticing the bandage on his face. Someone dared to hurt you? Su Zhengyang reached out and slightly lifted the brim of Qi Yunfei's cap. Sure enough, on Qi Yunfei's handsome face, his cheekbone was swollen, and there was a bandage with medicine on his eyebrow. Qi Yunfei was incredibly embarrassed. He was applying medicine when he received Su Zhenjiang's call, but he couldn't refuse Su Zhengyang, so he had no choice but to come over. If Master Su saw that he had just been beaten up and injured, it would severely damage his image in Master Su's eyes. Hey, say something. Su Zhengyang chuckled and nudged Qi Yunfei's shoulder. Qi Yunfei blushed, pursed his lips, gave a helpless smile, and lowered his head in silence. Alright, come in. I'll introduce you to a few people. Su Zhengyang then led Qi Yunfei inside. Qi Yunfei saw Mu Shengzheng, the security guard at the restaurant entrance, and seemed to understand what was going on. To be honest, he was a little jealous that Su Zhengyang had hired outsiders for this task, but after Su Zhengyang explained things to him privately back in the car, he felt relieved. Furthermore, Su Zhengyang told him to learn from Mu Shengzheng and the others. The Flying Eagle reconnaissance team couldn't just have a few people, all future recruitment would have to be overseen by Qi Yunfei. Qi Yunfei was very grateful for Su Zhenjiang's appreciation. Chen Chusheng had 3 formidable subordinates, but Su Zhengyang basically only used Qi Yunfei, which showed his trust and cultivation of him. Now that we've finished the business, tell me, who did this to your face? Your boss. Su Zhengyang chuckled at Qi Yunfei, wondering if Chen Chusheng had done it while drunk. Master Su, please don't laugh at me. I got hit while sparring with someone. Qi Yunfei gave an awkward smile. Martial arts? Su Zhenjiang's eyes lit up, not because he liked martial arts, but because he had grasped something important. Actually, I've studied combat sports and often spar with people in the martial arts circle of our 3rd platform. Martial arts circle? Tell me everything you know about the martial arts circle. Su Zhengyang asked urgently. Qi Yunfei was taken aback, not expecting Master Su to be so interested in the martial arts world. Actually, Su Zhengyang wasn't particularly interested in martial arts, he was thinking of his mother. That day, he chased his mother through the alleyways, witnessing her leap and bound. He had been searching for clues about his mother, neglecting the fact that there was a martial arts circle in Santai City. Perhaps someone in there knew some clues. The martial arts circle in Santai City encompasses Muay Thai, boxing, kickboxing, taekwondo, jeet kune do, traditional martial arts, and more. Especially those traditional martial arts families, even we wouldn't casually provoke them in Santai City. If they have a certain level of skill, you definitely can't offend them. Level of skill? Su Zhengyang asked doubtfully. Yes, Master Su, do you believe in Qigong? Qi Yunfei asked somewhat helplessly. He wanted to talk to Su Zhengyang about this, but he was afraid Su Zhengyang wouldn't believe it. I believe you. I believe you can even scale walls and rooftops. But to his surprise, Su Zhengyang nodded seriously. Qi Yunfei was slightly surprised and said, just like learning many things, which are divided into entry, understanding, mastery, and refinement, martial arts are also divided into many levels, the lowest being stance. Above that are, in order, Qi, Wei Jin, Nei Jin, Hua Jin, and Jian Jin. There are even higher levels beyond that, but I've never seen or heard of them. It's said that the older generation had titles for each level in the martial arts world. She refers to the imposing aura generated by one's fist and foot techniques. That's what it means to know how to fight, that's what makes someone a martial artist. Mastering external force allows one to transform momentum into power, inflicting injury with force. This is what's known as Qigong. At this stage, one can find work, such as becoming a bodyguard or opening a martial arts school, hence the term warrior. Upon reaching internal force, it becomes true Qigong, where the power is cultivated and internalized. The golden bell cover and iron shirt are typical hallmarks of internal force. At this point, one usually gains some standing in the martial arts world, but doesn't act rashly, focusing instead on exploring the next stage. Many retire to intensive training, hence the term hermit. Upon reaching the level of transformation force, one can project internal force both internally and externally to injure others, controlling it with complete freedom. One can truly use flying flowers and falling leaves to injure. I've heard of someone nailing a leaf into a steel plate. A steel plate, not a wooden board. Such a person usually begins to uphold justice, roaming the martial arts world, hence the term knight errant. Finally, there's sword force, which involves releasing internal force through weapons in an even stronger form. Its power is something I've never seen before, existing only in legends. Such a person is called a swordsman. Qi Yunfei, completely absorbed in the story, was utterly captivated. Su Zhengyang, engrossed in listening, nudged him when he saw Qi Yunfei lost in thought. Oh, each of these realms is divided into 4 levels: beginner, rough understanding, minor success, and major success. So what realm are you at now? I'm like a novice who can beat a master with a flurry of punches. These realms are actually the standard in traditional martial arts. At our level, we're at most at the rough understanding realm. Qi Yunfei smiled sheepishly. Then let me ask you, what realm is needed to leap across walls? Like, jumping around on walls, able to leap several meters with a single step? Su Zhengyang asked seriously. I haven't actually seen this before, but according to what you said, it would require at least internal strength to protect oneself from falling and getting hurt. External strength is probably not possible. Qi Yunfei analyzed. Have you heard of the name Lu Huilin in the martial arts world? Su Zhengyang asked directly. Lu Huilin was his mother's name. Qi Yunfei thought for a long time before slowly shaking his head. Come on, take me to where you're having your duel. Su Zhengyang nodded, not asking any more questions, and let out a big sigh of relief. Although it wasn't exactly progress, at least they had a direction. Qi Yunfei was somewhat reluctant. He was afraid Su Zhengyang would cause trouble. Outside, he had money and could do whatever he wanted, but in the underworld, martial arts families didn't care about money, they ruled by force. Enough talk, let's go. Su Zhengyang arrived in Qi Yunfei's Jaguar, only being told by Qi Yunfei on the way. This was a monthly martial arts exchange event. Previously, it was all small-scale sparring, mainly consisting of boxing and combat sports. Martial arts families usually attended, but rarely participated. Recently, for some unknown reason, many previously unseen smaller families had started showing up. This month, even the Sun family, which had some influence in Santai City, participated. Moreover, the injury on Qi Yunfei's face was inflicted by a member of the Sun family. He was never in the same league as that member. He had just won against a Muay Thai expert and was feeling triumphant when this Sun family member came up. Later, Qi Yunfei learned that he had only wanted to impress a girl. Is the Sun family well known in our city's martial arts circle? Not the strongest, but they're definitely among the top. There are many other martial arts families, but they generally don't surface. You won't come into contact with them unless you reach a certain level. I only have a vague understanding of them. As they chatted, the car arrived at the West City Gymnasium. The parking lot outside the gymnasium was overflowing. The entrance was even more crowded. Master Su, please wait a moment, I'll call some people. Qi Yunfei was worried something might happen to Su Zhengyang. Once inside, he wouldn't stand a chance on his own, but if he called some people, with Qi Yunfei's influence here, he could still make the decisions. Actually, Qi Yunfei just didn't like causing trouble. He had his own principles. In this martial arts circle, he had to rely on his own skills. If he got beaten up, it meant he was inferior, and there was no point in retaliating. Diligent practice, or hiring help to get revenge using the same methods, that's what real face was. If he lost and then used his power to bully others, calling in a bunch of people to beat them up, that would be incredibly humiliating and disgraceful. That's called being a sore loser. If he really went against the Sun family, and Chen Chusheng found out, Chen Chusheng would definitely fight them to the death for his brother, and the Sun family might not even be able to defeat Chen Chusheng. What? You think I'm here to cause trouble? I'm just here to gather information. Su Zhengyang looked at him irritably. Qi Yunfei verbally agreed, but secretly took out his phone and ordered his men to wait nearby. Qi Yunfei wasn't afraid of going to war with the Sun family, but if Su Zhengyang suffered any mishap, Chen Chusheng would skin him alive. The two entered the stadium one after the other. Instantly, a cacophony of noise hit them. On one of the rings, two people were exchanging blows, surrounded by cheering crowds. Around them were numerous seats, rest areas, and vendors selling cigarettes, alcohol, and snacks, creating a lively atmosphere. Su Zhengyang first walked to the center to take a look. Just then, a person dressed in traditional martial arts training clothes was seen fighting a lean, shirtless freestyle fighter. The cheers from the crowd grew louder. Su Zhengyang found the training clothes amusing, recalling his recent experience of acting as a shill for Master Ma. Su Zhengyang asked curiously, "Hey, if traditional martial arts really have any skill, why do they let someone like Master Ma swindle people like that?" Qi Yunfei laughed. Actually, it should be said that they, in a sense, tacitly approve of the existence of these fake masters, and even encourage such behavior. Su Zhengyang pondered for a moment, then suddenly understood. These people had become a protective shield for families that didn't want to surface. As for why they couldn't easily surface, Su Zhengyang believed there must be a significant reason. But soon, the smile on Su Zhenjiang's face turned into surprise. This person from a traditional martial arts family, dressed in training clothes, suddenly changed his aura after assuming a stance, becoming as fierce as a tiger. Especially his arms, which suddenly stretched out, wide and powerful, striking down. The fighter tried to block with his hands, but was immediately forced back a step. Su Zhengyang clearly saw that his arms couldn't withstand the blow and he crashed into the forehead. The traditional martial artist then advanced further, forcing the fighter to only parry. "This is Tang Beiquan from the Tianjin area," Qi Yunfei explained to Su Zhengyang in a low voice. Santai City is a diverse cultural hub, situated at the intersection of multiple provinces, so it's not surprising to find all sorts of families there. Just as the fighter was about to retaliate, his fists were barely out of their sockets when the martial arts practitioner yanked his arms back sharply, then stomped his right foot with a thud, slamming his shoulder into the fighter's body. The fighter stumbled back several steps, ultimately falling directly into the crowd. A roar of cheers erupted from the surrounding crowd. "What's his skill level?" Su Zhengyang asked. "He's probably already at the lesser completion stage of the Qi cultivation realm, about the same as that disciple from the Sun family," Qi Yunfei analyzed. Su Zhengyang was speechless. That's it? Although he was quite surprised that this martial arts practitioner had impressed him, his movements just now didn't seem fast to him. On the contrary, they were incredibly slow. Su Zhengyang had 1,000 ways to take him down instantly. That's the disciple from the Sun family. Qi Yunfei happened to see someone sitting in a seat not far away and casually pointed it out to Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang looked and saw several people chatting and laughing in a sofa area. He immediately walked over. Qi Yunfei was stunned for a moment, then secretly scolded himself for being so talkative, and quickly followed. There were 3 men and 3 women at the table. Su Zhengyang smiled and glanced at everyone, not lingering on any of them. Especially a girl sitting alone, with stunningly beautiful features and a cold, aloof air, seemed out of place here. However, Su Zhengyang wasn't interested in this type at all. She was far inferior to Cheng Baila, and even Lin Yarong couldn't compare. So Su Zhengyang didn't pay her much attention. He smiled and asked, "Excuse me, which one of you is the young master of the Sun family?" The men didn't answer. Instead, they all looked at Su Zhengyang. A handsome man with his legs crossed pointed at Su Zhengyang a few times and said, He, I know you. You're that spoiled brat from Sanlin Pharmaceuticals. You had this guy beat him up and even broke his girlfriend's teeth, right?" He had defeated Qi Yunfei in the arena today, and someone had told him that Qi Yunfei was not to be trifled with and had considerable influence in Santai City. Although he was dismissive, he still looked into it, and naturally, he started gossiping about the things related to Su Zhengyang from a while ago. Qi Yunfei was indeed someone of considerable influence, but since he didn't pursue the matter and simply left, Qi Yunfei became even more arrogant. The surrounding people showered him with praise, saying that even Qi Yunfei wouldn't dare to provoke him. Moreover, he himself didn't take these ordinary forces seriously. As long as his family had a powerful figure in charge, any force was nothing to them. "Are you young master's son?" Su Zhengyang didn't answer him but continued to ask. The man lowered his leg, stretched out his body, and asked mockingly, propping his knee on his elbow, "How was it? Did you feel good when you trampled on that young Master Lin? Being a second-generation rich kid even more powerful than him, didn't you feel incredibly powerful?" After he said this, the atmosphere became tense. The smell of aphrodisiac in the air was already very strong. Qi Yunfei's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't warn this young master's son, because he never warned others before making a move. If this young master's son really dared to make a move, she would fight to the death to make him pay the price. At this moment, a somewhat impatient voice came from beside young Master Sunday. "Sun Shinji, what are you doing?" It was the aloof beauty, who kept a certain distance from young Master Sunday. It was clear that she didn't like this young master's son, but perhaps she was forced to sit here for some reason. Her gaze towards Su Zhengyang also carried a hint of disgust, or rather, a disgust for all men. Especially after hearing that Su Zhengyang was also a spoiled brat who liked to bully others, her disgust intensified. But she didn't want to see bloodshed. Sun Shinji immediately looked at the girl ingratiatingly, forcing a helpless smile. "Yao Yao, can't you see? He didn't even glance at you. Isn't that obvious? What's the difference between him and those other idiot rich kids who tried to pick you up? First, he pretended to chat with us, pretended he wasn't interested in you. And then, he sat here chatting, showing off his wealth and power, but wasn't it all just to get close to you?" Sun Shinji sneered. This wasn't the first time he'd encountered this kind of thing, and he'd heard there was some kind of forum that specifically taught these kinds of tactics. Some rich kids loved this kind of thing. The girl glared at him coldly. "I've said it more than once, this has absolutely nothing to do with you." Su Zhengyang was stunned. What was going on? Seeing Su Zhengyang still wouldn't move, the beautiful woman looked up at him with disgust and said coldly, "Aren't you leaving? Don't leave." Sun Shinji also shouted angrily, glaring back at the beautiful woman. "Sun Shinji, you don't need to show off in front of me like this. So what if you have strength? So what if you're at the lesser completion of the Qi realm? Does having martial arts give you the right to bully people? You're only making me hate you more," the beautiful woman said, frowning. "Zhang Yao, I've been nice enough to you, and you're ungrateful," Sun Shinji said coldly through gritted teeth. Zhang Yao scoffed, shook her head in disappointment, then grabbed her small bag and was about to leave. Several people around quickly stopped her, seemingly trying to persuade the two to reconcile. Sun Shinji's chest heaved with anger. He was furious. He had gone to great lengths to win over Zhang Yao. This damn lowly brat from a family inferior to his own dared to give him attitude time and time again. If it weren't for his father's orders to treat her properly, he would have already resorted to force. He suddenly looked at Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang was the catalyst for today's events. If he hadn't come here, none of this would have happened. Su Zhengyang was completely bewildered by the scene. He had only said 2 sentences since arriving. "Who is young master's son?" and "Are you young master's son?" Both were questions. Not only did no one answer him, but these two started arguing, leaving him hanging. It was as if he were the culprit. "You've misunderstood. I didn't mean to approach her. I just wanted to clarify, are you the young master of the Sun family? I do have important business to discuss with your father." Su Zhengyang smiled slightly, interrupting their argument, and asked Sun Shinji again. Although Sun Shinji's attitude towards him had been unfriendly, he genuinely had something to ask the head of the Sun family. After all, if they were the most powerful people he could contact in the martial arts world, they might know something about his mother. This statement was proper, even humble. After all, one should have the proper attitude when asking for help. However, others saw it differently. Zhang Yao looked at Su Zhengyang with utter contempt and disgust. This guy still couldn't see the situation clearly, still acting. Was he mentally ill? She had already given him a chance to leave, and even argued with Sun Shinji over it. And he was still asking this kind of question? What was the point? She was about to leave. Sun Shinji was enraged. Su Zhenjiang's statement about visiting his father was extremely offensive. It was blatant insult and provocation. "Remember this, those words you uttered today will cost you an arm." Sun Shinji's face hardened with rage as he vented his anger, which he had felt towards Zhang Yao, on Su Zhengyang. He slammed a punch into Su Zhenjiang's shoulder. He used all his strength in the punch, so fast that Qi Yunfei couldn't react in time. The surrounding people remained indifferent. Even Zhang Yao looked disappointed, showing no sympathy for Su Zhengyang. She had already given him a chance, he hadn't cherished it. He deserved it. Qi Yunfei's heart stopped in shock. Sun Shinji was going all out, trying to cripple Su Zhenjiang's arm. At the lesser completion of the Qi realm, a full-force strike could shatter his bones. However, Su Zhenjiang's expression darkened. The attack was indeed fast. Su Zhengyang didn't have time to grab his fist, but grabbing his wrist was easy enough. He pushed him to the right. Sun Qinji felt his force miss, striking empty air. He hadn't even seen how Su Zhengyang attacked. Just as he was terrified, Su Zhengyang suddenly yanked his arm to the right, sweeping his legs and kicking his lower body into the air. Sun Qinji flew sideways in the air, crashing flat onto the hard ground with a loud thud. Then Su Zhengyang raised his foot and stomped down hard on Sun Qinji's shoulder. A cracking sound. The sound of bones cracking rang out, and Su Zhenjiang's foot stomped so hard that the ground caved in. I'll fucking ask you 3 times, is it, young master son? Su Zhengyang stomped after every 2 or 3 words. From shoulder to arm, each stomp shattered the bones. The onlookers forgot to intervene, their minds reeling from Su Zhenjiang's brutality. Zhang Yao's eyes widened, her hand clutching her small bag tightly, her knuckles white with fear. Is this even human? Why is he so ruthless? With each stomp, the sound of bones cracking filled the air. Sun Qinji couldn't even scream, he could only open his mouth, unable to utter a sound. Qi Yunfei was even more terrified, his hands and feet turning ice cold. Holy crap, what kind of monster is Master Su? He finally understood why Su Zhengyang had called him over to teach Lin Xiao and his gang a lesson. He was practically going to rescue them. If Su Zhengyang had acted himself, Qi Yunfei didn't even dare to think about it. The key was that he was baffled as to how Su Zhengyang was so powerful, able to beat Sun Qinji so badly. He hadn't even been able to react to that punch. Clearly, Chen Chusheng hadn't told him about Su Zhengyang breaking the pearwood table. Su Zhengyang finally stomped hard on Sun Qinji's hand, instantly turning it into a bloody mess. Su Zhengyang squatted down, grabbed Sun Qinji's hair, and asked, "Are you deaf? How many times have I asked you if you're young master son? I'm telling you, I didn't come here for that woman. Can't you understand human language?" At this point, Sun Qinji was in so much pain that he was delirious, his eyes somewhat glazed. "Speak!" Su Zhengyang slapped him across the face, and Sun Qinji immediately regained some of his senses. "No, yes, I understand." Sun Qinji answered incoherently. He had never felt so humiliated in his life, because he felt the fear of death. This person in front of him might be a madman. He had no mercy. He might really kill him. His arm was already broken, he even dared to be arrogant and reckless with someone stronger. But he didn't dare to be arrogant with a madman. He might even be thrown into a fire and burned. What good is it for you to understand now? I've already hit you. Do you think your dad will easily tell me what I want to ask? And if he does, will I believe him? Where were you the first time I asked you? Su Zhengyang grew angrier the more he thought about it. He had a perfectly good plan for today, and he might have gotten some answers from the questions. Now it was all ruined. He roared and stomped on Sun Qinji's mangled hand again. "Ah!" Sun Qinji let out a heart-wrenching scream. The sound chilled everyone around. Zhang Yao was trembling with fear. Of course, she felt even worse inside. So Su Zhengyang really wasn't after her, he genuinely came to ask about something. With his power, he had no reason to lie. Then why did he barely even glance at her earlier? Did he really not take her seriously? Did he think she was no different from anyone else? This thought filled her with shock and anger, coupled with a strong sense of defiance and curiosity. And let's not forget her curiosity. Qi Yunfei had never seen Su Zhengyang so unpredictable. Although I know it's pointless to say anything, I still advise you not to think about revenge, otherwise the Sun family is finished. Su Zhengyang let out a long sigh, reverting to his nonchalant demeanor from when he arrived. He picked up a wet wipe from the table, wiped his hands, then threw the wipe at Sun Qinji's face, and rudely led Qi Yunfei out of the gymnasium. Sun Qinji, a martial arts expert himself, naturally wouldn't bring any bodyguards. He was clearly just having fun with his friends. Although there were quite a few onlookers, no one dared to say a word and quickly made way for them. Su Zhengyang and Qi Yunfei left the stadium one after the other. They hadn't gone far when they heard hurried footsteps behind them. Turning around, they saw Zhang Yao following them. "Wait a minute." Zhang Yao jogged up to him, clutching her chest and catching her breath. Su Zhengyang looked at her with some impatience. Seeing Su Zhenjiang's expression, Zhang Yao felt even more hurt, a nameless anger welling up inside her. She was, after all, a stunningly beautiful woman, and he was already impatient with her for chasing after him without regard for her image. However, she suppressed her discomfort and said, "You beat his hand like that. Even if all the fractures heal, his arm probably won't be able to practice martial arts anymore. The Sun family won't let you off easily." "And then?" Su Zhengyang asked doubtfully. Zhang Yao frowned. What did he mean by "and then"? Although you have some strength, you shouldn't overestimate yourself. The Sun family has recently produced a master of external force. If they make a move, you have no chance of winning. Zhang Yao said somewhat displeased. "What I mean is, Why did you come here to tell me all this? Just say what you have to say. If you say another word of nonsense, I'm leaving." Su Zhengyang impatiently waved his hand to interrupt again. "You!" Zhang Yao was almost driven mad by Su Zhengyang. Qi Yunfei also secretly gave a thumbs up. Goodness, this is the epitome of someone who deserves to be single. If Su Zhengyang hadn't been so wealthy, Qi Yunfei seriously doubted he could have found a wife. "What I mean is, there's a larger martial arts tournament coming up soon, and our family will be participating. I hope you can join our family's side and fight." As she spoke, she took a business card from her small bag and handed it to Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang didn't take it, but instead asked with a half smile, "Since the Sun family won't let me go, and you also think I can't beat their experts, why are you asking me to fight for your family? Isn't that openly making an enemy of the Sun family?" Su Zhenjiang's question left Zhang Yao speechless. She stood there, holding the business card, both embarrassed and angry. "I guess it's because you hate the marriage alliance with the Sun family, so you're actively courting their enemies, making it impossible for their family to accept you. Then your family can no longer force you to marry into the Sun family." Su Zhengyang tilted his head and looked at her as he spoke. Zhang Yao's face immediately turned pale. She hadn't expected Su Zhengyang to guess everything correctly. That was exactly what she had in mind. While she was still stunned, Su Zhengyang took her business card, glanced at it, and casually asked, "Will many more powerful families participate in this competition?" "Yes. I want to clarify, that wasn't entirely what I meant earlier. I told you not to overestimate yourself, but I didn't underestimate you either. My family is also a traditional martial arts family, and I can see that you're more than one level above Sun Xinji, so I think you're capable of fighting, at least as strong as some of the experts in our family." Zhang Yao said earnestly. "Okay, then I'll join your family's camp. Just contact me beforehand." Su Zhengyang nodded, took out his own business card, and handed both cards back. Zhang Yao was so angry her teeth ached. So many people wanted her contact information but couldn't get it. She offered it to Su Zhengyang, and he actually returned it. Did he really disdain associating with her? Su Zhengyang agreed because he didn't care. He was definitely going to participate in that martial arts tournament. In the future, he would try to get to know any high-ranking traditional martial arts families and inquire about them. He needed to find clues about his mother. Therefore, Su Zhengyang also needed to break into the martial arts circle. He felt somewhat unjustified in his offer. Being an outsider for a family would at least provide some justification, so he casually agreed. As for Zhang Yao, he genuinely had no interest in getting to know her. Her aura was rather repulsive to him. Zhang Yao gritted her teeth and accepted the 2 business cards. "Okay, I'll call you later. Su Zhengyang finished speaking and turned to leave. Zhang Yao stood there staring at Su Zhengyang and Zhang Yao for a while before stomping her foot in frustration and turning back to the gymnasium. She was now seriously doubting her own charm, or perhaps she hadn't put on makeup today? On the way back, Qi Yunfei said incredulously, "Master Su, you're truly a hidden master. I never imagined you were a martial arts expert." "A martial arts expert? I don't know martial arts." Su Zhengyang smiled helplessly. Qi Yunfei opened his mouth, speechless. Chang Wei said the same thing. Su Zhengyang had just returned to the Flying Eagle reconnaissance team's base when Zhang Yu called. "Hey, Yangzi, my mom's here. Aunt Lin's here." Su Zhengyang was overjoyed. He had lost his mother a long time ago, and every year during the Lunar New Year, besides spending it with his brother, there was only one person he needed to visit, Aunt Linear. "Where are you?" "I'll send you my location, Old Town Bone Restaurant. We're eating braised pork ribs. Coming right away." When Su Zhengyang arrived at the Bone Restaurant, he saw Zhang Yu's Mustang from afar. He wondered what Aunt Lin's reaction would be to seeing her son driving a sports car. Su Zhengyang chuckled and entered the Bone Restaurant, looking around a couple of times. "Here!" Zhang Yu called out, gesturing, and Su Zhengyang quickly walked over. Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin was in her 40s, her skin not well maintained, bearing wrinkles that betrayed the passage of time, but her demeanor and temperament were one of gentle kindness and virtue. She was extremely kind. With her gentle and kind nature, it was truly remarkable that she had raised Zhang Yu single-handedly. At this moment, she was looking at Su Zhengyang with a loving, doting smile, the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes radiating affection. "I told him I'd cook for you, but he insisted on eating at a restaurant. How much does a meal like this cost?" Pulling Su Zhengyang to sit down, Aunt Lin said softly, with a hint of reproach. "Zhang Yu was just worried about tiring you out. Besides, he's driving a Mustang now. I heard he even got a job at a big company. It's time he spent some money." Zhang Yu thought the first half of the sentence was alright, but he was stunned by the second half. When had he ever joined a big company? Su Zhengyang gave him a wink. Zhang Yu was his closest brother. If he had his own company, Zhang Yu would undoubtedly be his confidant. And he had the ability. He was just unappreciated. Zhang Yu nodded knowingly. At this moment, the braised pork rib hot pot that Zhang Yu had ordered earlier arrived. Aunt Lin hadn't seen Su Zhengyang in a long time and chatted with him warmly, inquiring about their recent situation. Just as Su Zhengyang was in a good mood, a child from the next booth stood on their seat and first looked in their direction. The child's seat was right behind Aunt Lin, opposite Su Zhengyang and Zhang Yu. Several flower pots were placed on the partition between them. The boy, who looked about 8 or 9 years old, peeked out from between two flower pots and grinned at Su Zhengyang and his companion. Just as Su Zhengyang was frowning slightly, the boy suddenly spat a large mouthful of saliva into their pot. The saliva even ran down the back of Aunt Lin's head, making her hair dirty. Ouch! Aunt Lin, with her back to him, was startled by the sudden outburst and quickly ducked. Su Zhengyang and Zhang Yu simultaneously jumped to their feet, shouting, "Hey!" This angry shout startled several people eating at nearby tables, even though the two were trying to keep their voices down. Su Zhengyang and Zhang Yu couldn't hold back either. What kind of well-mannered child would do such a thing? Spitting into someone else's pot? The child was initially startled by the two's harsh words, but seemed to remember that his parents were behind him, and was no longer afraid. "It's all right, it's all right." Seeing the two were angry, Aunt Lin quickly stood up, wiping the saliva from her hair, and gestured for them to sit down. But before Su Zhengyang and Zhang Yu could speak, the child spat several more times at Su Zhengyang. Seeing that he was too far away to spit, he then spat several times at Aunt Lin, who was closer. Aunt Lin quickly dodged. Su Zhengyang was already seething with anger. At this moment, the parents at the table in front of them also got up from their seats. It was clearly a large family, about 4 or 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. The heavier man and woman were obviously the child's parents. The mother checked on her child first, and seeing that the child wasn't injured, she gave Su Zhengyang a disapproving look. The child's father, with a fierce expression, pointed at Su Zhengyang and his wife and asked coldly, "Who shouted just now?" "I shouted." Su Zhengyang narrowed his eyes and took a step closer to him. The man was taken aback. Most people would be too intimidated to raise their voices after such a question, but Su Zhengyang had taken a step closer. He knew, of course, that his child had caused the trouble, but he wanted to use his imposing presence to intimidate the other party and prevent them from pursuing the matter. This way, he could resolve the issue and save face at the same time. "Say it again?" The man scoffed, his eyes wide, shaking his head as he stared at Su Zhengyang, spitting out a few words through gritted teeth. "Hey!" Su Zhengyang exhaled. He roared directly into the man's ear. This roar was much louder than before. Everyone in the restaurant was startled by the shout. The man was filled with shame and anger, and was genuinely taken aback by the force of Su Zhengyang's roar. A normal person would have responded to his threat with something like, "Your child did something wrong first," or "You don't watch your child properly and you think you're right." A slightly tougher person might have said, "What are you doing? Trying to hit me?" But Su Zhengyang didn't play by the rules. He had barely finished telling the man to say it again when the man roared, as if it were a real slap across the face. "I shouted. What can you do about it?" Having already squeezed his way in, the man would lose face if he didn't make a move. He wasn't afraid to fight, his arrogance stemmed from his underground connections. "Fuck!" He suddenly raised his hand to slap Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang grabbed his wrist, intending to snap it. However, fearing he would frighten Aunt Lin, he gripped the wrist tightly and easily flipped it over. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" Even so, the man cried out in pain. To the others, Su Zhengyang was at most a trained fighter. Su Zhengyang secretly chuckled. Getting hit and crying out in pain? What's with the attitude? He shoved the man hard, sending him stumbling. The man and his family stared at Su Zhengyang in horror. At this moment, the lobby manager rushed over, quickly ascertained the situation, and then tried to distract both sides by stirring up trouble. "Oh dear, what happened here?" "Ask him. That kid spat into our pot, all over my mom. It's all over the pot. Isn't that disgusting?" Zhang Yu angrily pointed at the boy. Seeing the commotion he'd caused, with many customers watching, the boy realized he was in trouble and immediately burst into tears. His crying infuriated his mother, the plump woman glaring at him. "What's wrong with spitting a couple of times? Why are you making such a fuss? Ha! Does it make you seem more precious? Isn't it normal for a child to spit? Is a child's saliva dirty? You're not a dog, but you're making a fuss like a monkey. Do you think you're so clean? Why are you yelling so loudly? You scared my child to tears, did you see that?" She didn't care what skills Su Zhengyang had, you couldn't hit a woman. She had never lost a verbal battle. "Zhang Yu, take Aunt Lin away." Su Zhengyang didn't waste any more words with her. He took out his phone and sent a message to Qi Yunfei while speaking to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu quickly pulled Aunt Lin away. Oh dear, Xiaoangzi, don't hit him." Aunt Lin wasn't about to leave. She tried to pull Su Zhengyang away, but she wasn't as strong as Zhang Yu and was quickly dragged out. Zhang Yu locked his mother in the car and then ran back. Seeing things were about to escalate, the manager quickly said to Su Zhengyang, "Hey brother, let's talk this over. Your meal is on the house, okay?" He gestured, trying to appease Su Zhengyang and the child's family. The child cried even harder. "Let her go first. What? What else do you want? You're asking for it, aren't you? You're such a pushover. Haven't you grown up yet? Ha! You can't even handle a few spits from you. Are you an emperor? A nobleman? Didn't you eat the spit from other people's mouths? Stop being so fussy. Say something." She stood with her hands on her hips, pointing at Su Zhengyang and yelling. Su Zhengyang completely ignored her, pacing back and forth, rubbing his neck and doing neck exercises. "Kid, don't cause trouble. Knowing a few punches and kicks isn't enough." The man also shouted at Su Zhengyang. He felt a vague unease. If this kid really attacked him, even just a couple of times, all of them could take him down together. The restaurant wouldn't ignore it, and even if it ended up with the police, it would just be a closed case. But Su Zhenjiang's seemingly prepared demeanor was even more intimidating, and the restaurant didn't dare say anything more. Meanwhile, the customers at the other tables were already buzzing with discussion. "Damn, that kid definitely called for backup. Definitely. That family too, the kid spat at someone and didn't even apologize. What kind of attitude is that? You can't spoil kids these days, they just cause trouble for adults. If you ask me, that family deserves it. Just wait, this kid's going to teach them a lesson. Look at that tigress, she's still cursing." Some people had already taken out their phones and started secretly filming. Being a parent isn't easy. I was trying to save face for you in front of your child, but you don't appreciate it. Since you don't know how to raise a child, I'll teach him a lesson for you. Su Zhengyang still didn't stop, pacing back and forth, rubbing his neck, sighing and lamenting. Just then, a large group of more than 20 people walked into the restaurant. Several were still wearing waiter uniforms, obviously from the KTV across the street. Su Zhenjiang's message to Qi Yunfei was to have the nearest brothers come, at least before the law enforcement arrived. So they arrived in the time it takes to cross the street. The moment the group burst in, everyone in the restaurant fell silent. Even those who had been secretly filming with their phones quickly put them away. This was just a small, unassuming restaurant, not a fancy establishment. Its patrons were ordinary people who wanted to cause trouble. The fat woman who had been hurling insults earlier was now trembling with fear. Even the owner rushed over. If someone were to get seriously injured in his restaurant, things would get complicated. Master Su. The leader was the same man who had met Su Zhengyang with Qi Yunfei before. He stepped forward and greeted him respectfully. The child's father was instantly terrified. He recognized the man who was bowing and greeting Su Zhengyang. This was the man he had used to run his small business through connections with an old classmate. You really need to make such a fuss? It's just a kid spitting, it's not a big deal. We were wrong, okay? I apologize, alright?" Seeing so many people, the woman finally softened, but her words were firm beneath the surface. "I've already apologized, what more do you want?" It was as if an apology would be the end of it. Handsome guy. "Boss, I'm so sorry, it's all our restaurant's fault, please don't hit us," the owner pleaded with Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang gently pushed him aside. "Did I say I was going to hit anyone?" Su Zhengyang took 3 empty bowls from the table and pointed to them at the 20-odd people who had arrived. "Spit in them, fill all 3 bowls. Those who don't have any saliva, go drink some water and then have a smoke." These words stunned the 20-odd people. They didn't understand what Su Zhengyang was up to, but since he had spoken, they did as he said. Suddenly, they stepped forward, puzzled, to find several people spitting into a bowl. Even the most naive family member knew what Su Zhengyang was trying to do. They turned deathly pale with fright. "I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Boss, please let us go. Please." The child's father, his chubby face contorted, stumbled forward a small step, clasping his hands together and pleading softly with Su Zhengyang. Nothing is more despairing and tragic than a father being bullied in front of his son. Su Zhengyang didn't even glance at him. Only then did this family truly understand the meaning of despair. More than 20 people. Even if they were held down and forced to drink, they couldn't resist. The only way out was to beg Su Zhengyang to let them go. But Su Zhengyang didn't even give them a chance to explain. It was as if they couldn't hear him at all. They were determined to punish him. Nothing was more cruel than waiting for execution. The child cried even harder. This time he was genuinely afraid. At 8 or 9 years old, he was somewhat sensible, otherwise, he wouldn't have continued spitting, emboldened by his mother's authority. But now his mother showed no pity. Instead, she grabbed him and began slapping him repeatedly across the face. "It's all your fault. It's all your fault." Still crying, she slapped him harder and harder. It seemed she intended to express her apology to Su Zhengyang in this way, or perhaps gain his sympathy. Unfortunately, Su Zhengyang wasn't buying into this ploy. 20-odd people each took a few bites, and their bowls were full. A family should all be together, one bowl each. Drink it. Su Zhengyang pointed at the unruly child and his parents. Even Zhang Yu was a little surprised. Su Zhengyang wasn't even going to spare the child. The family immediately burst into tears and cries. Please, please spare us. We really know we were wrong, okay? I've already hit my child, how can we possibly drink this? Brother, good brother, please just pretend this never happened. The woman pleaded desperately. What? Are you as precious as us? As clean as me? Or do you think my brothers are dirty? Su Zhengyang asked coldly, returning the woman's words verbatim. No, I beg you. The woman, her face contorted in pain, collapsed to the ground. When I was 8 or 9, I was naughty too, but at least I knew not to spit on people. The only child I've ever seen like this was mentally challenged, because he had a brain disability. Are you disabled? Su Zhengyang squatted down and asked the little boy. The boy was already pale with fright, his mouth agape, only able to cry. Seeing Su Zhengyang intimidate the family, the man didn't dare utter a sound. Gone was his earlier aggressive attitude, now he was only worried about being recognized, which would ruin his future career. Offending someone like this meant he'd never have a good future. Drink up, it'll be good for your family. Su Zhengyang stood up and took a deep breath. The 20-odd brothers, though unaware of what had happened, roughly understood what had occurred. This child spat on Master Su, and his parents were quite arrogant? This was asking for trouble. Su Zhengyang was absolutely right. Only a profound lesson from such a family could teach them a lesson they wouldn't forget and could change. Although the child would definitely be traumatized, it was at least better than being ruined by such parents. Drink! Su Zhengyang roared, startling the entire family. The others eating at the table behind them kept their distance. They didn't want to have a bowl too. Crying and screaming were useless. Even the shop owner didn't want to call the police. As long as Su Zhengyang didn't hit anyone, they'd rather finish their drinks and let it go. Okay, I'll drink. The man reacted the fastest. For the sake of his future, he had to drink. He deserved to be in this situation today. Who told him to raise his child like this? The fat woman also sobbed, holding her bowl, forcing a smile to suppress her nausea. But the child cried and shook his head, refusing to drink. Help them. Su Zhengyang wouldn't let him off just because he was a child. This kind of kid, daring to spit at people so openly today, shows he has absolutely no ability to assess risk. He doesn't know spitting will get him beaten, so he doesn't know that starting a fire can cause injury. If we ignore this kind of kid, tomorrow he might set fire to the mall's curtains or scatter nails on the road, causing a traffic accident. The subordinates, showing no mercy, immediately went to help this family. They, naturally, were drinking and spitting at the same time, but they would probably never forget that disgusting experience. Although Zhang Yu felt Su Zhenjiang's methods were somewhat cruel, Su Zhengyang had always been like this. When Su Zhengyang was doing business, his style was extremely aggressive and audacious, otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten to where he was now. Su Zhengyang glanced at the surrounding diners, making sure no one was taking pictures, before waving to everyone and leaving the restaurant, leaving behind a group of shaken onlookers and a family of 3 vomiting uncontrollably. Su Zhengyang told everyone to go back to work, and then went to the Mustang car to explain to Aunt Linear. Xiao Yangzi, don't cause any trouble. Aunt Lin anxiously grabbed the two of them as soon as she opened the car door. It's alright, Aunt Lin, I just wanted to make a fuss so they'd waive the bill. Su Zhengyang comforted them with a smile. Aunt Lin hadn't seen the group of people coming and going, so she didn't suspect anything and patted her chest in relief. Oh right, I have something important to tell you, I almost forgot, look at this. Zhang Yu seemed to suddenly remember something, slapped his forehead, took out his phone, scrolled through it a few times, and handed it to Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang glanced at it and immediately frowned. Zhang Yu showed him a news article. The article was about Tianyu Automobile, a local company. The article stated that Tianyu cars were experiencing widespread quality problems, condemning the company for shoddy workmanship and irresponsibility, and specifically alleging serious quality issues with a particular Tianyu model, hoping relevant departments would intervene and investigate. Tianyu Automobile was Chase Haihao's company. Last time I saw Chase Haihao, he seemed quite respectful of you, didn't he? Did you even give him a feng shui consultation? Su Zhengyang nodded. I was worried they might cause you trouble later, so I kept an eye on it. Tianyu Automobile is in trouble now. Zhang Yu said earnestly. What's wrong? Didn't Chase Haihao recently expand his brand beyond the province? Then, Huanan Automobile moved into Santai City, and their intentions are clearly hostile. I heard it's to consolidate Chase Haihao's company. Chase Haihao naturally disagreed, so Huanan Automobile cut off the engine supply to Tianyu, as Huanan has shares in that manufacturer. Now, Tianyu Automobile has neither its engine source nor its core technical staff and leadership. Huanan Automobile has poached most of them with high salaries. TNU is facing an unprecedented disaster. They won't blame you, will they? Zhang Yu asked with some worry. If Su Zhengyang gave them a feng shui consultation, and such a major problem still occurred afterward, then blaming Su Zhengyang would be understandable. Su Zhengyang frowned slightly and replied perfunctorily, "It's all right. When I looked at his feng shui, I mentioned he was facing a major calamity soon. He should be prepared." However, Su Zhengyang was puzzled. This had happened a while ago, so why hadn't Chase Haihao mentioned it to him? Was it because Dong Changming was helping him financially? After all, he had given Dong Changming a large sum of money. If that was the case, it wouldn't matter. But if not, then this Chase Haihao was quite interesting. How long did this guy plan to grit his teeth and endure it? Oh, it's good that it's not your business. This Chase Haihao has really had a tough time. Zhang Yu put away his phone and shook his head with a sigh. Su Zhengyang nodded as well. Chase Haihao's predecessor was a car mechanic. Later, he learned some car assembly and wanted to expand, but lacking capital, he started as a car dealership. Starting with sales, he gradually built his own Ford store and car dealership company. Then he applied for a license plate number and started manufacturing cars himself, establishing TNU Auto. He immediately set his sights on the pickup truck and SUV market. Abroad, most families might not own a sedan, but they can't live without a pickup truck. In China, many cities haven't even allowed pickup trucks to operate within their city limits, and he felt he could get ahead of the curve. Later, with the help of Chen Hahai, Dong Changming, and others, Chase Haihao gradually built up its business, at least securing a significant market share locally. He was both a car manufacturer and a dealer in his original field. This was already quite an achievement for a car company that started from scratch. Chase Haihao is currently working on expanding its local car business overseas, which naturally incurred the displeasure of larger companies. Unwilling to be acquired and integrated, they had to face suppression from others. Although Chase Haihao's company was doing well, it was still a young company with insufficient foundation. It hadn't mastered engine technology and couldn't manufacture it itself. Now, the engine project was shut down, key technical personnel had been poached, and the opposing media was creating public pressure, launching a full-scale crackdown on TNU Company. Since he knew it had nothing to do with Su Zhengyang, Zhang Yu was no longer worried. He had brought his mother over this time because he had used the money Su Zhengyang had previously repaid to buy a two-bedroom apartment, wanting to surprise his mother. Although it was a mortgage, he was already incredibly excited. Su Zhengyang joined the couple to share in the mother and daughter's joy before leaving. He already knew what Zhang Yu wanted to arrange. In the car, Su Zhengyang dialed Chen Chushan's number. "Hello, Mr. Su." Chen Chushan's voice was low. Su Zhengyang asked, "Where?" Chen Chushan hesitated for a moment before whispering, "He's chatting with someone." "Is it about Chase Haihao's company?" "Master Su, how did you know?" Chen Chushan was immediately surprised, then quickly explained. "Master Su, don't misunderstand, fourth brother didn't want us to tell you, afraid you'd think he wasn't capable enough and look down on him. We all told him you're not that kind of person. You definitely wouldn't blame him, but he didn't believe us." Su Zhengyang laughed and scolded. "Are you still trying to put me on the defensive?" Chen Chushan gave an awkward smile. "No, but fourth brother is really stressed out, and eldest brother is considering using some of the money you gave him to tide him over. He's also wondering whether to tell you about it. What do you think?" Su Zhengyang didn't mind Chen Chushan using his cleverness to subtly influence him, because he hadn't thought Chase Haihao was incompetent. On the contrary, he had high hopes for Chase Haihao's ability to build his business from scratch. Chen Chushan and his group also wanted to handle the matter themselves, as they genuinely didn't want Su Zhengyang to know. It would be best to resolve it quietly. Otherwise, if Su Zhengyang thought they were a bunch of useless people who couldn't do anything right, that would be disastrous. Now that Su Zhengyang knew, he had to ask for his opinion. "What are you doing now?" Su Zhengyang asked. "People from South China are coming to negotiate, and we're waiting. Give me the address, I'll go over." "Okay." Su Zhengyang hung up the phone. A message had already arrived on his phone, Junsheng Hotel. A dozen minutes later, Su Zhengyang arrived. He pushed open the conference room door. Chen Chushan, Chase Haihao, and Tang Ying were there. Upon seeing Su Zhengyang arrive, Chen Chushan quickly stood up, his legs no longer crossed. Qi Yunfei had already reported Su Zhenjiang's beating of young master son to him. Now, Chen Chushan wasn't afraid of anyone else, only Su Zhengyang. Chase Haihao, hands in his pockets, looked noticeably more haggard lately. Seeing Su Zhengyang enter, he respectfully bowed slightly in greeting. "I'm sorry, Master Su, I've disappointed you, but I believe I can handle this." Chase Haihao sighed. "Oh? How do you plan to solve it? Tell me." Su Zhengyang walked over with interest, pulled up a chair, and gestured for them to sit down. Chase Haihao fell silent. He had only made a statement, but didn't really have any good solutions. Currently, it seemed the only option was to look for other engines, but that possibility was extremely slim. There were only so many engine manufacturers in China, and most of them were independent brands. Moreover, Tianyu's vehicles were all SUVs and pickup trucks. Finding a new partner manufacturer in a short time wouldn't be easy, and they couldn't afford to delay much longer. Are they almost here? Su Zhengyang, seeing his anxious state, stopped teasing him and asked Chen Chusheng. They're here. Chen Chusheng gestured with his chin towards the door. Several people were walking into the conference room. The group consisted of 2 men and a woman. The man leading the group was a foreigner with blonde hair. The woman beside him appeared to be a secretary, tall and with long, flowing hair. There was also a man in black, seemingly a bodyguard. The foreigner, upon entering, immediately sensed Su Zhenjiang's nonchalant demeanor and sat down. He wasn't angry, he chuckled and pulled up a chair to sit down. The secretary, seeing the lack of enthusiasm in Su Zhengyang and his group's attitude, immediately turned cold. She said in a low voice, "Mr. Che, this is Mr. Jack Larry, the head of our South China Company's Yunhai region. Mr. Jack has decided to give your company another chance. Please be careful." Che's Haihao took a deep breath and remained silent. Su Zhengyang, however, sized up Jack, a hint of mockery in his deep blue eyes. It seemed that toying with a company that was no match for them was part of his enjoyment in Yunhai. Because the South China Company is a Sino-foreign joint venture, its core management is entirely composed of foreigners. Give us a chance? What do you mean? Su Zhengyang shrugged, asking questioningly. Seeing him speak, Jack and his group naturally knew that Su Zhengyang was the real boss. His secretary immediately explained. Agree to our acquisition conditions. It's that simple. What are the benefits? Su Zhengyang shrugged and asked. The secretary was taken aback. Benefits? The benefits, of course, are that we won't target you, we won't poach your people, we won't create public pressure. What else could it be? Of course, these things couldn't be said openly. The benefit is that you won't go bankrupt. The secretary said coldly, annoyed. Bankruptcy? Who told you we were going to go bankrupt? You think poaching some people from us, cutting off our engine, and then having someone write a few news articles will make us go bankrupt? A few dishes and you're this drunk? Su Zhengyang scoffed. Sir, I don't know what you're talking about. Jack shrugged. His Chinese was broken, but he had actually spent quite a bit of time in China. He could understand the language but couldn't speak it. He merely denied Su Zhenjiang's claim with a half-smile. They were both adults, they understood what was going on. He wouldn't admit it directly. Whether you know it or not doesn't matter. I just want to tell you, whatever moves you make, I can handle them. But what I make, you might not be able to handle. Su Zhenjiang's smile gradually faded. Jack's expression also darkened. The female secretary beside him was even more furious. Before Jack could say anything, she was already on edge. Who are you calling father? Mr. Jack is worth tens of millions. He's also the regional head of a Sino-foreign joint venture. Even Mayoress of Santai City would treat him with respect. Watch your mouth, you idiot. Chen Chusheng immediately stood up, leaned forward, pointed at the female secretary, and said with a sneer, "Say those last 2 words again, come on." Chen Chusheng already possessed a fierce aura, and his glare made the female secretary tremble in fear. Seeing that the bodyguards behind her remained unmoved, she could only bite her lip and glare fiercely at Su Zhengyang. The bodyguards were responsible for protecting Mr. Jack's safety, not for arguing on behalf of the female secretary. A net worth of tens of thousands? Ask any of these guys, aren't they all worth tens of thousands? Is tens of thousands so impressive? Su Zhengyang scoffed, pointing to the group behind him and asking the female secretary. But their status is different from yours. They're foreign executives. And they work for the South China Company. Do you understand the difference in status? This isn't something money can bridge. The secretary gave a mocking smile, her brows furrowed, even feeling that Su Zhengyang was embarrassing the Chinese in front of Jack. Clearly, Jack was pleased with this. What you said sounds ridiculous, do you know why? Su Zhengyang pointed at the female secretary. The secretary frowned and sneered. Ridiculous? Heh. She shook her head in disappointment, genuinely feeling that Su Zhengyang was embarrassing the Chinese. The reason you can spout such nonsense as money can't bridge the gap in status is because you don't have enough money, so your understanding is limited to that. Furthermore, your definition of social status is limited to yourself, you're too self-centered to see the bigger picture. Money can change many things. For example, since I have more money than you, I have the right to play along and show you what helplessness truly means. Su Zhengyang cracked his knuckles, then spread his hands with a nonchalant air. Ridiculous. Your company is practically bankrupt. And you're still spouting this nonsense? It's shameful. The female secretary sneered, gritting her teeth. At this moment, Jack began rattling off a string of English. The female secretary, after listening, smiled and translated for him. Sir, I don't know where you get your confidence from, but to be honest, I really admire the spirit of you Chinese people, the spirit of never giving up. Oh no, in your Chinese way it should be called, dying for face even at the cost of suffering. Clearly, Jack couldn't express this idiom or slang in English, it was mostly the secretary's subjective interpretation. You don't believe me? Su Zhengyang wasn't annoyed, asking calmly. I believe you. Just let us experience it quickly, don't just talk the talk, the secretary said sarcastically. At this moment, Jack interjected, and the secretary translated. Mr. Jack said he can't wait to fight you. Make him feel happy. Su Zhengyang stood up with a smile and walked straight out. If you're happy, then enjoy it. I don't like weak opponents. I'll have some fun with you. Chase Haihao, Chen Chesheng, and Tang Ying followed Su Zhengyang and strode away. The three of them hadn't expected the negotiations to turn out like this. This wasn't a negotiation, Su Zhengyang had come to declare war. More accurately, he had come to accept the challenge. Because South China had already declared war on them. After they left, Jack said meaningfully. Surely, you Chinese are really interesting, with a strange kind of self-confidence. Chen Shirley gave a wry smile and said obsequiously, I'm sorry, Mr. Jack, you must be embarrassed by this. I can't wait to see how he'll handle this. You overestimate them. They're just a bunch of bumpkins, completely unworthy to fight you. You know that. Chen Swilly smoothed her hair and gave a fawning smile. Meanwhile, Su Zhengyang had already led the three of them out of the restaurant. Chase Haihao, how much stock of cars and engines do you have left? After we handed over all our orders to the distributors, we basically have no inventory left, and we also have one order that we can't deliver, so we may have to default on the contract. I can't help it, Chase Haihao said with a hint of helplessness. It's all right. We'll fulfill all the orders that can be fulfilled, and for all the breached orders, we'll compensate according to the breach of contract. As for how much money you need, just get the money from Lin Yarong once you place an order. Su Zhengyang said magnanimously, waving his hand as he walked. The three men behind him exchanged a glance, each seeing a mixture of helplessness and relief in the other's eyes. What was a major problem for them, causing them to lose their appetite and need sleeping pills every night, was a trivial matter for Su Zhengyang. Then, what's our next step? Since they won't give us engines, we'll make our own. If we don't want to be controlled by anyone in the future, we'll make everything ourselves, not just engines, but all the parts that could potentially be monopolized. We'll make them ourselves. Su Zhengyang stopped and looked at the group. Chase Haihao blushed. He wanted to speak, but was too embarrassed. Building an engine was no simple matter. The automotive industry was a crucial indicator of a nation's industrial standards. Engine technology, being a core technology, was top secret. Tang Ying spoke for him. Professor Su, if we were to develop an engine ourselves, the development cycle would be extremely long, and it's a very long-term project. Who said we were going to develop it ourselves? Where did we buy engines from before? They already had the technology. Su Zhengyang said. But they might not sell, and Huan & Company still hold shares. Chase Haihao was being very polite. It wasn't that they might not sell, but that they definitely wouldn't. They hold shares, but not controlling shares. They've teamed up with Huan & Company to target us. I'm giving them face by paying to buy. If they don't sell, well, don't blame me for not giving them face. Su Zhengyang sneered, confident. We have more than just this problem now, Master Su. The public pressure is mounting. Should we make a response? Chen Chesheng also asked. He didn't know much about cars, but he understood entertainment trends. Su Zhengyang shook his head. No need. Let them do whatever they want. Don't worry about public opinion. As long as the engine is made, I'll handle it. Just arrange a meeting with the engine manufacturer's representative. I need to meet with him. Also, remember, all factory employees will receive their full salaries during their leave. Keep morale high. Also, find your most trusted elite technicians. You don't need many, just a few will suffice. Su Zhengyang instructed Chase Haihao as he walked towards his car, opening the door as he finished speaking. The three of them followed closely behind. Although Su Zhengyang's tone was quite confident, they felt a sense of reliability. It was as if Su Zhengyang possessed the ability to strategize and plan everything. They didn't need to worry too much, they just needed to do as he said. So Chase Haihao didn't say anything more, bowed, and nodded. The group then watched Su Zhengyang's car drive away. The three of them stood there for a long time. Chase Haihao murmured, should I transfer the company to Master Su's name first? Chen Chesheng rolled his eyes at him. Do you think Master Su would care about these things? Tang Ying said, whether Master Su cares or not is one thing, but your lack of attitude is another. Just know what to do. Chase Haihao nodded. Su Zhengyang returned to the Flying Eagle reconnaissance team base. Lin Yorong was wearing headphones, having a great time playing with a pile of equipment. Seeing Su Zhengyang arrive, she quickly took off her headphones and came over. Master Su, look, they bought so many new gadgets. Indeed, the room was filled with brand new equipment of all sizes, including a huge pile of packaging boxes. But to Su Zhenjiang's surprise, some of the equipment looked old. Most of them were high-tech electronic instruments, and there were even many things that looked like toys, toy cars, drones, and the like. However, Su Zhenjiang had never heard of most of the equipment. Meanwhile, Mu Sheng and the others were skillfully tinkering with it. On a table in the corner sat a black frame with 8 monitors mounted on it, and 2 large boxes containing the main unit were exposed. Mu Sheng walked over, slightly embarrassed, and gave Su Zhenjiang an awkward smile. "Boss, we spent quite a bit of money on these initial items." Su Zhenjiang was speechless. He pointed to the old equipment and said, "If you're afraid to spend money, you don't have to be this frugal. I told you long ago, we're not afraid to spend money. How could you buy second-hand equipment?" Su Zhenjiang knew he sounded like a nouveau riche, but there was nothing he could do, because he really was a nouveau riche. Besides, the Flying Eagle reconnaissance team was very useful to him, and they needed to help him investigate his mother's affairs. How could he settle for less? And most importantly, all the money they spent would be reimbursed by him, which would all be points. And this point system wouldn't deduct anything, you got back exactly what you spent. After all, he hadn't told them to maliciously farm points. "This, you've misunderstood, boss. This thing is the most expensive," Mu Sheng said, carefully holding the strange device up to Su Zhenjiang. "This is a signal mapping device. It can penetrate walls through signal fluctuations and accurately construct the internal structure of nearby buildings within 40 seconds. You don't find this kind of equipment on the ground. We bought it from the black market at a high price. There are probably no more than 4 in the entire Santai city." "That amazing?" Su Zhenjiang was also stunned. Good heavens, he had never even heard of this kind of cutting-edge technology. "It cost a whole $1.30. Mu Sheng said through gritted teeth. Su Zhenjiang's smile immediately turned awkward. He had been so excited for nothing. It only cost $1. This was incredibly disheartening. He thought it would cost $10 or $8. And this is the latest nanotechnology fluid listening device, colorless and invisible. It can permeate fibers and adhere to the skin within 7 minutes, but it's best to apply it to the scalp or soles of the feet for longer effects. 8 cents each. Mu Sheng gritted his teeth and said, clearly finding these things extremely expensive. Indeed, Su Zhenjiang couldn't even tell what material it was made of. It was just a small, transparent, soft, thin sheet. He really couldn't understand modern technology. How did this thing listen in? Only 8 cents? This thing seems quite commonly used. Shouldn't you get a whole case? Su Zhenjiang picked up the thin sheet and examined it, trying to entice him. Detected host attempting malicious manipulation to farm points. Please be mindful of your manners. The system warning sounded in his mind, and Su Zhenjiang rolled his eyes. Damn it, this kind of thing is indeed quite commonly used. What's wrong with that? I'll trick you. A whole case. Mu Sheng stammered. Why did he always feel like the shopkeeper had a grudge against money? This guy was ruthless with money. Did he feel uncomfortable if he didn't spend money? He was afraid of spending too much, so he specifically only bought 6, and even then, he was still worried. As a result, Su Zhenjiang asked him to bring a whole box. Su Zhenjiang handed the small software back to Mu Sheng and said, well, you'll be able to use this soon. I need you to come with me to meet someone in the next couple of days. Mu Sheng introduced Su Zhenjiang to a few more new gadgets. However, these were just auxiliary tools. The most important thing was the person operating them. Without the Flying Eagle reconnaissance team, these things were practically useless. Finally, Su Zhenjiang took the price list from Lin Yorong and glanced at it. 21.38 yuan. Not bad, that's probably all he could spend. True, the most expensive gadget was only a little over a yuan. How much more expensive could the others be? This whole room full of high-tech gadgets only cost 21 yuan in total. Before, 21 yuan would have been enough for Su Zhenjiang to order takeout, and just barely enough to cover delivery. After acknowledging their work, the system popped up. Congratulations on spending 21.38 yuan, gaining 2,138 points. Su Zhenjiang was very satisfied. This time, they didn't deduct his points. As Su Zhenjiang looked at the computer with interest, he vaguely heard Lin Yorong pull Mu Sheng aside and instruct him. Your department is extremely important to Master Su. Don't worry about the money, this amount is just a tiny fraction of what Master Su needs, but your role is crucial. Do you understand? Like that nano-listening device, can you grasp Master Su's meaning? Even if you're monitoring the same family, like the Zhao family, the more devices you place on someone in the Zhao family, the more angles you can gather information about them, because you never know which one will provide the most critical information, right? I know your brother's abilities. You said each of you could completely monitor 6 to 10 people. Even I, a non-professional, know this. Just the Zhao family alone has more than 6 key figures. How could you not think of that? And you only bought 6? Who are you planning to use them for? Are you trying to shirk your duties? Lin Yaorong scolded him impatiently. Su Zhengyang was immediately filled with admiration. Good. This girl really understands my thoughts. Putting aside the fact that she knows how much money I have, her perspective on this matter is completely Su Zhenjiang's. She's incredibly intelligent. I knew I hadn't misjudged her. No, it should be that Chen Hahai knows how to pick people. I feel that the Zhao family and the Lin family, those kinds of families, have very weak counterintelligence awareness, so they should be easy to break through, and I don't want to waste. Niu Sheng explained, scratching his head somewhat embarrassedly. You think it's just those 2 companies? You all need to start practicing properly now. If Master Su gives you a big task tomorrow, requiring you to thoroughly understand a business group, even if you're well trained, won't you become rusty after so long? Won't you struggle to adapt to the sudden surge in workload? You should secretly build up your strength now, sharpen your skills, so that when Master Su truly needs you for something important, you can excel and amaze him. Repay him. Right. Lin Yaorong waved her small fist and whispered. Su Zhengyang was getting a little excited. Goodness, was this girl involved in pyramid schemes before? Or was she involved in self-help? She's here to brainwash Niu Sheng. I understand. Niu Sheng nodded heavily. He had to admit he'd been a bit careless, assuming Su Zhenjiang's 2 tasks were easy, so they'd been somewhat lax. Being reprimanded like this by a clueless young woman, Niu Sheng felt deeply ashamed. First, she was Su Zhenjiang's personal assistant. Second, she was right. Okay, good. Make another list as soon as possible, buy extra of frequently used items, just in case. Lin Yaorong added. The 2 of them spoke very far from Su Zhengyang. An ordinary person couldn't hear them at all, but with Su Zhenjiang's hearing, if he wanted to concentrate, even a wall wouldn't be a problem. After speaking, Lin Yaorong happily ran to Su Zhengyang, like a kitten returning to its owner after playing. Su Zhengyang looked at her and couldn't help but pinch her cheek. The main reason was that Lin Yaorong's words had truly impressed Su Zhengyang. She wasn't exactly a confidant, but she was definitely someone who understood him deeply. Lin Yaorong, of course, didn't know that Su Zhengyang had overheard her words. She thought he was teasing her because he remembered how she had helped him with his business at the hotel in the county town that night. She blushed instantly. Su Zhengyang smiled. He had just bought a potion from the system's inventory management section. He currently had over 2,000 points. A potion for mastering theft only cost 300 points. Although it was a bit expensive, he needed it anyway, so it was worth it. Chao Yang. Su Zhengyang waved to Zhen Chaoyang, who was fiddling with equipment not far away. Zhen Chaoyang jogged over. Do you know how to steal? Su Zhengyang asked seriously. Steal? Oh, you mean modern teleportation technology. I don't know how. Zhen Chaoyang first corrected Su Zhenjiang's statement, then shook his head. Su Zhengyang was taken aback. They actually had a strong sense of justice. Here, drink this potion. Su Zhengyang took out a small bottle and handed it to him. It contained a watery liquid. Zhen Chaoyang didn't ask any questions and drank it down. They had agreed that Su Zhengyang saved Xiao Meng, so their lives belonged to him. This wasn't just empty talk. Su Zhengyang was also surprised. Goodness, he didn't even ask questions. The others also curiously gathered around. Since each person could only receive 2 types of potions, Su Zhengyang couldn't give everyone a bottle of all the potions. Each person would specialize in 2 areas, and everyone would work together. After drinking it, Zhen Chaoyang immediately closed his eyes, feeling a little dizzy. Lin Yaorong quickly pulled out a stool for him to sit down. Su Zhengyang gestured to the others not to rush. Zhen Chaoyang sat on the stool, shaking his head repeatedly. After a long while, he rubbed his head, fully regaining his senses, and let out a long sigh. He looked at Su Zhengyang with a look of horror. This is. What does it feel like? Su Zhengyang hadn't tried it either, so he was quite curious about its effects. I have some strange instincts in my mind. Zhen Chaoyang thought for a long time before coming up with this summary. A flood of thoughts inexplicably filled his mind, as if a new understanding had been unlocked. It was indescribable, but he suddenly understood so much. He slowly stood up, describing his experience as he paced back and forth among the group. I just felt dizzy, unable to think, and suddenly a lot of things flooded my mind, a lot about this. He spoke slowly, stopping after pacing back and forth once, and then opening his arms. In his hands were 2 wallets and 2 cell phones. Ha! Niu Sheng, Zhu Cheng, and the other 2 exclaimed in surprise, simultaneously reaching into their pockets. They were all horrified. The phones and wallets were theirs. Everyone's eyes had been on Zhen Chaoyang as he walked around. Although the wallets and phones were in their outer pockets, relatively easy places to steal them, but this happened in full view of everyone, and it was with highly vigilant experts like Niu Sheng and his group. Not to mention, they stole 4 items in just a few seconds. What the hell is this? Zhen Chaoyang has never practiced this kind of technique. Even Zhen Chaoyang himself was dumbfounded. As he said, it seemed more like an instinct. That's a mysterious, enhancing potion developed by my friend. I'll let you try it first, and later, when he develops others, I'll give them to the rest of you. Su Zhengyang misled the group. Biotechnology? Mu Sheng asked, his eyes shining. That's right. Su Zhengyang, taking advantage of the situation, chuckled and brushed it off. He then tested Zhen Sheyang's skills. This time, everyone was utterly astonished. Stealing from close quarters was a piece of cake. Su Zhengyang asked him, given the current state of the Zhao family, how long it would take to steal Zhao Xiaoman's personal phone. Zhen Chaoyang immediately provided a detailed and feasible theft plan. This plan was definitely not just theoretical, it was highly feasible. Of course, this was based on their surveillance, knowing when she ate, went to the bathroom, and rested. But if others thought about it, it probably wouldn't be that simple. Su Zhengyang no longer had any doubts. The next day, around 10 o'clock in the morning, Chase Haihao and the others arranged to meet the engine manufacturer. The other party requested a meeting place near their factory. When Su Zhengyang arrived with Mu Sheng, the other party was sitting imposingly at the other end of the conference table, just like how he had treated Jack the day before. Chase Haihao and the other man beside him gave him a wink, seemingly implying that the other party had no sincerity. But Su Zhengyang entered with a very warm laugh and walked towards the fat man negotiating with the other party. This fat man didn't have any bodyguards, only an assistant was sitting beside him. Su Zhengyang warmly extended his hand, saying, "This must be President Chen. Ha ha ha, a pleasure to meet you." President Chen was taken aback by Su Zhenjiang's enthusiasm and was momentarily stunned, awkwardly extending his hand to shake his. Su Zhengyang held his hand with his right, while his left hand subtly gripped his shoulder tightly. To President Chen, this gesture was merely a show of enthusiasm. "Oh, hee, this must be President Su. How dare I call myself president in front of you? Haha, we depend on you for our livelihood." Su Zhengyang very kindly pulled up a chair and sat down next to the fat man, speaking very intimately. This action stunned both Chase Haihao and Chen Chusheng. They exchanged a glance, completely bewildered by Su Zhenjiang's behavior. Yesterday he dared to confront Jack, but today he was being so obsequious to this guy? This was illogical. Hearing Su Zhengyang get straight to the point, the fat man smiled indifferently, glanced at him, and didn't reply. "Mr. Chen, I'm straightforward, so I won't beat around the bush. I want to buy your engine manufacturing technology. Name your price." Su Zhengyang wasn't annoyed, and crossed his legs, speaking directly. "Buy technology?" The fat man's eyes widened, then he laughed heartily, shaking his head with a hint of disdain. "I've found an engine manufacturer that fits our needs, it's just a matter of time. I have enough money, I'm just too lazy to look for one, after all, I don't have much time." Su Zhengyang flicked his nails as he spoke. There's an even simpler way. You accept the acquisition from South China, and everything will be solved, right?" The fat man chuckled, spreading his hands. 3,000 yuan. Su Zhengyang stated directly. "Quality determines price." Su Zhengyang had already had Chase Haihao inquire. The technology value of a comparable engine was already quite high at 2,500 yuan. The fat man's smile vanished instantly, and he glared at Su Zhengyang. Sorry, money doesn't work with me." 4,000. Su Zhengyang interrupted before he could finish. "No matter how much you offer, it's useless. Do you think I've never seen money before? You'd better accept Huanan's terms." Although his refusal was stern, the fat man's heart was bleeding. This was already double the normal value. Unfortunately, he couldn't afford to offend Huanan, this bigwig. 6,000. Su Zhengyang offered another price that made his heart stop. The fat man swallowed hard, his hands already gripping the seat. However, he ultimately gritted his teeth and refused. But if Su Zhengyang dared to raise it another 2,000, he would agree no matter what. What a load of crap, Huanan. Sigh, that's a pity. We could have made a fortune together. Goodbye. Su Zhengyang sighed, straightened his clothes, gave the fat man a helpless smile, and got up to leave. Chase Haihao and his group followed behind, completely bewildered. Mu Sheng stayed close to Su Zhengyang. To make things easier, both he and Su Zhengyang had prepared a fluid tracker, ready for whoever had the chance to use it. Unexpectedly, Su Zhengyang used it on the fat man the moment he entered, so Mu Sheng's tracker remained unused. The fat man sat there stunned for a long time. He was starting to regret it. Damn it, thinking about it, 6,000 was worth it. He could just sell it privately, and if Huanan asked, he could just deny it. Even if he fell out with Huanan, it didn't matter. That was 6,000 in cash. The fat man slammed his fist on the table and said to his assistant, "Keep your ears open. If they find out anything about other manufacturers, tell me immediately." "Yes, sir." If it was really as Su Zhengyang said, and they were buying from other markets at this price, it would be too cheap for others, and he would probably have to beat them to it. After Su Zhengyang and the others left, he looked at Chase Haihao and said with a smile, "You guessed right, they really wouldn't sell. They won't easily offend the South China Group. If they won't sell, then they shouldn't sell. Find some other engine manufacturers these next few days. No need for a meeting, just find out who's in charge, then give that information to Mu Sheng. Then we'll start working on the engine manufacturing workshop, first get the assembly line up and running." Su Zhengyang said nonchalantly, as if he hadn't come with the intention of closing a deal. His next words only added to Chase Haihao's confusion. Okay. Although Chase Haihao was full of questions, he didn't ask further and simply agreed. Su Zhengyang didn't have time to explain much. They'd find out what was going on after they met Mu Sheng. Su Zhengyang then got into his car, intending to visit Changbeira. He'd heard the restaurant sign was finished today, and they could have a trial opening in 2 days. Eat to lose weight. Those 3 big characters were the ridiculous name Changbao had come up with. Su Zhengyang stared at it with a dark expression, especially the 4 smaller characters at the end, healthy restaurant. She even added a relief sculpture clearly an anteater. As a grown man, Su Zhengyang really didn't find the name appealing, but Lin Yarong's eyes lit up when she saw the sign. "What are you doing?" Su Zhengyang asked, somewhat puzzled. He wanted to know what Lin Yarong had seen. "Nothing, I just wanted some salad." "Then you've come to the wrong place. She doesn't make normal healthy meals, like salads or chicken breast that's just randomly thrown together. She makes something like a fusion of Chinese and Western cuisine. It's kind of like, well, you'll have to try it yourself later." Su Zhengyang trailed off, unsure how to continue. After all, he wasn't a professional. But this piqued Lin Yarong's interest greatly. The shop wasn't open yet. Su Zhengyang sent her a message. She was out running errands and asked them to wait, saying she'd be right back. Su Zhengyang hadn't asked for the restaurant keys, so the two chatted on the steps while they waited. Just then, a BMW Mini pulled up a short distance away. A man and a woman, both dressed fashionably, got out of the car. A white Pomeranian jumped out of the back seat, bouncing around excitedly. After getting out, the man took out his phone, held it up in a selfie pose, and said into the camera, "Hello, fans. Yo-Yo and I have arrived at Baikan Park." The girl behind him also leaned into the camera and waved. "This healthy restaurant behind us is opening in a couple of days, and they invited the 2 of us to do a review. I heard they're really going all out with this, full of innovative ideas, but we'll have to try it to see for ourselves. Friends, stay tuned." After recording, he hung up the phone, and the fake smiles on both of their faces immediately disappeared. The woman took out some chewing gum and started crunching it. Su Zhengyang and Lin Yorong exchanged a glance. It seemed these were internet celebrities Chang Baila had hired to promote the restaurant. "I know both of them. They're 2 relatively influential food influencers in the area, with quite a few followers on Quaidu. The guy's name is Yang Yang, and he has over 400,000 followers. The woman's name is Yo-Yo, and she has nearly 600,000 followers. And they both do local food vlogs, so most of their followers are local." Su Zhengyang nodded. In this day and age, hiring people to hand out flyers and run ads for a new store opening is no longer effective. The most efficient way is to hire a spokesperson. As long as there's traffic, there's popularity. And internet celebrities are undoubtedly the group with the most traffic. Of course, the question of whether the food is good or not, as they mentioned earlier, depends on how well the advertising fees are paid. If they're paid well, it's delicious. If they're not, then who knows what they might say. The man also took out a cigarette, lit it, and then casually tossed the empty pack into the roadside greenery. There was a trash can just a few steps ahead. Su Zhengyang frowned slightly. This internet celebrity's manners were questionable. Just then, a heavily pregnant woman walked by, leading a little girl. The mother and daughter chatted and laughed, strolling in the sunshine, breathing in the fresh air, as they walked into the park. At that moment, the internet celebrity's white Pomeranian dog had just finished relieving itself by the bushes. Seeing the little girl, it immediately ran towards her, emerging from behind her and circling around to her feet. The little girl, startled by the furry thing brushing against her, screamed. Before she screamed, everything was fine, but her scream caused the Pomeranian to bark fiercely at her. The little girl burst into tears, and the pregnant mother quickly pulled her behind her, shooing the Pomeranian away and shouting in panic, "Go away, go away. Whose dog is this? Is anyone going to do anything about it?" The girl, hiding behind her mother, tugged at her clothes, trying to pull her away. Everything happened quickly. Just as the pregnant mother was about to turn and run away with her daughter, the Pomeranian lunged forward and bit the girl's calf, tearing at it violently. A scream rang out, and the little girl fell to the ground. The pregnant mother panicked and kicked the Pomeranian. At this moment, the internet celebrity finally ran over. She yelled angrily, "Fuck you. What the hell are you kicking me for? Then she shoved the pregnant woman aside, rushed over, and hugged her Pomeranian, coaxing her in a childlike tone. Oh, Yaya, don't be angry, let go quickly, quick, be good. While speaking, she ignored the girl's cries and forcefully pulled the dog down. The Pomeranian, however, bared its teeth and held on tightly, growling fiercely, refusing to let go. At this point, the pregnant woman became impatient and reached out to twist the dog's ear. The Pomeranian cried out in pain, then bit the pregnant woman's hand, releasing the girl's leg, which was already covered in blood. Seeing her twist her dog's ear, Yo-Yo's eyes widened, and she kicked the pregnant woman in the stomach. The pregnant woman was at least 6 or 7 months pregnant. She was actually kicked to the ground. The girl, ignoring the blood streaming down her leg, rushed to help her mother. Why the hell did you twist its ear? Are you crazy? You idiot! Yo-Yo, holding the dog, pointed at the woman and yelled. The fox terrier, emboldened by its owner, bared even louder, spitting and baring its fangs, looking extremely ferocious. All of this happened in a flash. By the time Su Zhengyang and his companion noticed and got out of the car, the pregnant woman had already been kicked to the ground. The pregnant woman first clutched her stomach, then frantically checked the girl's leg. Enraged, she shouted at Yo-Yo. Your dog wasn't on a leash and bit someone, and you still have the nerve to complain. My daughter was bitten. How could you watch your dog like that? And you dare hit someone? She was utterly incredulous. She was pregnant. Since the day she became pregnant, everyone around her had warned her to be careful. I may not be particularly valuable, but I shouldn't be treated like this. Doesn't this person have any sense of public morality? So what if she bit you? Are you blind? Didn't you see your child yell first? If she hadn't yelled, would my Yaya have bitten her? Ha! What the hell are you yelling about? Yo-Yo spat her chewing gum on the ground with a puff, cursing loudly, the last sentence aimed at the crying little girl. Fine, I'll call the police. The woman felt a sharp pain in her stomach from anger. She knew she couldn't argue with the girl anymore, or something serious might happen. She nodded firmly. She was going to call the police today, no matter what, to teach this woman a lesson. But just as she took out her phone, the girl kicked it away with a thud, and the phone shattered on the steps. What the hell are you complaining about? All you want is money. If I bit you, just go get vaccinated, that's all. I'll compensate you. 3 cents. That's enough. And your crappy Hanwei phone too. $1 for you, now get lost. You rude thing. Yo-Yo cursed fiercely, pulling a wad of cash from her purse, all large bills, and slamming it onto the pregnant woman's face. You. The pregnant woman clutched her stomach in pain, her face contorted with rage. What? Trying to extort me? Yo-Yo frowned, looking at the pregnant woman with a cold smile. The man behind her impatiently tossed away his cigarette butt and shouted at Yo-Yo. All right, stop causing trouble and get out of here. It was a little past 10 in the morning, and there were few people around, most just watching from a distance. Yo-Yo probably wanted to avoid trouble if there were too many people. Yo-Yo spat again before picking up the dog and preparing to get into the car. No, you can't leave. The pregnant woman struggled to her feet, ignoring the money on the ground. She didn't want money. She wanted an explanation. She could postpone her daughter's vaccination. She wanted to know why they could be so heartless, bullying a little girl and a pregnant woman. Seeing her struggle to get up, the two men quickened their pace. As long as they run fast, there'll be no way to prove anything here, and we won't be able to find them. Damn it, what a mess, Yo-Yo muttered before getting into the car. But just as she was about to close the door, she felt her hair being grabbed, and then a tremendous force pulled her out of the car. She screamed and fell to the ground. Looking up, she saw a very handsome man scrutinizing her with razor-sharp eyes. Who are you? Looking for trouble? Yo-Yo immediately got out of the car and shouted at Su Zhengyang. By this time, Lin Yorong had already helped the pregnant woman and the little girl up, repeatedly confirming that the pregnant woman's stomach was all right before she felt relieved. That situation was far too dangerous. The pregnant woman and the little girl quickly walked over. You want to meddle in other people's business? Yo-Yo yelled at Su Zhengyang again. Su Zhengyang glared at him and said coldly, Yes, I just want to meddle, is there a problem? Do you know who I am? Yang said coldly, A little internet celebrity with over 400,000 followers, and you're an idiot? Don't know who you are? Going around asking people on the street? Oh wait, did I misunderstand? You don't think you're so great that you can intimidate me just by saying your name, do you? Oh, do you need my cooperation? Su Zhengyang chuckled and asked, frowning, You son of a bitch. Yang was instantly both ashamed and angry. Angry that the other party dared to disregard him, and ashamed that the other party didn't take him seriously either. 400,000 followers, that's pretty good in this area, especially since he does food vlogs, something very down to earth that can directly drive traffic, not those funny skits or product promotions. Fine, I'll make you famous. I'll make you a star, you'll definitely have more fans than me. Yang Yang angrily pulled out his phone, ready to expose Su Zhangyang. But the moment he took out his phone, Su Zhangyang slapped it away, sending it flying and smashing it to pieces on the steps. Then, Su Zhangyang saw that Yo-Yo had also just taken out her phone, clearly about to make a call or something, and with lightning speed, he snatched it away. You dare! My phone is the latest ping in 7x, only 1.2 cents. If you dare to smash it. Yo-Yo was instantly terrified. This phone was brand new, and it contained many important things. Su Zhangyang waited until she was halfway through her sentence, then with one hand, he crushed the phone into pieces with a cracking sound, and then smashed it against Yo-Yo's face with a loud smack. A phone hitting your face is different from money, this thing has weight, and it's all glass. Instantly, it left several cuts on her face. Yo-Yo was both angry and in pain. She threw the fox terrier to the ground and then touched the blood on her face. She was screaming and jumping up and down in anger, wishing she could stab Su Zhangyang to death right then and there. Su Zhangyang dared to grab her hair, pull her out, kick her to the ground, and then dared to crush her phone and smash it against her face. This already made her feel like she was about to vomit blood. She was about to explode with rage. But what happened next completely shattered her. The moment the Pomeranian landed, it barked wildly and lunged at Su Zhangyang, whether out of protectiveness or sheer arrogance, it was hard to tell. In any case, it leaped up and aimed directly at Su Zhangyang's thigh. Su Zhangyang, however, moved with lightning speed. He reached down and grabbed the Pomeranian by the neck, lifting it high and slamming it down onto the hood of the BMW Mini. Bang! A deafening crash, the force-piercing steel, dented the entire hood of the Mini. The Pomeranian immediately went still. While Su Zhangyang wasn't an extreme dog hater, he was neutral, even quite fond of small animals. This was the treatment dogs like this, prone to biting at the slightest provocation, received in the countryside. From the very first time it opened its mouth to bite, it should have been killed on the spot, every single one, regardless of size. This whole ordeal left even the pregnant woman who had come over to confront Yo-Yo and Yang Yang speechless with fear. She was a little confused about who the bully was. Yo-Yo was completely dumbfounded. Beating her and smashing her phone were still within her acceptable range. She dared to cause trouble with those. But throwing her dog on the computer case and damaging her car, she finally realized she was in deep trouble. Mainly, she had never seen anything like this before. It was terrifying. Do you have a mother? Su Zhangyang calmed himself down and asked Yo-Yo. Yo-Yo and Yang Yang were already stunned and dared not speak. If you have a mother, kneel down and kowtow to her and her daughter to admit your mistake, then take out 2 cents and get out of here. Otherwise, I'll make you two know what it means to regret it for the rest of your lives. Su Zhangyang stepped aside and pointed at the pregnant woman. Although the pregnant woman was frightened by Su Zhangyang, she felt much better. She felt she had vented her anger, and her stomach felt much more comfortable. Now, she was hesitant to pursue the matter further. She was afraid of escalating the situation and causing trouble for Su Zhangyang. Who was this Yang Yang? A social media influencer with over 400,000 followers? Now, a growing crowd of onlookers and whispers were forming. How could she possibly do such a thing? Pay up, but kneeling is out of the question. Yo-Yo said coldly. Fine, so you're planning to experience what it means to regret it for life? Good choice, then just pay up. Su Zhangyang chuckled and gestured for her to proceed. Yo-Yo glared at Su Zhangyang. She ignored his threats, but it seemed she had to pay now, otherwise, even if they called the police, they wouldn't benefit. After all, it was her dog that bit first. She angrily pulled out her purse, took out 2 wads of cash, and handed them to the pregnant woman. Su Zhangyang looked at the pregnant woman. If you're alright, go get vaccinated first. This dog might be sick. Rabies is extremely rare in healthy dogs, but the chances of a rabid or sick dog transmitting the disease increased dramatically. The pregnant woman wasn't after money, she just wanted an explanation. Su Zhangyang had killed the dog and seemed determined to fight the 2 men. She wasn't just after an explanation, she was practically begging for her money back. So she thanked Su Zhangyang repeatedly. I'll take you there, Lin Yarong said, then picked up the little girl and put her in the car. The pregnant woman thanked her again and got into the Raptor with Lin Yarong, which then sped away. Only the onlookers and Su Zhangyang, the 3 parties involved, remained at the scene. What do you want? Everything's settled, what more do you want? Yo-Yo was incredibly annoyed that Su Zhangyang was still glaring at her. Why was Su Zhangyang picking on her? She was in a perfectly good mood today. Just then, Chang Bela ran over quickly. What happened? What's wrong? Seeing the chaos at the entrance and Su Zhangyang standing in the middle, Chang Bela knew something was wrong and rushed over. Upon getting closer, she saw the dead dog on the hood of the car. She gasped in shock. She went straight to Su Zhangyang and asked, "Hey, what's wrong with you, freeloader?" Freeloader was one of her nicknames for Su Zhangyang, but when they saw that Chang Bela knew Su Zhangyang, Yo-Yo and Yang Yang perked up. You know him? Yang Yang sneered. He's the real owner of this restaurant. What are you doing? Seeing the blood on Yo-Yo's face, Chang Baila guessed what had happened. Yo-Yo and Yang Yang immediately laughed mockingly, their arrogance growing stronger. As if they had already turned the tables and reversed the situation. Nothing's wrong. Humph. Your boss is making me kneel down and kowtow to someone to apologize. Yo-Yo roared angrily. I'm fucking speechless. I thought you were some big shot. The owner of this shop, right? I'm laughing my head off. You idiot, aren't you? Didn't expect you'd offended someone you couldn't afford to offend. Yo-Yo seemed to have finally grasped Su Zhenjiang's Achilles heel. In his view, Chang Baila's restaurant was about to open, and they'd hired these two internet celebrities to do reviews and help attract customers. And what happened? The other owner had actually gone to such lengths to offend them. This was a perfect opportunity to slap them in the face. They could brag about it to their friends for ages. You guys. Su Zhengyang smiled faintly and addressed the two. But before he could finish speaking, Yo-Yo abruptly waved her hand, interrupting him. You hired these two to advertise for our store? Su Zhengyang looked at Chang Baila with a half-smile. Chang Baila's heart pounded. She didn't know what was going on, but she could tell that Su Zhengyang had definitely clashed with them. She didn't know how to explain. Advertise? Heh, you'll be closing down soon. Yo-Yo jumped up as if its tail had been stepped on. It could finally retaliate. Su Zhengyang was practically in their hands. Want to advertise? That's ridiculous. I'll ruin your reputation, or I'm not a Chang. Yo-Yo roared angrily. Su Zhengyang completely ignored them and instead addressed Chang Baila. Did I give you enough money to hire influencers with over 1 million followers? You hired two like this, with only 400,000 to 500,000 followers. You call them influencers. Look at their behavior. And with their character, they unleashed their dogs on someone and then dared to kick a pregnant woman to the ground. Do they even deserve to be called influencers? Su Zhengyang continued to question them. Chang Baila's expression changed drastically at the end. What? Kicked a pregnant woman to the ground? What's going on? She was just afraid Su Zhengyang would accuse her of wasting money, but the new restaurant, in such a remote location, needed some promotion, so she hired two small-time bloggers. She hadn't expected them to be like this. It was indeed her oversight not to do her research beforehand. Yang Yang and Yo-Yo were seething with anger after hearing Su Zhenjiang's words. Good. What a show-off. Looking down on us, huh? Good. Yang Yang nodded repeatedly with a cold laugh. His expression screamed, just wait and see how I destroy you. I called you trash. What, you disagree? Su Zhengyang looked at him and asked with a cold smile. You two pieces of trash aren't even worthy of licking shoes in front of my restaurant. You want to give us a review? How many dishes did you eat to get this drunk? Heh, very well. You're so capable, let us leave if you dare, and see if your restaurant can even stay open. Yo-Yo said coldly. Judging from Su Zhenjiang's skills just now, they absolutely couldn't afford to suffer a loss today. Their phones were smashed, and now they couldn't ask for help. They couldn't even call the police, and they couldn't even do that. They could only handle this after they got back. You can get out now. Su Zhengyang smiled slightly and gestured for them to leave. Yo-Yo roughly pulled the fox terrier's corpse out of the car and threw it inside, giving Su Zhengyang a vicious look. You're dead, she said fiercely before getting into the car. Watching them leave, the onlookers quickly dispersed. There weren't many people around to begin with, and those who had seen the fight kept their distance, so they hadn't really seen what happened, they were just there for the spectacle. After they left, Chang Baila anxiously asked what had happened. Su Zhengyang explained the situation, and Chang Baila immediately jumped up and down in anger, cursing the two men for being such scoundrels. You just let them go like that? You should have called the police. Exposed them, Chang Baila said indignantly. Calling the police? That would be too easy on them. Exposing them now will definitely get them hidden by the platform. The matter will be suppressed, and they won't be able to cause much of a stir. That wouldn't be fun. I said I'd make them regret it for the rest of their lives. A person should keep their promises. Su Zhengyang said with a knowing, wicked smile. All you ever do is play around. Sung Baila punched him playfully, then glared at him, looking aggrieved. What about our shop? Just keep it open. You've got another bad idea. How about we switch to offline advertising? I'll print some flyers? That's so low class. Ha! Are we really going to hire an influencer with over 1 million followers? I already have allergies. Sung Baila pouted. She really wasn't good at these things, and today's events had left her somewhat discouraged. I think your little brain is completely fried. Don't you have a super popular influencer right next to you? Su Zhengyang pushed her head with his finger, annoyed. Sung Baila was startled, looking at Su Zhengyang and asking, You, Tang Ying. Su Zhengyang bluntly pointed it out. This silly girl was too slow to react. The Queen of Fashion in Santai isn't just a nickname, she's a regular on the covers of fashion magazines in the province, and I've heard she's quite well known in the industry. Ha! Sister Tang? As far as I know, Sister Tang doesn't do short video accounts. Won't people think being an internet celebrity is beneath her? If we specifically ask her to create an account for us as shills, would Sister Tang agree? No way, no way. Chang Baila immediately shook her head like a rattledrum. Although she had seen how obedient Tang Ying was to Su Zhengyang, she absolutely couldn't let Su Zhengyang force her to do that. Su Zhengyang rolled his eyes helplessly. Think about it again. Ha! Think again? Chang Baila saw Su Zhengyang looking at her like she was an idiot, and she immediately started racking her brains. After a long while, she suddenly jumped up and slapped Su Zhengyang, excitedly saying, I know! We can start our own short video account. Then we can invite Sister Tang and the others over for dinner, right? Su Zhengyang smiled and said, sure. He deliberately dragged out those two words. Chang Baila playfully punched him, knowing that was exactly what Su Zhengyang meant. He was just teasing her for being slow to react. Su Zhengyang continued, not only Tang Ying, but also Chen Hahai and Chen Chusheng, you can contact them all. Chen Chusheng owns an entertainment company with countless internet celebrities and stars under his wing. Isn't that enough for you? While they might not be top tier, they have at least a few second or third tier stars with hundreds of millions of followers. Just have them check in at the restaurant whenever they have time. And Daogua, the platform that competes with Quaidu, is Chen Chusheng's short video platform. While its user base isn't as large as Quaidu's right now, it's on the rise. I've looked at the feng shui for them, they'll be popular sooner or later. You can mainly promote on that platform. Su Zhengyang spoke earnestly, making Chang Baila blush. Tang Ying had introduced her to Chen Hahai and Chen Chusheng, but they weren't close. Su Zhengyang understood his relationships with these people, but Chang Baila didn't. After all, Su Zhengyang was just a feng shui master. How could she have known his words carried so much weight? Tell me, do you think I'm some kind of idiot? Sung Bora grabbed Su Zhenjiang's neck with her hand, seemingly threatening him. Be confident, and remove the idiot part. The two online celebrities remained relatively calm, not immediately launching a revenge attack upon returning home. They clearly planned to wait until Su Zhenjiang's restaurant opened before crushing them. Chang Baila followed Su Zhenjiang's instructions and opened the restaurant normally. There were 6 people in the kitchen. Chang Baila planned to adjust the staff based on the business situation. The head chef of the Anteater restaurant was a capable 35-year-old woman. This woman was extremely organized and efficient. Most importantly, she had never made dishes like the ones Chang Baila requested before, yet they clicked instantly. Her years of culinary experience combined with Chang Baila's novel dishes created a unique synergy between them. They felt like they had known each other for a long time. If she hadn't just been fired from her previous restaurant for refusing a male boss's advances, Chang Baila wouldn't have discovered this gem. Besides the kitchen staff, the front desk and waitresses were mostly girls. On the first day of its soft opening, Chang Baila didn't bring Tang Ying along, nor did she even notify them, knowing full well that the two internet celebrities would definitely cause trouble. Even though she tried to keep the soft opening extremely low-key, they still came. Because there hadn't been much advertising, the restaurant was somewhat deserted in the morning. However, it was a common route to the park, and many young people noticed the new restaurant had opened. Many girls planned to try it at lunchtime. Before lunchtime, there were only a few scattered tables of customers in the morning. Upon entering, they were immediately attracted by the novel dishes. Although the prices were a bit high, they were perfectly acceptable for young men and women who appreciated refined and healthy food. After their meal, they raved about the dishes. Some even immediately took out their phones to contact friends, while others couldn't wait to post about it on social media. One customer even lavished praise on Chang Baila, exclaiming exaggeratedly, "Even the 2 Michelin stars I've been to aren't this good." By noon, besides those with friends and family, young people returning from the park also entered the restaurant. Some sat upstairs, immediately noting the comfortable environment. The glass-bottled flowers and unique passageways were both beautiful and novel. 11:30 a.m. The 2 figures Chang Baila had been anxiously anticipating finally appeared. Yang and Yo-Yo walked straight into the restaurant, selfie sticks held high, chatting as they entered. Chang Baila had no way to kick them out. Besides, Su Zhengyang had told her not to. Since they were there, let them have their fun. Su Zhengyang wasn't even at the restaurant today. Fans, we've arrived at the restaurant now. As you can see, the decor is quite stylish, and the ambience looks nice. I wonder what the food is like. Let's go check it out together. Yo-Yo's face was covered in gauze, from the scratches Su Zhengyang had caused by dropping her phone. The two walked in with friendly expressions. Sung Bora hadn't instructed the waiters, and the waiters, unaware that these two were there to cause trouble, naturally greeted them warmly and led them to a table on the first floor. The 2 women sat down at a table, each fixing their devices to take panoramic selfies of their table. They chatted as usual, then opened the menu and ordered. The whole process followed their usual livestream routine, with them occasionally offering superficial compliments about the restaurant's details. Shortly, a large table of food arrived. While the dishes were exquisite and expensive, they weren't like Michelin-starred restaurants, where caviar was served in tiny spoons. The portions were all normal. Here, 3 or 4 dishes would be more than enough for 2 people. Of course, if you prefer to try different flavors and order more dishes, that's your choice. They ordered 6 dishes. Then, the 2 women began their pretentious performance. Oh, these beef and mushroom meatballs look so cute, and they smell so good. Yo-Yo pretended to admire them, picking up a meatball and praising it before turning to the camera. But it seems like they used artificial flavoring. Let me try some. She took a big bite, her face immediately changing. She looked around, then grabbed a napkin and spat it out, sticking out her tongue and shaking her head, muttering, "My God, this is definitely artificial flavoring. It looks good, but I know this smell too well. It smells like roadside roast duck, so fragrant it's greasy, ugh." Yang immediately chimed in. "Really? It looks pretty good." He picked up a piece, put it in his mouth, then frowned and smiled. "Can I take back what I just said?" The two then laughed at each other, joking around in the live stream to lighten the mood before continuing their review. Using the same method, the two thoroughly criticized all the dishes. In short, it was terrible. Yo-Yo felt nauseous after eating. She even found a hair she had hidden in a dish and made a shushing gesture in front of the camera, as if she was afraid to offend the owner and therefore didn't dare to speak out directly. The live stream ended with a barrage of criticism. "Damn, I passed by here yesterday, and I was thinking of trying it when it opened, but I've lost interest. It looks disgusting. What kind of restaurant dares to call itself healthy food? There are so many restaurants using the guise of healthy food these days, just gimmicks to make easy money. None of them use any real ingredients. Boycott them." However, the customers at the surrounding tables vaguely knew that 2 streamers were broadcasting at this table, and some were whispering among themselves, but when they heard them talking, they were immediately puzzled. They had just eaten here, and the food was excellent. It might be the best restaurant they had ever been to. Yo-Yo whispered into the live stream, "I can't take it anymore, fans. I can't keep up the act. I'll return the advertising fee the restaurant owner paid me in full. I'd rather not earn this money than say a single word promoting them. I can't let my fans be fooled," she said indignantly. Sung Baela, listening nearby, was practically slamming her fist on the table. When the hell did I ever pay them for advertising? Just when Sung Baela thought their methods were nothing more than this, Yo-Yo suddenly frowned and exclaimed, "Ah." Yang quickly asked, "Yo-Yo, what's wrong? My stomach hurts." "Ah, it must be that mushroom from earlier. Ouch, it hurts." Yo-Yo immediately clutched her stomach and rolled around in her seat, causing the live stream to shake violently, adding to the realism. "Food poisoning. You have food poisoning. Sorry, fans, Yo-Yo has food poisoning. I have to stop the broadcast and call an ambulance." He hurriedly took off his phone and dialed an ambulance. Sung Bora and the waiters also rushed over, and the restaurant suddenly became chaotic. Yo-Yo was rolling around on the floor clutching her stomach, making the live stream chat almost explode. Many fans started criticizing the Shi Shao restaurant, and some even clipped the scene and posted it on Quaidu. In the chaos, Yang, seemingly annoyed by the slow ambulance, shouted, "Everyone, help me lift her into my car. I'm taking her to the hospital." Yang yelled loudly, as if afraid the customers on the second floor wouldn't hear him. A waiter came to help, but Yang shoved him aside, yelling, "Get out of here. This unscrupulous restaurant. What kind of rubbish healthy food is this? It'll kill people." Cheng Baela winked at the waiter, signaling her to ignore it. She followed Su Zhenjiang's instructions without arguing or contradicting him. 2 helpful customers helped lift Yo-Yo into the car. Yang then pointed Yo-Yo's phone at the "Eat to Lose Weight" restaurant sign, shouting and cursing a few more times. The gist of it was that he wanted to record evidence so they would definitely come back to hold them accountable. Then he quickly got into the car and drove away. Cheng Baela hurriedly tried to calm the other diners down. "I'm so sorry, those 2 internet celebrities had a past conflict with us and deliberately framed us. Our ingredients are absolutely fine, please feel free to eat." However, her words left everyone skeptical. Some had already finished eating and were fine, seemingly guessing what had happened. Others hadn't eaten yet and, out of caution, dared not. Sung Bora had no choice but to offer free meals and apologize to everyone individually. The incident escalated rapidly. It quickly became a trending topic on the Kawaii-do local channel. Food blogger Yo-Yo suffered food poisoning during a review. Which unscrupulous restaurant was responsible? Clicking on the link led to numerous videos, the most viewed being one from Yo-Yo's own video. The second most viewed video was from Yang's livestream perspective. Especially the scene from Yo-Yo's perspective where the screen shook violently as she struggled, instantly resonated with her fans. This actually boosted their popularity significantly. Yo-Yo's later statement, "I'm going to refund all the advertising fees to the boss, I'd rather not earn that money than tell a lie," immediately garnered widespread support and likes from netizens. This unexpectedly thrust the Shi Shao restaurant into the spotlight. Sung Baila, in particular, felt immense pressure and didn't dare open the restaurant the next day. The chefs and waiters worked their first day and were given the next day off. And by the next day, the story's popularity had skyrocketed, extending beyond the platform's online community. Several local news outlets rushed to report on it, and even newspapers got involved. Riding on this wave of attention, even the regional head of Quaidu was alarmed. Quaidu's local operations department issued a statement online. They vowed to thoroughly investigate this matter, protect the legitimate rights and interests of the platform's creators and fans, and bring the Shi Shao restaurant's illegal and irregular activities to the bottom of the matter. The Eat to Lose Weight restaurant suddenly became famous. People from all over the city, whether they were following the story, traveled long distances to see it. Various media outlets and tabloids staked out the restaurant, secretly filming and monitoring the situation. In no time, a food poisoning incident involving a mukbang streamer became the biggest gossip in the area. Yang and Yo-Yo were overjoyed. Finally, they had redeemed themselves. Su Zhengyang, weren't you supposed to be so awesome? They both desperately wanted to run up to Su Zhengyang and burst into laughter. Inside an office, a man in a suit sat opposite Yang and Yo-Yo. He looked at them with satisfaction. "All right, that's settled then. Wait for my news. I'll arrange for a lawyer to contact you. Provide the lawyer with your evidence. Let's try to win this case decisively. You two might even get over 1 million followers." "Thank you, Director Ma." The two hurriedly thanked him profusely. They hadn't expected things to go so well. Even the platform's regional manager had contacted them, asking the platform to fund a lawyer to help them sue the restaurant. The amount of compensation they secured was secondary. The key was the publicity. It would not only raise the issue's profile to a new level but also demonstrate the platform's protection and care for creators, as well as its unwavering commitment to justice in such cases. And Yo-Yo and Yang would gain followers as a result. This was truly killing two birds with one stone. By the third day of the incident, Shi Shao restaurant still hadn't made any statement to the media. This attitude undoubtedly proved their guilty conscience and intensified public suspicion. Just as this saga was about to reach a stalemate, even more explosive news emerged. Yo-Yo had filed a lawsuit against Shi Shao restaurant. The evidence included video footage, and she also produced a hospital lab report. Of course, this lab report was forged by the doctor she had hired. Strangely, on the morning of the third day, one of the owners of Shi Shao restaurant, Su Zhengyang, actually appeared at the restaurant's entrance, openly accepting a siege from the media. Upon receiving this news, Yo-Yo and Yang personally accompanied their lawyer to deliver the court summons. Su Zhengyang seemed to be waiting on the steps, watching Yo-Yo, and Yang pushed their way through the crowd to him. "Boss Su, what do you have to say now? Weren't you so arrogant? Not so arrogant anymore?" Yo-Yo chuckled and leaned forward, mocking Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang remained calm and collected. "I said I'd make you two regret it for the rest of your lives. I haven't even started yet." Laughing, "You don't need to start anymore, it's already over." Yo-Yo coldly shoved a summons in front of Su Zhengyang. "I said I'd destroy you," she said in a low, cold voice, her eyes filled with vengeful pleasure. Su Zhengyang carefully took the summons. "Tisk tisk, finally here. Don't worry, I'll be there on time with my lawyer." You probably don't need a lawyer. You have no chance of winning anyway. Just wait to be crushed." Yo-Yo scoffed when she heard Su Zhengyang was also going to hire a lawyer, but a bad feeling crept into her heart. After all, Yo-Yo's hospital lab report was obtained through a third party. What if they found something wrong? He was a little worried. "How can that be? You've meticulously planned this for so long, how can I let you down? I'm not short of money, I'll definitely hire the best lawyer and sue you both to the death." Su Zhengyang carefully put away the summons and pointed at the two men. For some reason, both of them felt a chill run down their spines when Su Zhengyang said those words. "Sue us? What right do you have? We're suing you. You don't even know how you died, you're brainless, and you dare to sue us. I advise you not to hire a lawyer, or you'll suffer an even worse fate." Just hearing Su Zhengyang's threat made Yang a little scared, and he nervously threatened Su Zhengyang back. Su Zhengyang gave him a meaningful smile, then drove away. Many onlookers approached, bombarding Su Zhengyang with questions, but he ignored them all. The court summons was for the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. However, Su Zhengyang wasn't in a hurry at all. His counterattack had only just begun. That afternoon, just as the drama reached its peak, a trending topic titled "Platform Pursues Internet Celebrity Poisoning Case to the End." A lawsuit files against Shi Shao restaurant. Topped the local news charts and ranked 13th on the national trending list. Several videos quietly went viral on Douyin, a platform that rivals Quaidu. Without even needing Douyin to push or promote them, these videos instantly exploded. That evening, they had spread beyond the platform, reaching the entire internet. The first video was explosive. It was a surveillance camera view from outside a flower shop next to Shi Yishao. The camera not only showed the view but also the sound, and both the image and sound were extremely clear. The video clearly shows Yo-Yo's fox terrier biting someone, then attacking a pregnant woman, and finally driving away. Su Zhengyang was naturally present, but the parts where he hit the woman and threw the dog were perfectly edited out. Later, Chang Bela arrived, and Yang Yang and Yo-Yo's threats were clearly shown. Most importantly, the faces in both videos were not blurred at all. The second video appears to have been secretly filmed by a passerby, and the audio is rather blurry, barely audible. The subjects in the video are still Yang Yang and Yo-Yo. They are sitting in a car, Yo-Yo sits up from the back seat, and then the two laugh loudly, followed by a slightly indistinct conversation. Ha ha ha, you were so convincing just now. I almost thought you were really poisoned. Of course, my acting skills are top-notch. Now the Shi Yishao restaurant is really nailed for this. That bastard. Let's see how he dies. Humph, that female boss is such an idiot. She didn't even send anyone to follow us, but at least it saves me from having to keep up the act at the hospital. But that's true, let's fabricate some fake evidence and upload it to the platform later, making it even more convincing. Okay, isn't your uncle the head of the gastroenterology department here? Yeah, let's go. Then Yo-Yo and Yang Yang went straight to the third people's hospital of the city. There's also a third video. This video is set in a hospital, and it's the clearest because it comes from the hospital's own surveillance camera. The footage shows Yo-Yo and Yang Yang entering the chief physician's office, exchanging a few warm greetings. Then Yang Yang asked her uncle to prepare a medical record. The diagnosis was that Yo-Yo had food poisoning. Regarding this falsification, Chief Physician Chang Qianhai, with his legs crossed and a cigarette lit, casually asked what the two were up to. Yang Yang then confessed everything, explaining that the owner of Shi Yishao had offended him and Yo-Yo, and that they were planning to frame the restaurant. Chang Qianhai laughed, even praising their clever scheme, and then proceeded to forge a medical record for them. As the head of the gastroenterology department, he naturally couldn't have imagined that someone could obtain a backup of the surveillance video from his office. To him, this was a trivial matter, and he didn't take it seriously at all. There's a fourth video. This video is even more explosive. This video shows the regional director of Quetta meeting with Yo-Yo and Yang Yang. The source is still the office building's hallway surveillance footage. A few words from Quetta's regional director in this video are particularly striking. One is, "This is a perfect opportunity for hype. We'll fabricate something out of nothing. The platform will fund lawyers to sue them for you. The compensation from the lawsuit isn't important, what's important is the platform's stance, and the buzz will go up. You'll also gain a lot of followers." Another is, "Hahaha, don't worry, as long as the information is posted online, those stupid netizens won't be able to tell the difference between truth and falsehood. They'll just go around attacking Xiaoxiao restaurant like idiots. As for the trial outcome, it doesn't matter at all." The regional director spoke with confidence and nonchalance. As the four videos began circulating wildly online, Chen Chusheng, a little nervous, looked at Su Zhengyang and asked, "None of their faces are blurred. What if they sue us for copyright infringement?" Su Zhengyang sneered. "Copyright infringement? How much? 1 yuan? 5 yuan? 100 yuan? Do you think I can't afford to infringe on their rights? I want them exposed without any cover-up." After the four videos went viral, the internet exploded. The first video alone was outrageous. Countless netizens wanted to tear Yo-Yo and Yan Jiangshen apart. A dog bit a girl, and she even went so far as to kick a pregnant woman to the ground, causing an extremely strong social reaction. The fourth video directly targeted netizens. The man in the video was quickly identified as the regional director of Quetta Short Video. Quetta Short Video is very famous nationwide. Almost overnight, the links to the first and fourth videos have already reached third and fifth place respectively on the national trending topics list. Most importantly, the official versions of these four videos aren't available on Quetta at all. They all leaked from Daogua, and the Daogua account that posted them is the Shi Yishao restaurant. Instantly, people wanting to watch the original videos on the trending topics had to download the Daogua app. Chen Chusheng was stunned. Daogua users surged 17 times overnight. Luckily, Su Zhengyang had the foresight to have Chen Chusheng upgrade the backend servers in advance, otherwise, he would have been in serious trouble today. And this number is still growing wildly. Meanwhile, the views of these two videos had already reached 35 million by the morning of the next day. The Shi Yishao Daogua account instantly gained 6 million followers. This is probably what they call overnight fame. This was still largely because many people had only seen clips from other platforms and hadn't watched the original. Overnight, the situation reversed. Experts immediately began analyzing the situation. They claimed it was a meticulously planned and perfectly executed business operation. The mastermind behind it is very likely Daogwa Video, because those 4 videos were clearly filmed long ago. Judging from the angles and sources, it was premeditated, more like a trap set for Yo-Yo and Yang Yang. The Shiyi Xiao restaurant also delayed issuing a clarification. Only when the situation escalated, and Yo-Yo and Yang Yang planned to frame the Shiyi Xiao restaurant, accusing them of acting and fabricating stories, and taking them to court, did Shiyi Xiao release these videos in response. This instantly turned the tide, severely damaging Kawaii-do and utterly crushing the 2 internet celebrities. It would be a miracle if they hadn't been driven to suicide. It would be a miracle if they dared to continue living. Moreover, the Eat to Lose Weight restaurant and the Douyin, TikTok, platform rose to prominence instantly, gaining countless followers thanks to just a few trending topics. This was truly killing multiple birds with one stone. It was a flawless business operation, a textbook example of masterful planning. Unbeknownst to them, the mastermind behind all this, Su Zhengyang, was currently at the headquarters of the Flying Eagle reconnaissance team, sipping yogurt and watching the people Chen Chusung had hired by online trolls. His keyboard was clattering loudly. Success doesn't come easily. This whole scheme was indeed orchestrated by Su Zhengyang, and the trending topics and the spread of traffic were the result of his massive investment of money. Kawaii-do headquarters. Bang! A thick stack of documents was slapped across the face of Ma Ji, the regional director of Yunhai. The loud thud nearly knocked him off his chair, scattering documents all over the floor. The middle-aged man who struck him seemed unsatisfied, as if he wanted to grab a chair and smash Ma Ji to death on the spot. Damn it, it's all over. Do you know how many active users Kawaii-do lost in just one day and one night? 10 million. 10 million. Do you know how much our stock has plummeted? I'm telling you, you're dead. Just as he was furious, Ma Ji was trembling with fear, and the other executives were trembling with fear. A rapid knocking sounded at the door. Come in, the middle-aged man roared. A secretary entered hesitantly, her voice trembling with tears, and whispered, "WA lawyer has arrived outside, saying he wants to see you." What? Before he could react, 2 men in suits walked in. One of them pulled out a piece of paper and said sternly to the middle-aged man, "You must be Xiao Song, the regional director of Kuaidu. Hello, I am here on behalf of my client, Ms. Cheng Baila, to deliver a court summons. Kuaidu platform is suspected of malicious defamation of my client, and we are now filing a lawsuit against your company. Please notify the relevant personnel at your superiors as soon as possible." Without waiting for his reply, he placed the summons on the table. Xiao Song immediately exclaimed, "Wait, this has nothing to do with us. We already fired Ma Ji. Ma Ji's statements do not represent our company at all. That statement was issued by him himself. Sorry, save that for court." The 2 men said indifferently, turned and left, ignoring his pointless explanations. "Wait, I need to see your client. I want a private settlement. Wait." Xiao Song immediately chased after them, pleading incessantly. Unfortunately, the 2 men in suits remained unmoved, not pausing for a moment. The Third People's Hospital of the city. Inside the main office, the vice president slammed his hand on the table, making a loud crash. The water glasses on the table jumped. Outrageous! Cheng Qinhai has completely disgraced us. Do you know what people call us online now? They say we shouldn't be called a top-tier hospital. We should be called a fake hospital. Fake medical records. I hereby declare that Cheng Qinhai has been expelled from this hospital and will never be rehired. Meanwhile, Yo-Yo and Yang Yang were in a hotel room. The 2 were already having an affair. After delivering the summons yesterday, they thought they should celebrate their increased followers and have some fun, so they went straight to a hotel. After their passionate encounter, before dawn, a phone call struck like a bolt from the blue, bringing them devastating news. Then they went online. They appeared in 4 videos, each one featuring both of them. From brutally beating a pregnant woman to fabricating evidence. Their every move was filmed and uploaded online like a soap opera. They were utterly stunned. The internet exploded, and their names quickly rose to the top of trending searches, but this time, their fame was utter ruin. They didn't even dare leave their hotel room. The internet is in an uproar. Countless netizens are bombarding Kawaii-do with criticism and even doxing the 2 of them. The release of their past scandals and hotel records is nothing new. Although quickly censored, many people still know their addresses. Some are even vowing to teach them a lesson they won't forget. They firmly believe that if they step outside now and are recognized, they'll be brutally beaten. Their world has collapsed. How could this happen? How could this happen? That bastard. He actually filmed us. It's all your fault. Why didn't you notice the security camera? My fault? If it weren't for your damn dog, would this have happened? If you dare say another word about yeah, I'll fight you. Yeah, my ass. If you keep talking about your damn dog, I'll beat you to death, you idiot. The 2 started fighting. Yang Yang, being a man, beat Yo-Yo half to death, even drawing blood. Just then, there was a loud knocking on the door. The two fell silent instantly. Knock, knock. The knocking seemed to shatter their very souls. Who is it? Yang asked in a trembling voice. He was even afraid that the hotel staff might come at them with cleavers. We're lawyers. A lawyer. Yang was overjoyed. He thought it was their lawyer. They were currently lost and confused, so having a lawyer to guide them would be ideal. He hadn't even finished dressing before running to the door and opening it. But it wasn't their lawyer standing there. It was two strangers. Hello, are you Mr. Cheng Xiang? I am Ms. Cheng Baila's lawyer. You are suspected of serious malicious defamation and maliciously spreading rumors that have damaged my client's reputation. I am now filing a lawsuit against you. This is the court summons, please keep it safe. The man handed the summons to the stunned Yang and turned to leave. Only then did Yang realize what was happening. Ignoring the fact that he was only wearing boxer shorts, he frantically chased after the two men into the hallway. Please don't leave. Tell your client I was wrong, I'll never do it again. Please don't sue me, please. I'll pay compensation, I can pay compensation. Please don't sue us, please. Once they go to court, their lives are truly over. And even after leaving court, there won't be a good ending. They'll never have a good life again. But his pleas were useless. He blocked the elevator, and the two took the stairs. He, wearing only his boxer shorts, wanted to follow, but he didn't dare. He could only run back to the guest room like a madman. He was now filled with pent-up anger. This juicy gossip had netizens completely enthralled, an internet celebrity suing a restaurant, and the restaurant suing the internet celebrity. Kuai Shao fell, Douyin gossip rose. This was arguably the most exciting drama of the year. The court hearing began on the morning of the third day. Quaidu has already withdrawn its lawsuit, has no lawyers, and has issued numerous statements, claiming that regional director Ma Ji had already been dismissed. But what good was that? Netizens wouldn't buy it. They hurled insults at Quaidu to new heights. Meanwhile, Cheng Baila's lawsuits against Quaidu, internet celebrity Cheng Xiang, and internet celebrity Sun Yu went smoothly. Even though Quaidu fabricated evidence of Ma Ji's early dismissal, it didn't change anything. Quaidu and the two internet celebrities were found guilty of malicious defamation, severely damaging others' reputations, and the circumstances were egregious. Quaidu Entertainment was ordered to pay 3.5 yuan in damages. Cheng Xiang was sentenced to 11 months in prison and ordered to pay 1 yuan in damages. Sun Yu was sentenced to 18 months in prison and ordered to pay 1.2 yuan in damages. Su Zhengyang didn't even show up. To him, these two internet celebrities were merely pawns in his business schemes, easily eliminated. He was currently at the Flying Eagle reconnaissance team base, intently watching the screen. On the screen, a truly thrilling drama was unfolding. The footage Su Zhengyang was monitoring was from Zhen Sheiyang's perspective. Ever since Su Zhengyang met the engine manufacturer and placed the fluid monitoring device on him, Mu Sheng followed the trail and placed monitoring devices on several key figures within the company as well. They quickly figured out where their technology was located. It was an encrypted electronic document, and this document was on the computer on the general manager's office desk. For ordinary people, knowing this information was practically useless. Even though it wasn't in a safe, it would be difficult for anyone to steal his computer. Even if they did steal it, the encrypted document couldn't be cracked. But Su Zhengyang had a way. So he had Zhen Chaoyang steal it back directly. Su Zhengyang was currently watching Zhen Sheiyang's actions. Zhen Chaoyang first disguised himself as a food delivery driver to enter the office building. In a manufacturing company, security was extremely low. Some employees would even ask delivery drivers, "Is this the food I ordered?" When Zhen Chaoyang successfully reached the 7th floor, a small fire had been started on the corner of an office desk. Thick smoke billowed, terrifying everyone on the floor, who scattered in panic, some even sounding the fire alarm. The only emergency exit on the 8th floor opened. While everyone else was heading downstairs, Zhen Chaoyang swaggered up to the 8th floor against the flow of people. The general manager wasn't there, they had already figured that out. The general manager's office door was locked, but Zhen Chaoyang calmly waited around the corner. Soon, a woman who looked like an assistant rushed out of the assistant's office, frantically using a key to open the manager's office door. Clearly, this assistant was there to protect the computer. She grabbed it and ran out. But as she turned, she was met with a swift chop to the neck, knocked unconscious before she could even see who it was. Zhen Chaoyang then put the laptop into his takeout bag and frantically ran downstairs with the crowd. The entire process was incredibly smooth, like a movie rehearsed countless times. Moreover, the process wasn't complicated. In fact, it could be described as simple and brutal. It all happened in a mere 3 minutes. Most importantly, because he was wearing a deliveryman's hat, not a single camera captured Zhen Sheiyang's face. When Zhen Chaoyang returned to the Flying Eagle reconnaissance team alone after changing clothes, Su Zhengyang and the others were already waiting there. Thunderous applause erupted. This was just the first. In the afternoon and evening, Zhen Xiaoyang went to the two engine manufacturers that Chase Haihao had found in the neighboring city and stole back two more engine technologies. These two were quite difficult, but fortunately, there were backups. Zhen Xiaoyang managed to retrieve the technologies without the other party's knowledge. The reason Su Zhengyang needed to retrieve so many technologies was that they couldn't produce according to any of them. The technologies were protected by patents, so he had to build them himself. The next day, Su Zhengyang directly handed over all three sets of technologies to Chase Haihao. Chase Haihao was completely stunned. This is too fast. Niu Sheng had only briefly explained Su Zhenjiang's plan to him 2 days ago, and today Su Zhengyang handed him 3 technical documents. Did you find the trustworthy technician I asked you to find? Yes. Chase Haihao puffed out his chest after saying that, looking at Su Zhengyang with a half-smile. Ha, you? Su Zhengyang couldn't help but chuckle. Chase Haihao was practically offering himself up. Master Su, don't underestimate me. I'm the best technician, and since you asked me to find the most trustworthy person, I can't let you take even the slightest risk. Chase Haihao said seriously. Of course I won't underestimate you. Su Zhengyang nodded, pulled him to a secluded spot, and handed him a small bottle, the same one he'd given Zhen Xiaoyang. However, this bottle contained a potion for mastering electronics and mechanics. This potion precisely enhanced the 2 professional skills needed to manufacture engines. Master Su, what is this? This is a biotechnology potion developed by a friend of mine. You'll understand after drinking it. Chase Haihao felt a slight unease upon hearing this, but he still closed his eyes and downed the potion. This time, Su Zhengyang was experienced. He pulled up a chair beforehand, and Chase Haihao plopped down on it. After a moment, he shook his head, staring at Su Zhengyang in utter shock. Enough with the nonsense. Within 7 days, combine all the advantages of these 3 technologies and build me a new engine, and set up the entire engine production line for me. Su Zhenjiang's tone left no room for argument. Okay. Chase Haihao, shocked, knew further words were useless. His mind was racing. He wished he could immediately dive into the factory and assemble an engine himself. In the following days, Shi Yi Shao Restaurant became an instant sensation. The day after the court verdict, Shi Yi Shao Restaurant's short video account surpassed 14 million followers. Afterwards, Chang Baila even took Tang Ying to the restaurant for a meal, posting videos and selfies. On the 3rd day, 2nd and 3rd tier artists and internet celebrities under Chen Chushan's management began checking in at Shi Yi Shao Restaurant. Within 7 days, the restaurant's account amassed a staggering 31 million followers. It's worth noting that a small percentage of these were locals, the majority were from out of town, drawn by the freshness of the dishes and the overwhelming praise for their deliciousness. The restaurant was packed to capacity every day, with long queues stretching from the entrance to the street corner. To avoid unnecessary waiting for customers, Shi Yi Shao has started issuing limited number orders, selling only a certain number of portions each day. Chang Baila had never imagined her restaurant would reach this level of success. In just 7 days, she was already considering expansion and opening branches. Because as long as the Shi Yi Shao video account existed, no matter which city or even the most remote corner of the city she opened in, it would be absolutely packed. However, Chang Baila couldn't be so aggressive yet. She insisted on ensuring that the dishes she made adhered strictly to her style, not something that could be done by just any chef. Over the past few days, Su Zhengyang has practically watched Chase Haihao build the engine production line step by step, witnessing him manufacture a new engine, apply for patents, and obtain approval numbers. On the 7th day, the Tianyu brand engine was born. The 4-cylinder turbocharged engine, and most importantly, Chase Haihao managed to lower the turbocharger engagement speed by a whopping 1,200 RPM. Many cars, while claiming to have turbochargers, often lack understanding of turbocharger engagement speeds among novice drivers. A car might reach 80 miles per hour under steady driving conditions, but if the engine speed isn't high enough, the turbocharger won't engage. However, Chase Haihao's newly developed engine can engage the turbocharger at around 40 miles per hour in urban areas. It can also engage at a steady 60 miles per hour at high speeds. This is absolutely a historic breakthrough. The moment this engine passed the online overload test, the cheers throughout the engine factory nearly lifted the roof off. Chase Haihao was moved to tears. He had created a miracle. Or rather, Su Zhengyang had enabled him to create a miracle. Tianyu Company could finally begin its counterattack. Tianyu Automotive had successfully manufactured an engine. The truth couldn't be hidden any longer. During the engine testing phase, its excellent performance was already evident. As soon as testing was complete, it could be put into production immediately. When this news broke, the most anxious person wasn't the South China Company. It was Mr. Chen, the CEO of the engine manufacturer who had previously cut off Tianyu Automotive's engine supply. Su Zhengyang had offered him 6,000 yuan, but he wouldn't sell. Now that he knew Su Zhengyang and his team were testing a new engine, he was filled with regret. Naturally, he strongly suspected Su Zhengyang was responsible for the company losing the engine technology, but he had no evidence. He investigated but couldn't find any proof, and the new engine they were producing was different from theirs. So he was truly anxious. Su Zhengyang was sitting at Tianyu's headquarters, drinking tea. His assistant walked in. "Mr. Su, someone from Mengyang engine manufacturer wants to see you." "Oh? Let him in." Su Zhengyang said with interest, wanting to see what this Mr. Chen wanted to say. Unexpectedly, it wasn't Mr. Chen who entered, but a young man. He looked somewhat like Mr. Chen, and seemed to be Mr. Chen's son. This young man wore a stylish light green suit, followed by a bodyguard. He entered and immediately grinned at Su Zhengyang, a confident smile that seemed to indicate he was in control. "Are you Mr. Su?" He spoke without waiting for Su Zhenjiang's permission, and casually sat down on the sofa opposite him. "And you are?" "This is Chen Zhou-yang, the young master of our Mengyang machinery factory." The bodyguard beside him introduced him in a deep voice. Chen Zhou-yang smiled at Su Zhengyang. "Oh, my apologies, so you're the young master of Mengyang machinery factory. May I ask what brings you here?" Su Zhengyang spoke, but made no gesture of respect, instead casually picking up his teacup and asking, "A while ago, you wanted to buy our engine technology for 6,000, but my father didn't sell, right?" Chen Zhou-yang said bluntly. "Yes, that's a real pity. We could have cooperated, but your father refused outright, firmly standing on the side of South China. I truly admire that spirit." Su Zhengyang nodded seriously. Chen Zhou-yang's lips twitched slightly, but he forced a calm expression and said, "I don't know about whether or not they side with South China, but my father's decision wasn't made with my consent. You might not know, but Menjiang's true engine technology is in my hands. I was on a business trip recently, and my father told me about this when I got back. I think this price is reasonable, so I decided to agree to your terms." He spoke casually, his eyes fixed on Su Zhengyang as if watching his reaction. Su Zhengyang smiled slightly. He had initially thought this guy was coming aggressively, perhaps to confront him and accuse him of stealing their technology. Fortunately, this guy wasn't stupid. It was obvious his father couldn't bring himself to confront him directly, so he sent his son to try and get the 6,000 back. Moreover, this young man seemed to be trying to intimidate him with his imposing manner, adopting a take-it-or-leave-it attitude. It was truly laughable. "Conditions? What conditions?" Su Zhengyang feigned ignorance. Chen Zhou-yang frowned. 6,000 yuan for our technology? What other conditions could there be? I just felt that the price was reasonable. You know, our engine technology is second to none in China. Especially since you're making pickup trucks and SUVs, only we make these engines, other manufacturers aren't so easy to find. If it weren't for my insistence on selling to you because of our years of cooperation, do you think you could just easily buy engine technology? Right now, with South China besieging your Tianyu, the situation is so critical, and we're still willing to lend a hand. You owe me a huge favor." Chen Zhou-yang seemed quite displeased, but there was also a hint of confidence in his voice. He thought Su Zhengyang was obviously a rich second-generation heir. Someone who could afford 6,000 to buy technology. What kind of worldly experience could he have? He probably didn't even understand the true value of the technology. He certainly hadn't seen as much of the world as he did. As long as he used the South China example to pressure him, Su Zhengyang would definitely back down. "Wow, Mr. Chen, you're so kind and righteous. But I've never liked owing favors. Such a big favor, I absolutely can't accept it. I can't repay it. I can't accept it, I absolutely can't accept it. You should take the technology back. I absolutely can't drag you down with me. Sigh, let us fend for ourselves." Su Zhengyang took a sip of tea and waved his hands repeatedly. "You." Chen Zhou-yang was speechless. He seemed to have gone a bit too far, and he felt that Su Zhengyang was somewhat toying with him. "If you don't know what's good for you, believe me, I'll turn around and leave right now, and I won't sell you this technology. Goodbye." Su Zhengyang raised his hand, gesturing for him to leave. "You!" Chen Zhou-yang suddenly stood up, glaring angrily at Su Zhengyang. What does young Master Chen mean by this? Why are you angry? Does not buying your family's technology hurt you that much?" Su Zhengyang asked, completely puzzled. "You said you would buy it before, and now I'm offering you the technology and you're not buying it? What does this mean? Are you playing me?" Chen Zhou-yang sneered. "When I said I would buy it before, your father flatly refused. Who can you blame for that?" Su Zhengyang helplessly spread his hands. "Didn't I say? That was his decision. The technology is in my hands. Well, sorry, that was the price I gave him. I never said I wanted to buy it from you." Su Zhengyang said calmly and patiently, not getting angry at all, but it infuriated Chen Zhou-yang. "You? Fine, then how much are you offering now for my technology? Tell me." Chen Zhou-yang pointed at Su Zhengyang. "Oh, now. Now I feel there's no need to buy your technology. We've already built our own engine. Buying yours? Am I out of my mind, or are you? Su Zhengyang asked innocently. Heh, you really think you can use an engine just because you've built it? You really think you've developed a new engine in just 10 days? Dream on. I've seen too many failures like this. So arrogant, thinking they've built an engine just by making a model? What a joke. Chen Zhuyang's face was full of disdain. This was his biggest asset. He wasn't stupid. He knew that since Tianyu had built an engine, Su Zhengyang would be overconfident and unlikely to buy his technology. But he absolutely refused to believe that Su Zhengyang and his team could build an engine in such a short time. Oh dear, that's terrible. What if the engine really doesn't work? Su Zhengyang immediately feigned nervousness. Humph. Ha 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 ha, scared now? Too late. Once your engine test fails, South China will deliver the fatal blow, and you'll be truly finished. I won't sell my technology for 6,000 anymore. Seeing Su Zhenjiang's fearful expression, Chen Zhouyang immediately raised the price. He was somewhat capable, having been to many negotiation tables, and knew that the more imposing a presence was needed, the bolder one had to be. He was betting that Su Zhengyang wouldn't dare to gamble, because if Su Zhenjiang's engine test truly failed, they wouldn't have time to improve it. Once they knew they were rebuilding the engine, South China would definitely seize the opportunity to crush them. Therefore, his technology was their last hope. Su Zhengyang glanced at him, then stamped his foot in self-reproach. Oh dear, look, it's all my fault for not thinking things through. I've offended you again. Well, since you're not selling it for 6,000. Su Zhengyang scratched his head in self-reproach. Chen Zhouyang was secretly delighted, waiting for this sucker to raise the price. Then don't sell it. I'm not planning to buy it either. I'll take a gamble. If the engine test fails, I'll switch careers and sell barbecue. My skewers are amazing. Su Zhengyang said, even giving a thumbs up with an air of seriousness. Chen Zhuyang's eyes twitched violently a few times. What? Didn't you say you weren't selling for 6,000 anymore? I'm not buying either. To be honest, after what you said just now, I really wanted to buy your skills for 6,000, just to be on the safe side. But then, you said you weren't selling for 6,000 anymore. This back and forth is driving me crazy. Ugh, I'm not buying anymore. Su Zhengyang waved his hand impatiently. Chen Zhouyang felt utterly disgusted, as if he'd swallowed a handful of flies. Why the hell did he have to say that? His chances of success today were already slim. His own scare tactics almost got him the 6,000. But because he said one more thing, the duck that was almost in his mouth flew away again. He felt incredibly disgusted. Just now, I was just saying it in anger. You know nothing about engines, and I was trying to help you out of kindness, but you wouldn't listen. I was just trying to annoy you. 6,000, it's settled then. He gestured to his bodyguard as he spoke. The bodyguard immediately pulled out a file folder. I'm so sincere. I even brought the contract. You sign it, transfer the money, and I'll personally send technicians to your location to guide production. Your Tianyu will be revived immediately. Chen Zhouyang said excitedly as he unfolded the contract. Sigh, after what you just said, I suddenly really don't want to work in the automotive industry anymore. I'll just consider it bankrupt now. I'm already planning to sell barbecue with Chase Haihao. Su Zhengyang said irritably, picking up his teacup. Chen Zhouyang was dumbfounded. What the hell is he talking about now? Why is Su Zhengyang so determined not to buy it? Chen Zhuyang's eyes were now bloodshot. He was convinced that Su Zhengyang had almost given him 6,000, and he felt it was just a matter of a hair's breadth away. But Su Zhengyang just wouldn't give him the chance. Our young master is giving you face, don't take it for granted. You're buying this technology today, whether you like it or not. The bodyguard beside him narrowed his eyes, speaking with a threatening tone. Are you planning to force me to buy? Su Zhengyang looked up at the bodyguard with interest. That's right. The bodyguard said coldly. Chen Zhouyang didn't stop him, seemingly wanting to see Su Zhenjiang's reaction. Oh, listen up, if you dare lay a finger on me, I'll use all my assets, connections, and even buy up all my underground influence to destroy you, until you're bankrupt, your family torn apart, and your home ruined. Listen carefully, it's you. I'm not targeting Chen Zhouyang, nor Mengyang Machinery Factory, but you, a bodyguard. You think I can afford 6,000 for technology? Would it be difficult to deal with you? How much money do you think the Chen family can offer to protect you if I do this? How long will they protect you? Have you thought about that? Now I'll answer your question. I won't buy it. And then what? Su Zhengyang put down his teacup, then leaned closer, his smile incredibly infuriating. The bodyguard never expected Su Zhengyang to say something like that. He was only speaking up for Chen Zhouyang, but if Su Zhengyang really did this, he knew the Chen family's character all too well. They would definitely kick him aside and cut ties completely, never wasting a single penny on him. Chen Zhuyang's face turned ashen. Su Zhengyang had threatened his bodyguard right in front of him, explicitly stating that he couldn't afford to offend him. It was like kicking him in the face. Yet, he didn't dare utter a single word. What could he say? If he uttered even a polite word to support his bodyguard, the bodyguard would continue down this path, and they would have to take action. But if Su Zhengyang actually did that, they would have to abandon their bodyguard, and if word got out, their reputations would be completely ruined. The bodyguard's face was flushed red with suppressed rage. His anger had reached its peak, not just towards Su Zhengyang, but also towards Chen Zhouyang. He was now more afraid of Su Zhengyang than anything else, because Su Zhengyang had brought him to his senses. He was just a small bodyguard, how dare he speak to such a big boss like that? If Chen Zhouyang didn't back him up, what was he but an ant in their eyes? Hey, not talking anymore? Aren't you going to get lost if you don't talk? Su Zhengyang picked up his teacup again and said with a smile. Only now did Chen Zhouyang vaguely realize that Su Zhengyang had been toying with him from the very beginning. He looked at Su Zhengyang with a cold expression and said, "Fine, you surnamed Su, you've got guts. We'll see." This was a threat, and he grabbed the contract and strode out. Su Zhengyang watched them leave the office before scoffing, "Out of stock." What Su Zhengyang didn't tell him was that their testing had already met the standards. They were just pushing the limits. A short while later, the office door opened, and Chase Haihao and Chen Chusheng walked in. Chase Haihao, with a hint of worry on his face, said, "Master Su, what's our next step?" Now that their engine is finished and they can start manufacturing cars, the next step how to recapture the market was something Su Zhengyang had planned, so Chase Haihao came to see him immediately. "At our current engine production rate, how many cars can you produce per week?" "Currently, we only have 2 engine production lines, and we should be able to produce at least 3,000 cars per week." Chase Haihao did a rough calculation and said. Su Zhengyang nodded, then countered with a question. "The media pressure on us from South China has never stopped. TNU Auto's reputation has already plummeted. If you were to salvage it, disregarding costs, how would you do it?" Chase Haihao knew Su Zhengyang was testing him and began to think seriously. "If we don't consider costs, we can sponsor some events, host some rally races or off-road competitions to showcase our vehicle performance, and we can also find some influential car reviewers to help us clear our name." As Chase Haihao spoke, he noticed Su Zhengyang seemed thoughtful, but didn't quite agree with his idea. He also felt that he might not have touched on Su Zhenjiang's mind. "I can find 2 celebrities to endorse you." Chen Chusheng chimed in. Su Zhengyang slowly shook his head, then looked at Chase Haihao meaningfully. "Listen carefully." Chase Haihao and Su Zhengyang quickly sat up straight, straining to hear. Su Zhengyang said, "Contact all the government departments in Santai City, public security, fire department, law enforcement, education, environment, including the public security departments in the surrounding counties. TNU Auto is now replacing a batch of cars for them free of charge. And in the future, whenever they need to replace or add a car to their vehicles, they can enjoy a 40% discount at TNU." Chase Haihao almost sprang off the sofa. "Free? That's practically giving it away for free. A gift to them? So many departments, plus the counties, how many cars would that be? At least 1,000 or 2. So many cars given away for free, this is." But he quickly seemed to realize something, suddenly grasping the core of Su Zhenjiang's words. "In exchange for this, we'll get a condition from the higher UPS." Su Zhengyang held up one finger and said, "The higher UPS must support us. When it comes to upgrading our taxis, we can only order TNU vehicles, and we'll offer a 10% discount. We're going to give Santai City's car fleet a complete overhaul," Su Zhengyang said boldly, waving his hand. Chase Haihao couldn't help but admire Su Zhengyang. Compared to his own methods of organizing competitions and hiring influential figures, Su Zhenjiang's approach was far more ruthless. He eliminated all the pointless publicity and advertising costs, essentially giving away free cars to the Santai City government. It's easy to imagine how much money the government could save with such a good deal. They would definitely replace everything they could. But Su Zhengyang clearly didn't care about this amount of money. He didn't even care if someone abused their power for personal gain, using this as an excuse to get themselves a car. He only cared whether the car would bear official markings. Moreover, as long as a good relationship is established with the traffic management department, all future taxi upgrades will use TNU vehicles. This is the best advertisement. "You, Huanan, are criticizing me, aren't you? The common people don't understand what's going on, right? Even government offices are all using TNU vehicles. Official certification. If the quality of these cars is problematic, would the government drive them out to advertise a substandard product? Furthermore, if all taxi upgrades use TNU vehicles, the streets will be full of TNU cars. Facts speak louder than words. Who can still say the quality is bad?" This is exactly the effect Su Zhengyang wanted. Chase Haihao and the others weren't unaware of this, but they lacked Su Zhenjiang's ambition, so they couldn't even consider this aspect. "I understand. I'll contact them right away. I know all these people. Chen Chusheng slapped his thigh excitedly. Su Zhengyang didn't need to handle the specifics. Chen Chusheng was, if not on friendly terms, at least very familiar with these officials. Su Zhengyang only learned as he was leaving that Chase Haihao had transferred all of TNU Auto's controlling shares to him. Chase Haihao had become his employee. Su Zhengyang didn't care much about this, but Chase Haihao was undoubtedly very wise. Even disregarding future development, just considering the achievement of manufacturing the engine, although Chase Haihao's shareholding had decreased, as long as he stayed close to Su Zhengyang, the value of his own shares had actually increased. Most importantly, Chase Haihao no longer has time to be the president, he wants to be a technician. He believes that with enough time and funding, he can develop even better, more comprehensive engines, ensuring TNU Automotive will maintain a commanding lead in the same price range. This is his passion, his initial motivation for making cars. Think about it, both are 2-cent cars, but Tianyu's cars are several levels higher than Huanan's. What can Huanan compete with? Putting aside the car business for now, it was almost lunchtime. Su Zhengyang called Lin Yorong, and the two left Tianyu Company. What do you want to eat? Su Zhengyang casually asked Lin Yorong as he sat in the passenger seat. Lin Yorong fastened her seatbelt, which crisscrossed her chest, highlighting her curves dramatically. She smiled secretly, then shook her head, saying she didn't know. Every time Su Zhengyang was with her, he would ask what she wanted to eat, showing his respect. Even these small gestures made Lin Yorong very happy, and she would smile foolishly for a long time afterward. Let's go to Shi Shao then, we'll eat whatever's left. In the past, Su Zhengyang sometimes struggled with what to eat. But after you own your own restaurant, you might want to check what's left. Even picky eating is cured. At this moment, the entrance to Shi Shao restaurant was packed. Some people were queuing near the entrance, while others sat chatting on benches nearby with their numbers. After all, this was a park. If you were waiting for food, what could be more pleasant than sitting in a park? Su Zhengyang noticed there wasn't even a parking space. He didn't want to make an exception, so he decided to park further away. There was a movie theater next to the park not far away, so Su Zhengyang parked his car in the theater's parking lot. Because Lin Yorong had reversed into the parking space, and it was very close to the exit, it was unclear whether she had just parked or was about to leave. However, they had barely stopped the car, and before they even got out, a girl angrily flung open Su Zhengyang's car door from the outside. Seeing that Su Zhengyang was sitting in the passenger seat, she slammed the door shut, took a step back, opened the back door, and without asking any questions, plopped down inside. Drive! Let's go! Her eyes seemed to be brimming with tears as she shouted angrily at Su Zhengyang and Lin Yorong. Su Zhengyang and Lin Yorong both frowned at her. At that moment, 3 people arrived, 2 men and a woman. One couple was involved, and the other man, dressed in designer casual clothes, got in somewhat helplessly and impatiently knocked on the back window. Hey, haven't you made enough of a scene? Get out of here. I don't want to see you. The girl yelled at the boy outside the window, tears streaming down her face. Then she turned to Su Zhengyang and yelled, "Are you deaf? I told you to drive. Get out of here." After she finished speaking, she covered her face with her hands and began to sob. Su Zhengyang gave Lin Yorong a look, and Lin Yorong immediately turned off the car. Su Zhengyang got out of the passenger seat. At this moment, the man gave Su Zhengyang a "you're very sensible" look, and looked at the girl smugly, saying, "See? They've already gotten out of the car. Are you still going to cause trouble? Get out now." Unexpectedly, Su Zhengyang opened the back door and said to the crying girl, "Get out." The girl gave Su Zhengyang a disdainful look, thinking he was only making her get out because he was afraid of the boy's revenge. She glared at him with disgust, her face streaked with tears, but she gritted her teeth and said, "I'm saying it one last time. Get in. Drive." Before she finished speaking, Su Zhengyang grabbed her hair and violently yanked her out of the car. Ah! A scream rang out. Whether from fright or excruciating pain, it was unclear. Su Zhengyang yanked the girl out of the car. The raptor's body was already high, and she fell directly to the ground as soon as she was lifted from her seat. The man who had just made the girl get out of the car suddenly turned to Su Zhengyang, glaring at him coldly, but didn't immediately attack. Su Zhengyang slammed the car door shut, raised an eyebrow, and looked at the girl on the ground, asking, "What did you just say?" The girl on the ground clutched her throbbing scalp. She suddenly looked up at Su Zhengyang with a fierce, venomous gaze, wishing she could tear him to pieces with her eyes. She was a goddess-level beauty, no one had ever dared to treat her like this in public. At this moment, some members of the crowd waiting for the movie on the steps nearby began to gather around, puzzled. Suddenly, the girl's eyes lit up, and a ruthless plan formed in her mind. She saw Lin Yorong standing next to Su Zhengyang. Lin Yorong was far superior to her in looks, figure, and temperament. She was extremely jealous, and she hated Su Zhengyang to the core. Moreover, and more importantly, she hadn't coincidentally gotten into Su Zhengyang's car. She had been paid and sent by Zhao Xiaoman. She planned to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. so she immediately burst into tears, shouting, "Damn men, not a single one of them is good. You son of a bitch, how dare you hit me? You were so gentle with me last night, and today you've changed your attitude in the blink of an eye." Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, the man in the expensive casual clothes changed his expression drastically, narrowing his eyes at Su Zhangyang, his angry gaze seeming to pierce him. Meanwhile, the girl on the ground revealed a barely perceptible, cold smile. She knew all too well the power and character of this man in casual clothes. Knowing she'd shouted like that in public, he wouldn't rest until he'd nearly killed Su Zhangyang. She'd teach Su Zhangyang a lesson first, then explain to him it was just said in anger. As for Su Zhangyang, regardless of whether his busted girlfriend saw through her trick, given the man's temper, he'd definitely retaliate and sleep with her too. This was the price Su Zhangyang paid for daring to grab her hair. Moreover, once Su Zhangyang and the man in casual clothes became enemies, Zhao Xiaoman would give her some money. Su Zhangyang, for the time being, was unaware of Zhao Xiaoman's scheme, and even if he did, it wouldn't matter. Right now, he only thought the woman and the man in casual clothes were arguing. She probably came from a wealthy family and had developed a spoiled attitude, expecting him to drive as soon as she got in the car. He pulled her out, and now she was trying to frame him. Admittedly, for most people, trouble would have started the moment she got into the car. Driving away would inevitably offend this casually dressed man who clearly looked like a rich kid. Not driving would also inevitably offend her. Besides, he had his girlfriend with him. This girl didn't care at all how much trouble she caused others. She was completely self-centered and did whatever she wanted. No matter how she ends up making a scene, she'll definitely reconcile with the young master, throw a few tantrums, and be back in his arms, but he himself might get a severe beating. So Su Zhangyang laughed, a cruel laugh. He raised his foot and stomped directly on the woman's face, shouting even louder than she did. "You still have the nerve to mention last night. Last night I told you to serve us properly. You were crying and whining. Young Master Chen, young Master Li, and Brother Wang weren't satisfied. I could call someone from outside and they'd have more moves than you. And you tell me you can't handle it? Now look what's happened, young Master Chen and young Master Li are angry. How am I supposed to explain this?" Su Zhangyang finished speaking and slapped her across the face, a bright red handprint instantly covering half her face. The surrounding people immediately looked at her with disdain. The man in casual clothes who had seen Su Zhangyang strike was also suddenly stunned by these words. The girl who had been hit was utterly dumbfounded, staring at Su Zhangyang with fear in her eyes. She never dreamed that Su Zhangyang would act so unpredictably, readily admitting to the incident. And he had shouted so loudly that everyone around had heard him. If it were just her own words, she could explain to the young master later. But her words, combined with Su Zhanjiang's, were so convincing, especially Su Zhanjiang's lie, which was so skillfully crafted it was almost indistinguishable from the truth. She had no way to refute it. She suddenly regretted it, ignoring the injury on her face, and turned to the young master, waving her hands frantically. "No, it's not true. I was just making things up." He was making things up too. She became somewhat incoherent. But the more panicked she became, the more suspicious she appeared. The female companion of the other man behind her sneered, knowing her chance had come, and added insult to injury. "Oh, no wonder. If you didn't know him, why did you get into his car? I never would have guessed. Sun Xiao Xiao, you're quite the player. Zhou Yan, you slut, shut up." The girl on the ground immediately snapped. "Fake? Are you making a fool of him or me?" Su Zhangyang coldly demanded. "Ah, shut up." Sun Xiao Xiao screamed at Su Zhangyang like a madwoman. She couldn't explain herself anymore. It was all because of this damn Su Zhangyang. Why did Su Zhangyang say those things? Why did he make things like this for her? She couldn't explain herself anymore. She wanted nothing more than to kill Su Zhangyang. But before she could finish yelling, Su Zhangyang stomped his foot on her face, pinning her left cheek to the ground while her right cheek and ear were slammed against the hard floor. She had never felt such pain on her face in her entire life. The pain was so intense she wanted to scream but couldn't. Her head felt like it was about to explode, buzzing loudly. Only tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She felt utterly wronged, unable to understand why Su Zhangyang dared to trample her like that. "Shout at me again?" Su Zhangyang said, his eyes flashing coldly. The man in casual clothes took a deep breath, suppressing the rage Sun Xiao Xiao had ignited within him, and waved his hand irritably at Su Zhangyang. "All right, let her go." The tone was as if Su Zhangyang were his subordinate, and the man was teaching his unfaithful woman a lesson. But Su Zhangyang looked at him with suspicion. "What are you doing?" The man in casual clothes slowly raised his head to look at Su Zhangyang, his eyes flashing with a fierce light, and said, word by word, "I told you to let her go." "Ah!" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zhangyang stomped his foot hard, and Sun Xiao Xiao suddenly let out a scream, clearly because Su Zhangyang had increased the pressure on her foot. "Hey right, brother, if I were you, I'd fight them to the death. I absolutely wouldn't back down." The man behind the man in casual clothes chuckled, fanning the flames. Clearly, he and his female companion were the type who loved a good show, knowing that the man in casual clothes would eventually take care of Su Zhengyang. They were just adding a little excitement. The man in casual clothes watched Su Zhengyang increase the pressure, sneered, and looked down at Su Zhengyang, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. Provoking me? Disrespecting me? Huh? Su Zhengyang quickly waved his hands, saying seriously, No, I'm not disrespecting you. I simply looked down on you. Su Zhengyang spoke with such seriousness that he nearly infuriated the man in casual clothes. Even the two troublemakers behind him were taken aback. Could this kid have some kind of backing? People who dare to be so arrogant must have something to rely on. But just based on driving a Raptor, how much backing could he possibly have? The man in casual clothes was so angry he laughed. Fine. He then pulled out his phone, a sinister look on his face, and made a call, seemingly ready to call someone. At that moment, Su Zhenjiang's phone rang. Su Zhengyang lifted his foot. A large shoe print now covered Sun Xiaoxiu's face. The woman named Zhou Yan even took out her phone and snapped a few photos. Sun Xiaoxiao, however, buried her face in her hands, too afraid to even get up. Her right cheek and ear were scraped raw, and her face was undoubtedly a mess. Su Zhenjiang's call was from Yu Sheng. Hello? Boss, did you encounter someone trying to stage an accident in a parking lot? Liu Sheng's tone was grim. Su Zhengyang glanced at Sun Xiaoxiao on the ground, his brows furrowing slightly. Although different, the situation was similar. Yes, how did you know? We've been monitoring Zhao Xiaoman's activities. The people causing you trouble now seem to want to create a conflict between you and a wealthy second-generation heir from another family. Using someone else to do their dirty work? Su Zhengyang quickly understood, but he didn't expect Liu Sheng to say, it's not that simple. Their purpose in using someone else to do their dirty work seems to be to monitor whether someone you know will come looking for you. I've also heard of this organization. Anyway, I'll tell you the details when you get back. It's not convenient to discuss them over the phone. After Liu Sheng finished speaking, Su Zhengyang suddenly shuddered. He wasn't surprised by Zhao Xiaoman's methods, but rather by Zhao Xiaoman's purpose. Monitoring someone he knew? Okay, I understand. I'll come back to you as soon as possible. Su Zhengyang nodded. He wanted to get back to Liu Sheng quickly to see what he had found out from Zhao Xiaoman. Okay, there should be 4 people here now, all from the Wu family. Liu Sheng then briefly explained the situation of these people before hanging up the phone. Su Zhengyang put away the phone and turned to Sun Xiaoxiao on the ground. He really hadn't expected Zhao Xiaoman to be so cunning. If it weren't for the Flying Eagle reconnaissance team, he would have truly been tricked and used as a tool to kill. He was even surprised that Zhao Xiaoman might be monitoring him. How did she know he would be here? And how did she arrange for this girl and these 3 people to ambush him here? And if she wasn't monitoring him, but simply guessed that he might return to her restaurant for lunch and that there was no parking, and arranged for Sun Xiaoxiao to bring this young master here to wait for the movie at that approximate time, that would be even more impressive. And from a certain perspective, she had already succeeded. This young master had now become her sworn enemy. Su Zhengyang looked at the man in casual clothes. He had already finished his call. Behind him, another man, with an expression that seemed to enjoy watching the drama unfold, chuckled and said to Su Zhengyang, Brother, he called for backup. If I were you, I'd teach him a lesson before he arrives. Give him his money's worth. He grinned maliciously, completely ignoring the man in casual clothes glaring at him. With their connections, they were confident they could easily crush Su Zhengyang today. They could mess around as much as they wanted without consequence. Su Zhengyang scoffed. Call for backup? Heh, I don't think the second young master of the Wu group and a spoiled brat from Baikan real estate could possibly call anyone. A family as insignificant as yours dares to make a scene and cause trouble for your family. I'll wait and see if your family can withstand my wrath. Su Zhengyang spoke casually, his eyes filled with intense disdain. The man in casual clothes and the man who had been laughing and joking both paled instantly. They weren't fools, this man's aura wasn't feigned. Most importantly, they had no secrets from this man. Su Zhengyang, after just one phone call, knew their identities and bluntly stated they were from insignificant families. They knew absolutely nothing about Su Zhengyang. Even though they were furious, Su Zhenjiang's last sentence made them realize something. What if Su Zhengyang really had the power to deal with their families? Someone who knew their identities with a single phone call, claiming he could handle them, was he just boasting? What if it was true? What if they really caused trouble for their families, offended someone they couldn't afford to offend? So, although they were angry at Su Zhenjiang's words, they suddenly felt afraid. They absolutely couldn't stay here any longer. They had to find out Su Zhenjiang's identity first. Therefore, without even arguing, the man in casual clothes pointed at Su Zhengyang. Alright, we'll see. The young master from Baikan real estate behind him looked at Su Zhengyang in disbelief. his earlier jovial demeanor completely gone. The three of them quickly walked deeper into the parking lot and got into two sports cars. Sun Xiaoxiao glanced at Su Zhengyang out of the corner of her eye, her expression filled with fear, secretly guessing his identity. What's going on? Didn't Zhao Xiaoman say he was just a loser? That Wu Qifan could easily crush him? What happened? How did he know Wu Qifan and Su Che's identities, and even dare to speak to them like that? However, Su Zhengyang had no interest in looking at him anymore. Seeing the group leave, Su Zhengyang immediately told Lin Yorong to get in the car. Without even eating, the two headed straight for the Flying Eagle reconnaissance team. Back at the Flying Eagle reconnaissance team, Mu Sheng was diligently making some notes. Upon seeing Su Zhengyang return, Mu Sheng immediately greeted him, leading him directly to a computer without a word. He played a recording for Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang only caught the key points of the recording. It was roughly about Zhao Xiaoman reporting her progress to her father, saying she had given Sun Xiaoxiao a sum of money, and that Sun Xiaoxiao had successfully lured Su Zhengyang into a trap. And there was another key phrase in it: Guardian Sword. Guardian Sword? Su Zhengyang looked at Mu Sheng in confusion. Judging from Zhao Xiaoman's words, they probably wanted to find out the connection between Su Zhengyang and the Guardian Sword, and to find some evidence. Mu Sheng opened another folder on the computer, containing pictures, videos, and audio. This is the specific information I could gather about the Guardian Sword. It only circulates on the black market and is very difficult to find. Even Zhao Xiaoman doesn't have it. As far as we know, the Guardian Sword is a mysterious martial arts organization originating from the Ming and Qing dynasties, with many highly skilled members. Some of them can even scale walls and move at great heights. Scaling walls and leaping across rooftops, soaring high and low. Hearing these words, Su Zhengyang felt a chill run down his spine. He recalled that figure leaping across rooftops under the cover of night. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Hiss, I remember now, I chased that mysterious man into the alley that day. After he left, I went to a hotel and found the security footage, but I only took the backup. And that hotel, check if it belongs to the Zhao family. Mu Sheng and the others quickly launched an investigation, and within minutes, they had the results. That's right, that hotel is indeed owned by the Zhao family. Su Zhengyang finally understood why Zhao Xiaoman was targeting him, so she had also seen the video. That meant Zhao Xiaoman believed her mother was a member of the Guardian Sword, and she must have some related suspicions. But why was she monitoring him, trying to lure out the Guardian Sword? Could it be to deal with the Guardian Sword? Su Zhengyang then sat down at his computer, pulled up the relevant documents, and began to review them one by one. There was no complete introduction to the Guardian Sword, only scattered fragments of information, but it was enough for Su Zhengyang to get a general understanding. The Guardian Sword was formerly known as the National Guardian Sword. It was an organization that formed almost simultaneously with the Heaven and Earth Society, and was completely opposed to it. The sheer number of skilled individuals within it, and the wide distribution of its members, were astonishing, spanning various fields. It was uncertain whether the Guardian Sword was still under official jurisdiction, as many of its members might have come from the government, while others might be from the underground. The Guardian Sword had brought these people together, and its power was astonishing. At its very core were the martial arts masters of the Guardian Sword, everyone else was merely support. The true strength of the Guardian Sword lay in its formidable martial prowess. For many years, the Guardian Sword had been involved in the cracking of numerous major cases domestically, the eradication of many criminal gangs, and even the dismantling of foreign intrusion forces. They were like a righteous alliance hidden in the shadows, striking hard when threats arose. Therefore, the Guardian Sword was a thorn in the side of many forces, both domestic and international. One photo in particular caught Su Zhenjiang's attention. It showed several members of the Guardian Sword who had been inadvertently photographed, two of whom were wearing rings. Upon closer inspection, Su Zhengyang compared it to the ring on his left hand. They were identical, each ring embossed with a lifelike ancient sword. Seeing this, Mu Sheng and Lin Yorong were both astonished. They hadn't expected that Master Su was truly connected to the Guardian Sword. It was only then that Su Zhengyang realized that Mu Sheng and the others knew his secret. However, there was nothing he could do. Mu Sheng would investigate this matter sooner or later. If he doubted someone, he wouldn't use them, and if he used someone, he wouldn't doubt them. Lin Yorong felt the same way. Lu Huilin, my mother's name. Su Zhengyang took a deep breath, seemingly lost in some memory, his fingers tracing the ring on his hand as he murmured. Mu Sheng immediately snapped to attention, pressing his fist against his chest. The others also immediately put down what they were holding, simultaneously pressing their fists against their chests. I will do everything in my power to investigate this matter. Mu Sheng's gaze was firm, his tone as resolute as steel. Su Zhengyang smiled knowingly and nodded. Thank you. With Mu Sheng's expression of gratitude, he was already quite content. He knew all too well that investigating the Guardian Sword was an impossible task. The Guardian Sword originated in the Qing dynasty. It still stands strong today, capable of slaying countless criminal gangs. Its methods are truly extraordinary. Its tentacles reach into every corner. He, Su Zhengyang, currently only has a little money. He's established a Flying Eagle reconnaissance team just a pittance. To try and uncover such a massive organization and find its members is a miracle. He'd be grateful if he didn't get counter-investigated and eliminated. Therefore, he couldn't rush things, he had to take it slow. He could be aggressive in anything else, but not in this matter. The higher one stands, the more secrets one can see. Then this Zhao family, if they want to find out your relationship with the Guardian Sword, they'll definitely want to sell your information to other forces. What should we do? Lin Yarong's little mind was working very quickly, and she said with some worry. Su Zhengyang smiled slightly. There's nothing we can do. The Zhao family shouldn't leak this information until they find real evidence, because if this gets out, their family will be out of the picture. So I can only accept her moves, accept her provocations, and defeat all the opponents. The Guardian Sword will naturally not show itself. As long as they can't find evidence, I'm safe for now. But what if they're desperate and try to sell this information even without evidence? Won't we still be targeted? Niu Sheng said. Su Zhengyang frowned slightly. If that's really the case, then we can only hope they're afraid of being silenced, so they won't dare sell to any powerful forces. But if that really comes to that, we won't need to keep the Zhao family alive. If she dares to leak the information, I'll naturally make sure she doesn't spend that money. Su Zhengyang revealed a cruel smile. If Zhao Xiaoman was just causing trouble, Su Zhengyang could play along. Even if she was using someone else to do his dirty work, causing him huge trouble, he could still spare the Zhao family's lives out of fear of harming them. But if that tool was moved elsewhere, then he wouldn't let that rat go. Su Zhenjiang's mind was somewhat in turmoil. He leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. At this moment, Lin Yarong's phone rang. Lin Yarong quickly muted it, looked at Su Zhengyang hesitantly, and only after receiving his confirmation did she dare to answer the phone, quietly walking aside. Hey, you brat, what's up? Wah, auntie, I've been tricked. Wah, a boy's wailing voice came from the phone. Lin Yarong quickly lowered the volume. What's wrong with you now? Are you up to something? No, I really didn't. Why, more than 3 cents gone just like that. More than 3 cents? Tell me where you got so much money. Lin Yarong asked, hands on her hips, annoyed. My New Year's money and allowance. I've been saving it up for almost half a year. The crying stopped abruptly, followed by a pitiful voice. What did you do? I can't explain over the phone, you have to come save me, otherwise I won't live anymore, I'm going to jump off a building. You little bastard. Lin Yarong angrily hung up the phone, gritting her teeth as she found her sister's number, but she didn't dial it. Wouldn't that be betraying her little nephew? Her nephew was calling because he trusted her, and as his chivalrous aunt, she had to uphold her principles. While she was agonizing over this, Su Zhengyang strolled off the stool and got into his car. Let's go. Let's go meet your little nephew and see what kind of trouble he's up to, Su Zhengyang said to Lin Yarong with a smile. He just happened to want to go out for a walk. Seeing Su Zhengyang nod, Lin Yarong was initially taken aback, but not wanting to refuse his attention, she nervously got into the car. Lin Yarong had an older sister, 10 years her senior, who had married young at 19. Because Lin Yarong's family wasn't wealthy, while it wouldn't be called selling their daughter, it was practically the case. Fortunately, her older sister's husband treated her well, and their family's financial situation was decent. They provided some assistance to their family. Later, after graduating, Lin Yarong became successful, working as a senior client manager at a major bank. Her ability to achieve such a position at the head office at such a young age under Chen Hahai wasn't due to her looks, but rather her intelligence. Her little nephew was already 13 years old this year. When Su Zhengyang saw him, he was squatting on a street corner far from their house. He was a chubby-faced boy with a small bowl cut, his face streaked with tears, a school bag slung over his shoulder, and a look of utter grievance on his face. He kept glancing around like a thief. Hey kid, come here. Lin Yarong pulled over to the side of the road, rolled down the window, and called to him. Auntie. Seeing it was Lin Yarong, he quickly ran over, standing outside the car looking at her with a mixture of grievance and surprise. But seeing such a flashy car, he was still a little hesitant to get in. Get in. Aren't you worried about your parents passing by? Okay. At the mention of his parents, the boy quickly opened the back door and nimbly climbed in, clearly looking around nervously to avoid being spotted by them. Once he was in the car, he noticed a handsome man in the passenger seat looking at him with a half-smile. He smiled awkwardly at Su Zhengyang and tentatively called out, Uncle, Uncle? Lin Yarong blushed instantly, glanced at Su Zhengyang, and reached out from the driver's seat to give him a sharp rap on the head. Su Zhengyang just laughed and didn't say anything. Tell me, what's wrong? Lin Yarong interrogated him. At the mention of serious matters, the boy looked aggrieved and grinned, saying, I saved up so much money to buy a King of Glory account. It had wization and over 150 skins, it cost me 3 cents, and then I hadn't even played for 3 days before it was taken back, boo-hoo. As he spoke, tears welled up again, he was incredibly aggrieved. I went to the police, and they said they couldn't handle this. They told me to go to the platform, and when I went to the platform, they said they didn't handle account recovery at all, that buying accounts is inherently risky. I went back to the police, and they told me to get my parents to talk to them. He became more and more aggrieved as he spoke, and then he broke down in tears. Finally, he even cried and mumbled, "We promised we wouldn't recover them, where has all the trust between people gone?" Wah! It was both infuriating and hilarious. Su Zhengyang tried hard to suppress his laughter at the end. Lin Yarong, seeing him cry, softened and patted his head. It's gone, it's gone. Auntie will give you some money to buy some skins, like wuzation, okay? The boy pouted and shook his head. No, it's too expensive to buy it myself, it costs at least 2 cents. You brat, you know it's expensive, can't you just stop playing that stupid game? Lin Yarong glared at him, annoyed. Humph, you said it yourself. I got first place in the whole grade, so you allowed me to play games. I have self-control. You're just jealous of my skills. You're even a gold player. The little nephew retorted, pouting. Lin Yarong gritted her teeth and scolded him. He dared to talk back. So what if you're good at studying? Does being good at studying make you arrogant? Like nobody's ever been first in the grade. After a long while, Lin Yarong calmed down, biting her lip and glancing cautiously at Su Zhengyang. Although she wanted to spend time with her little nephew, at least comfort him, she was at work, and her boss was right there. Su Zhengyang smiled. Why are you looking at me? I also want to know where trust is between people. Why don't we just go and ask him ourselves? Ha! Lin Yarong and her little nephew were both completely bewildered. The nephew called his aunt, hoping she would help him report the fraud to the police. He wanted to punish the scammer through legal means. But his uncle's tone was strange. What did he mean by coming to their door to ask? Seeing that Su Zhengyang was indeed going to handle the matter, Lin Yarong belatedly realized what was going on and excitedly said to her nephew, "Give me the back-end record of your transaction." Okay. The nephew didn't understand, but he still found the information on his phone and gave it to Lin Yarong. Lin Yarong then called Chi Yunfei. Chi Yunfei contacted a friend in the government and directly called the platform, obtaining the other party's phone number and identification information. The platform's customer service might not handle your problem properly with ordinary people, but when it involves government officials, they're very cooperative. Subsequently, Su Zhengyang didn't involve the government in the matter but instead had Mu Sheng and others check the information. They directly found his information, address, and personal phone number. This was a 16-year-old boy, a high school student, and coincidentally, his address was within the city, at Yud High School in the south of the city. This whole operation left his nephew completely bewildered, wondering what his aunt and uncle did for a living. They found out about the other party in just 2 or 3 phone calls? Could they be secret agents, spies? Children's minds are incredibly active. In that instant, he imagined a sci-fi blockbuster for Su Zhengyang and his aunt. Then, Lin Yarong cursed, "You little brat," and then floored the gas pedal, driving straight towards Yud High School. A dozen minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of Yud High School. Su Zhengyang took out his phone and dialed the other party's number. The phone rang for a while before the other party answered. The voice sounded somewhat wary. "Hello, who is it?" Su Zhengyang smiled slightly and said casually, "Zhou Ming, is that right? You sold a King of Glory account on 5183, didn't you?" But before Su Zhengyang could finish speaking, the phone went dead. Su Zhengyang was stunned, and Lin Yarong almost burst out laughing. His boss, who could dominate several powerful families and outmaneuver others with his cunning, had actually been outmaneuvered. He'd been hung up on by a high school student. It's simply, ha 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 ha. Su Zhengyang was also amused and exasperated. Good heavens, these young people nowadays. He shook his head helplessly and sent a text message. "You only have one chance, which is to give me back my account, otherwise, I'll be unhappy." The other party was clearly guilty, afraid to speak directly with the scammed person on the phone, but daring to reply with a text message. Su Zhengyang quickly received a reply, glanced at it, and immediately smiled wickedly. Lin Yarong asked curiously, "What did he say?" Su Zhengyang smiled and handed the phone to Lin Yarong, who read the message aloud. "Friend, if you still have money, please recharge your IQ a bit. This is society. Be smarter in the future. There are no second chances in this world. I got it back, that's my skill. Thank you." Especially that last thank you, it was incredibly cringe-worthy, and it also contained an undisguised smugness. So street smart, huh? Lin Yarong sneered. They'd already found him, and he was still so arrogant. Of course, Zhou Ming was unaware that Su Zhengyang and his companion had already found him. Su Zhengyang quickly replied with another text message. "You'll regret this. The text message came back quickly. I'm waiting for you, goodbye. Those 6 short words made Su Zhengyang somewhat admire Zhou Ming. If he grew up, he'd be a ruthless character. Su Zhengyang sighed. Meanwhile, at Yud High School, several students were secretly smoking in a corner of the playground. One of them asked Zhou Ming, "Zhou Ming, what's wrong? Wang Qingqing from class 9 texted you again?" The others also smiled knowingly. Zhou Ming curled his lip, a hint of smugness in his expression. "I sold my account a few days ago, didn't I? For 3 cents. And then I got it back. I made 3 cents for free. Damn, that's awesome. Yeah, hey, damn, that works. My account is worth some money too. I'll try it too, see if it's easy to get back. Hey, that's a good trick. You made 3 cents, you have to treat us to dinner, right? You have to buy each of us a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, right?" Several boys immediately started jeering. Some genuinely thought it was amazing, while others just praised him verbally but inwardly scoffed. "They're not good, but not terrible either. He says this just to fit in." Everyone's laughing, everyone's praising his awesomeness. If you stood up and said, "You're trash, I look down on you," then who would you hang out with? This helplessness isn't just something adults experience. Seeing the envious looks on everyone's faces, Zhou Ming became even more smug and said, "They probably found my number from the platform. They contacted me just now and even threatened me." He even showed the text message as he spoke. Hilarious, this idiot actually wanted his number back. "I told him straight up, that's how society is. People are treacherous, and no one will pamper you like your parents would." Zhou Ming proudly recited the social niceties he'd learned online, even though he'd never truly understood the meaning of those words. But he used them all the time, always feeling that saying them made him smarter, more impressive. He thought he understood society better than everyone else. Someone who saw the line "You'll regret this" chuckled knowingly and offered a knowing reminder. 3 cents? I remember that for things like this, anything over 2 cents can be investigated. Aren't you afraid they'll call the police? His reminder silenced the others. Zhou Ming's heart skipped a beat. Actually, it wasn't just now, his heart had been trembling ever since that call connected. As the saying goes, a guilty conscience needs no accuser. From the moment he recovered his account, besides excitement, he felt a deep fear. Fear of being reported, fear of being arrested, fear of breaking the law, fear of causing trouble for his family, fear of being violently attacked by the person who bought the account. As time passed, these thoughts faded. But that one phone call brought them back to mind. The other party had found his number. "How far are we from finding our address?" He forced a smile and said, "Humph, he's just trying to scare me. Do you think I'm easily frightened? I've never heard of anyone getting arrested and imprisoned for trying to retrieve an account. I've never heard of anyone getting arrested, but I've heard of people being stabbed after being found by their buyers." A classmate interjected. These words unearthed Zhou Ming's deepest fear, causing a sudden shiver to run down his spine. Cold sweat slowly beaded on his forehead. Back in class, he remained uneasy, absent-mindedly staring out the window. He inadvertently noticed 3 people entering the empty school gate: a boy, a girl, and a boy who looked about 12 or 13. He felt inexplicably agitated, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He didn't recognize these 3 people at all, but the fear in his heart was tormenting him. About 7 or 8 minutes later, the head of the Student Affairs office stormed into the door of Class 7, Grade 2. Behind him were the 3 people who had just entered through the school gate. Zhou Ming felt his brain buzz. "Head, what brings you here?" The teacher was lecturing when she saw the head of the Student Affairs office's angry face. She knew a student must have caused trouble and immediately looked down. "Who is Zhou Ming? Show yourself." The teacher was startled, then looked at Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming was immediately seen sitting there, pale and covered in cold sweat. His friends in the back row, who had been smoking with him, looked at him with a mixture of schadenfreude and disdain. Karma had come too quickly. "Zhou Ming, come out." Seeing that Zhou Ming didn't move, the teacher simply pointed at him, ordering him to come out. The head of the Student Affairs office wouldn't disrupt class like this unless there was a serious problem. Zhou Ming was so frightened that his legs went weak, he didn't dare move at all. At that moment, he truly experienced what it felt like to be a fugitive being confronted by constables. He wished he could sprout wings and fly out the window. In the end, the teacher himself came over, picked Zhou Ming up, grabbed him by the collar, and dragged him out the back door. His limp and listless posture made it clear he had definitely committed a crime. The head of Student Affairs followed him out, having a teacher drag him towards the administration office. Su Zhengyang and his 2 companions followed behind, occasionally exchanging glances with Zhou Ming. Su Zhengyang wore a broad smile. Throughout the entire process, the most shocked person was Lin Yaorong's nephew. He had witnessed Su Zhenjiang's style of doing things firsthand. At the entrance, the security guard wouldn't let them in, but Su Zhengyang simply tossed him a small panda toy. The security guard practically bowed as he ushered them in. Su Zhengyang swaggered to the administration office, stating directly, "I need to see someone," and then explained the situation. The head of student affairs happened to be there, but he was somewhat displeased with Su Zhenjiang's attitude and wanted to play games with him. However, Lin Yorong simply pulled out a 1-cent bill and threw it on the table in front of him. The head of student affairs immediately shut his mouth. Lin Yorong pulled out 2 more 1-cent bills and threw them on his desk. The dean of students immediately slammed his fist on the table, angrily declaring that this kind of student must be dealt with seriously. Then he collected the money and, along with Su Zhengyang and the others, stormed over to settle the score. His account only had 3 cents in total. This aunt and uncle had actually spent 3 cents to settle scores. The cost and return were disproportionate. Was his uncle the legendary super rich guy? Was he just here for fun to settle scores today? The nephew felt he understood everything. They arrived at the academic affairs office. The teacher shoved Zhou Ming into the room and asked the dean of students and Su Zhengyang and the others, "What happened to him?" "My nephew bought a game account for 3 cents, it's Zhou Ming's account. He managed to recover the account. I called him, but he hung up. I texted him, and he said I deserve to be scammed. He has the ability to scam money, that's his skill. You're quite capable, aren't you?" Su Zhengyang explained to the teacher briefly, then leaned forward with his hands in his pockets, looking at Zhou Ming with a mocking expression. The teacher, after listening, was momentarily speechless. This matter, on the one hand, wasn't a big deal, just a game account. But it wasn't insignificant either. Strictly speaking, this was online fraud, and the amount involved exceeded 2 cents. This is outright fraud. The head of the student affairs department, who certainly didn't take his 3 cents for nothing, slammed his hand on the table with a loud thud, startling Zhou Ming so much that his legs went weak and he almost knelt on the ground. His lips trembled as he tried to say something, but he didn't know what to say. "Sir, you tell us. What do you want to do? We'll cooperate fully if you want to call the police. Our school doesn't need such a degenerate student." The head of the student affairs department asked Su Zhengyang. The head of student affairs wasn't just angry because he'd taken the money, he was genuinely furious. And as the person in charge of moral education, how could he ignore such a problem? Hearing the word "call the police," and hearing the head of student affairs' resolute tone, saying the school didn't need this kind of scoundrel, Zhou Ming turned ashen-faced. "It's simple, 3 points. Su Zhenjiang's expression turned serious as he looked at Zhou Ming and said, "First, return the account to me, the money is still yours. Second, issue a school-wide announcement, letting everyone know that Zhou Ming is a fraudster. Third, notify his parents, letting them know what kind of person their son is." After Su Zhengyang finished speaking, he silently looked at Zhou Ming, whose face was now pale, his eyes filled with fear. Su Zhengyang did not choose to call the police. But this outcome was even more unbearable than reporting it to the police. If his parents found out, his allowance would be in jeopardy. He'd spent so much money on games. And the whole school would know. It would be a stain on his life, a permanent psychological trauma. I know I was wrong. I'll give you the account, and the money, okay? Please let me go, I know I was wrong. Zhou Ming cried and begged Su Zhengyang. His tearful voice was pitiful. Even the teacher couldn't help but plead. "Sir, look, your nephew didn't suffer any major loss, the account has been returned to you, and he knows he was wrong. It's not easy to admit your mistakes and correct them. Isn't that the purpose of your visit, to educate him? Just notify his family, don't announce it to the whole school. This might leave him with psychological trauma. How will he stay in school afterward?" The teacher's words made some sense. However, Su Zhengyang stared intently at him, making him feel uneasy. Then he spoke calmly. "I'm going to leave a shadow in his heart. I'm going to make him remember this for the rest of his life. For goodness sake." As he spoke, Su Zhengyang suddenly grabbed Zhou Ming's hair, forcing him to face him. The teacher frowned immediately, reaching out to stop him, but was held back by the head of the student affairs office. Su Zhengyang looked at Zhou Ming. "Cry? Who are you crying for? Weren't you quite smug? If I couldn't find you today, were you happy? So smug? If you're so capable, find me again, and see if I can put you in jail for the rest of your life." At this point, the teacher began to doubt Su Zhenjiang's character. What's wrong with this guy? How can such a grown man bully a student? He's going to spend his whole life in jail just for recovering an account? That's too harsh a punishment. I won't do it again, I won't do it again. Zhou Ming finally truly understood the meaning behind those words he often repeated. This society really has all kinds of people. When we make mistakes, we all want to do whatever we want. But often, we end up not being able to control ourselves. After Su Zhengyang finished speaking, he left directly with Lin Yorong and his nephew. After the 3 of them left, the teacher scolded them a few more times and told Zhou Ming to go back to the classroom first. Then he said to the head of the student affairs department, "You can't do this. This is going too far." The head of the student affairs department sighed helplessly and said meaningfully, Whether something is corrected or not depends on whether it's about the issue or the person. What has happened is often controllable and visible. Once corrected, it's correct. But people are flexible. Just because you think something is correct doesn't mean it really is. Letting it go might cause it to bounce back. Alright, let's leave it at that. I understand. The teacher wanted to say something more, but realized it was pointless and reluctantly returned to the classroom. Su Zhengyang strolled around the campus, looking around leisurely, soaking in the atmosphere and listening to the sounds of students reciting their lessons. It seemed to evoke some memories. His little nephew followed behind, whispering to Lin Yorong, "Auntie, uncle is so fierce. Does he eat children? Don't talk nonsense." Lin Yorong gave him a sharp tap on the head. Once in the car, Su Zhengyang received a text message on his phone from an account number. Su Zhengyang handed it to his little nephew. "Here, take it." "Thank you, uncle," the child said crisply. Lin Yorong pursed his lips tightly. He hadn't even had a chance to explain to his nephew. Are you good at it?" Su Zhengyang smiled and patted his head, then asked somewhat provocatively. He took out his phone as he spoke. "Of course. I'm a pro at Bailey Zanpakuto." "Heh, then I'll have to test my skills against you. Shall we play a game?" "Let's go," the child immediately said, unwilling to admit defeat. Su Zhengyang laughed and opened the game. These days, who doesn't have a mobile game like Honor of Kings on their phone? Su Zhengyang wasn't good at it before, but he played quite a bit during his period of depression. However, back then he didn't even have the money to buy a game card, let alone skins. Upon entering the game, Su Zhengyang immediately opened the in-game store. "Let me try to get Wuzation." Su Zhengyang wasn't even starting to PK yet, he was already getting a full set of gear. His little nephew came over, and immediately burst into tears of despair. His uncle, that scumbag, actually spent tens of millions, hundreds of millions, hundreds of thousands, millions, 10 million points. A whole dollar. He spent a house on a game. Is he even human? His little nephew practically watched Su Zhengyang participate in the points-based lucky draw with tears in his eyes. Su Zhenjiang's hand was sore from drawing so many points, so he handed the phone to his little nephew, letting him draw 5 points each. They turned a competitive game into a lottery game. Lin Yorong saw how happy the two of them were and didn't want to disturb them, but they hadn't even had lunch yet. Lin Yorong searched for a hot pot restaurant, planning to take Su Zhengyang there to eat first. Su Zhengyang immediately spent 2 crystals, one to buy Wuzation and the other to buy Wuzation's skin, NYX's oracle. His nephew was utterly dejected. His Wuzation was dressed in an incredibly ugly Dongfang booby outfit. The two then engaged in a one-on-one duel, going back and forth. From sniping each other with Bailey to dueling with Wuzation, his nephew couldn't beat Su Zhengyang at all. As they got out of the car, Lin Yorong said to them impatiently, "Stop playing, we need to eat." The two then agreed to play again another day and got out of the car. His nephew said, quite unconvinced, "It's all about money. I didn't lose because of my skills, I lost because of money." "Uncle, are you the richest man in the world?" "Auntie, is my uncle the richest man in the world?" The little nephew kept asking Su Zhengyang, then turned to Lin Yorong, looking like a very curious and lively child. His voice wasn't quiet, so passers-by didn't notice, but his words reached the ears of 2 beggars by the roadside. This was a woman with slightly disheveled sideburns, looking to be around 30 years old. She was somewhat disheveled, but had a pair of expressive, watery eyes. Her appearance and temperament could be summed up in 3 words: watery, alluring, stubborn. There seemed to be an indescribable flame flickering in her eyes, something Su Zhengyang had never seen before. She was with a little boy of about 8 or 9 years old. Their clothes were dirty but not tattered, and the style wasn't old-fashioned. The little boy was somewhat thin, but it was clear he wasn't a beggar. The woman stood in front of Su Zhengyang and his companion. Su Zhengyang and his 2 companions were stunned. Su Zhenjiang's stunned reaction stemmed from surprise. He struggled to describe the woman's eyes, which held a hint of stubbornness and allure, yet also a touch of despair and madness. She simply stood before them, holding the child, without saying a word. Lin Yorong looked at Su Zhengyang with some hesitation. Su Zhengyang nodded to her, and Lin Yorong then took out several 100-cent bills from her purse, about 6 or 7 in total, and handed them to the woman. The woman looked at the money, the longing in her eyes was evident, but she didn't reach out to take it. "Take it," Lin Yorong quickly whispered. She herself wouldn't usually give so much to beggars, but she always gave something. This beggar was only getting what she deserved today because of her boss. Seeing the woman hesitate to take it, Lin Yorong pressed the money further into her hand. To everyone's surprise, the woman swallowed hard, gritted her teeth, and said to Su Zhengyang, "I don't want money, I want a job. Anything." As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. She emphasized the words anything, especially. Su Zhengyang and Lin Yorong were both stunned. Lin Yorong slowly put away the money, looking at the woman with confusion. Su Zhengyang narrowed his eyes, seemingly trying to understand the woman's purpose. You think I have money, so you can provide me with a job? Yes. The woman's eyes didn't blink, but tears streamed down her face. She forcefully wiped them with her sleeve. Do you think I can't find a girlfriend, or I can't find employees? Su Zhengyang smiled helplessly, glancing down at the child beside the woman. The boy resembled the woman by 6 or 7 points. He was very handsome. Su Zhenjiang's unspoken meaning was clear: he wasn't lacking in women. Take Lin Yorong, for example, young, beautiful, and with a stunning figure. This woman, however, was 32 and had a child. If she was after Su Zhenjiang's money, she was sorely mistaken. As for employees, he hadn't even seen her skills when they first met. Where was he supposed to place her? Su Zhengyang couldn't quite figure out what this woman was up to. I just want to make money. I'll do anything. You could easily find a job washing dishes at a restaurant. Lin Yorong sensed something was amiss and offered a warning. Washing dishes. I can't support my child. I'm desperate. I beg you. I'll do anything. The woman repeated herself, but couldn't hold back any longer. Tears streamed down her face like broken pearls. Given her alluring beauty, her tears were truly pitiful, making Su Zhenjiang's heart tremble. He frowned, gave Lin Yorong a wink, grabbed his nephew's hand, and ignored the woman, heading towards the restaurant. The woman wiped away her tears, grabbed the child's hand, and quickly walked past Su Zhengyang, stopping in front of him. Su Zhengyang walked around her again. The woman continued to follow, but she was walking too fast. Her son's hand was red from being pulled so tight, and she couldn't keep up. Moreover, her aggressive manner frightened the child, who cried and sniffled, but dared not cry. The woman simply picked up the child and chased after Su Zhengyang. She seemed determined to pursue him. Unfortunately, Su Zhengyang and his companions had already entered the restaurant. Before she even reached them, a perceptive waiter stopped her. The woman, her eyes red, glanced inside, then, holding her whimpering child, sat down directly in front of a floor-to-ceiling window outside the restaurant. Through the glass, Su Zhengyang and his nephew were sitting right where they were. Separated by the glass, Su Zhengyang and the woman locked eyes. Su Zhenjiang's eyes filled with confusion. He couldn't understand why this woman was suddenly so persistent, and even suspected it might be a conspiracy by one of his enemies. This method was too idiotic and despicable, even a fool wouldn't fall for it. Su Zhengyang immediately ruled out this possibility. But what was the real reason? Su Zhengyang stopped speculating and, with Lin Yorong and his nephew, ordered food and began eating hot pot. The woman didn't stare at Su Zhengyang. She just sat there holding the child, occasionally resting her hand on her forehead and silently shedding tears. But she quickly composed herself. He was practically acting neurotic. The little boy stared at the hot pot inside, occasionally rubbing his stomach, turning his head away but unable to resist peeking. Just then, a group of people sat down at a table behind Su Zhengyang. A fat man sat right behind Su Zhengyang. He was chatting with his friends, leaning back on his chair with a creaking sound. The corner of the chair back accidentally poked Su Zhenjiang's shoulder. Su Zhengyang winced and dodged. The fat man's chair back had just touched something, but the next second it missed. He lurched backward. Luckily, the fat man was agile. He cried out and quickly braced himself with his right foot next to the chair, preventing himself from falling backward. He was instantly enraged, turning around to glare fiercely at Su Zhengyang. Are you looking for trouble? He thought Su Zhengyang had deliberately moved his chair to avoid him. Lin Yorong immediately exploded. Are you being unreasonable? You poked me first with the corner of your chair back, that hurt so much. Weren't we supposed to dodge? Su Zhengyang coldly stared at the fat man. Hiss. The fat man's brows furrowed instantly, his eyes flashing fiercely at Lin Yorong. So what if I bumped you twice with my chair back? I'll let you sit down now, and I'll bump you twice more. You try dodging again. He pointed at Lin Yorong, gritting his teeth, and immediately sat down again, ready to poke Su Zhengyang with the chair back once more. Even the waiter standing at the door rushed over to stop them. Now there was no one at the door. The beggar woman outside walked in, carrying her son. Su Zhengyang didn't see anything else, but he saw a woman carrying a child walking towards him. Ignoring the surrounding noise, the woman suddenly knelt down before Su Zhengyang. Although she didn't say a word, the surrounding noise instantly fell silent. Many people were confused. Why would a woman with a child suddenly kneel before this man? Is she a mistress? The wife? Is this a TV drama? The surroundings fell silent. Su Zhenjiang's curiosity had reached its peak. What exactly do you want? I can't afford to raise the child. He's sick, there are so many expenses, I can't watch him die. The woman wiped away her tears, her voice trembling with sobs. In front of a large crowd, dozens of people watched as this woman knelt and uttered these words. Some didn't understand her meaning, and no one knew her intentions. There are many ways to make money, why kneel and beg for a job? What were the chances of such a thing happening? But Su Zhengyang suddenly felt something stirring within him. He took a deep breath and slowly nodded. Fine, tell me, what skills do you have? If you're useful, I'll give you a meal. The woman immediately raised her tearful eyes, which shone like stars. She suddenly gritted her teeth and stood up, doing something Su Zhengyang never expected. The watery charm in her eyes vanished, replaced by a ruthless glint. Taking advantage of everyone's inattention, she grabbed a large ashtray from the nearby table and with all her might, without a word, slammed it down on the forehead of the fat man at the next table. Everyone was stunned, no one reacted. Only the fat man instinctively yelled and raised his hand to block. Ouch! Bang! Although he blocked quickly, the woman used too much force and was even faster, slapping him squarely on the forehead the instant his hand rose. The fat man slammed his head against the table, blood immediately flowing. By this time, chaos erupted around them. The woman raised her hand again to strike downwards, but several hands quickly held her down. Some grabbed her arms, some hugged her waist, some grabbed the ashtray. The child behind her wailed loudly. People at the scene shouted that she was a madwoman. The scene was utter chaos. Only Su Zhengyang seemed out of place in this environment, because he actually smiled. Then Su Zhenjiang's smile turned into a sinister laugh emanating from his throat, and he secretly clapped twice for the woman. He wasn't just applauding the woman. He was also applauding what she had given him. The moment she threw an ashtray at him, Su Zhengyang had already decided to hire her, because he admired her. But the instant he had this thought, the system notification sounded. Detected that the host intends to establish a self-defense organization. The system's second branch shop is now open. Potions available in the second shop. Currently available potion disguise mastery. Currently available potion melee weapon and combat mastery. Currently available potion firearms and explosives mastery. Currently available potion mastery. Su Zhengyang smiled genuinely. If it weren't for this strange woman following him today, if it weren't for her persistence, if it weren't for her unexpected actions, he didn't know when he would have been able to get the system to open such an awesome shop. Damn, Su Zhengyang himself wants a bottle now. Cold weapons and hand-to-hand combat? Firearms and explosives? Poison science. Aren't these all assassination methods? Disguise techniques are even involved. This isn't just makeup, it's disguise, and ancient Chinese art. Su Zhengyang feels like he could be staging a renaissance. Lin Yorong is frantic. This crazy woman actually knocked the fat man away in one go, and Su Zhengyang is still laughing. Lin Yorong is completely baffled. The little nephew is terrified and clings tightly to Lin Yorong's arm. Master Su, Lin Yorong warns. Only then does Su Zhengyang get up and pull away those grabbing the crazy woman's hands one by one. Su Zhenjiang's strength is immense. He can lift a person up easily, and he can pry open a person's hands without any chance of resistance. One by one, they cried out in pain and released the woman. Su Zhengyang then pulled the woman, whose eyes were red, close to him. What's your name? Su Zhengyang asked, seemingly oblivious to everyone else. Lu Kaylee. Lu Kaylee's eyes were red, but the fierceness in them had faded, replaced by a pitiful, alluring look. Come with me. Su Zhengyang nodded and pulled her behind him. Lu Kaylee immediately stepped forward and tightly hugged her son, who was crying loudly in fright, even shedding tears of joy. Lin Yorong, pulling her nephew along, led Lu Kaylee and her son out. Hey, hey! The people at the table with the fat man immediately shouted at the four leaving. Su Zhengyang pointed directly at him, and the man immediately fell silent. He felt that Su Zhenjiang's gaze was even more terrifying than that of the crazy woman from before. Su Zhengyang looked at the fat man. This fat man had been quite fierce earlier, his head split open and bleeding, yet he trembled with fear. He was truly traumatized by that attack, because he genuinely felt that the woman had aimed to kill him, using all her strength. If she hadn't been a woman, he would already be dead. Su Zhengyang pulled out 6 or 7 1-cent bills from his bag and casually threw them on the table in front of the fat man. One even floated into the soup. Although extremely insulting, no one dared to utter a sound. Su Zhengyang pulled out another 1-cent bill and gave it to the waiter. Besides the meal cost, several dishes had been broken in the chaos. Then Su Zhengyang lightly patted the fat man's face, making him shudder. He only needed a few stitches, earning 6 or 7 cents. He really didn't dare utter a sound, nor did he want to. Su Zhengyang swaggered out of the restaurant. Everyone present simultaneously thought the same thing. Damn, it's good to be rich. When Su Zhengyang returned to his car, 4 people were standing there. Didn't bring your keys? Su Zhengyang asked Lin Yorong playfully. Lin Yorong certainly had the keys, she just didn't know how to sit in the car. She didn't dare sit with this crazy woman, afraid she'd crack her skull open. Get in the car. Su Zhengyang smiled at Lu Kaylee, then reached out and touched the little boy's cheek. The little boy looked at Su Zhengyang with his big, watery eyes, shyly hiding behind his mother. It was as if Su Zhengyang was a bad guy because his mother had knelt before him, Before getting in the car, Lucchese carefully straightened her clothes and patted the back of her child's clothes before sitting in the back seat of the Raptor. For her, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If she missed it, it would be gone forever. She didn't want to do anything to displease Su Zhengyang. The little boy sat in the passenger seat, while Su Zhengyang sat in the back with the mother and son. Lin Yorong started the car but didn't drive. Su Zhengyang said, "Take your nephew home first, then go to the Heiken Hotel." The Flying Eagle reconnaissance team was his most confidential place. He couldn't completely trust this woman upon first meeting her. The Heiken Hotel was Chen Chushan's place. As the car started moving, Su Zhengyang finally looked at Lucchese, scrutinizing her for a moment before asking, "What did you do for a living before?" Lucchese gritted her teeth, instinctively covering her son's ears with her hands, her words almost making Lin Yorong jerk on the steering wheel. "Sister Yao." Su Zhengyang hadn't expected Lucchese to be a woman of the night. Then, the child's father might be hard to verify. Su Zhengyang hesitated to ask the questions he had intended to. "Why me? There are so many people on the street, and I'm definitely not the only one who looks wealthy. So, why me?" Lucchese only said 4 words. "It's fate." Su Zhengyang took a deep breath, slowly savoring those words, smiled slightly, and said nothing more. After dropping her nephew off at the intersection and letting him run home, Lin Yorong drove to the Heiken Hotel. Lucchese only fell on hard times later, especially after her child fell ill. Although she used to be a prostitute, it didn't mean she was poor. Her experiences were far richer than most people's. She had truly seen countless people. The moment she saw Chen Chusheng, she recognized him as the infamous Chen Chusheng of Santai City's underworld, even though Chen Chusheng didn't know her. Lucchese and her child, initially homeless, quickly moved into a luxury room at the best hotel in Santai City. Su Zhengyang didn't arrange a job for them, simply letting them stay there temporarily. They could ask Chen Chusheng for anything they needed for food, drink, and clothing. Chen Chushen's private doctor also diagnosed Lucchese's child. It turned out to be a very rare disease, hemophilia, a congenital blood clotting disorder, very difficult to treat. Currently, it's said that there are effective drugs abroad, but not in China. For now, the only option is to inject a special anticoagulant every so often, one injection only lasting for a short time, and it's very expensive. However, the word expensive naturally didn't mean much to Su Zhengyang. After settling Lucchese in, Su Zhenjiang's phone rang. It was Chang Baela. "We're here to freeload. Someone's asking us for donations. What should we do?" "Donations? What kind of donations?" Su Zhengyang was taken aback. "It's a charity foundation called Nuanyang, mainly supporting children in mountainous areas and such. They're quite influential in the province." Chang Baela said softly. "What does it mean to ask us for donations? Are they just coming to ask us for money?" It wasn't that Su Zhengyang didn't want to donate. Even when Brother Zhao's child was sick, Su Zhengyang was willing to help. If it were truly about charity, how could he, the chosen one selected by the system, be stingy? But the key thing was that coming to ask for money seemed to have a different meaning. "They want us to attend a charity gala in the name of Shi Shao restaurant. Going there obviously means we have to donate, right?" Sung Baela was actually a little reluctant. It wasn't that she didn't want to donate, but Shi Shao restaurant had only been popular for a few days and hadn't made much money yet, especially since Su Zhengyang had spent a full 100 yuan to buy the shop. That's enough to buy 5 or 6 shops, and they hadn't even broken even yet. But refusing would be even more troublesome. Shi Shao restaurant has been so popular lately, dominating the trending topics for so long, and the platform is doing so well. If they didn't donate, it would leave a bad impression that they didn't know how to give back to society. If the foundation even slightly uttered a word in front of the media, their reputation would plummet. "When?" "Tomorrow night." "Okay, I can attend, accept it." After hanging up the phone, Su Zhengyang looked into the Nuanyang Charity Foundation. It wasn't anything special, just a relatively young foundation, and their official website was mostly for show. The next evening, Su Zhengyang drove Chang Baela and Lin Yorong, 2 beautiful women, to the charity gala. The location wasn't the 5-star Heiken Hotel, but a 4-star hotel in the north of the city. When Su Zhengyang arrived, luxury cars were already lined up outside. Those attending the charity gala tonight were all prominent figures. Chen Hahai, Chen Chusheng, Dong Changming, and others were naturally present. However, Su Zhengyang wasn't with them. The outside world had no idea that Su Zhengyang was the mastermind behind Dong Changming and Chen Chusheng. Even Jack and the Chen family, who owned the engine, only knew that Su Zhengyang was Che's Haihao's boss. They wouldn't publicize it. At least within the Zhao family's purview, their investigations only revealed that Su Zhengyang was a feng shui master who had connections with Tang Ying, Chen Hahai, and Chen Chusheng. This was all information unintentionally leaked by Chen Hahai and his group. The parking lot was full, so they had to move forward a bit and park in a roadside spot. But just then, a minor accident occurred on the roadside ahead. A student girl with a bright smile was riding her bicycle at a steady pace. As she passed a Bentley parked on the side of the road, the driver's side door suddenly opened. The girl couldn't avoid it and crashed hard into the door. Her chest slammed against the door frame. The back of her bicycle also scraped against the side of the Bentley. At that moment, a foreigner stepped out of the Bentley's driver's seat. Su Zhengyang looked closely and recognized him as Jack Clay, the regional president of the South China Group's 3rd Division. His female secretary got out of the passenger seat. It seemed Jack Clay preferred to drive himself. The girl on the ground was curled up in pain, clutching her chest, struggling to breathe from the impact. "Oh dear, what happened? How could you ride a bike like that?" The secretary quickly moved around to the side, looking at the girl on the ground. Then she looked at the side of the Bentley, where a large area was scratched. Jack Clay frowned, knelt down, and helped the girl up. The girl's face was streaked with tears. Although her chest was in excruciating pain, she recognized the luxury car and knew she had caused an accident. So, she forced herself to stand up, looking at Jack and the secretary with some fear. At that moment, she felt like a child who had done something wrong, awaiting adult punishment. "How can you ride a bike like that, kid?" The female secretary immediately pointed at the girl and glared at her, shouting. Jack, however, waved his hand magnanimously. "Forget it, don't hold her responsible." As Jack spoke, the little girl was still clutching her chest in pain, barely able to stand. But deep down, she felt a strange sense of relief. No matter how much pain she was in, at least she wouldn't have to pay for it. She even felt a little fortunate. "Do you know how much this bike costs? Hurry up and thank your uncle." The female secretary glared at the girl again before shouting at her. The girl, enduring the excruciating pain, bowed and whispered in a tearful voice, "Thank you, uncle. Get out, get out." The female secretary impatiently waved the girl away. The girl felt like she had been granted a reprieve. She bent down to pick up her bike, but the sharp pain in her chest almost made her collapse to the ground. But a surge of strength welled up within her, allowing her to manage to lift her bike with difficulty. She couldn't bear the consequences of staying here. The beautiful little bike's rear fender was torn, the chain was off, and the wheels were bent. She could only push it slowly forward. She moved very, very slowly, each step seemingly excruciating. By then, the 3 of them had stopped. Chang Baila was eager to get out of the car to chase after the girl, but Su Zhengyang grabbed her arm. Chang Baila looked at Su Zhengyang, puzzled. Su Zhengyang then instructed Lin Yorong. "Yorong, don't get out of the car. After Jack and the other guy leave, go after the girl and take her to the hospital. With that kind of force, she's definitely in serious trouble." After saying that, Su Zhengyang pulled Chang Baila out of the car and led her into the hotel. Although Chang Baila didn't understand why Su Zhengyang didn't chase after them himself, she felt much relieved that Lin Yorong was handling the matter. However, she still huffed and puffed, saying, "That foreigner is despicable. He was the one who opened the car door carelessly and ignored the girl. Don't worry, if it weren't for what happened earlier, he could have kept up this act for a couple more days. Now, ha." Su Zhengyang, however, wore a cruel smile. Not long after Su Zhengyang and Chang Baila entered the hotel, Jack and his secretary also entered. Su Zhengyang secretly sent a message to Mu Sheng. Only after receiving Mu Sheng's affirmative reply did Su Zhengyang finally relax. The banquet proceeded rather dully. Finding seats, serving pastries and drinks, and then having several top singers perform 2 songs before a famous host came out to open the evening. However, Su Zhengyang looked around and spotted a few familiar faces. Zhao Xiaoman from the Zhao family was sitting at a table on the east side. She had clearly noticed Su Zhengyang earlier. Seeing Su Zhengyang looking at her, Zhao Xiaoman gave a meaningful, cold smile. Besides her, the Lin family from Sanlin Pharmaceutical was also present. No matter what kind of company you are, charity is a good opportunity to whitewash your image or boost your brand awareness. And the donation process was extremely simple and crude, even bizarre. There was no bidding or auction process. Instead, during breaks in the party, a few people with tablets wandered between tables, directly asking for money. It was essentially begging. This method of silent donation was somewhat uncomfortable, but since the donation amount would be announced to the media later, claiming complete transparency, it was a no-brainer. The current system pays Su Zhengyang over 12,000 yuan in interest on his savings every month. Su Zhengyang directly donated 100 yuan under the name Eat to Lose Weight. 100 yuan is a drop in the ocean for Su Zhengyang, but if he donated more, it would be too shocking. That 100 yuan used to be worth 100 million yuan. This isn't some major disaster. Donations of tens of millions are rare. Who would donate 100 million? Therefore, Su Zhenjiang's 100 yuan would definitely get him the top spot, and he didn't want to be too high profile. To avoid being summoned for questioning, the beautiful woman in charge of recording was stunned by Su Zhenjiang's extravagant spending. She secretly left him her business card, saying he could contact her anytime to monitor the financial situation. Shang Beila, however, was extremely jealous and snatched the card from Su Zhengyang, stuffing it into her bag. The banquet was almost over, and Su Zhengyang, not even wanting to see how they announced anything, wanted to leave. At this moment, Lin Yorong sent Su Zhengyang a message on WeChat. The girl had been admitted to the hospital, she had a fractured sternum. The girl didn't dare let Lin Yorong tell her family, begging her to lie for her. Lin Yorong had been handling the paperwork and trying to find a solution. Finally, Lin Yorong called her parents and said the girl had fallen off her bike on the roadside. Only then did the girl calm down. Su Zhengyang and Chang Beila exchanged a glance. Chang Beila wanted nothing more than to confront that foreigner on the spot. Just then, the host on stage announced, "Alright, next, please welcome Mr. Jack Clay from the South China Group. Mr. Jack is the head of the South China Group in Santai City." Speaking of which, something interesting just happened. At the entrance, Mr. Jack's Bentley was completely scratched by a middle school girl, but Mr. Jack was incredibly generous and didn't ask the girl for a single penny in compensation, bearing the loss himself. This magnanimity, this sense of responsibility, truly puts us to shame. Yes, a little girl. If we really pursued this matter, what a burden it would place on her family. Thank you, Mr. Jack. Thank you for your contribution to friendship between China and other countries. Tonight, at this charity gala, you have given us a vivid lesson with your noble character. Throughout the evening, thunderous applause erupted. Jack, seemingly flattered, waved his hands repeatedly, while his secretary led the applause enthusiastically. At this moment, the host handed the microphone to Jack. "Mr. Jack, please say a few words." "Oh dear, I am truly flattered. Actually, I just did something very ordinary, and I really didn't intend to mention it." Jack waved his hands somewhat shyly and smiled, appearing like a simple, honest foreigner. Yes, if we hadn't learned about this from Mr. Jack's secretary, this wonderful little story would have been completely buried. "Mr. Jack, you really don't need to be so modest. I don't know how to praise you enough." The host praised him with a smile. "Yes, Mr. Jack is usually very helpful, but I'm usually the only one who sees it. But I just felt I should share these things to warm everyone's hearts." The female secretary also took the microphone and smiled shyly. This time, Su Zhengyang genuinely applauded for them. "These scumbags are too amazing. A-list and second-tier celebrities, young heartthrobs, veteran actors, they're all a joke. Compared to these people, any performance would seem exaggerated. If Jack and his secretary went to make a movie, Leonardo DiCaprio would never win an Oscar." Seeing Su Zhengyang still clapping, Chang Bora angrily shoved him aside and glared at him resentfully. She was almost driven mad with anger. "What's wrong with this guy? No, I can't stay any longer." Chang Beila hurriedly tugged at Su Zhengyang. "Okay, let's go then." Su Zhengyang chuckled. Jack had just said a few more words and left the stage. The banquet was nearing its end, and there was no point in staying any longer. Chang Beila dragged Su Zhengyang out. As soon as Chang Beila left the hotel, she ran towards the roadside. Su Zhengyang was stunned and shouted, "Hey, are you stupid? You wrong drove the car away. We don't have a car." Chang Beila ignored him, waved at him, and ran ahead, taking a small pair of scissors from her bag as she went. She ran straight to Jack's car. She crouched down and stabbed the tires. Su Zhengyang was speechless. So this silly girl ran out so fast just to puncture someone's tires before Jack and the others came out. She was utterly clueless, practically snotty-nosed. "Come help me." Despite being a fit young woman, those little scissors couldn't budge the Bentley's tires. The worst part was, she didn't even know where to stab. "You can't even do anything funny, get out of the way." Su Zhengyang shoved her aside, snatched the scissors, and with a flick of his wrist, punctured a small hole in the tire. "It's starting to leak air," Chang Beila exclaimed excitedly. "Aren't you going to run?" At Su Zhenjiang's command, the two took off running, laughing, and playfully wrestling as they went. That was Chang Beila's charm, a bit silly, yet capable of bringing Su Zhengyang the purest joy. The two didn't take a taxi. After running until they were tired, Chang Beila seized the opportunity to leap onto Su Zhenjiang's back, letting him carry her. They hadn't even carried her 100 meters when she jumped off, worried about tiring him. They strolled around, initially planning to visit the girl at the hospital, but Lin Yorong called to say her parents had gone. Since Lin Yorong had lied for her, Su Zhengyang and Chang Beila had no excuse to visit the girl, so they had to go home first. Back at their rented apartment, Su Zhengyang had a strange feeling. As he and Chang Beila walked into the house, they almost looked like a young couple living together. He was so rich now, shouldn't he move to a new apartment? Just as Su Zhengyang was making these thoughts, Chang Beila threw her small bag into the room and ran out, pointing at Su Zhengyang, saying, "I'm hungry. I want to eat. I want to drink. You'll drink with me." "Drinking?" Su Zhenjiang's eyes lit up. The girl was asking the boy to drink. Damn it, if Su Zhengyang still didn't understand what this meant, he'd be a fool. He was about to get a permanent position. His probation period was over. Ha ha ha. Drink. Su Zhengyang only said one word, practically ready to take off his clothes. Sheng Beila blushed and chuckled, giving him a sidelong glance before heading into the kitchen. Su Zhengyang washed his hands and rolled up his sleeves, ready to help Sheng Beila. There was still half a case of the beiju he'd left over. But no food. Tonight was a very important night. This was also a very important drink, it had to be a ritual. So the two of them busied themselves in the kitchen. 3 dishes and a soup, Sheng Beila even fried a plate of peanuts. The atmosphere between the two was never awkward. This was probably due to the special magnetic field between them. Even if there was a slight awkwardness, it would quickly be dissolved by their laughter. Sometimes, the two would just look at each other without saying a word, and suddenly burst into laughter. They drank and chatted, ate and talked. As they drank, Sheng Beila's eyes began to glaze over, and her speech became incoherent. She had already drunk nearly half a gin, 250 ml, of liquor. Su Zhengyang jolted awake, he had almost drunk too much. They still had important business to attend to. Su Zhengyang gently put down his chopsticks, grinning mischievously at Sheng Beila. Tired. Sheng Beila pouted sweetly. Good, a standard answer. Su Zhengyang chuckled inwardly. Although they wanted to use the alcohol to their advantage and get things done, Su Zhengyang was still relatively sober. His current physical condition made resisting alcohol incredibly easy. I'll take you to bed. As he spoke, Su Zhengyang stepped forward and picked Sheng Beila up. Sheng Beila, in turn, embraced Su Zhengyang. Although she was also drunk, she was still somewhat conscious. Their eyes met. They were so close. Both were breathing rapidly. They kissed simultaneously. While kissing, Su Zhengyang carried Sheng Beila into the house. Just as their emotions were reaching their peak, Sheng Beila suddenly made a gurgling sound. Both of them froze, standing there motionless. Sheng Beila blinked her large eyes, their lips parted slightly, and Su Zhengyang looked at her warily. Ugh! Sheng Beila gagged again, and Su Zhengyang almost threw her onto the bed. Wait, I'll find you something. Ugh! Su Zhengyang had vomited before, he never imagined someone would vomit on him. It wasn't just vomiting, it was practically a gushing ejaculation. An indescribable stream shot from Sheng Beila's throat, hitting Su Zhengyang squarely in the chest. The taste was so bad that Su Zhengyang wouldn't want to drink for 3 months. Sheng Beila's eyes reddened, tears streaming down her face as she mumbled, "This is it, my goddess image is completely ruined, wah, ah dot." The most amazing thing was that she even yawned while crying. Normally, she would never say such things directly, these must be her inner thoughts, indicating she's completely drunk and her mind is totally clouded. Su Zhenjiang's initial passion had completely cooled. He could continue, but he knew that while Sheng Beila was cute, she was definitely in pain. Only those who are drunk understand the pain that comes with it. What kind of man would make love to the woman he loves while she's suffering? Su Zhengyang reluctantly put her on the bed, changed his own clothes, then changed hers, even removing her restraints. If he couldn't get things done, couldn't he at least feast his eyes? Su Zhengyang left the room, roughly wiping away his nosebleed. After calming down for a long time, he couldn't help but secretly praise himself. I'm a saint. To prevent any problems from arising that night, Su Zhengyang took a shower, then dragged a yoga mat over and slept on the floor of Sheng Beila's room. Sure enough, Sheng Beila tossed and turned in bed, feeling nauseous. She even got up to vomit twice, which distressed Su Zhengyang greatly. She finally managed to fall asleep around 2 a.m. When Sheng Beila woke up the next day, it was already 10:30 a.m. She clutched her head, still feeling the effects of her hangover. Seeing Su Zhengyang sleeping on the floor, Sheng Beila felt both shy and warm. She didn't get up, just stared at him as he slept. You silly girl, why aren't you taking a shower? Don't you know how you smell? Su Zhengyang said irritably, without opening his eyes. Ah! Sheng Beila suddenly cried out, shyly pulling the blanket over herself. She felt the emptiness under her clothes, and then looked down to see her clothes lying on the bedside table. She immediately kicked off her blanket to cover Su Zhengyang, grabbed 2 clean pieces of clothing, and ran to the bathroom. Su Zhengyang crawled out of the fragrant blankets, rubbing his messy hair in annoyance. Just as he was about to wash up, his phone beeped with a message. It was from Lin Yorong. The message asked if Su Zhengyang was awake. Su Zhengyang knew she had something to say but didn't want to disturb him by calling, so he dialed back immediately. Yorong, what's wrong? Teacher Su is in trouble. Didn't we see that scoundrel Jack bullying a little girl yesterday? They even made the news. They're shameless. I'm so angry. Lin Yorong shouted angrily, completely abandoning her ladylike demeanor. The news? Where? I've sent it to your phone. Okay, let me check. He hung up. He opened the news Lin Yorong had sent. Just reading the headline made Su Zhengyang laugh in anger. Conscience. Middle school student scratches luxury car worth 6 yuan, foreign company executive laughs it off. The content was even more shocking. It completely distorted the facts, fabricating a touching story about a little girl carelessly scraping a luxury car, and the owner not pursuing the matter, simply waving her away. 4 pictures were included. These 4 pictures were screenshots from surveillance footage. The images showed the 2 vehicles making contact and the extent of the collision, followed by Jack helping the little girl up. There was also footage of the little girl bowing to Jack, and another showing her pushing her bicycle away. The news report concluded by praising Jack's admirable character, even highlighting his exemplary role in promoting friendship between China and other countries. This news was published by Kuaido.com. Su Zhengyang searched all other websites but couldn't find a single video. Of course there wouldn't be a video, because the truth would be obvious the moment you saw it. These 4 still images are extremely misleading. How many netizens can truly distinguish between reality and fiction? To take screenshots of these 4 photos, one must have seen the original video. To have seen the original video and still be able to write something like this Kuaido is truly impressive. The comments from netizens were almost entirely positive. Wow, such a large scratch. How much would that cost? It would be terrible if the little girl had to pay for it. Handsome and kind-hearted, no wonder you're rich. I'm giving it 36 likes right now, thumbs up for Huanan Group. And a foreign executive at that, so classy, no wonder they're so successful. Great. A Chinese driver would never have this kind of manners. For a time, besides likes, there were only comparisons, and trolls were all online with their keyboards. Only a small number of dissenting voices remained. Why can't I find the video? No video, no truth. I also think the impact location seems off. It looks like it hit the car door. Isn't it the driver's fault? I need the original video. Of course, such voices were few and far between, and were inevitably met with attacks. Your heart is so dirty. You can't stand seeing others do well. That's the inherent weakness of the Chinese people, always trying to sabotage others. Disgusting. Such comments flooded the internet. Sheng Baila, seeing these news reports, was so angry she could smell the alcohol in her ears. She was fuming. Hey, you freeloaders, hurry up and come up with your dirty tricks. Teach them a lesson. Sheng Baila yelled. How can we teach them a lesson? They've erased the traffic management department's surveillance footage. When Lin Yaorong checked this morning, it was already gone. Su Zhengyang stretched lazily and said casually, his face showing no sign of urgency. Then what can we do? We can't let them distort the facts like this. That little girl is so wronged. Cheng Baila said dejectedly. Give them some time, let the underlings surface, let the dust settle. Su Zhengyang said meaningfully, then went to wash up. Cheng Baila's eyes lit up immediately. It seemed Su Zhengyang did have a plan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm. Isn't this the same as the yo-yo influencer incident? He waited for things to develop, then planned his strategy. But this wasn't over yet, there was more to come. Cheng Baila scrolled through 2 more news articles and immediately covered her mouth in shock. The video showed her and Su Zhengyang puncturing Jack's tire. The caption roughly said, "What kind of people are the owners of the Shi Yi Shao restaurant? Openly damaging someone's vehicle on the street. This is simply illegal." And the car they damaged happened to belong to Mr. Jack. Mr. Jack was attending a charity gala that night when his car was scratched by a little girl, but Mr. Jack didn't ask for any compensation and let the girl leave. See a previous news link on this account for details. The editor also learned that the host at the charity gala that night inadvertently learned of this incident and recounted it on stage. The owner of the Eat to Lose Weight restaurant immediately ran out and maliciously vandalized Mr. Jack's car. What kind of behavior is this? Jealousy? Twistedness? Or simply low character? This caption is preceded by the original video of Su Zhengyang and his companion slashing Mr. Jack's tires. The author of this report is the same person as the previous one. This terrified Cheng Baila. Su Zhengyang comforted her for a long time before she calmed down. Cheng Baila was too afraid to go to the restaurant. Fortunately, the restaurant is operating on its own now, so she doesn't need to show up. The waiters at the shop will likely be under a lot of pressure these next few days. This matter continues to escalate. It quickly became a trending topic on social media. Hadu had suffered a major loss at the hands of Su Zhengyang and Cheng Baila before, and now that they finally had a chance to retaliate, how could they possibly give up easily? The video of Su Zhengyang and Cheng Baila puncturing tires quickly went viral. Even Chen Chusheng and Dong Changming called one after another. Chen Chusheng said, "Master Su, have you seen the news?" "Yeah, damn it. Should I just go and chop up the person who wrote this article for Quaidu? We're not a triad." Chen Chusheng on the other end paused, seemingly verifying the meaning of Su Zhenjiang's words. Then, should we suppress this a bit? It's trending on social media. So what if it's trending? I've never been on the trending list before. It's quite exciting. Let's wait and see. Chen Chusheng even suspected Su Zhengyang was just saying it out of anger. Alright, just leave it alone. Su Zhengyang hung up abruptly after saying that. Soon, the South China Group issued a statement condemning the actions of the Shiyi Shao restaurant owner, but Jack magnanimously decided not to pursue the matter, displaying great composure. Then came the Zhao family, the Lin family, and several other families. They actually jointly wrote a letter of apology to Jack. It was signed by the heads of these families, who apologized to Jack for the despicable actions of Su Zhengyang and his companion, and hoped that he would not develop any prejudice against China because of these two bad apples. Furthermore, they hoped that such prejudice would not affect the establishment of friendship between China and other countries, or the maintenance of Jack's good character. The joint apology letter, once released, immediately garnered widespread praise from netizens. However, it was followed by endless condemnation. The actions netizens are capable of are extremely extreme. Many are no longer content to be mere keyboard warriors. Some even went offline to protest outside the Shiyi Shao restaurant, holding small signs detailing the restaurant's despicable actions, distributing flyers to passersby, and pushing news articles to them. They were making sure everyone knew. Lin Yorong went to the restaurant to check on the situation on behalf of Su Zhengyang and his companion. She saw several young people holding signs opposite the people waiting in line for food. One of them, a girl who was not good-looking, even somewhat ugly, was carrying a stack of flyers and was about to hand them out. Before Lin Yorong could speak, a middle-aged male customer, frowning, retorted, "Get out of the way. Don't you guys have any business to attend to? I'm sitting here waiting to eat, and you keep coming back every now and then. Are you forgetful? Are you out of your mind? Uncle, how can you talk like that?" Several protesting young people immediately surrounded him, the unattractive girl glaring and pouting. Although there were many of them, the man wasn't intimidated at all. His temper flared. He suddenly stood up. "How I talk. This is how I talk. Whether someone's tire is punctured or not has absolutely nothing to do with you. Besides, I'm just here to eat. I don't care about the owner's character, I'm here for food. Food reflects character, you know. With characters like that, what kind of food can they possibly make? Exactly, with such dirty hearts, the food they make is garbage." The middle-aged man sneered. "If it's really true, as you say, that food reflects a person's character, then let me tell you, this person's character is absolutely unbelievable. Hey, spend a penny or two, go inside and try it, then come here and start arguing with me. Understand?" The man finished speaking and glared at them without flinching. His wife behind him kept pulling him back. She knew her husband's temper all too well. He could easily get into a fight with these young people. "How can you be like this? You yuan %. In an instant, the group of young people surrounded the uncle and started shouting at him. The middle-aged man was on the verge of losing his temper and was about to strike. Just then, a woman who had been sitting and playing on her phone suddenly shouted at the group of young people, "Hey, stop making a fool of yourselves here. Go check the news. You're all so clueless, oh dear."